In order to share common interests with the girl he adored, Luo Ji purchased a book that was currently all the rage, rumored to bring about terrifying events upon reading. He then opened the pages of this book and found himself immersed in a bizarre world. Upon returning, he discovered that his beloved girl had mysteriously vanished, and on the third day, the world faced its apocalypse. Prologue. So is it true that something dreadful happens after reading this book? Luo Ji cautiously typed this line into the chat box of Ali Wong Wong, sending it to the seller on the other side. Well, the seller hesitated noticeably, likely having never encountered such an inquisitive buyer before. The words lingered in the chat box for quite some time before a reply finally came. I suppose so. I suppose? Luo Ji's eyes widened. It's just a gimmick, a standard marketing tactic, the seller ultimately replied candidly. Oh, Luo Ji nodded, thinking that with the fierce competition on Taobao, every trending news item could quickly spawn similar products, even replicating a star's faux singing with a reverse microphone. It was no surprise that this book had spawned copies as well. Surely, there was nothing to worry about. Luo Ji felt reassured and proceeded to purchase the item. The book he ordered was titled Forest of Fear, a recent bestseller. Yet no one knew its contents. It was said that those who read it encountered terrifying fates, either going missing or meeting death. Nonsense. Only a child would fall for such tales. Luo Ji, typically rational and far removed from base interests, would never have bought such a thing if not for the fact that the girl he liked was drawn to such gimmicks. Hey, Luo Ji, remember, we agreed to buy that book together and open it simultaneously. If we do, they'll wear a swimsuit for you when we go to the beach in a few days. Luo Ji vividly recalled the image of Fei Fei when she said this, her playful demeanor making his heart race. A swimsuit? He could hardly contain himself. Naturally, he had to agree. No sooner had he placed the order than Fei Fei messaged him on Goose Letter, saying, "Hey, I've already ordered it. Have you? He'll be keeping an eye on you." She even added a cute emoji, playfully indicating her intent to monitor him. "Am all set, please check. Lady Fei Fei," Luo Ji replied, feeling a bit helpless. Very obedient. "Hey, race a kiss as a reward," Fei Fei responded, adding a smirking emoji. "Well then, let's look forward to it. Good night," she concluded. "Good night," Luo Ji echoed, feeling an inexplicable anticipation. The college entrance exams were over, and both he and Fei Fei had been accepted into the same university. Their lives were just beginning. How thrilling. The following morning, the courier delivered the book titled Forest of Fear. As Luo Ji retrieved it, he messaged Fei Fei. The delivery was surprisingly fast. It arrived early in the morning. "Yes, I received mine too," Fei Fei replied with a joyful emoji. Once home, Luo Ji opened the book with a hint of trepidation, as if fearing it contained something ominous. "The cover feels quite pleasant," he remarked to Fei Fei. By then, they were engaged in a video call, each holding their copy of the book up for the other to see. Naturally, it was mainly Luo Ji displaying his copy, as Fei Fei insisted on supervising him. The cover was entirely black, possessing a smooth texture akin to genuine leather, its material a mystery. There were no words inscribed on it, just a void of blackness. Staring at it, Luo Ji was inexplicably reminded of Nietzsche's quote, "When you gaze long into the abyss gazes also into you." Startled, he shook his head, dispelling the strange thought from his mind. "Well, here we go," Fei Fei declared earnestly from her end, preparing to turn the pages. "All right," Luo Ji nodded, placing his hand on the cover. "Here it comes." Fei Fei held her breath, flipping a page. Luo Ji followed suit, both of them cautious, as if a demon might leap out, or curses, ghosts, or black holes might emerge. However, nothing occurred. "Well, let down, you've made me paranoid," Luo Ji chuckled, dispelling the earlier tension. He glanced at the content revealed on the title page. In this world, there are many things that we cannot whimsically speculate upon. In the face of the unknown, even if you are as powerful as a god, you must always maintain a modicum of fear. Such theatrics. Luo Ji muttered to himself, yet he still said to Fei Fei, "Wow, it seems quite impressive." He didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm and ruin their beach plan. "It does feel thrilling," Fei Fei replied, her cheeks flushed, slightly breathless, as if she were on an adventure. "Let's proceed to the next page." "Okay." Luo Ji no longer felt that odd sensation. He chuckled at his own paranoia. Surely, nothing strange could happen. If it were true, it would have been reported in the news long ago, and these books would no longer be sold. He continued to turn the pages, and upon reaching the next section, he saw the title story 1, Killer Little Tangerine. So it was a collection of stories. The book's marketing had truly exhausted creativity. He mused that he would note the author's name and avoid their works in the future. Noticing Fei Fei's engrossed focus on the pages, he refrained from interrupting her and turned to the next page, which contained the main text, Little Tangerine. Little Tangerine is a person's name. It is also the name of a sword. Chen Little Tangerine is 24 years old, dressed in coarse linen, gazing out from a tall building at the sunlight illuminating the long street. It seemed tolerable, yet inexplicably, Luo Ji felt drowsy, yawning as he intended to ask Fei Fei if she felt tired too. Suddenly, his eyelids grew heavy, and he slumped over the table on the verge of sleep. The last words he heard before losing consciousness were, "Congratulations, reader. You have been selected and are about to enter the world of Forest of Fear." The first story you will experience is Killer Little Tangerine. Here are some important notes. First, as this is your initial venture into a story world, you will receive novice protection. Second, your task this time is to reverse the ending. Lastly, good luck. Chapter 1, Awakening, 500 Tales of Silver for a Life. Is that not a trivial price? Luo Ji roused from his stupor, caught between slumber and consciousness. He heard a voice uttering those very words. It was only then that he realized he himself had spoken them. As he gathered his wits, he discerned that he was no longer in his familiar chamber. The surroundings appeared utterly foreign, resembling an ancient tea house, with tables and chairs exuding an exquisite antiquity. Before him lay a pot of tea and 2 cups, filled to the brim, untouched. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man clad in traditional garb, whose strikingly handsome demeanor exuded a remarkable charisma. His mere presence, coupled with a gentle smile, imparted a refreshing aura akin to a spring breeze. After a moment of contemplation, a phrase emerged in Luo Ji's mind, as warm and gentle as jade. Then, this jade-like gentleman spoke, inquiring with a smile, "Do you long to return home?" This was clearly directed at Luo Ji. Yet, he was still grappling to comprehend his circumstances. How had he transitioned from perusing a book to awakening in such an enigmatic locale? Was this some sort of reality show? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Before his unconsciousness, he had been absorbed in a tome titled Senran. He recalled the ominous whispers surrounding that book, which supposedly brought dreadful fates to its readers. Surely, this was mere coincidence? As these thoughts whirled, he found the earlier dialogue echoing in his mind, inexplicably familiar. 500 Tales of Silver for a Life. Is that not a trivial price? Do you long to return home? A sharp pain pierced his head, and a torrent of words cascaded through his mind, etching themselves into his heart one by one. These words chronicled a tale entitled Killer Xiaoju, a narrative he had somehow memorized during his unconsciousness. The preceding conversation mirrored the story's beginning. Could it be that he had entered the world of Killer Xiaoju? Was the man before him Qin Wuzheng, and was he, Luo Ji, none other than Qin Xiaoju? This must be a jest. Luo Ji found himself engulfed in utter confusion, wishing fervently for the middle-aged man to break character and reassure him. "Relax, young man. We are merely filming a scene." Yet, the gentleman remained unperturbed, while Luo Ji's mind continued to churn with an overwhelming influx of information. It was imperative not to divulge any knowledge that lay beyond the confines of the narrative, lest he face obliteration. The novice protection had been activated, and as it was his first venture into this narrative realm, he would embody Qin Xiaoju, inheriting all his memories and martial prowess. The task was clear: to alter the conclusion, enabling Qin Xiaoju to return home safely. What was this all about? Luo Ji was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, which had transcended the bounds of his imagination. He yearned to articulate something, but the threat of obliteration left him paralyzed in silence. Fortunately, in the original tale, Qin Xiaoju remained silent at this juncture. Thus, the plot advanced. 800 tales. The remaining 300 are a token of my gratitude for these past years. The middle-aged man, Qin Wuzheng, continued. Luo Ji paused for a moment, murmuring a grateful, "Thank you," before hastily rising and descending the stairs. First and foremost, he needed a moment to collect his thoughts. As he walked, memories of Qin Xiaoju surged within him, encompassing his past experiences, martial skills, and the image of a girl with braided hair awaiting him in his hometown. In an instant, he felt as if he had truly transformed into Qin Xiaoju, dispelling any lingering skepticism about this being a prank. He had, through some bizarre means, entered the world of Killer Xiaoju. As dread crept upon him, he recalled the story's conclusion. Qin Xiaoju would ultimately perish at Qin Wuzheng's hands, unable to return to his homeland. His mission was to alter this fate. What if he failed? Would he meet the same grim end? The thought was too harrowing to contemplate. He hastened to a dwelling in the east of the city, securing the door behind him and sinking into a chair, exhaling deeply. This was all too surreal. He found it difficult to accept. He was merely a recent high school graduate, thrust into a perilous world of assassins. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, realizing it was a rather unremarkable blade, bearing the same name as the persona he now inhabited, Xiaoju. This sword had been forged by a blacksmith of modest skill when Chun Xiaoju left his village, and though it bore the marks of age, its blade remained sharp due to diligent upkeep. After years of companionship, the sword had become an extension of him, and its presence now felt oddly familiar. As he unsheathed the blade and gazed at its well-maintained edge, it reflected the unremarkable features of Chun Xiaoju. A wave of strangeness washed over him, prompting a sudden recollection. Fei Fei. Yes, Fei Fei had also perused the books and ran with him. Had she entered this world as well? Panic surged within Luo Ji. Fei Fei, so delicate and vulnerable, would surely be terrified in this treacherous realm. What was to be done? In a moment of desperation, he considered bursting onto the streets, calling out for Fei Fei. But he quickly dismissed the thought, fearing it would disrupt the narrative and draw Qin Wuzhing's attention. Yet, without such an approach, how could he possibly find her? Did she share his plight in this world? A cascade of uncertainties overwhelmed Luo Ji, leaving him utterly at a loss. Just as he was spiraling into despair, a knock resounded at his door, jolting him to attention. Instinctively, he reached for his sword, only to discover that he had indeed inherited Chun Xiaoju's martial skills. His reflexes were now honed to a peak, and the menace emanating from the blade was beyond his previous capabilities. The knocking persisted, accompanied by a man's voice. "Open the door, Xia Juzi, it's your uncle Wang Shifeng." In that instant, Luo Ji recalled that according to the story, Wang Shifeng, Chun Xiaoju's sole confidant, must have heard of his desire to withdraw from the world and had come to dissuade him. With a slight adjustment of his mindset, Luo Ji suppressed his tumultuous thoughts and approached the door, opening it. Standing before him was a man clad in a strikingly bright red robe, almost blinding in hue, who regarded Luo Ji with a roguish grin. This was Wang Shifeng, and unbeknownst to Luo Ji, he was destined for an imminent demise. Chapter 2, The Turning Point. "You should not leave," Wang Shifeng declared as he settled into the room. Luo Ji, whose memory had never been particularly sharp, now found himself recalling every word of the very story he was experiencing, as if the peculiar book had endowed him with an uncanny clarity. He was fully aware that Wang Shifeng would utter the first words upon entering, "You should not have left." Luo Ji pondered in silence, for in the original narrative, Chun Xiaojun had also remained mute, with subsequent lines belonging to Wang Shifeng. However, silence did not imply that Luo Ji's mind was idle. He yearned to convey something to Wang Shifeng. Regardless of the current predicament, assuming the outcome remained unchanged, he would indeed meet his demise at Qin Wuzhing's blade, akin to Chen Xiaojun. Thus, he realized that action was imperative from this moment forward. Otherwise, he was fated to perish under the original plot. Firstly, it was evident that Chen Xiaojun was no match for Qin Wuzhing. Moreover, he himself was now in Chen Xiaojun's place, and he had no inkling of the extent of her capabilities. A direct confrontation would yield no chance of victory, hence the necessity of seeking assistance. Undoubtedly, Wang Shifeng emerged as the most suitable ally. Yet how to broach the subject? Should he say, "I know you are about to die, and if you wish to survive, you must heed my words"? This approach would be futile. Not only was Wang Shifeng inherently stubborn, but such a statement would likely evoke skepticism and resistance. Furthermore, Luo Ji possessed no persuasive leverage, and without revealing his origins from another realm, Qin Wuzhing's scheme was impeccably executed, devoid of any flaws. What to do? Luo Ji gazed at Wang Shifeng, who returned the gaze. "Still thinking of your little wife back home?" Wang Shifeng's cold tone cut through the air. In that moment, Luo Ji recalled a line from the original narrative spoken by Chun Xiaojun. Directly persuading Wang Shifeng to aid him was impractical. Thus, he had to approach the situation from a different angle, preventing Wang Shifeng's death. Wang Shifeng was destined to fall at Ye Kei's hand. If he could save Wang Shifeng on the night he attempted to assassinate Ye Kei, it would significantly alter the course of events. "Perhaps she has already borne several children," Wang Shifeng remarked. Luo Ji chuckled at the recollection of the original plot and replied, "Going home sounds delightful." After uttering this, he sank onto the bed, staring at the rafters. After a while, Wang Shifeng, perhaps bored or frustrated, stood up and moved towards the door, preparing to leave. Just before stepping out, he turned back and said, Hey, let me know before you go. I'll throw you a grand feast. Upon hearing this, Luo Ji mused that regardless of whether it was for the sake of fulfilling his mission, Wang Shifeng deserved to be saved. He was indeed a true friend. Once Wang Shifeng departed, Luo Ji continued to organize his thoughts. To rescue Wang Shifeng, he needed to confront Yi Quebec. From the original tale, Luo Ji gleaned that Yi Ke was the most renowned swordsman in Jiangnan, proficient in swift swordplay and superior in skill to Wang Shifeng, though slightly weaker than Chen Xiaojun. The simplest solution would be for Luo Ji to eliminate Yi Ke, thereby ensuring Wang Shifeng's survival. However, such an action would irrevocably alter the storyline, stripping Luo Ji of his singular advantage of foresight. Moreover, the greatest uncertainty remained. He had no assurance of being able to defeat Yi Quebec. Nevertheless, Yi Ke remained the focal point of his strategy. After thorough contemplation, Luo Ji concluded that without altering the original plot, Yi Ke presented the optimal opportunity for resolution. Regardless, he needed to locate Yi Quebec. According to the original narrative, Yi Ke was last seen in an abandoned garden on the outskirts of Luoyang, honoring his ancestors. However, with Wang Shifeng still alive, Luo Ji was unsure if Yi Ke would be present at that location. The timing and the exact site were ambiguous. The original story merely mentioned the outskirts of Luoyang without specifying a precise location, prompting Luo Ji to lament the author's vagueness, wishing they had emulated Jin Yang's clarity instead of adopting Gulong's style. As Luo Ji grappled with this conundrum, an idea suddenly struck him. It would be more accurate to say that he stumbled upon a fragment of Chen Xiaojun's memories. During her years in Luoyang, she had made a few acquaintances, one of whom was a gossip merchant named Feng Jiu. Initially a beggar, he had been bullied by a gang, nearly beaten to death, when Chen Xiaojun happened to intervene and save him. From that moment on, Feng Jiu regarded her as his savior. Over time, he managed to establish himself as a newsbroker, improving his circumstances. Although Chen Xiaojun seldom required his information, she would occasionally seek him out for clarification regarding certain assassination contracts, maintaining their connection. While Feng Jiu's intel in Luoyang was not the most comprehensive, it was still among the best. Most importantly, Qin Wujing was unaware of Chen Xiaojun's relationship with Feng Jiu, making it a valuable asset. Resolute, Luo Ji rose and grasped the Xiaojun sword, preparing to venture out. However, as he reached the threshold, he hesitated. Qin Wujing was exceedingly astute and may have placed spies near Chen Xiaojun's residence. Cautiously, Luo Ji approached the street-facing window and peered through the crack, observing the encroaching darkness outside. Ordinarily, with his keen eyesight, he would have been unable to discern any hidden threats even if Qin Wujing had indeed set a trap. Yet, in that moment, he realized that at least two individuals were indeed surveilling him. It was an indescribable sensation, akin to the instinct developed by a killer over years of bloodshed. The front door was no longer an option. Retreating into the room, Luo Ji patiently waited until night fully enveloped the surroundings before opening the rear window and stealthily slipping into the night. As he traversed the darkened streets of Luoyang with an almost ethereal grace, he felt an uncanny transformation. It was as though he had genuinely become Chen Xiaojun. Chapter 3. Murder for Treasure. Leaping across rooftops, he moved with an elusive fluidity. This scenario, once confined to the pages of martial arts novels and television dramas, now unfolded in reality before him, yet he remained eerily calm. He required no deliberate effort. Instinctively, he propelled himself forward, executing a series of movements seamlessly, akin to a swallow gliding through the night, soundless and graceful, as if he had mastered the art of lightness through rigorous training. Indeed, this peculiar world had imbued him with Chen Xiaojun's martial prowess, seemingly etched into his very being. Apart from his consciousness as Luo Ji, his essence had transformed into that of Chen Xiaojun. As he felt the wind against him, a flicker of confidence surged within him regarding the prospect of overcoming Yi Ke and Qin Wujing. Following the memories of Chen Xiaojun, he made his way to Feng Jiu's abode. After about the time it takes to burn half a joss stick, he finally arrived at Feng Jiu's dwelling. It was situated in a less affluent alley of Luoyang, predominantly inhabited by the less fortunate, laborers, foot travelers, and those in the transport trade, rendering it akin to a slum. Feng Jiu had resided here for many years. This was not due to financial incapacity. His earnings from selling information could easily afford him a more luxurious residence, even adjacent to Qin Wujing's prestigious Tingyu Tower on the bustling Chunqing Avenue. However, he remained, perhaps out of habit, reluctant to relocate, and the nature of his business necessitated a degree of discretion, which was more easily managed in such a locale. Yet, living in such a place had its pros and cons. The advantage lay in the anonymity afforded by the bustling populace. The disadvantage was the inherent chaos. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, Luo Ji was already aware of some commotion occurring within. Indeed, he heard it. Although the distance between his current location and the scene of the incident was considerable, an ordinary person might have found it difficult to discern the situation in the alley. But he was now a master who had inherited all of Chen Xiaoju's martial prowess, possessing acute hearing and keen eyesight. It could be said that any disturbance within a Tinjiang radius would not escape his notice. Faintly, he could hear a woman's voice, seemingly in distress, accompanied by a man's heavy, labored breathing. Luo Ji could not help but furrow his brow. He had not anticipated encountering such an event. Regardless of his exceptional martial skills, even without them, he would have stepped forward in such a situation. After all, it is the nature of youth to stand against injustice. And Luo Ji, being still a young man, was oblivious to fear. He immediately stepped forward into the alley. As he ventured deeper, the commotion grew louder. First, he heard the woman's voice, struggling desperately. "Let go of me! Don't touch me! If you dare to lay a finger on me, I'll have someone kill you." Following this was the man's voice, brimming with mockery. "Ha ha ha! Have someone kill me! You filthy whore! How dare you sell me false information? I was going to break your leg, but now it seems you have some charm, so I'll reluctantly take you for myself." The next sounds were of fabric tearing, the woman's cries for help, the slap of a hand, and the man's arrogant roar. "Scream all you want. Even if you tear your throat, no one will come to your rescue." At that moment, Luo Ji arrived at the scene. He witnessed a bare-chested man cornering a woman, tearing at her clothing, leaving her exposed. "Let her go?" A surge of anger ignited within him. He tightened his grip on the sword he held, feeling a rush of energy coursing through him. The man, caught in the act of violence, turned to Luo Ji, revealing his bald head. The brute grinned ferociously and said, "Look at this fool who dares to meddle. You think you can be a hero just because you have a sword? Have you even grown hair yet? I am the Iron Sword Yan Luo, Li Songwang. You've heard of me, right? If you don't want to die, scurry away." The name Iron Sword Yan Luo, Li Songwang, flashed in Luo Ji's mind from the memories of Chen Xiaoju. A disgraced disciple of the Iron Sword sect, he wielded the famed Iron Sword with some skill. But in the grand tapestry of Luoyang, he was but a third-rate figure, often engaging in petty crimes. Yet it was precisely such a character who was most unpredictable. With that thought, Luo Ji made his move. In essence, he and Chen Xiaoju shared a notable similarity. Both were refreshingly straightforward. Chen Xiaoju's simplicity stemmed from his nature and moral path. His swordsmanship mirrored this. Luo Ji's simplicity arose from his naivety, untainted by the world's complexities. In that moment, these two forms of simplicity harmonized completely. Luo Ji's resolve was clear. Since this bald man intended to commit injustice, he would intervene. Witnessing wrongdoing, one must draw their sword in aid. And since the sword was already in hand, this was his path in the martial world. Initially, Luo Ji feared he might struggle to master Chen Xiaoju's sword techniques, but at this moment, he inadvertently reached the pinnacle of Chen Xiaoju's swordsmanship, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Li Songwang did not even hear the sound of the sword being drawn, nor could he react in time to unsheath his own weapon. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. In the next instant, blood gushed forth from his neck like a waterfall. He scarcely comprehended what had transpired before instinctively clutching his throat and collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Meanwhile, Luo Ji stood by, sheathing his sword with a fluid motion, the residual energy of his swift strike gradually subsiding. Thus, he had taken a life. Luo Ji felt somewhat dazed. His sole intention had been to rescue the woman. He had not anticipated killing anyone, yet it had all unfolded seamlessly, as though he had performed this act countless times before. However, he soon regained his composure. The experience of killing did not evoke the discomfort he had imagined. Rather, he felt an unexpected thrill. Such a scoundrel deserved death 100 times over, did he not? Turning to the woman, he was taken aback, not because of her state of undress, but because she was the very person he had been searching for, Feng Jiu. But wasn't Feng Jiu a man? Though at this moment, she was disheveled and blushing, exuding a captivating allure, Luo Ji could still recognize her features and essence. "Hey, what are you staring at? Never seen a beautiful woman before?" Feng Jiu, perhaps irritated by Luo Ji's prolonged gaze or his inaction, abruptly pulled up her clothing and glared at him defiantly. What shall we do with this man? Luo Ji pondered for a moment. Reasoning with a woman in such a state would be futile. Instead, he shifted the conversation. glancing at the now cold body of Li Songwang. Despite the casual nature of death in this tale, rules still existed. Furthermore, Li Songwang's demise here might attract unwanted attention, and Luo Ji could not afford any slip-ups. Thus, he knew he had to dispose of the body first. "Don't worry, leave it to me," Fengju declared, adopting the title of aunt with a hint of bravado. She produced several vials from her clothing, preparing to pour them over Li Songwang's corpse. Luo Ji instinctively surmised these were the infamous corpse disintegrating fluids. Just as Fengju was about to act, he suddenly raised a hand. "Wait a moment. What?" Fengju looked at him in confusion. Without answering, Luo Ji quickly moved to Li Songwang's body, crouching down to reach for it. "Hey, you can't be serious. All these years without a woman, you must really prefer men?" Fengju was visibly disturbed by Luo Ji's actions, but he paid her no mind, for he had suddenly noticed a shimmering glow emanating from the bald man's corpse. It felt akin to a video game where a monster drops loot upon defeat. Realizing the peculiarity of his current world, Luo Ji began to search the body. Before his hand made contact, the yellow light surged into him. Item acquired. Jinghong 3 Styles. Item has been sealed for post-story settlement. Chapter 4. The Path of Survival. Could it be he truly acquired loot? As the phrase echoed in his mind, along with the momentary flash of light entering his body, Luo Ji found himself slightly astonished. However, considering the myriad of bizarre occurrences thus far, this was merely another anomaly. He quickly stood up and addressed the disheveled Fengju beside him. "Let us proceed." "You're giving me orders now?" Fengju retorted, somewhat indignant. She gestured for Luo Ji to step back, then promptly sprinkled the corpse with the substance she had identified as the corpse disintegrating fluid. In the next moment, an unbearable stench pervaded the air, and as the deep yellow liquid saturated Li Songwang's body, it began to dissolve like snow under the scorching sun. Luo Ji struggled to endure the foul odor, and the sight of a once whole body disintegrating into fragments was unlike anything he had ever witnessed, compelling him to stifle the urge to vomit. However, he forcefully restrained himself, not out of a deliberate effort to better survive in this world of martial arts, but rather because the real Chen Xiaojun would undoubtedly have shown no reaction whatsoever. He could not afford to appear overly unusual, as Fengju was quite familiar with Chen Xiaojun. Once Li Songwang had completely transformed into a pool of carcass, Fengju clapped her hands and said, "Speak. What brings you to me at this late hour? Do not tell me you are here to perform a heroic rescue. You had no idea I was female before." "Let us discuss this elsewhere," Luo Ji, unable to tolerate Fengju's fierce language and the stench of the place, quickly suggested. "All right, let's go inside." Fengju replied nonchalantly, dragging one half of her trampled shoe as she made her way deeper into the alley. From the outside, Fengju's home seemed utterly ordinary, even dilapidated, as the house had seen better days. However, inside was unexpectedly clean and tidy, a stark contrast to its exterior. In fact, given the condition of the interior, Chen Xiaojun should have realized long ago that Fengju was a woman, yet he appeared to be somewhat oblivious when it came to matters of gender. "Have a seat. Can we speak now?" Fengju, having just disposed of the corpses, exhibited no psychological burden, clearly indicating this was not her first time. She poured herself a cup of tea, and then poured one for Chen Xiaojun as well. Observing him, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes glimmered in the candlelight. Living up to her name, Fengju, "I wish to inquire about someone." Luo Ji cut straight to the point. "Who?" Fengju reciprocated directly. "Jiangnan Sword King, Yi Quebec." "Why do you want to know about him?" Fengju's brows furrowed slightly as she regarded Luo Ji, uncertain whether she was unclear or had reservations. "Just tell me if you know anything," Luo Ji replied without elaboration. "Why are you being like this? Didn't you just save me? I can always waive my fee. Can't I? Am I not allowed to ask?" Fengju exclaimed, her temper flaring inexplicably. However, seeing Luo Ji's composed demeanor, she eventually relented. "Yi Ke has recently come to Luoyang. You're not planning to kill him, are you?" Fengju was well aware of Chen Xiaojun's profession. She was engaged in the business of information trading, known as one of the swift and inexpensive top assassins on the streets of Luoyang. It was impossible for her not to have heard of him. She was concerned for Luo Ji, or rather, for Chen Xiaojun. In terms of assassination skills, Luo Ji could not compare to a single hair of Chen Xiaojun, but when it came to romantic sentiments, the college student Luo Ji could be said to completely overshadow Chen Xiaojun. In the original story, he was portrayed as emotionally inept, oblivious to the affections of Xiao Lian, who clearly liked him but still chose to return home. Yet now, Luo Ji was focused on breaking the stalemate and staying alive, setting aside any feelings he might have for Fengjiu, despite her undeniable beauty. He silently affirmed, I only have eyes for Fei Fei. All other women are mere skeletons. No, I merely wish to understand. Luo Ji thought for a moment and reassured Fengjiu. That is good. Fengjiu muttered, then added, Ye is currently in the abandoned garden 20 miles east of the city, having arrived last night. He is supposedly here to seek revenge. Revenge? Luo Ji keenly picked up on the word. What kind of revenge? In the original story, Ye was killed by Chen Xiaojun with a single sword strike, leaving no time for him to learn more. Now, from Fengjiu's lips, Luo Ji grasped Ye's purpose for coming to Luoyang, revenge. This could very well be the key to his own breakthrough. Yes, Fengjiu nodded. It is said that Ye's ancestors were once powerful nobles. Although the abandoned garden east of the city has been neglected for many years, it remains grand, with exquisite architecture, clearly not the dwelling of an ordinary family. Is that all? Luo Ji was aware that Ye was of noble descent, but did not know the specifics of the vendetta. This single piece of information was insufficient for him to analyze further. He needed more. What else do you want to know? Fengjiu appeared somewhat displeased. Details regarding his revenge. Do you know who his enemies are? Luo Ji felt he had pinpointed the crux of the matter. Fengjiu fell silent for a moment before asking, Are you really not planning to kill him? What exactly are you worried about? Luo Ji found himself puzzled. All right, Fengjiu finally relented, honestly revealing. As far as I know, your employer, the renowned owner of Listening Rain Tower in Luoyang, Qin Wuzheng, when he first arrived in Luoyang 20 years ago, was merely a hired blade under someone named Li Yinue. At that time, he was embroiled in an incident involving a high-ranking official of the court, during which he apparently killed many people from that official's household, and that official, as far as I know, was surnamed Yi. In other words, Luo Ji's heart raced at the revelation. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. Ye's purpose for coming to Luoyang was to seek revenge against Qin Wuzheng. This was truly a boon for Luo Ji. Perhaps this was the perfect solution for the story's resolution. Had he not sought out Fengjiu tonight, he would never have learned this vital information, and Fengjiu might have perished, leaving Luo Ji with no chance of escape. Thus, he had seemingly discovered a path to survival. Chapter 5, Duel of Swords. If Ye sought revenge against Qin Wuzheng, it implicitly meant that Ye could potentially assist Luo Ji in turning the tables against Qin Wuzheng. If things were orchestrated well, the death of Wang Shifeng could easily be avoided. In that case, with Luo Ji, Wang Shifeng, and Ye joining forces, eliminating Qin Wuzheng would be a mere trifle. Achieving a reversal of fate would thus become effortlessly attainable. However, before that, Luo Ji must first resolve a pressing issue, reaching an understanding with Ye Quebec. He was unfamiliar with Ye, and to become acquainted, he would need to venture to the abandoned garden east of the city. It was likely that a fierce battle awaited. Although Luo Ji had just effortlessly dispatched Li Songwang and Chen Xiaojun were not comparable adversaries. The level of difficulty in combat was not high. Ye, on the other hand, was entirely different, Jiang and Sword King. In the original narrative, Chen Xiaojun had merely held a slight advantage over him. The most critical factor was that Luo Ji now lacked the previous resolve, that unwavering determination to accomplish something. The reason he had been able to strike with such heartfelt precision against Li Songwang was due to his unclouded focus and sheer anger at Li Songwang's actions. Now, however, he found himself lacking that drive. Nevertheless, he had to go, for the sake of his own survival. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ji felt a sense of oppression emanating from the cruel narrative of this game. I must leave now. Take care of yourself, he said, having acquired the information he needed. He had already resolved to seek out Ye that very night while the sensation of the sword in his hand remained fresh. Yet Fengjiu appeared somewhat reluctant to part, rising to say, You're leaving so soon? I've made a chicken and snail stew. Why not eat before you go? The chicken and snail stew was one of the few dishes that Chen Xiaojun enjoyed. Luo Ji felt a stir in his heart, reflecting on the complexity of fate, yet he replied, No, I've already eaten. The night is late, you should rest soon. Without waiting for Fengjiu to say more, he stepped outside. Hey, promise me you won't seek out Ye. His sword is swift. I don't want you to die beneath his blade. Fengjiu called out loudly from behind. Luo Ji nodded silently but did not slow his pace. He was indeed heading to find Ye Quebec. Through Fengjiu, he had already discerned Ye's current location. Exiting the alley, he hurried towards the outskirts of the city. Luoyang City had its restrictions, yet to Luo Ji at this moment, they were akin to non-existent barriers. Utilizing Chen Xiaojun's memories of the most accessible escape routes, he He swiftly scaled the city walls with remarkable agility, transforming into a shadowy bat gliding silently over the darkened earth. After swiftly traversing the desolate wilderness outside the city for nearly the duration of a joss stick's burn, Luo Ji finally arrived at the abandoned garden where Ye Kei resided. The prolonged exertion, even for Qian Xiaoju's robust physique, had left Luo Ji slightly breathless. However, his breathing was artfully concealed, an instinctive skill rooted deep within the body he currently inhabited, an echo of a killer's instinct. This mastery of breath allowed for rapid recovery without drawing attention. After about 10 breaths, as his body began to steady, Luo Ji retrieved a mask from his clothing and donned it over his face. As a blade wielder, Qian Xiaoju naturally carried such essential items for his line of work. With his face fully concealed, Luo Ji finally stepped into the abandoned garden. The entrance to the garden was grand, and the contours of the architecture hinted at the splendor of a bygone era. Upon crossing the threshold, an eerie silence enveloped the garden, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. It was unsettlingly quiet. Luo Ji sensed something amiss. This tranquility was palpable even without Qian Xiaoju's martial prowess. Now, endowed with Qian Xiaoju's skills, he was acutely aware of the atmosphere. It was not merely an absence of hostility, but rather a presence of sword intent. Having harmonized with Qian Xiaoju's swordsmanship, Luo Ji could comprehend this concept. It was an unadulterated passion for the sword that manifested as an aura, and when such an aura began to emanate, the surroundings would grow eerily silent. Nearby, there was a swordsman of exceptional caliber, truly deserving of the title Sword King of Jiangnan. Before Luo Ji could even lay eyes on him, he was already enveloped by the other's sword intent, which clearly indicated that the swordsman was aware of Luo Ji's arrival. At that moment, a refined and melodious voice echoed, "A distinguished guest arrives, illuminating this humble abode." As the words fell, Ye Kei appeared before Luo Ji. It must be said, Ye Kei was indeed a remarkably handsome man. Having previously encountered descriptions of him in stories, sharp brows and starry eyes, Luo Ji had yet to grasp the full extent of his allure until now. In truth, compared to the so-called protagonists of martial arts dramas, Ye Kei was on an entirely different plane. The aura surrounding Ye Kei was intriguing. It blended the essence of sword energy, the nobility of a fallen aristocrat, and the weariness of a wanderer seasoned by the trials of life. He was not a man who would indulge in late-night drinking by the river, penning poetry under the moonlight, only to return at dawn with blood on his hands. Ye Kei was, indeed, a singular individual. "May I inquire as to your identity?" Ye Kei asked, having noticed the mask on Luo Ji's face. His expression remained serene, neither sorrowful nor joyful, exuding the poise of a master. "My identity is of little consequence," Luo Ji replied, employing a voice altered by internal energy that rendered his identity indistinguishable. "Now high, now low, now dark, now light. What matters is what I am about to convey to you." "Please, go on." Ye Kei nodded, indicating for Luo Ji to continue. "I am aware that you have come to Luoyang seeking vengeance against Qin Wuzheng of Tingyu Tower," Luo Ji stated, pausing to look earnestly at Yi Quebec. "I can assist you." Ye Kei fell silent for a moment, then responded, "I believe you may have misunderstood. My visit to Luoyang is merely a return to familiar grounds, to pay tribute to an old friend, not to seek revenge." Upon hearing this, Luo Ji smiled and remarked, "You have avenged your friend's demise at the hands of the renowned blades of Jiangnan, defeating them all at Luwei Island. Is it truly only to honor your friend that you have come to Luoyang?" Understanding Ye Kei's purpose for visiting Luoyang, Luo Ji learned more about him from Feng Jiu. This time, Ye Kei had come to Luoyang in place of his late dear friend, Su Gongzi, with whom he was once paired as the twin pillars of Jiangnan. He had invited the finest blades of Jiangnan to Yujing Tower by the riverbank, fulfilling Su Gongzi's dying wish to vanquish the region's renowned swords. It was evident that he bore no further attachments, and thus his purpose in Luoyang required no further speculation. Ye Kei fell silent once more, this time for an extended period. Even if he were indeed seeking revenge, it was a matter for him alone, requiring no intervention from others. To speak bluntly, Yi Jianwang, you are not my match, and I am not a match for Qin Wuzheng. Thus, you cannot exact your revenge alone. Luo Ji's words were harsh but truthful. According to the original narrative, this was indeed the case. "You speak boastfully." Ye Kei finally narrowed his eyes. "The Sword King has pride," Luo Ji replied resolutely. "You will know whether I speak in arrogance once we engage." He had committed himself to this confrontation. It seemed inevitable now. "If you lose, what then? Draw your sword," Ye Kei said simply. Chapter 6. I shall overcome you. In truth, Luo Ji felt quite anxious. Although he had initiated the challenge, it was indeed a bold proclamation. He was not the genuine Chen Xiaoju, while the man opposite him was the authentic Sword King of Jiang'an. Consider this. Even without a sword, Ye Ke had bested the finest blades of Jiangnan. What kind of terrifying strength and talent did that entail? Could he truly defeat such a formidable opponent? His grip on the sword trembled slightly. Drawing a deep breath, he prepared for the impending duel. However, after waiting a moment, Ye Ke still had yet to draw his sword. Why do you not strike? Luo Ji demanded assertively, masking his inner trepidation with bravado. I am waiting, Ye Ke replied. Waiting for what? Luo Ji instinctively asked, suddenly recognizing the familiarity of their exchange. Was this not akin to the dialogue between Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng? Ye Ke did not utter the next line, which would have been, waiting for the wound to cease bleeding, but instead remarked, you have traveled a considerable distance. Even with profound strength, I would have the advantage. I do not wish to exploit it. A swordsman's duel must uphold absolute fairness. Upon hearing this, Luo Ji felt a surge of confidence regarding his plans to triumph over Yi Quebec. The Sword King was a man of principles. Such individuals were often reasonable, provided one adhered to the rules they upheld. Thus, Luo Ji fell silent, focusing on regulating his breath and adjusting his state of mind. Though he had no clear idea of how to achieve this, he fervently replayed the sword techniques and battle experiences belonging to Chen Xiaoju in his mind. After 20 breaths, Luo Ji felt he could wait no longer. Any further delay would lead to agitation. Let us begin. Let us begin, he declared. And as the word begin left his lips, Ye Ke had already drawn his sword. Despite having mentally prepared himself for countless scenarios of how Ye Ke might strike, when the moment arrived, Luo Ji was still taken aback. Ye Ke's sword did not follow any trajectory he had envisioned. The blade was astonishingly swift, imbued with an ethereal quality, as if it descended from the heavens. Luo Ji could not discern the path of the sword. He could only instinctively wield his own to defend himself. In truth, he could not comprehend this swordsmanship. He was merely a novice, having no martial skills of his own. His presence here, fighting against Ye Ke, was solely due to his embodiment of Chen Xiaoju. Thus, he resolved to rely on Chen Xiaoju's instincts in battle. Ye Ke's sword was remarkably fast, but Luo Ji's sword was not slow either. Or rather, Chen Xiaoju's sword was not slow. Ye Ke's blade moved like a shooting star, while Chen Xiaoju's speed was a pure, unadulterated swiftness, nothing more, devoid of any embellishments. Two swift swords clashed, and Luo Ji felt his body moving in a manner he could not fully comprehend. Every muscle, every blood vessel, every ounce of strength pulsating with energy. The swords had become a web of blades, moving too quickly for the naked eye to perceive. Then, Luo Ji sensed his own weakness. Previously, he could effortlessly strike Li Songguang down with a single sword due to Li's frailty, yet Ye Ke was no such pushover. Relying solely on instinct, Luo Ji felt an immense pressure, finding himself entirely on the defensive, each of his strikes suppressed by Yi Quebec. Soon enough, he sustained injuries. Amidst the flurry of quick exchanges, he was struck twice. Even superficial wounds elicited genuine pain, and for someone like Luo Ji, who rarely engaged in fights, the agony felt magnified tenfold. The flow of blood and the pervasive sensation of pain abruptly shattered Luo Ji's previously vague perception of this world. This brutal game of death, awakening him to a stark reality. Here, he could be wounded, blood could spill, and a cut throat would lead to death. Death? Real death. The mere thought sent his heart into disarray, causing his swordplay to falter. Where he had previously managed to contend with Ye Ke by relying on Chen Xiaoju's instincts, he now found himself utterly unable to withstand Ye Ke's onslaught. Suffering two more strikes that heightened his agony and frayed his nerves, he instinctively retreated, his body trembling. He did not wish to die, not in this story. At merely 18, he was still young, with a future brimming with possibilities. He absolutely could not perish here. In a fleeting moment, he contemplated fleeing without a care. Yet, Ye Ke's words halted his thoughts. If you concede, let this matter be settled. Concede? No, absolutely not. This was not a surge of pride. It was the realization that conceding would leave him powerless to persuade Ye Ke, rendering the outcome unchangeable, leading to his demise. Death, death, death. Real pain and the weight of mortality relentlessly tormented Luo Ji's senses, pushing him to the brink of despair. He refused to die. Again. Gripping his sword, he felt the roughness of the hilt, roaring as he summoned every ounce of his strength. Ye Ke raised an eyebrow at the seemingly cornered Luo Ji and remarked, In that case, allow me to employ my most formidable technique to honor your bravery. Behold, the great, flourishing, heavenly net. As the word net left his lips, Luo Ji surged forward like a wild beast, his sword slicing through the air with the swiftness of a venomous serpent. Before him lay Yike's suddenly expansive sword intent, vast as the cosmos, rendering any desire to overcome it futile, let alone discern its origin. Yet, Luo Ji did not retreat. He yearned to win. He had to win. Confronted with this seemingly insurmountable strike, Luo Ji recalled the lethal blow he had previously delivered to Li Songwang and the moment in the original story where Chen Xiaoju triumphed over Yi Quebec. Chen Xiaoju had surged straight into the heart of the matter, a direct strike aimed at Yike's chest. Regardless of the myriad transformations of your great, flourishing, heavenly net, I shall strike with a single, straightforward blade, a direct approach. In that instant, Luo Ji suddenly grasped Chen Xiaoju's swordsmanship, simplicity. Previously, he had simply sought to eliminate Li Songwang. Now, he merely sought to overcome Yi Quebec. Thus, I shall conquer you. Chapter 7 New Acquisitions and Persuasion. Sword drawn, sword fallen. When Luo Ji's sword finally halted a mere inch from Yike's chest, his entire being quivered with tension. A breathtaking moment. Although it was but a fleeting exchange, it was a matter of life and death. Had Luo Ji's thoughts been anything but uncomplicated at the last moment, he might have met his demise beneath Yike's blade. Fortunately, at that critical juncture, he remained sufficiently straightforward, his sword arriving first at Yike's chest. Meanwhile, Yike's blade was still far from Luo Ji's throat. He had emerged victorious. Sweat poured from him uncontrollably, even causing his sword hand to tremble slightly. Yet, Luo Ji feigned nonchalance, sheathing his sword and declaring, "You have lost." In truth, at that final moment, he did not strike Yike down. He astonishingly halted his blade, a feat that left even him in disbelief. Yet it was fortuitous that he did so. Otherwise, all would have been in vain. Having bested Yike, he acquired the item, Great, Flourishing, Heavenly Net, Pseudo, and gained 2 skill points, rewards secured for later reckoning. The understanding of the principle of simplicity had been assimilated. As Luo Ji exhaled in relief, a voice he could not identify echoed in his mind. Had he truly received another reward? Not only did he gain a technique, but also an additional skill point and insight into the principle. It seemed that the greater the enemy's strength, the more substantial the rewards. This notion sparked Luo Ji's curiosity regarding the potential rewards for defeating Qin Wuzheng. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. For now, his priority remained to subdue Yi Quebec. Yi Sword King, do our previous accords still hold? Luo Ji inquired. Gazing at Yi Quebec, Yike appeared lost in thought for a while. After all, he had just suffered defeat in his most esteemed domain of swordsmanship. His journey had been smooth sailing thus far, having vanquished renowned swordsmen across Jiangnan before arriving in Luoyang. At the peak of his prowess, encountering an unexpected defeat would undoubtedly weigh heavily on his mindset. Yet, Yike was a person of character. After a moment, he chuckled, sheathing his sword and responding, "Your swordsmanship is extraordinary. I, Yi, can only humbly concede. Luoyang truly harbors hidden talents. If you have any commands, please do not hesitate to express them." It is said that Yi Sword King is a modest gentleman. Witnessing this today truly affirms the sentiment. Although Luo Ji had nearly met his end at Yike's hands, he remained impressed by Yike's nonchalance and demeanor, saying, "I am in awe of your prowess. Please, do not belittle yourself, Yi. Though I am merely an obscure assassin, how could I possibly find a place in your regard?" Luo Ji shook his head. "Do not be so humble, my friend. I have heard that the Iron Gate of Luoyang has noted Lu Banshan's opinions on local talents, stating that you, esteemed brother, are a subtle yet impactful presence. Today's encounter confirms that you indeed walk in harmony with the light of the world. Both in swordsmanship and character, qualities I find myself lacking." Yike sighed as he spoke. Upon hearing Yike's words, Luo Ji ceased to argue. At least he had gained leverage in persuading Yi Quebec. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder, why does esteemed brother also seek to kill Qin Wuzheng? Yike recalled Chen Xiaoju's connection to Qin Wuzheng, posing the question. When Yike inquired, a flicker of something danced in his eyes. Given Luo Ji's current sensitive status as a blade under Qin Wuzheng, it was not uncommon for blades to ascend by eliminating intermediaries. "I wish to return home," Luo Ji, despite lacking social experience, articulated his intentions with emotional acuity. He then recounted the sword philosophy of Qin Wuzheng he had gleaned from the original tale, and Yike, upon hearing it, indeed grasped its essence. Truly, he was a sword enthusiast. However, this was also the most persuasive argument. Qin Wuzheng, though appearing benevolent and amiable, was cold-hearted. Anything deemed useless would be ruthlessly destroyed, whether it was Chen Xiaoju yearning to return home or the increasingly audacious Wang Shifeng. He would always converse with a smile while subtly orchestrating one's demise. Thus, our objectives aligned. Ye Ke was finally swayed by Luo Ji's words. Since he was no match for Xiaoju, it seemed utterly fanciful to think he could assassinate Qin Wuzheng by himself. Given Xiaoju's years alongside Qin Wuzheng, he must be intimately familiar with him. Thus, the subsequent actions would be left to Xiaoju's discretion. Luo Ji let out a sigh of relief. After a night fraught with effort, fighting and baring his heart, he had finally secured the pivotal element to break the deadlock with Yi Quebec. The ensuing matters would be considerably simpler. After conversing a bit longer, the two emptied a pot of wine. Luo Ji, glancing at the sky, took his leave, agreeing to maintain contact with Ye Ke henceforth. By the time Luo Ji returned to the city, it was nearly the fourth watch. Peering through the window, he noticed the watchers still present, seemingly unperturbed. He then retired to bed, embarking on his first night in this bewildering world. Chapter 8. The assassination. Having navigated a harrowing first day, Luo Ji found himself at ease. He had grasped the crucial point to unravel the situation on that very day, which attested to his remarkable adaptability. Others, thrust into a perilous new world, might find themselves paralyzed by anxiety, even with formidable skills, perhaps missing the optimal moment to act. Luo Ji, however, seized the opportunity, bringing him a sense of reassurance. In the following days, he awaited the arrival of the 2 days before Jingzhe. On that day, he would be dispatched by Qin Wuzheng to carry out the final task, to assassinate the fearsome Ghost Eye, while Wang Shifeng would be sent to eliminate Yi Quebec. In the original narrative, Wang Shifeng met his demise. Yet now, circumstances had shifted. He had persuaded Ye Ke and informed him of Wang Shifeng's intentions that day. Ye Ke would show mercy, though Wang Shifeng remained oblivious to this development, and Luo Ji could not disclose it, understanding Wang Shifeng's extreme nature all too well. If informed, he would undoubtedly engage Ye Ke in a deadly confrontation, as he was a man of extremes, favoring the strongest liquor, the swiftest horses, the most exquisite women, and the most challenging sword techniques. He could not allow anyone's sword to surpass his own in speed or ferocity, nor could he accept mercy shown towards him. His pride was immense, and the sword was his greatest pride. He could never tolerate the humiliation of being spared. In truth, Ye Ke was not one to readily accept such leniency either. Thus, Luo Ji's strategy was to compel Ye Ke to strike with full force, yet spare Wang Shifeng's life. He would arrive at the ruins as swiftly as possible to prevent any potential tragedy. The script was written thus, but executing it entailed numerous considerations. For instance, Wang Shifeng had to feign death. To avoid raising suspicions in Qin Wuzheng, Wang Shifeng must convincingly appear to die, yet he could not truly perish. This charade had to be utterly convincing. Luo Ji pondered deeply and realized he could not accomplish this alone, thus placing his hopes on Feng Jiu. After Luo Ji had killed Li Songguang, Feng Jiu demonstrated remarkable proficiency in handling corpses, being an individual accustomed to unconventional methods. When Luo Ji sought her out again, he was relieved to find she possessed the necessary skills. In her own words, "While I might not excel at killing, I am exceptional at dealing with the dead. If you seek someone of this caliber in Luoyang, you need look no further than me. Just watch. Even if that person's own mother comes, she won't discern the truth." Though she readily agreed, her curiosity prompted numerous questions. Luo Ji, of course, could not divulge the truth, not out of fear she might sabotage the plan, but rather to prevent her from worrying. He sensed her feelings for either him or Chen Xiaoju, yet he could not reciprocate. Thus, he feigned ignorance, refusing to acknowledge it, while also ensuring she didn't become overly anxious. If she became too entangled and faced any peril, he would feel unbearable guilt. With Feng Jiu handling the corpse, the remaining matters rested on Luo Ji. In the subsequent days, he diligently practiced swordplay. Although Chen Xiaoju's sword techniques seemed ingrained in his very bones, they were not truly his. The duel with Ye Ke had shown that without a stroke of luck in grasping a fragment of Chen Xiaoju's sword intent, he would have faced certain death. Qin Wuzheng was a foe 100-fold more formidable than Ye Ke. He needed to prepare thoroughly. Whether Luo Ji's last-minute efforts would yield results was uncertain. He had never trained in swordsmanship before. If he were to genuinely learn, he might not even grasp the fundamentals. However, having triumphed over Ye Ke, he had internalized a principle known as simplicity, which seemed to be Chen Xiaoju's essence. His alignment with Chen Xiaoju's sword philosophy deepened, and now, When he wielded his sword, it felt as if Chen Xiaoju himself had possessed him. As for the principle of simplicity, Luo Ji was still exploring its depths. Upon returning home that day, the thought of this principle prompted him to seek out the already instilled essence. Initially, he was at a loss, but as he pondered, the principle materialized in his mind. The principle, simplicity, an incredibly straightforward essence, fluid as Xiaoju in the wind, yet still as distant as the ancient path through the wilderness. A reflection of one's true heart. This description was somewhat vague, yet Luo Ji could distinctly feel that whenever he felt agitated, recalling the word simplicity would immediately calm him. When practicing his sword, thinking of simplicity brought him closer to the stroke that had vanquished Ye that night. This was an almost mystical principle, extraordinarily wondrous. Days passed in this manner until the 2 days before Jingzhe finally arrived. On this day, the earth began to awaken, heralding warmer weather. After a final day of sword practice, Luo Ji received instructions from Qin Wuzheng to infiltrate the Zanhua building opposite the Tingyu building to prepare for the assassination. He first arrived at the Tingyu building, and under the guidance of an attendant, stealthily entered Zanhua building, changing into the attire of a servant in a storage room. The attendant led him to the kitchen and then quietly withdrew. Gazing at the dishes before him, Luo Ji picked them up and began his ascent to the upper floors. On the 3rd floor, in the private room of the Yingyue Pavilion, the Zanhua building boasted a prime location. From here, one could gaze at the bright moon above and the bustling streets below. At that moment, Qiu Wuji resided in that very chamber. As Luo Ji approached the 3rd floor, he heard a woman's voice singing from the staircase, reciting, "After the dream, the tower is locked high, the wine awakens, and the curtain falls low. Last year's spring sorrow came late, the fallen blossoms stand alone, and the swallows fly 2 by 2 in the light rain." It was a verse by Xiao Yan. The singer is the renowned courtesan, Xiao Yan, from the Zanhua Tower. Whether Luo Ji can succeed tonight hinges significantly on this woman. As Luo Ji knocks and enters, Qiu Wuji appears impatient, eyeing the beautiful woman on stage who is still singing passionately, ready to pounce at any moment. Upon seeing Luo Ji enter, the fierce-looking Qiu Wuji visibly scowls, gesturing dismissively, "Enough already, just put down your things and leave." Luo Ji nods, his heart is calm as still water. It is not merely because he has taken lives or dueled with Ye, but rather his simple mental techniques have activated, placing him in the optimal state for assassination. Chapter 9. Urgency. Luo Ji methodically lays out the items from the plate before Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji's discontent is palpable as he glares at Luo Ji, growling, "Didn't I tell you to get lost? Why are you still here?" As he extends his hand to strike Luo Ji, a momentary disruption in his aura reveals a fatal opening. This is the perfect moment to strike. Meanwhile, the enchanting woman on stage sings, "Remember when we first met? 2 hearts entwined like the fabric of our attire." Luo Ji draws his sword, or rather, Chen Xiaoju draws her sword. In that fleeting instant, Luo Ji and Chen Xiaoju become one, united in spirit, body, and their understanding of the sword. This scene mirrors the original tale perfectly. The blade sweeps through. Qiu Wuji has no chance to unsheath his weapon, clutching his throat as he collapses to the ground, unable to utter a sound. It is swift, too swift. The simplicity of it is profound, reaching the utmost simplicity. As the sword returns to its sheath, Luo Ji inhales deeply. At this moment, he has aligned himself with his best state. He has gleaned much from Chen Xiaoju's swordsmanship. When he eventually returns to his own body to practice, his starting point will be exceedingly high. Having slain Qiu Wuji, he gains 1 skill point, temporarily sealed, to be accounted for at the conclusion of the story. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Luo Ji is not surprised. Qiu Wuji is a significant character in the original tale, naturally more formidable than a mere role like Li Sangguang, making the reward for his death quite reasonable. Luo Ji has begun to discern some of the reward rules within this narrative, though he laments not acquiring additional equipment. As in the original story, the beautiful Xiao Lian does not display any surprise at the sudden violence. She simply closes the door and approaches Luo Ji, pretending to leave. Luo Ji is halted by Xiao Lian, who says, "Come to my room tonight." "How about now?" Luo Ji feigns contemplation. "You." The originally tender-hearted beauty flushes crimson at Luo Ji's words, her beautiful eyes shooting him a playful glare, lightly chiding him for his eagerness. Luo Ji merely smiles, gesturing for Xiao Lian to lead the way. Though her words suggest reluctance, her body is honest, as she leads him toward a concealed door. As for Qiu Wuji's corpse, it will surely be dealt with. Qin Wuzheng has long been entrenched in the business of killing in Luoyang, and certainly has connections even with a notorious place like Zanhua Tower. Following Xiao Lian through the hidden door and traversing several chambers, Luo Ji finally enters her boudoir. While Xiao Lian prepares to remove her makeup at the vanity, she casually asks, "Are you really leaving?" Luo Ji understands she refers to Chen Xiaoju's impending departure, and although he knows her lines to follow, he has no time for idle chatter. His urgent visit to Xiao Lian's room is not for romantic pursuits. He must escape. Time is of the essence. Just as he killed Qiu Wuji, Wang Shifeng has also begun to make his move. Although he has established connections with Ye, swords are blind, and Wang Shifeng is exceedingly extreme. If Luo Ji arrives too late, the consequences could be dire. Hence, as Xiao Lian speaks, Luo Ji strides toward her bed. "Hey, what are you doing?" Xiao Lian assumes he is overly eager to commence, ready to scold him. However, she watches as he swiftly approaches the bed, lifting the covers to reveal the bed's base. He then strikes a certain spot on the floorboard, which slowly opens, a mechanism originally devised by Chen Xiaoju for emergencies, now proving invaluable. "What are you doing?" Xiao Lian realizes Luo Ji is not seeking a romantic rendezvous, and observing his expression, she senses he has something significant to attend to. "Don't ask. Just pretend I'm spending the night here, all right?" Luo Ji turns to Xiao Lian, his gaze imploring. Having a complicated history with Chen Xiaoju, Xiao Lian hesitates but soon acquiesces, merely raising her brows before returning to her makeup. "Thank you." Luo Ji swiftly descends into the hidden passage beneath the bed. "Wait," Xiao Lian suddenly calls out. "Did you hear me sing?" Luo Ji pauses momentarily, offering no reply as he disappears below. "I'm sorry," he thinks, realizing this is an inevitable, unresolved fate. Whether it concerns Chen Xiaoju or himself, they are merely transient figures. Sliding down the hidden passage leads him to a compartment, where Luo Ji gathers his composure, moving with the agility of a weasel through the space until he reaches a vent leading outside. Emerging from the Zanhua Tower, Luo Ji vanishes into the night. No one is aware that Luo Ji has left, least of all Qin Wuzheng. Swiftly traversing Luoyang, Luo Ji exits the city at the fastest pace possible, yet anxiety stirs within him. The abandoned garden to the east is neither far nor near. Reaching it will take time, and the hour grows late. He fears arriving to find death already claimed its victims. Whether it be Ye or Wang Shifeng, both outcomes are unacceptable. The former would completely disrupt his plans, while the latter would necessitate vengeance. Wang Shifeng is a dear friend of Chen Xiaoju, and now, as Luo Ji embodies Chen Xiaoju, Wang Shifeng is thus his friend. It is a peculiar sentiment, yet as Luo Ji assimilates Chen Xiaoju's memories and swordsmanship, he finds this connection undeniable. He fervently prays that nothing is delayed, and thankfully, having mastered simple mental techniques, he can maintain his composure through his inner chants, preventing emotional turmoil that might hinder his progress. In less than half a stick of incense's time, Luo Ji arrives at the abandoned garden. Remaining calm, he surveys the area, evading Qin Wuzheng's men stationed outside and stealthily infiltrating the garden. Upon entry, he is met with a sight he wished to avoid. Ye and Wang Shifeng stand on the precipice of life and death. Chapter 10. Completing the side quest. The notion of life and death implies that both Wang Shifeng and Ye have reached the point where they must unleash their lethal skills. Although they had previously agreed to terms, in a duel between masters, circumstances can shift in an instant. At this juncture, even if Ye wished to hold back, it would be impossible. Whoever hesitates risks their own demise. If the situation continues to unfold, the outcome will mirror the original story. Fortunately, Luo Ji has arrived just in time. He possesses the ability to alter this fate. The question remains, how to effect this change? The clash of two top-tier swordsmen is a spectacle that even Luo Ji, let alone Chen Xiaoju, may find challenging to navigate. However, at this moment, Luo Ji must make a change. Everything he has done has been in service of this very instant, and he cannot allow it to end in failure. Calmness, deep breaths. The simple mental techniques manifest their immense value at this juncture, aiding Luo Ji in calming his emotions while seamlessly entering a state of uncomplicated sword intent. What must he do now? Prevent this fleeting moment of life and death. Thus, he resolutely closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the long sword in his hand had already been drawn, his entire being unexpectedly entering a state of serene detachment devoid of joy or sorrow. In the next moment, the blade arrived. Luo Ji's sword, positioned like an impenetrable wall, intercepted the swords of Ye and Wang Shifeng, their blades colliding against either side of Luo Ji's sword edge. A life-and-death struggle was ultimately diffused by Luo Ji in a manner that was almost silent. When he sensed the outcome, he felt somewhat drained. That last strike had indeed been perilously close, and he himself could not comprehend how he had managed it, completely entrusting the result to Chen Xiaoju's instincts. Fortunately, the conclusion was favorable. The side quest, Rescue Wang Shifeng, had been completed, and the reward was secured, to be distributed upon the conclusion of the story. Upon hearing this voice in his mind, Luo Ji was somewhat taken aback. He had saved Wang Shifeng purely due to the relationship between Qin Xiaoju and Wang Shifeng, as well as the desire to bolster their efforts against Qin Wuzheng. It now appeared that even if Wang Shifeng had perished at Ye Kei's hands, Luo Ji alone, alongside Ye Kei, could still triumph over Qin Wuzheng. With this realization, the immense pressure Luo Ji felt about ultimately defeating Qin Wuzheng began to dissipate significantly. At this moment, Wang Shifeng had also regained his composure, initially filled with furious indignation at the sudden interruption of his assassination attempt, wishing to eliminate the source of his ire without delay. However, upon realizing that the intruder was Luo Ji, he paused momentarily and managed to ask, "What are you doing, Qin Xiaoju?" Subsequently, he observed that Ye Kei had also ceased his attack, sheathing his sword. Slowly, he began to grasp the peculiarity of the night's events. Without hesitation, Luo Ji articulated his deductions and plans. Yet, persuading someone like Wang Shifeng proved exceedingly challenging. After listening to Luo Ji's reasoning, he intensely gazed at Ye Kei and remarked, "Do you believe I am not his match?" Upon hearing Wang Shifeng's inquiry, Luo Ji felt a chill run down his spine. He could not divulge that he had witnessed the original story, where indeed, Wang Shifeng was no match for him. Such an admission would incite Wang Shifeng to disregard everything and insist on confronting Ye Kei that very night. Wang Shifeng was precisely that obstinate and extreme. Ultimately, Luo Ji contemplated and could only invoke the bond between Chen Xiaoju and Wang Shifeng, saying, "Shifeng, consider this a favor for me. I truly wish to return home." Hearing Luo Ji's plea, Wang Shifeng found it difficult to refuse. Though he was indeed extreme and stubborn, he held a deep-seated loyalty to his friends. He nodded and simply stated, "All right." This unexpected agreement rendered Luo Ji momentarily speechless. It was remarkably straightforward. He then inquired, "Aren't you going to ask anything else?" "No need to inquire," Wang Shifeng replied. "I have long been dissatisfied with that old rascal Qin Wuzheng. It would come as no surprise if he were to engage in such treacherous acts. Furthermore, we can feign a performance, should Qin Wuzheng fail to arrive to kill you." Wang Shifeng paused, casting a glance at Ye Kei. "Then we shall settle our accounts later." "That is not feasible." Ye Kei, however, shook his head, prompting Wang Shifeng to erupt in anger, exclaiming, "What? Are you afraid?" "It is not fear," Ye Kei replied, shaking his head. "However, to settle accounts, I must first deal with Qin Wuzheng. If I am still alive by then, I shall certainly oblige." Wang Shifeng, upon hearing this, seemed to detect a hint of Ye Kei's caution towards him, and thus he ceased to press further, nodding in agreement. Very well. And so, matters were settled. The subsequent arrangements became straightforward. Luo Ji had long prepared for this day, with the corpse intended to impersonate Wang Shifeng already placed in the abandoned garden, awaiting collection by those from Tingyu Tower. With all preparations in place, Luo Ji knew he could not linger here any longer. He was untroubled by the thought of Ye Kei and Wang Shifeng clashing after his departure. In a sense, they could be regarded as genuine gentlemen of integrity. Thus, Luo Ji hastily made his way back to Luoyang City, employing the same method to stealthily re-enter Xiaolian's chamber. Emerging from beneath the bedboard, he found Xiaolian awake, having shed her vibrant makeup, sitting there in a natural and understated beauty under the flickering candlelight. She was waiting for him. Upon seeing Luo Ji emerge from beneath the bed, Xiaolian expressed no surprise, simply stating, "Come here," at the sound of her soft summons. With the fragrant aroma of the room enveloping him and the dim candlelight casting a tranquil beauty over her, Luo Ji's heart began to race uncontrollably. Could it be that he was to relinquish his virginity here tonight? No, he could not betray Fei Fei. Though his heart screamed in protest, Luo Ji found himself irresistibly drawn towards Xiaolian. It was not that he was truly unable to resist the allure of beauty, but rather that he needed to maintain control over Xiaolian, ensuring that everything else proceeded smoothly without her losing composure. Sitting before Xiaolian, Luo Ji endeavored to adopt Qin Xiaoju's nonchalance, concealing the turmoil and rapid heartbeat within. He said, "It is getting late. You should sleep. I must be on my way." Xiaolian seemed to acknowledge this with a soft but after a moment, she suddenly said, "Hold me tight." As she uttered those 3 words, Luo Ji felt her soft, fragrant body leaning into his embrace, and the warmth rendered him parched and breathless. his heart threatening to leap from his chest. Repeatedly chanting in his mind, "Fei Fei, I'm sorry. I did not mean to." Luo Ji was frozen in place, only daring to breathe as the gentle fragrance of her femininity enveloped him. Yet, Shaolin remained still, making no further movements, simply lying in his arms for a long while. When he finally felt the urge to move, he discovered that the enchanting woman had fallen asleep, her soft breaths rising and falling against his chest, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Luo Ji gently laid her down on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Were he another man, or perhaps a few years older, having outgrown the naivety of youth, he might have succumbed to temptation. After all, it would be foolish to ignore such an opportunity when beauty had so willingly offered herself. Yet, he was Luo Ji, only 18 years of age, still a child, and thus he viewed matters solely through the lens of right and wrong. Engaging with a woman with whom he shared no genuine feelings while borrowing another's identity was fundamentally wrong. As he exited the room and closed the door, he was suddenly reminded of a phrase from the original story. In the world of martial arts, those who are entwined shall part, never to meet again. Upon leaving Zanhua Tower, Luo Ji sensed that he was being watched, which was fortuitous. This was precisely what he needed. He intended for Qin Wujing to see him emerge from Xiao Lian's quarters, thereby eliminating any grounds for suspicion. It was imperative to minimize risk. Although everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, even the slightest misstep could result in dire consequences for Luo Ji. With these thoughts weighing on him, he couldn't help but worry about Fei Fei. Could that girl truly survive amidst such a treacherous narrative? Murder, life and death, and even darker horrors awaited. He could only hope that the story she had entered was not so merciless. Under the cover of night, he returned to the dilapidated house in the eastern part of the city, where he slept soundly. The following day, Luo Ji adhered to protocol and sought out Qin Wujing to collect the final payment, as he had indeed killed Qiu Wuji, thus earning his reward for taking a life. Upon reaching the Listening Rain Pavilion, Qin Wujing did not make an appearance. Instead, a newly appointed attendant settled the bill on his behalf. Luo Ji, having received the money, departed without sensing any irregularities, indicating that everything had transpired smoothly. As he was on his way home, Luo Ji had to feign the pretense of making final purchases, intending to bring back some items from Luoyang City. He arrived at the bustling marketplace and began to shop. Originally, his intention was to mislead Qin Wujing's spies by staging this act, but to his surprise, as he wandered, he stumbled upon a luminous object at a small stall. The so-called glowing item was indeed extraordinary, radiating a light reminiscent of that which emanated from Li Songguang's corpse at the time of his demise, suggesting it was something truly remarkable. Rather than rushing over and drawing attention, he ambled leisurely towards it, casually crouching down to discern the nature of the radiant object. It was an ancient-looking ring, appearing so antiquated that it could hardly be classified as an antique. It seemed rather dilapidated. Had it not been for the glow, Luo Ji would have overlooked it entirely. Nevertheless, he refrained from directly touching the ring, as such an action would be too conspicuous. Instead, he feigned interest in other trinkets displayed on the stall, which appeared to be a collection of worthless baubles. The stallkeeper, a middle-aged man sporting a pair of rat-like whiskers, began to flatter and boast. "Ah, esteemed sir, your discerning eye is evident. Although our stall is modest, we offer only genuine treasures. Just look at this jar. Though it seems unremarkable, it has origins from the imperial palace of a bygone dynasty. Clean it up, and you shall be astonished by its beauty and craftsmanship." Luo Ji absent-mindedly touched the jar, though his indifference was clear. "All right, I intend to buy this for pickling vegetables." "How much?" he inquired. The middle-aged man hesitated, chuckling awkwardly. "Ah, but this is a fine piece. It cannot merely be for pickling. Given our fortuitous encounter, I can let it go for 5 taels of silver, no less. Here, 10 taels." Luo Ji generously handed over the coins, for he had ample funds that he could not transport out of the city, and spending them brought him no distress. He picked up 2 jars and a wash basin, casually placing the ring among them. "Excuse me, sir, how can you take so many items? Their total doesn't even amount of 5 taels," the stallkeeper exclaimed, flustered. Luo Ji ignored his protests and left with his acquisitions. The stallkeeper, realizing he had been outmaneuvered, chose not to voice further complaints, unaware that the finest item from his stall had just been claimed by Luo Ji. After a discreet stroll, Luo Ji returned to his residence in the eastern part of the city. He retrieved the ring from the wash basin, and once again, the familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Discovery. Mysterious ring. Mysterious ring. This is an enigmatic ring, possibly harboring great secrets." Then, silence fell. Luo Ji had anticipated further revelations, but was met with nothing more. Surprisingly, the ring had not vanished like the secret manuals that had previously exploded from Li Songwang. It remained firmly in his possession. This was quite peculiar. After some further examination, he could not deduce anything of significance, so he decided against further scrutiny. Instead adorning his right pinky with the ring, perhaps it would prove useful in time. That evening, he stealthily ventured out to the abandoned garden in the eastern part of the city to meet Yi Ke and Wang Shifang. The two of them had indeed kept their promise and refrained from fighting. According to their accounts, the prepared corpse had already been removed. The body had been meticulously handled, ensuring that Qin Wuzheng would find no flaws. The three conspired about the potential final showdown the following day. And then Luo Ji returned to the city under the cover of night. Chapter 12. The finale. The next day heralded the arrival of the long-anticipated moment. The rain depicted in the tale fell as foretold. Luo Ji lay in bed for quite some time before finally rising. Aware that today would reveal whether he could escape this cursed world. While packing his belongings, he silently counted down. Upon reaching 100, a knock echoed at his door. Upon opening it, he found yesterday's attendant, who, with a tone of urgency, relayed, "Mr. Zhu, Wang Shifang has died." Luo Ji feigned surprise, responding, "What happened?" The attendant recited the scripted line. Luo Ji paused momentarily, then inhaled deeply, "Take me to see." Having executed this entire sequence flawlessly, he marveled at his own performance. Considering joining a drama club upon his return to university, he felt like a natural actor. Following the attendant, he arrived at the Listening Rain Pavilion, where Qin Wuzheng awaited him in the backyard. Wang Shifang's body lay before him, rain cascading from the eaves. Who killed him? Luo Ji clutched his sword. Following the original script, he lowered his gaze, concealing his expression from Qin Wuzheng, and spoke in a subdued tone, masking his sadness and restraint. He understood that the body before him was not Wang Shifang's. It had been expertly prepared by Feng Jiao, closely resembling Wang Shifang, even replicating the calluses on his hands with remarkable accuracy. Luo Ji had to commend Feng Jiao's skill, though the head was conspicuously absent, an unavoidable necessity, as it was too challenging to fabricate. From the current situation, it seems Qin Wuzheng has been deceived, he noted. The most formidable figure in Jiangnan, Qin Wuzheng remarked. Before he left last night, I warned him repeatedly that Yi Ke's swordsmanship is exceptional. He is nearly my equal, and he must exercise utmost caution. Qin Wuzheng sighed. What a pity. Very well, Luo Ji replied, feeling his tone and intensity were expertly calibrated. He then exited, sword in hand. At the entrance of the Listening Rain Pavilion, the new attendant called out to him, handing over a box, saying, "Mr. Zhu, the manager advises you to remain vigilant." Understood. Luo Ji replied tersely, uninterested in further conversation. This chapter of events had concluded, and Qin Wuzheng had taken the bait. Now it was time to execute the final act leading to the ultimate confrontation. The box contained all the information regarding Yi Ke, which Luo Ji did not even glance at, and he returned home to await nightfall. When darkness finally enveloped the city, the rain had ceased. But the sky was devoid of stars and the moon. A perfect night for murder. Luo Ji grasped his sword and made his way outside the city. He was aware that Qin Wuzheng was following him, though he remained oblivious to his movements, for Qin Wuzheng was undoubtedly his superior in strength. However, he felt no concern, knowing that in the end, Qin Wuzheng would inevitably reveal himself. With swift strides, Luo Ji arrived at the outskirts to the abandoned garden, where Yi Ke awaited him. As he stepped inside, both men refrained from acknowledging one another. Yi Ke broke the silence, saying, "A distinguished guest visits late at night. My apologies for the lack of proper reception." Luo Ji's response was a swift strike with his sword. A fierce battle was imminent, and both exhibited remarkable skill in their performances, each embodying the essence of a life-and-death confrontation. This is the result of their numerous rehearsals. It must be executed this way because Qin Wuzheng is undoubtedly nearby, observing them. The performance must be complete. Ultimately, the outcome bears little distinction from the original narrative. Yi Ke aims to slay Luo Ji with a grandiose strike, while Luo Ji thrusts his sword directly, piercing Yi Ke's heart. Of course, it does not genuinely penetrate. Rather, through an exquisitely cunning force, it pierces the blood packet concealed in Yi Ke's chest, provided by Feng Jiao, without truly entering Yi Ke's body. Blood gushes from Yi Ke's chest, and he collapses. Luo Ji approaches him, closes his eyes, but is acutely focused on whether Qin Wuzheng will make his appearance. At the same time, he reminds Yi Ke to prepare for the final moments. The true battle, at this juncture, has only just commenced. As Luo Ji rises, the rain begins to fall again. He turns to leave, and at that moment, Qin Wuzheng finally appears. Standing at the doorway, gazing at Luo Ji, a profound silence envelopes them. Luo Ji vividly recalls the original story's description of this moment. A silence so deep it is palpable. The instant Luo Ji lays eyes upon Qin Wuzheng, he feels as if the world around him has vanished. The sound of rain, the wind, all other noises dissolve, leaving only Qin Wuzheng and the pressure he exerts. It feels as though he is being locked onto. Previously, Luo Ji had encountered Qin Wuzheng, but in those earlier instances, he merely sensed a tranquil, indifferent presence that enveloped him like a gentle spring breeze. Now, however, Qin Wuzheng seems to have transformed entirely. His murderous intent is overwhelming, as if even the rain above has been stilled. He intends to kill Luo Ji. Every hair on Luo Ji's body stands on end. It is cold, exceedingly cold. It is not merely the rain soaking his shoulders and seeping into his body. It is a chill that feels as though every blood vessel within him has frozen. Draw your sword. Qin Wuzheng still smiles, his demeanor warm and gentle. Yet that smile no longer conveys any warmth to Luo Ji. All that remains is an oppressive sensation. In that moment, Luo Ji fully comprehends the might and terror of Qin Wuzheng. He does not even need to draw his sword. Merely standing there, watching, is enough to render one breathless. Despite Luo Ji's desperate attempts to stabilize his emotions through simple mental techniques, he fervently reminds himself that the current circumstances are wholly different from the original tale. He has allies, too, in fact. No matter how formidable Qin Wuzheng may be, he cannot possibly overcome the three of them. Yet, he still feels the urge to act. He must draw his sword. If he does not, he fears he may lose the courage to do so, subjugated by Qin Wuzheng. Thus, Luo Ji unsheathes his sword, aiming it directly at Qin Wuzheng, the only solace being that he maintains the mindset of simple mental techniques. This strike is meant to kill Qin Wuzheng. Qin Wuzheng observes the attack and smiles. The next moment, Chapter 13, such a fierce strike. Qin Wuzheng draws his sword. In that instant, Luo Ji recalls the original narrative's description of the foremost assassin intermediary in Luoyang. Lu Banxian had remarked that Qin Wuzheng embodies grand expression, a dragon of the night moon from Qingqiu. His sword indeed resembles a dragon. After 10 years of refraining from drawing his sword, when he finally does, it thirsts for blood. This is a bloodthirsty dragon. Luo Ji feels cornered. The entire universe seems filled with the killing intent of Qin Wuzheng's strike. It is the purest and most extreme murderous aura. Compared to the grandiose strike of Ye Qin Wuzheng's sword is an endless and inescapable force. Luo Ji instinctively thinks of defense. He must defend himself. Facing this strike, his inherited combat intuition from Chen Xiaojun warns him that to confront it head-on would likely lead to his demise. In the original story, Chen Xiaojun surely sensed this impending death but chose to attack instead, for he stood alone. With no one behind him, defense would only lead to slow death. However, the situation is different now. Luo Ji is not alone. He has allies, too. So, Luo Ji steps back, silently reciting his simple mental techniques. Envisioning a small orange tree standing calmly by the ancient road, enduring the winds and rains. Regardless of the tempest, it remains steadfast. Yet, Qin Wuzheng's sword intent is overwhelmingly powerful. Before they even engage, Luo Ji already feels a sharp pain in his face as rain pours down upon him, striking alongside Qin Wuzheng's sword. At this moment, a resounding, dragon-like sword cry reverberates. Just as Luo Ji prepares to withstand Qin Wuzheng's strike, Ye Qin, who had previously fallen behind him, suddenly rises, thrusting his sword at Qin Wuzheng. This strike's timing is impeccable. As Qin Wuzheng uses all his strength and momentum to thrust at Luo Ji, he should be unable to react to Ye Qin's surprise attack. Even if he does, he would surely suffer significant consequences, leading to their victory. Yet, Qin Wuzheng, true to his reputation, remains composed. He merely furrows his brow, retracting the fiery momentum of his sword. At the same time, he deftly points his sword toward Ye Qin's lethal strike, effortlessly neutralizing the threat, and retreats with the force of their two blades colliding. The entire sequence unfolds with fluid grace, revealing no flaws. Nevertheless, Luo Ji and Ye Qin refuse to concede. Even after Qin Wuzheng has countered their onslaught, they continue their pursuit, despite finding no advantage. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the ground beneath where Qin Wuzheng is about to land erupts, a long sword piercing through the earth. This strike is far more abrupt and lethal than Ye Qin's. It is an utterly merciless killing blow, wielded by a true assassin, Wang Shifeng. Wang Shifeng lies concealed beneath the ground. This is the pivotal strike that Luo Ji and his comrades devised. The preceding actions were merely tests and setups. If they can slay Qin Wuzheng, it would be ideal. If not, after Ye Kei's strike, Qin Wuzheng would undoubtedly lower his guard, making him vulnerable to Wang Shifeng's surprise attack. He would have no chance to react, potentially leading to a fatal blow. However, it must be noted that the target of this strike is not an ordinary person. An ordinary individual would not require the combined efforts of Luo Ji, Ye Kei, and Wang Shifeng to defeat them. A common martial artist would likely have succumbed to Ye Kei's strike alone, let alone Wang Shifeng's lethal attack, which spells certain death. Yet, he is Qin Wuzheng, the dragon from Qingqiu. In that moment, Qin Wuzheng remains unfazed. Even suspended in midair, seemingly unable to leverage any force, he manages to pivot mid-flight, deftly countering Wang Shifeng's lethal strike with a point of his long sword. He then gracefully evades Wang Shifeng's attack, landing lightly as if carried by the wind, returning to the steps from which he initially drew his sword, silently observing the three young men who have now come to a halt. The rain continues to pour, intensifying. Three stand in the rain, while one remains sheltered beneath the eaves. Perhaps the most remarkable swordsmen of their respective generations, they gaze at one another through the downpour. Qin Wuzheng, still smiling, looks at the trio and remarks, "How intriguing, Qin Xiaojun, Wang Shifeng, Ye Kei. You three have actually joined forces to attempt to kill me. This is truly the most fascinating encounter I have had tonight." Luo Ji remains silent, as does Wang Shifeng. As the sword was drawn, it signified a matter of life and death. Many understood the implications, so there was no need for idle chatter. Tonight, whoever emerged victorious would walk out of this forsaken garden. Only Ye Kei, a descendant of nobility, slightly bowed towards Qin Wuzheng and remarked, "Mr. Qin, the heirs of the Yi family have come to collect a debt." This fallen nobleman, even in the act of killing, demanded clarity and decorum. "I understand," Qin Wuzheng nodded. "There is a saying in the martial world, one who lives by the sword must eventually pay the price. Today, it remains to be seen if you can take my life." He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The next moment, when he opened them again, he had transformed entirely. In the previous instant, he was a gentle, elegant, serene yet coldly contradictory figure, a merchant who appeared amiable yet remained indifferent. Now, he shed those layers to become a pure swordsman with fervent light in his eyes. It was as if the legendary swordmaster, the Mad Dragon of Qingqiu, had returned. "Do you know why I am called Wuzheng?" Qin Wuzheng asked as he stepped down from the platform. With that first step, both Luo Ji and Ye Kei, along with Wang Shifeng, felt an overwhelming pressure, instinctively tightening their grips around their swords. As he took his second step, raindrops fell upon his shoulders. Yet they seemed to be repelled by an unseen force emanating from him. By the third step, he was fully engulfed in the rain, exhaling with conviction. "No one dares to contend with me." He unleashed his sword with fervor. In that moment, Luo Ji, Wang Shifeng, and Ye Kei each felt as if the strike was aimed directly at them. The torrential rain parted. The dark night was pierced. What a ferocious strike. Chapter 14. The Willows of Zhangtai. What seemed like a single sword stroke managed to make three individuals feel as though it was directed at them. This demonstrated an extraordinary mastery of swordsmanship, transcending technique into the realm of pure sword intent. Luo Ji and the others had no time for communication, compelled to respond as best they could. Despite being a solitary figure wielding a single sword, Qin Wuzheng surged forth with the force of a tempest, akin to a dragon soaring through a vast river. With each swing of his sword, Luo Ji and his companions could only adopt a defensive stance, the sounds of clashing blades ringing out like chimes. Qin Wuzheng laughed heartily, reciting, Zhangtai Willow, once verdant, is it still so? Even if the long branches droop like before, they should still be plucked by others." He chanted a poignant poem of lost love, originally steeped in melancholy. Yet his voice imbued it with an irresistible momentum. Bolstered by this aura, his swordplay grew increasingly vigorous, overwhelming not only Luo Ji and his companions, but seemingly halting the very rain and wind. Qin Wuzheng was undeniably formidable. Luo Ji struggled to withstand Qin Wuzheng's overwhelming sword force. He had believed that the combined powers of himself, Wang Shifeng, and Ye Kei would easily subdue Qin Wuzheng. However, in the throes of battle, he realized how naive he had been. The ferocity of Qin Wuzheng's sword was beyond comprehension, both astoundingly swift and unreasonably powerful. Techniques that seemed impossible were all present in Qin Wuzheng's swordsmanship, yet he could not counter them. Yi Ke and Wang Shifeng shared this sentiment, suddenly feeling their own sword techniques akin to those of novices when compared to Qin Wuzheng. No wonder this man commanded respect in Chang'an, earning the moniker of the Mad Dragon of Qingxiu. Such grand artistry flowed from him as he wielded his sword, each stroke reminiscent of mountains and rivers, stars and moons in turmoil. What a wild dragon! Qin Wuzheng continued to recite, willow branches, fragrant seasons, year after year, loathed parting. A single leaf carried by the wind heralds autumn. Even if you come, how can it be plucked? The final 3 words shifted from an exuberant tone to one of seething rage, as if all the life's frustrations and resentments coalesced within them, culminating in a singular emotion, murder. A surge of murderous intent enveloped Luo Ji and the others. Wang Shifeng, unable to withstand the onslaught, was sent flying by a single strike, crashing heavily into the rain, unconscious. Yi Ke barely managed to defend himself, yet was also forced back, blood gushing from his hands as they trembled, unable to wield his sword further. Only Luo Ji remained, desperately clinging to a simple mental state, envisioning a small orange tree by the ancient road, somehow managing to withstand that strike, though his entire being was in turmoil, speech escaping him. Qin Wuzheng sheathed his sword, gazing at the 3, particularly at Luo Ji, who still held his weapon in opposition. With a raspy voice, he chuckled, "Little Orange, you truly are the one I hold in highest regard, so perish." Qin Wuzheng laughed maniacally, his long hair whipping in the tempest as he struck once more at Luo Ji's brow. This was a lethal blow, unavoidable. Luo Ji could only brace himself, everything reverting to its initial state. Death loomed as an inescapable conclusion. Why? Why must it be this way? In that fleeting moment, Luo Ji's mind went blank, overwhelmed by chaotic thoughts of what death might entail. Realizing he could not block that strike, all efforts would be in vain. Tick! A raindrop fell upon his neck, jolting him back to clarity. The simple mental state flowed anew. Qin Wuzheng's sword is but 3 feet. He roared, unleashing all the accumulated despair and terror from this inexplicable game of murder. Everything converged within that sword. This might be the final strike. I must kill him. That thought consumed Luo Ji in his last moment. The sword pierced through the curtain of rain. Luo Ji felt his life flashing before his eyes in a rapid, kaleidoscopic reel. So it is true, before death, one truly experiences such a phenomenon. The blades clashed. A terrifying force surged from the other end, crashing into Luo Ji's body like a mountain's roar. Pain enveloped him, starting from his fingertips, layer by layer, inch by inch, as though his skin were being peeled away and his bones shattered. He could not suppress a cry of agony. Death was imminent. Yet, in that instant, he suddenly heard a pop, as if something had shattered, or perhaps a shackle had been broken. In the next moment, the torrential rain continued to pour down relentlessly. Yet Luo Ji felt entirely transformed. He inhaled deeply, savoring the air infused with moisture. Never before had he experienced life so vividly and comfortably as he did at that moment. He had survived. Chapter 15. Settlement and Return. Surviving. A truly astonishing feat indeed. Luo Ji had emerged unscathed, thanks to his audacious gamble and the mysterious ring now known as One Sand. Initially, he could not comprehend how he had survived the terrifying strike from Qin Wuzheng, but upon examining the newly named ring's description, clarity dawned upon him. One Sand quality, fine, green, upgradable, function, storage, with an internal capacity of 2 cubic meters for non-living objects, possessing the effect of temporal stasis, i.e., no change occurs, skill, absorption, capable of absorbing a certain amount of energy in any form, usable once per day, special progress. Energy storage, currently at 1. Upgrading when it reaches 100 description, 1 sand, 1 world, 1 leaf, 1 Bodhi. This item is a relic of ancient powers, and faintly inscribed within the inner circle of the ring is an indistinguishable character for King, the author of which remains unknown. The reason he was spared from Qin Wuzheng's lethal sword was due to the ring's automatic activation of its absorption skill, which completely absorbed the sword's force. Frankly, after reading this description, Luo Ji was momentarily stunned. He never anticipated that a mere excursion to a market for theatrics would yield such a life-saving artifact. Without this ring, his demise would have been inevitable. One could only attribute it to luck. After vanquishing Qin Wuzheng, Luo Ji naturally fulfilled his ultimate task of returning home, as no one could obstruct his path any longer. As for the impending chaos and bloodshed that would engulf Luoyang due to Qin Wuzheng's death, Luo Ji felt no inclination to concern himself with it. The confrontation between Wang Shifeng and Yi Ke, who had previously vowed to settle their scores, fizzled out as both were grievously injured. It seemed Wang Shifeng had realized, during his final battle with Qin Wujing, that he was no match for Ye Ke, and thus he would likely need to devote himself to arduous training. After sharing a hearty drink with Wang Shifeng and Ye Ke, Luo Ji departed quietly, having no parting words. Sometimes, farewells are the most challenging. He entrusted Wang Shifeng with a message for Feng Jiao, but regarding Xiao Lian, he could only remain silent. He packed a few belongings and, just as the sun began to rise, left Luoyang. Walking along the somewhat lonely official road in the early morning, Luo Ji glanced back at the city of Luoyang, which was becoming less visible, inhaling deeply as a gentle melancholy of parting and the joy of returning home washed over him. Finally, he was going back. He wondered how Fei Fei was faring. In a secluded alley of Luoyang, Feng Jiao, having changed back into her feminine attire and adorned herself alluringly, gazed at a pot of freshly cooked snail chicken and muttered a low insult at cowardice. In the Zanhua building, the renowned courtesan Xiao Lian was practicing her vocalizations, singing, "I remember the first meeting, 2 heart-shaped robes." It seemed the city of Luoyang was about to experience another downpour. Suddenly, Luo Ji felt a wave of dizziness. The next moment, he vanished from the official road. When he regained consciousness, he found himself not in his own room, but in a dimly lit study. He was seated in a leather armchair, facing an exquisitely vintage wooden desk. A book with a black cover, reminiscent of the one he had initially purchased online, floated from the desk and opened before him. Instantly, everything he had experienced in the story of Killer Little Tangerine flashed before his eyes like a rapid slideshow, halting at the moment of his silhouette disappearing into the sunlight. Then, the vision faded, and a colossal page appeared in front of him, inscribed with Story World, Killer Little Tangerine character played, Chan Xiaoju ability enhancement, 100 story difficulty, extremely easy main quest, reverse the ending, completed, clue utilization, 57 world exploration, 34 additional completion, save Wang Shifeng overall rating, barely passable now. Rewards are being distributed. Basic reward, 5 attribute points. Story acquisition, item surprise trio, item great profound celestial net, false, skill points, 3. Additional acquisition, item Wang Shifeng saddle. Boss battle reward, item killing sword, Zhangtai Willow, false, skill points, 3. Commencing reward distribution. Beginning return. Upon seeing the phrase beginning return, before Luo Ji could revel in his joy, darkness enveloped him once more, and he finally returned to his longed-for home, the realm of reality, the authentic world. However, before he could take a breath of reality's air, that nightmarish voice echoed in his mind again. The reader's personal datization mode has been activated, allowing you to view your data status at any time. This voice caused his breath to catch, although his phone, which had been video calling Fei Fei, was still open and the connection had only been lost a minute ago, and the hot water beside him continued to steam. Everything seemed as it had been just before he entered the story world. Yet, he understood that it was not a dream. The book with the black cover lying quietly on his bed, as if awaiting someone to open it, the constricting sensation from the mysterious ring on his right pinky, and the black umbrella lying quietly at his feet, almost identical to the one in Qin Wujing's hand, all silently reminded him that what had transpired was undeniably real. Fei Fei. After being lost in thought for a moment, Luo Ji suddenly realized that since he had returned, he must wonder if Fei Fei had too. Contemplating this, he promptly initiated a video call with Fei Fei through Goose Message. However, after a prolonged wait, Fei Fei did not answer, and Goose Message indicated that she was busy. Luo Ji hastily sent a message. "Fei Fei, are you there? Please reply if you see this." After sending the message, he called Fei Fei, but there was still no answer, and she did not respond to his message either. Panic began to rise within him. Could something have happened to Fei Fei? Recalling the tumultuous experiences in the story world, he could no longer remain seated. He stood up, intending to check on Fei Fei, needing to ascertain her well-being. However, as he rose, he cast a glance at the black umbrella lying on the floor and paused. Chapter 16. Attribute Points. The reason Luo Ji halted was that he forced himself to regain his composure. This self-imposed calm stemmed from his growth after experiencing the story world, diminishing the youthful naivety within him. Furthermore, he unconsciously activated a simple mental technique. This was merely an instinctive action. In the story world, whenever he felt overwhelming anxiety threatening to overwhelm him, he would employ this method to forcibly calm himself. This time was merely a replication of that behavior. To his surprise, it worked. Not only was this a testament to his mental progress, but he had also unwittingly brought that simple mental technique into the realm of reality. This was serendipity. Yet, After a moment of surprise, he set aside that thought. What mattered most now was Fei Fei. However, with his newfound composure, he would not recklessly rush to Fei Fei's house. He would prepare first. After all, this matter was evidently extraordinary, and Luo Ji had no idea what had transpired, thus necessitating a strategy for the worst-case scenario. Perhaps, no, it was almost certain that what lay ahead for Luo Ji would involve the supernatural. However, he was no longer an ordinary person. He had become, in a sense, a superhuman. Moreover, he had acquired a plethora of spoils yet to be thoroughly examined. His first step was to activate the digital mode indicated by the voice in his mind. In the next moment, a screen resembling a template from an online game appeared before Luo Ji. Name: Luo Ji. Lineage: ordinary human. Physical attributes: strength 7 compared to the average male's 9, intelligence 10 compared to the average male's 9, stamina 6 compared to the average male's 9, reaction 9 compared to the average male's 9, speed 8 compared to the average male's 9, remaining attribute points 5. Upon observing his physical attributes, Luo Ji could not help but smile wryly. His lack of regular exercise had rendered most of his physical attributes inferior to those of a typical male, with only his intelligence standing out. This was a testament to his background as a child in an orphanage, where he ultimately escaped through his exceptional academic abilities and a scholarship. Determined to improve his physical condition, Luo Ji was momentarily disheartened by the realization of his frailty, particularly after having become accustomed to Chun Xiaojuan's powerful physique, which allowed for effortless agility and swift swordplay. Now, he felt somewhat encumbered by his true body. With 5 remaining attribute points, he decided to prioritize stamina, as it was particularly lacking. He allocated 3 points to stamina, bringing it to the level of an ordinary person, and distributed the remaining 2 points to speed, neglecting strength for the moment. Having developed a fondness for the swift and electric-like movements experienced while inhabiting Chun Xiaojuan's form, he instinctively chose to enhance his speed. As soon as he finished allocating his points, he sensed a marked change in his body. His breathing became significantly deeper, and when he waved his hand experimentally, he noticed a considerable increase in speed. Though it paled in comparison to Chun Xiaojuan's capabilities, her body was akin to that of a small superhero. After completing his attribute adjustments, he recalled the mention of skill points in the rewards section. Upon contemplating this, the scene before him transformed once more, morphing into a panel reminiscent of a skill tree in an online game. This skill tree was divided into general skills and exclusive skills. Among the exclusive skills, Luo Ji discovered the simple mental technique he had acquired in the story world. Mental technique, simple level, 1 passive, allows the practitioner to maintain a tranquil state, calming negative emotions, and may produce unexpected effects when combined with sword techniques. Training description. This technique requires visualization of the sunset along an ancient path to cultivate pure and simple internal energy. Luo Ji found it astonishing that this technique not only helped in calming his mind, but also had the potential to cultivate internal energy, which seemed incredible. If this were indeed the case, reaching a level akin to Chen Xiaojuan's might not be impossible. He then examined the other exclusive skills, which included the stunning 3 styles acquired from defeating Li Songguang and the Grand Heaven's Net, Pseudo obtained during his battle with Yi Quebec. However, these 2 skills could not be utilized directly. They required the expenditure of skill points for mastery. The stunning 3 styles could be learned for just 1 skill point, while the Grand Heaven's Net, Pseudo, required a full 5 points. With only 6 skill points in total, he refrained from hastily investing in them, considering he had yet to explore the general skills. The general skills section was far more extensive than the exclusive skills, encompassing 5 branches: firearms, cold weapons, martial arts, life skills, and others. Within these branches, further classifications emerged, such as sword mastery and knife mastery under cold weapons, and basic combat proficiency and basic footwork proficiency within martial arts. The life skills category even included basic medical proficiency, which was acceptable, and driving proficiency, which made sense. But what was the deal with cooking proficiency? Did this imply he could eventually acquire the ability to prepare magical dishes? After a preliminary exploration of these skills, he decided against learning the Grand Heaven's Net, Pseudo, for the time being, as the required skill points were excessive and would hinder his foundational learning. If he pursued it prematurely, it would be akin to a child wielding a machine gun, possessing immense power yet lacking the control to wield it effectively, risking self-harm in the process. Ultimately, Luo Ji allocated his skill points as follows. Sword mastery was essential, as he played the role of Chen Xiaojun and Killer Xiaojun, and his most familiar combat style involved swordplay, which he had no prior experience with. Thus, he spent 1 skill point on sword mastery. Next, He invested in basic combat proficiency, recognizing that relying solely on a sword would not suffice in all situations. He spent another skill point here. With 4 points remaining, he reserved one for the stunning 3 styles, ensuring he had an offensive skill to accompany his foundational combat ability. The remaining 3 points were evenly divided among basic footwork proficiency, basic medical proficiency, and basic driving proficiency, considering the need for mobility and self-defense in urban combat scenarios. Chapter 17, Disappearance. Upon completing his skill training, Luo Ji felt an overwhelming influx of knowledge in his mind, encompassing sword techniques, basic healing methods, and the operation of various vehicles. It was an indescribable sensation, as if he had always possessed these skills, only to have forgotten them, and now they had resurfaced. Gently clenching his fist, Luo Ji experienced an exhilarating illusion of boundless power. Simultaneously, the skill panel transformed, illuminating the skills he had mastered, all marked at level 1. Accompanied by the note, when proficiency reaches a sufficient level, there will be an opportunity for automatic upgrades. In the exclusive skills section, the description for the stunning 3 styles was distinct. Stunning 3 styles, a 3-part skill consisting of Hong Qi, Hong Fei, and Hong Luo. First style, Hong Qi. Rapidly thrust the sword at the opponent, increasing sword speed by 30 and enhancing damage. Second style, Hong Fei. Abruptly lift the sword upward, boosting explosive power by 50 and creating a shockwave effect. Third style, Hong Luo. Slice downward in a fan-shaped arc, capable of striking all enemies within range, possessing severing properties. The 3 styles can be used separately, but when executed in succession, they produce a combo effect, granting the user a 30 speed increase and a 35 armor penetration effect for 5 seconds post-combo. Note, this technique originates from the swordplay of Li Songguang, a disgraced disciple of the Iron Sword sect. Due to his inadequate talent, he did not fully master the sect's sword techniques, leaving significant room for improvement. Upon reading the description of this skill, Luo Ji felt a surge of excitement. He glanced at the umbrella resembling Qin Wuzhing's sword lying on the ground, guessing it was likely a replica of Qin Wuzhing's famed blade, and instinctively picked it up. As he grasped the azure umbrella, fresh information flooded into Luo Ji's mind. The Sword of Slaughter chapter of the Willow at the Zhangtai Pseudo quality. Rare, blue, sharpness. 10. In comparison to the current world, it can effortlessly sever most alloys, and with utmost application, it can penetrate the armor of main battle tanks. Skill. Zhangtai Willow Qingqiu Wild Dragon Slaughter can summon Qin Wuzhing to execute this move. When the technique is activated, everything within a 5-meter radius becomes a domain of death. All entities are subject to its assault, wielding immense power, with a cooldown of 10 days. Additional function, shelter from wind and rain. This sword, which doubles as an umbrella, can shield from the rain on a rainy day. Description. At first glance, it appears to be a blue umbrella, yet it is, in fact, an extraordinarily sharp sword. Qin Wuzhing has a penchant for carrying this umbrella on rainy days. Embroidered upon its surface is a poem. Willow branches, fragrant festival, alas, year after year gifting parting. A single leaf with the wind suddenly heralds autumn. Even if you come, how can it be plucked? The characters are elegantly inscribed, the embroidery exquisitely detailed, the origin of which remains a mystery. Luo Ji, grasping this umbrella, was taken aback to discover that beyond its extreme sharpness, capable of breaching main battle tank armor, it possessed a skill. He recalled that night when Qin Wuzhing's murderous sword technique surged like a dragon entering the river. If he could summon Qin Wuzhing to replicate that move, it would indeed be formidable. However, Luo Ji refrained from recklessly experimenting. After ensuring all was prepared, he resolved to venture out. Yet, contemplating the act of carrying an umbrella on a day devoid of rain seemed rather conspicuous. His gaze fell upon the seemingly ordinary ring on his right pinky, the storage function of which he had yet to test. Thus, he decided to give it a try. With minimal effort, he merely envisioned placing the umbrella within, and to his astonishment, it vanished from his grasp. Simultaneously, a projection of a storage space materialized before him, revealing the umbrella resting quietly within, along with ample remaining space for additional items. Upon contemplating its retrieval, the umbrella reappeared in his hand, remarkably convenient, with no noticeable delay, suggesting minimal impact on his combat capabilities. With everything in order, he finally stepped outside. Having visited Feifei's residence several times, the route was familiar. With no intention of dawdling, he summoned a ride via his mobile device to expedite his journey to Feifei's abode. Upon arriving at her residential complex, Luo Ji swiftly made his way to her building, took the elevator to the 6th floor, and pressed the doorbell. After several chimes, the door creaked open. Hearing the sound of the door, Luo Ji exhaled softly, reassuring himself that he had been overly anxious. Fei Fei was likely unscathed, perhaps merely upset due to his interruption of their video call. While such behavior was rather capricious, as long as she was well, it sufficed. Yet, in the next moment, anxiety gripped him once more, for the figure who opened the door was not Fei Fei, but her mother. Taking the day off, she recognized Luo Ji, as he frequently visited to assist her daughter with homework. "Little Luo, what brings you here? Come in. Come in. Are you looking for Fei Fei? She's inside," she said. "Ah, thank you, Auntie," Luo Ji replied politely, stepping into the house. Upon hearing Fei Fei's mother mention she was in the room, his tension eased slightly. It seemed he had worried for naught. "Wait a moment. I'll go call her. That stubborn girl has locked herself in with some peculiar book. Little Luo, why don't you take her out for a bit? Young people shouldn't be cooped up at home all day," Fei Fei's mother chattered as she approached her daughter's door. Upon hearing the mention of the strange book, Luo Ji could no longer remain idle and followed her. "Fei Fei, little Luo is here. Open the door and come out." Her mother knocked firmly on the door. However, there was no response from within. "Fei Fei, hurry out. Don't keep little Luo waiting," her mother urged, knocking again, but still, silence reigned. "That troublesome girl. She just went in a short while ago. She can't possibly be asleep, can she?" Fei Fei's mother muttered to herself, knocking once more, only to discover the door was locked. She turned to Luo Ji. "Little Luo, could you call her? She might have really dozed off." The phone call yielded no answer, and Luo Ji's heart sank further. "Auntie, can you unlock this door?" "Well, I can," Fei Fei's mother replied, frowning at Luo Ji's peculiar request, sensing something amiss. "After all, I don't want to invade my daughter's privacy. Is something wrong?" "Auntie, perhaps you should check first," Luo Ji suggested, wary of articulating the possibility of an incident or that her daughter might have been taken by a book, fearful of being deemed insane. Though puzzled, Fei Fei's mother retrieved a spare key to unlock the door. Upon entering, Luo Ji heard Fei Fei's mother call out her name, but the sound abruptly ceased. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ji followed her inside. The room was utterly empty. "Fei Fei, where have you gone?" Chapter 18, Clue. The police were bustling about Fei Fei's room. Her mother was fervently insisting to the officer inquiring, "I swear, my daughter was right here in this room before she vanished. You've reviewed the surveillance footage, and you can see she entered but never came out." Little Luo can attest. He was just video chatting with her not long ago, puzzled by her sudden silence. "Is that correct, young man?" The inquiring officer glanced at Luo Ji. Luo Ji, initially engrossed in searching for something in the room, hastily nodded in affirmation upon hearing the question. The call to the police was made an hour ago, after Fei Fei's mother had been thrown into a panic upon discovering her daughter's inexplicable disappearance. She immediately chose to report it. Initially, the police were reluctant to act, as Fei Fei had not been missing for 24 hours, and her mother could not provide substantial evidence suggesting a crisis. Ultimately, after her fervent pleas and distress, the police agreed to investigate. Upon arrival, the authorities quickly recognized the unusual nature of this disappearance. Fei Fei's window was securely locked, showing no signs of tampering. And according to her mother, the door had been locked from the inside before she attempted to enter. This constituted a locked room mystery. Initially, the police harbored suspicions regarding Fei Fei's mother and Luo Ji. However, she promptly provided the home surveillance footage, which confirmed that Fei Fei had indeed not exited after entering her room. During this time, her mother had been watching television, awaiting Luo Ji's arrival. With their suspicions cleared, a more pressing question emerged. Where had Fei Fei gone? Surely, she could not have simply vanished into thin air. The police and Fei Fei's mother could not entertain such a theory, yet Luo Ji could. He understood that Fei Fei had genuinely disappeared, taken by that dreadful black book. Thus, he had been fervently searching for the tome titled Forest of Silence. Yet it was nowhere to be found in Fei Fei's room. Only her phone lay quietly on the bed, its breathing light blinking to signify its existence. "What brings you here?" the officer inquired again. "Instinct," Luo Ji replied. "You seem to be searching for something," the officer observed, having noticed Luo Ji's actions. Cursing himself for his carelessness, Luo Ji acknowledged, "Yes, I am looking for that book. I had arranged to read it with Fei Fei today, and as you saw in the footage, she took it into her room, but it's not here. The book in question is famously known as Forest of Silence. I didn't believe the legends until now." Forest of Silence? A female officer recording the notes echoed, instinctively responding to Luo Ji's mention of the title. This remark prompted Luo Ji to glance at her and inquire, "Do you, dear sister, also possess knowledge of this? Or do you believe those legends to be true, that opening the book may unleash dreadful occurrences? Is the police aware of the situation? The officer conducting the inquiry cast a reproachful glance at the recording female officer before looking back at Luo Ji and stated, "I have heard those legends as well. They are mere fabrications. This world holds no ghosts or deities. The disappearance of classmate Yu Feifei must involve other circumstances. Thus, Luo classmate should refrain from wild speculation. Leave it to us, the police." Despite this assertion, Luo Ji was entirely convinced that the police were aware of something regarding Sun Ran. His own disguise skills were lacking, yet during his recent possession of Qin Shaojun, he had honed his observational abilities. After the police completed their evidence collection, they promptly prepared to depart. Upon witnessing their intention to leave, Feifei's mother collapsed, overwhelmed with grief, weeping uncontrollably, for any mother would shatter at the sudden, unexplained disappearance of her daughter. Luo Ji remained to comfort her, and it was not until much later that Feifei's mother's emotions began to stabilize. Before departing, Luo Ji reassured her, "Auntie, rest assured, the police will surely find Feifei. She will be all right." Although he himself held little belief in these words, he was resolute in one conviction: he would bring Feifei back, come what may. Upon exiting Feifei's home, Luo Ji hurried towards his own abode, eager to consult his book, hoping it might yield some clues. Regrettably, upon reaching home and opening the tome that was said to invoke terrifying events, he discovered nothing. Aside from the first story, The Killer Xiaojun, the subsequent pages were utterly blank. Luo Ji found nothing. Yet, he remained undeterred. His resolve was steeled by a singular objective: the police. He was certain they knew something, and the key to uncovering that knowledge lay in infiltrating the police station. This notion, once unthinkable to Luo Ji, now seemed a natural consideration, perhaps a testament to the transformation Sun Ran had instigated within him. The police's database must harbor detailed information pertaining to cases linked to Sun Ran. Perhaps therein lay some clue. With this thought, Luo Ji felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation, for the police were an arm of state authority. Although he had acquired some abilities, he was still no match for bullets. Yet, for Feifei, he was willing to take that risk. Moreover, he had no intention of committing any wrongdoing. He merely sought to peruse the files. Surely, that would pose no danger. Rather than act impulsively, Luo Ji retrieved the Chang Tai Lu from his sand, practicing his swordplay. Although he did not intend to wield the sword that night, it was essential to acclimate his body to its feel. After executing several basic sword forms and gradually familiarizing himself with the long sword, Luo Ji tentatively unleashed the Jinghong 3 styles. The momentum of the Jinghong 3 styles was undeniably potent. After executing a series of consecutive moves, he could distinctly sense the acceleration of his speed. However, it was exceedingly taxing. With his current strength, he found it arduous to employ the Jinghong 3 styles a second time in quick succession, indicating that this skill, though lacking a specified cooldown period, was indeed limited by his physical stamina. After concluding his sword practice, Luo Ji took a shower, changed his attire, and ordered takeout. He then hailed a cab and made his way to the vicinity of the police station. Chapter 19. The Girl and the Sudden Earthquake. Luo Ji refrained from entering the police station during daylight hours. Such an act would be too perilous. Despite having gained some extraordinary abilities, he was far from invincible and lacked the audacity for such a venture. Thus, he lingered near the police station for an extended period, meticulously observing its layout and mentally simulating possible escape routes. For Luo Ji, this was not an overly daunting task, as he had absorbed the complete memories of the assassin during his possession of Qin Shaojun, which naturally encompassed reconnaissance and evacuation strategies. Although he may have forgotten much of it, remnants remained. As night fell, Luo Ji noted that most officers had departed for home, yet he still hesitated to act. He awaited the moment when the willpower of those on duty would wane under the weight of nocturnal fatigue. At midnight, the streets surrounding the police station were largely deserted, with only a single 24-hour convenience store still open. Observing the sky, Luo Ji felt the time was ripe for action. The night was moonless, shrouded in thick clouds, providing poor visibility, a propitious evening. However, prior to his undertaking, Luo Ji felt a pang of hunger. After nearly half a day of surveillance, although his body had been augmented, his consumption had likewise increased. Feeling his stomach growl, he reluctantly pushed open the door of the convenience store. Behind the counter sat a girl who appeared no older than 17 or 18, with delicate features, long hair cascading over her shoulders, clad in a black hoodie. She was evidently a university student working the night shift for extra pocket money. Presumably, she thought the late hour would deter customers, as she was engrossed in her phone, savoring a lollipop while intensely engaged in a popular mobile shooting game, oblivious to Luo Ji's presence. Luo Ji chose not to disturb her and proceeded towards the shelves to procure a steaming bowl of instant noodles. As he passed the counter, he glanced at the screen of the hoodie-clad girl and, as anticipated, noted she was playing the trending game Let Us Eat Chicken Together. With fervent swipes of her fingers, she mumbled incoherently around the lollipop. Sniperly, sniperly, sniperly. Luo Ji couldn't help but shake his head at the contemporary university students. After selecting a bowl of noodles, he approached the counter to settle his bill, only to find the girl so absorbed in her game that she had not noticed his arrival, still fixated on her virtual battle. While her expression could be described as ferocious, Luo Ji had to admit that this girl in the black hoodie was quite endearing. With her slightly rounded face and large, expressive eyes framed by her bangs, she resembled the protagonist of a viral internet meme, even in her concentration, making her appear irresistibly cute. Indeed, cuteness seemed to be justice itself. Luo Ji felt no ire at being overlooked, yet after a moment, he decided it was time to rouse the girl. For he had matters to attend to after finishing his meal. Just as he contemplated tapping the table to alert her, the girl abruptly flung her phone onto the counter, leaping in surprise and exclaiming in frustration, "Ugh, so infuriating." Seeing the screen flash second place, eliminated, it was evident she had not achieved her goal. The girl was about to voice more complaints when she finally registered Luo Ji's presence. Her face flushed crimson, and she sheepishly removed her headphones and extracted the lollipop from her mouth, addressing Luo Ji with a soft, melodious voice, "Sir, are you here to purchase something?" Her tone was now delicate and sweet, a stark contrast to her earlier boisterous declarations to snipe you. "Yes, I would like this. By the way, do you have hot water?" "I wish to eat here," Luo Ji replied, maintaining an untroubled facade, unwilling to reveal that he had witnessed her entire gaming escapade. All right," the girl responded, somewhat shyly, as she took the bowl of noodles from Luo Ji and began scanning the purchase. Luo Ji discerned that she was merely a net-addicted girl, thoroughly immersed in her own world, yet shy when confronted by strangers. "The hot water is over there. Please help yourself," she said, handing him a cup of instant noodles while pointing towards the simple dining table, equipped with a kettle for customers. "Thank you," Luo Ji replied, taking the noodles and making his way to the table. As he waited for the noodles to cook, he observed the police station, now shrouded in darkness, exuding an air of tranquil slumber. After a moment's contemplation, once the noodles were ready, he began to eat. It was then he noticed someone discreetly watching him from behind. A fleeting glance revealed the girl in the hood, clutching her phone, seemingly distracted as she occasionally stole glances at him. She appeared on the verge of whispering to herself, but would promptly cover her mouth, as if fearing that any sound might unveil some profound secret to Luo Ji. Amused, Luo Ji noted how her concentration on the game had faltered due to his presence. Not wishing to disrupt her enjoyment, he hurriedly finished his meal, raising the bowl to savor the last sip of broth. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently beneath him. Startled, he nearly spilled the broth. What was that? An earthquake? Impossible, he thought, bewildered, for this coastal city had never experienced such a phenomenon. The tremors intensified, more forceful and real than before. While Luo Ji steadied his grip on the bowl, the hooded girl was not so fortunate. She was jolted from her chair to the floor, emitting a soft grunt of pain. "Ow, ow, ow," she exclaimed. Luo Ji hastily finished the broth and set the bowl down, intent on checking on her, but the tremors grew ever stronger. The shelves in the convenience store toppled like dominoes, and ceiling lights shattered upon impact. Though surprised, Luo Ji remained composed. Having weathered many storms in life, he was physically adept and quickly regained his balance, navigating through the chaos. Upon reaching the cash register, the tremors subsided, yet the lights above had fallen, leaving only distant glows illuminating the store. There, trembling like a frightened quail beneath the counter, was the girl, her black shorts and knee-high socks stark against the shadows. "Hey, it's all right," Luo Ji reassured, noting her continued shivering, and gently touched her. To his surprise, she erupted into a cacophony of screams. "No, don't kill me. I'm only 19. I've never even been in love. Please, spare me." Overwhelmed, Luo Ji thought. "Who wants to kill you? Why were you silent during the earthquake?" "It's me. It's okay," he interjected, trying to calm her. Upon hearing his voice again, she cautiously released her grip on her knees, peeking out from her hood, her eyes wide with trepidation. Once she recognized him, relief washed over her, and she emerged from her hiding place, stretching languidly. What just happened? Why did the earth shake? How could Akihabara experience an earthquake? Her nonchalance contrasted sharply with her earlier frantic cries. "Your transformation is quite rapid, isn't it?" Luo Ji mused internally, bemused by her juxtaposition of fear and calm. It is indeed strange. Akihabara should never. She interrupted, pointing at the fallen shelves and broken lights. I'm doomed. The boss will surely fire me for this. What do? I've just found a job that lets me work late nights. Ignoring her lamentations, Luo Ji turned his gaze outside. A thick fog had suddenly enveloped the convenience store, isolating it like an island. This eerie atmosphere reminded him of a horror film. First, an earthquake, now this ominous fog. Something was amiss. Just then, the girl turned on the television, which was broadcasting emergency news about the earthquake. What a ridiculous asteroid. It's going to cost me my job. She fumed, entirely oblivious to the scientific implications of such an event. Luo Ji thought to himself, surely, any student of the humanities must know that unless an asteroid collides with Earth, it cannot trigger an earthquake. The news continued, due to the asteroid's proximity, a thick fog has formed outside, and we anticipate hail, possibly exceeding 10 centimeters in diameter. 10 centimeters? That is not hail, that is a stone. Luo Ji realized the situation was spiraling out of control. He still needed to visit the police station and could not afford to delay any longer. As he approached the door, the girl called out, "Hey, where are you going? Did you not hear the news? 10 centimeters is larger than a fist. It could be deadly. I have something I must attend to." Upon hearing the girl's words, Luo Ji felt a warmth in his heart. He had not expected this neurotic girl to show concern for others. However, he had to leave. Just then, the girl called out to him again. Luo Ji paused at the door, waiting. The girl's voice suddenly became shy. Actually, I'm a bit scared. Could you wait until dawn to leave? By the end of her sentence, her voice had dwindled to a whisper, almost inaudible. If it weren't for Luo Ji's enhanced senses, he might not have caught her words at all. He hesitated, on such a bizarre night. It was indeed somewhat frightening for a girl to be alone in a convenience store. Just at that moment, an indescribable aura of terror suddenly erupted. It was as if an invisible tsunami had struck. The television that had been broadcasting the news abruptly fizzled out, followed by the windows and doors of the convenience store cracking like spider webs, and the cash register leapt into the air. Simultaneously, Luo Ji felt as if he had been struck by an unseen giant hand, sending him flying backward. In that instant, his ears rang as if his entire head had exploded. The deafening noise persisted for a full 2 minutes, leaving Luo Ji in a state of confusion. Only when he felt someone poking him with a finger did his awareness and thoughts begin to return. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw the lollipop girl gazing at him with deep concern, cautiously preparing to poke him again. Ahem. Luo Ji attempted to speak, but ended up coughing instead. The lollipop girl jumped back in surprise and said, "Hey, are you alright?" Coughing a few more times, Luo Ji finally regained his ability to speak and his full faculties. As he climbed out from the disarray of fallen goods, he surveyed his surroundings, his alertness heightened to its peak. What had just happened? I'm fine. Luo Ji took a deep breath, realizing that although the impact had been fierce and overwhelming, it had not inflicted any significant harm on his body. However, following that wave of unknown terror, 2 more ceiling lights had fallen, casting the room into deeper shadows. Are you really okay? You were thrown into the air. The girl drew closer, worry etched on her face, scanning him from head to toe as if urging him to sit down and rest. I'm truly fine. I know my own body. Luo Ji did not expect this seemingly erratic yet sensitive girl to show such concern. Thank you. Actually, I just don't want you to leave, the girl said, a hint of bashfulness in her voice, her hands clasped behind her back, and her round-toed shoes fidgeting on the floor. Luo Ji had not anticipated her honesty. Yet he too had temporarily dismissed the thought of heading to the police station. The events were too strange. A series of bizarre occurrences, an earthquake, dense fog, and that inexplicable, sudden force. It felt as though he were trapped in a story from the book Forest, oblivious to this reality. However, considering that he had been drawn into a narrative and his body had somehow become digitized, it dawned on him that the real world had long ceased to resemble reality. I won't be leaving for the time being, Luo Ji said, observing the girl's worried expression. This was not due to any infatuation with her beauty. Rather, the situation outside was uncertain, and waiting until dawn seemed prudent. Moreover, it was indeed unwise to leave a young girl alone on such a strange night. After all, Luo Ji was a passionate youth, always ready to lend a hand in times of need. Yay! The girl, who had been anxious, instantly brightened at Luo Ji's words, bouncing with joy. Then, realizing she might have revealed too much, she quickly tucked her limbs in like a little rabbit, sticking out her tongue at Luo Ji, and said, do you want some water? Luo Ji was about to decline, But the girl was already bustling about, rummaging through the scattered goods while murmuring to herself, you were just injured. You need to replenish your vitamins? So here's a bottle of juice. Oh, and I bet you're hungry. Have a piece of bread. Without waiting for Luo Ji to respond, she brought over a pile of items. Here, eat up. She waved her hand generously, as if these items were hers. Don't we have to pay? Luo Ji asked casually. Oh, it's fine. Given the circumstances, the cash register is probably broken. I'll definitely be unemployed tomorrow anyway, so why not? Come on. Try this. This little cake is so delicious, I've always hesitated to buy it. Saying this, the girl dug in, exclaiming, it's simply divine. Luo Ji couldn't help but feel bemused. Was this truly about her appetite or his? Moreover, wasn't she just terrified a moment ago? Impressed by the girl's carefree attitude, he joined her in eating, realizing that after all the commotion, he was indeed hungry. As they ate, the sound of wires sparking from the fallen lights filled the air. And suddenly, the girl looked up, extending a finger and exclaiming, "Oh, right. What now?" Luo Ji was becoming somewhat desensitized to her dramatic reactions. We can go online to see what is happening. With the earthquake and fog, there must be news online. She smacked her forehead in realization. How could I be so silly to not think of that sooner? Luo Ji thought to himself. She is quite self-aware. Yet, he too had been influenced by this strange girl, having neglected to check the news and instead indulging in food. What is going on? Why is there no signal? The girl exclaimed as she pulled out her phone, only to find there was no signal and the network was down. What about you? Luo Ji had already retrieved his phone, discovering the same. No signal. With no network or communication signal and the television's reception gone, it felt as though they were cut off from the world, trapped in a fog-shrouded convenience store. This was an island unto itself. As Luo Ji peered through the dim light of the store at the encroaching fog, he thought, well, since that is the case, let us play a game. Just as he began to feel a sense of despair, the girl cheerfully said in a distinctly Japanese tone, opening a game on her phone. Luo Ji was left speechless. Sister, the situation is bizarre. How can you still think of playing games? It's entirely possible that something horrific is unfolding tonight. And yet you propose to play mobile games? Hey, young man, stop staring and join me in a delightful massacre of the Three Kingdoms. The girl, noticing Luo Ji's gaze, waved her phone excitedly. Are you kidding? How could I possibly play a game with you? Luo Ji thought, yet he found himself saying, but there's no network. How can we play the Three Kingdoms? You silly. There's a single-player version of the Three Kingdoms. We can battle via Bluetooth. Come on. Let me send it to you. By the way, you're using an Android phone, right? The girl said eagerly, already starting to pair her phone with Luo Ji's via Bluetooth. Thus, Luo Ji found himself inadvertently engaged in a solitary game of killing the Three Kingdoms with a young girl. On this peculiar night, shrouded in thick fog, the dimly lit convenience store, illuminated only by a few flickering lights, echoed with her shouts. Hey, are you an idiot? You should unleash your attack now. Attack. Can you even play? I am the Lord. Why would a loyal minister strike down his own lord? Hee. I'll pull a bridge over the river. Your Bagua formation is now mine. As the game progressed, the girl gradually succumbed to drowsiness. Casually playing her cards, she yawned and asked Luo Ji, by the way, what's your name? So, it was only then that she remembered to inquire about his name. How carefree. Luo Ji, he replied, and with a swift move, he played a card that eliminated her character. Wah, you scoundrel Luo Ji. How could you be a treacherous rebel after I trusted you so much? Terrible man. Indeed, men are all the same, she exclaimed in frustration before abruptly quitting the game. Yawning again, she continued, Luo Ji, you look like a high school student. I'm Xuanai, a freshman in college. You can call me Nai Jia. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to take a nap. Little brother, don't take advantage of me while I'm asleep. Just as Luo Ji was about to retort, he turned to find the self-proclaimed Nai Jia had already fallen asleep, her head awkwardly resting on his shoulder, with signs of drooling imminent. Luo Ji, feeling helpless, decided not to disturb her slumber. As time ticked away, he continued his solitary game until he too drifted into sleep. In his dreams, he encountered Fei Fei, who was running ahead, prompting him to chase after her. Just as he was about to catch up, a mysterious hand suddenly appeared, seizing Fei Fei away, and her anguished cry echoed in his ears. Wait, a cry of anguish? Luo Ji truly heard a scream, and it was Xuanai's. Chapter 22 Apocalypse? Luo Ji jolted awake, panic surging through him. Xuanai was in trouble. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a middle-aged man. His expression laced with extreme anxiety, bellowing at Xuanai, who had been knocked to the ground. You little harlot. I told you. It's the end of the world. We're all doomed. No one will care about us anymore. Stop obstructing me from taking what I want, or I swear I'll finish you off first. At that moment, the man seemed to notice Xuanai's delicate features, his throat bobbing as he reached out, prepared to pounce on her. Stop. Luo Ji could no longer remain passive. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, executing the first form of the flying swallow technique, and thrust it into the man's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. With a resounding crash, the man collided with the already cracked floor-to-ceiling window, widening the fissure. Are you all right? Luo Ji asked as he helped Xuanai to her feet. Wah, little Luo, you're incredible. You sent that vile uncle flying with one blow. Are you a martial artist? Or perhaps you are a descendant of an ancient martial arts family. In that moment, Xuanai, who had just moments ago been lamenting on the ground, seemed to have forgotten her pain, gazing at Luo Ji with wide, starry eyes, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Realizing she was unharmed, Luo Ji chose to ignore her excitement and turned his attention back to the man he had just incapacitated. While his attack had been swift, he had not drawn the sword entirely. After all, this was not a fictional world where killing was permissible, and he was merely a student. He had struck with the sheath, meaning the man would be injured but not fatally so. However, he had underestimated both the force of his own blow and the man's frailty, as the man remained on the ground, propped up with one hand, unable to rise. You dog, how dare you hit me? He muttered defiantly. Not inclined to entertain his bravado, Luo Ji drew his sword fully, positioning the blade against the man's throat, and coldly instructed, if you don't want to die, then shut your mouth. Although Luo Ji was no longer Chen Xiaoju, the remnants of his previous existence lingered, and as he spoke, an aura unique to assassins enveloped him. The chilling edge of the sword, combined with the palpable killing intent, made the man tremble like a quail, silencing him completely. At that moment, Xuanai, observing from the sidelines, echoed Luo Ji's words, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Little Luo, how can you BS unexpectedly? The middle-aged man shook his head vehemently, his eyes betraying immense terror. An overwhelming sense of anxiety washed over him once more, as if the apocalypse were imminent. Brother, you must believe me. You possess remarkable skills. You can surely survive in this desolate world. Take me in. I'll serve as your subordinate. No, I'll be your loyal dog from this moment on. Please. As he spoke, he embarrassingly began to imitate a dog's bark, prostrating himself on the ground in a pitiful display. Snow Nai regarded him with disdain, about to tell him to be quiet, when Luo Ji suddenly extended a finger to her lips, hushing her. The touch of his finger on her lips caused her face to flush crimson, and she inwardly chastised him for being a little lecher. She contemplated whether to bite him as a lesson, but noticed Luo Ji's serious demeanor as he gazed into the thick fog outside the convenience store. At that moment, Luo Ji had heard footsteps, many of them. What is happening? Snow Nai whispered cautiously, her lips barely moving. Hide quickly, Luo Ji urged, shaking his head. He too was uncertain of the situation, gripping his sword tightly as he watched the encroaching fog. What will you do? Snow Nai refused to leave. I know martial arts. I'll be fine. Please, go hide. His tone grew urgent as the footsteps drew nearer. You must be careful, she relented, her heart fluttering as she observed this young man, who was essentially still a child, standing resolutely with his sword. Suddenly, the middle-aged man shouted, Take me with you. Please, I beg you. Luo Ji did not allow Snow Nai any chance to hesitate. He swiftly struck the man unconscious with his sword and commanded, Let us go. He instantly entered a state of alertness, sensing the hostile intent behind the approaching footsteps. Once Snow Nai had concealed herself in the employee area, the figures finally emerged from the fog, an assembly of individuals who bore a striking resemblance to the middle-aged man. They appear to be in their 20s or 30s, with the oldest among them just over 40, evidently the leader. All were men, radiating an intense aura of anxiety and unrest. They halted outside the convenience store, eyeing Luo Ji, who stood at the entrance with his sword drawn. Young man, step aside. We need to retrieve some supplies, the leader, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, declared. Purchases are welcome, but taking supplies is out of the question, Luo Ji replied firmly, undeterred by their numbers. Hey, what did you say? Is this convenience store yours? Before the middle-aged man could speak, a brash young man with tousled hair chimed in, glaring at Luo Ji and then at the bespectacled leader. Chun, why waste time with him? Let us just take him out. He is probably here for supplies too. Dispatch him before he alerts anyone. After all, the police are gone, and no one will care. Yes, take him out. The raucous agreement of the others echoed. Luo Ji, keenly aware of the implications of their words, searching for supplies. The absence of police had yet to process everything when, with the leader's tacit approval, they charged at him. Wait, Luo Ji attempted to interject, hoping to reason with them, but their ferocity was overwhelming. The first attacker hurled a kitchen knife directly at him. This was no mere scuffle. It was an attempt to kill. Utilizing his enhanced reflexes, Luo Ji deftly sidestepped the incoming blade, countering with a thrust of his sword that pierced death, 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 death. In an instant, the speed of the sword reached its zenith, claiming the lives of 6 individuals. Following this, Luo Ji, empowered by a series of attacks, forcefully struck the ground and lunged towards the gunman, the man with golden-rimmed glasses. Initially, after successfully shooting Luo Ji, the man thought he had quelled his opponent's resolve. Having wounded him in the arm, he was poised to take aim for a second shot. Little did he know that the seemingly unassuming young man, who had merely wielded an umbrella moments ago, would suddenly draw a sword and swiftly eliminate 6 adversaries. As he beheld the youth charging towards him with astonishing speed, fear gripped the man with golden glasses. Desperately attempting to aim at Luo Ji, he shouted in despair, "Stop him! Stop him! Give me!" But his final words were cut short as Luo Ji's sword pierced through his throat. Enhanced by the armor-piercing buff, the blade cleanly traversed the man's neck. Emerging from the back, blood splattering onto Luo Ji's sword. The gun he had held fell to the ground. Do not let him retrieve the gun. Eliminate him. He is but one man, and he is exhausted. Avenge old Chun. Around them, the onlookers were paralyzed by fear, rendered immobile. At that moment, however, the yellow-haired youth rose, eyes ablaze with rage, charging towards Luo Ji. He spoke truthfully. Luo Ji was indeed fatigued and would not withstand another confrontation against the remaining foes. Yet, as he observed the approaching individuals, Luo Ji closed his eyes with an impassive expression, silently invoking his skill. He inhaled deeply. Let death come. In the next second, a deep, resonant male voice echoed in everyone's ears. Zhang Tai Lu. Zhang Tai Lu. Chapter 24, Police Firearm. Blood had soaked the ground, strewn with dismembered limbs. Not a single person remained unscathed. It was a scene reminiscent of hell itself. This outcome was unforeseen by Luo Ji. He had not anticipated the terrifying prowess of the techniques summoned from his Zhang Tai Lu, which invoked Qin Wuzhing's lethal strike. Observing the devastation around him, Luo Ji felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, he was not a cold-blooded killer. This was his first true act of murder. Yet, the situation demanded action. If he did not eliminate them, they would surely kill him. The critical factor now lay in the handgun before him. Why did these individuals possess firearms? Reflecting on the yellow-haired youth's earlier words, he pondered whether they had attacked the police. As he bent to retrieve the weapon, a sudden gasp from behind caught his attention. Turning, he found Xuanai had emerged from the convenience store, her face pale and trembling as she beheld the chaotic scene outside. Luo Ji intended to urge her to retreat inside, but to his astonishment, Xuanai approached him, her expression resolute despite her fear. Navigating through the pool of blood, she reached Luo Ji, supporting him before he could speak. "Are you injured? Is it serious?" "I'm fine," Luo Ji reassured her, feeling warmth in his heart at her concern. The scene before them would have sent any ordinary person fleeing in terror. Yet here was Xuanai, mustering courage to assist the very architect of this carnage. Perhaps she was not entirely normal. However, Luo Ji felt more than anything her genuine concern. "Stop joking. Look at yourself. You're covered in blood. Come inside. There are medical supplies." Xuanai, now somewhat acclimated to the horror, perceived Luo Ji's bravado as mere bravado. She shot him a reproachful glance, adding, "Don't worry. To me, you will always be the epitome of masculinity. I could never view you as weak." What an absurd exchange. Luo Ji chuckled bitterly, having just marveled at Xuanai's bravery in confronting such horrific sights, only to be disarmed by her nonchalant demeanor. Yet, he spoke the truth. He was merely fatigued, with the sole injury being the gunshot wound to his shoulder. The rest of the blood belonged to others. Gathering the fallen gun from the man with golden glasses, Luo Ji also noticed the mobile phone he had dropped and collected it as well. With Xuanai's assistance, he made his way back into the convenience store. As they walked, he reassured her, "Honestly, I'm fine. The blood is not mine. There's no need to be so cautious." Understood, Mr. Super Swordsman. It's not a big deal to let a weak woman care for you occasionally, Xuanai persisted in her argument. Once inside the convenience store, Luo Ji felt his strength returning. He rinsed himself off. Fortunately, while electronic signals were down, water and electricity remained. After cleaning himself, he began tending to his injury. Primarily, the gunshot wound on his arm. In the past, he would have been at a loss for what to do, but now, having mastered the basics of medical skills, he knew precisely how to treat a gunshot wound. After acquiring the basic medical tools and supplies from Xuanai, he skillfully attended to his injury. Observing Luo Ji's calm demeanor and practiced movements, Xuanai's eyes sparkled with admiration. She squatted beside him, cradling her face in her hands, gazing at him with an almost infatuated expression. Wow, little brother, you know so much. You can even treat gunshot wounds. You're not one of those legendary mercenaries, are you? The kind who at 15 could single-handedly take down a formidable organization in Africa? Have you returned from your life of violence? No, I just do a bit of research in my spare time, Luo Ji replied, bemused by the whimsical thoughts of this seemingly scatterbrained girl. Hey, you did kill those people outside, right? Do you truly possess superpowers, or are you skilled in ancient martial arts? Can your muscles grow like the Hulk? Xuanai inquired. Reaching out to touch his arm, Luo Ji sidestepped gently, his expression a mix of annoyance and exasperation. It's a secret. Please, can't you be a bit more reserved? The person before you has survived in Africa, not to mention he hesitated, reconsidering his wording. The person before you has just slain numerous foes outside, their bodies scattered like they've been mauled by dogs. Can't you show a modicum of respect? Must you gaze at me like an infatuated fool? Fortunately, his enigmatic response held weight, causing Xuanai to pout in discontent. How stingy. She then stood up and ambled towards the scattered goods, as if searching for something to eat. Hey, I'm a bit hungry. You must be as well. What do you want to eat? Xuanai stood before the products, appearing to contemplate their midday meal. In truth, Luo Ji felt a pang of hunger as well. But upon glancing outside at the scene of carnage, he cautioned her. Nai, perhaps you should close the store for now. There should be a roll-down shutter out there, right? Oh yes. Xuanai nodded, suddenly inspired, and sought out the switch. Though she seemed somewhat naive, she was not foolish. The sight of bodies littered outside made the convenience store suspicious, and she could surmise the intentions of those outside, likely coveting the food within. After pressing a button, a heavy iron shutter descended rapidly over the glass doors and windows of the convenience store, securing their refuge. At this moment, Luo Ji felt a slight sense of relief. He wrapped the already treated wound with gauze, and then retrieved the gun he had taken from the bespectacled man. How about a pork chop set meal? Although it's from yesterday, it's still edible. At this time, Xuanai walked over to the original lunchbox area, picked up 2 boxes of pork chop rice, and asked Luo Ji. Sure, he replied casually, examining the gun in his hand. Although he had little knowledge of firearms, he noticed a rather inconspicuous serial number on it, leading him to suspect that this gun might indeed belong to the police. Chapter 25, The Truth of the Apocalypse. He checked the magazine again. It had a total capacity of 18 rounds. After one shot was fired by the bespectacled man, 17 rounds remained. There were plenty of bullets left, yet Luo Ji had not mastered the basics of light weaponry and could not wield the gun. For now, it was merely a decoration, but it would likely prove useful in the future. He placed the gun into his ring and then took out the phone belonging to the bespectacled man, beginning to examine it. The fact that he picked up this phone was purely coincidental. He had not expected to obtain any useful information. However, fortuitously, the man had not set a password on his phone, allowing Luo Ji to access it directly. Naturally, there was no internet or mobile signal, so he could only browse through his text messages and other records. To be honest, this felt like prying into someone else's privacy, but considering the man was already dead, it seemed of little consequence. From the text messages and contacts on the bespectacled man's phone, it appeared he was the owner of a small company, which explained his organizational skills in gathering a group of people. Just as Luo Ji was inspecting the phone, Xuanai brought over the warmed food and handed him a portion. Luo Ji did not take it immediately, but instead looked at her and asked, "Aren't you even a little afraid of me?" This question had lingered in his mind. He could not comprehend why Xuanai remained unafraid when those outside had met grisly ends, their bodies torn to pieces. A genuine death, not mere theatrics. Why should I be afraid of you? You were playing Kill the Three Kingdoms with me last night. Haven't you heard your mom say that boys who love games are good boys? Xuanai gazed at him as if he were foolish, shoving the food into his hands and urging, "Hurry up and eat. Otherwise, it will get cold." Luo Ji found himself at a loss for words, utterly defeated by her reasoning. He quietly opened the pork chop meal and began to eat, albeit half-heartedly, while continuing to scroll through the bespectacled man's phone. Though the internet was down, Luo Ji could still check the recent records on his chat applications. The bespectacled man used Gooseletter, and the earliest messages were from discussion groups. The first was his company's group. The second appeared to be a gathering of various business owners, and another was a community owners group. Luo Ji casually opened the community owners group to examine the chat logs. Room 303, Su Feng. Has anyone seen the news online? I heard an asteroid hit the Earth. The recent earthquake is because of that. So scary. Room 405, Gutian. Is that true? How terrifying. I'm so scared. Room 902, Lu Feng. It's true. I've seen it too. It's horrifying. I heard the Atlantic coast has been devastated, especially in New York, which has turned into a sinkhole. Room 701, Mashan. Not just that. I've seen reports saying our region is doomed, especially the Yamato Island area. The whole Kyoto East has already sunk. Room 804, Gu Ping. What about us? How's Yindu? Room 901, Fong Nan. I just tried to contact my friends in Yindu, but I couldn't reach them. I'm afraid. Room 304, Qinxian. How about this? Why don't we all meet up and discuss what to do? After all, there's strength in numbers, especially in times like this. The messages abruptly ceased, evidently due to the network being cut off. Upon reading this, Luo Ji began to understand how those people had congregated. They were all residents of the same community. As for their claims about the police being absent, Luo Ji found the answer in their conversation. It was not that they had attacked the police. Rather, according to their chat history, for reasons unknown. After the asteroid struck the Earth, the police, government officials, and military had all vanished, as if they had evaporated. In short, no one was left to maintain order outside, which emboldened them to act so recklessly. Luo Ji continued to peruse the chat records from other groups, finding similar themes. In the company group, he came across some images and already viewed videos. One video depicted the aftermath of Yindu being struck by asteroid debris, showcasing flames engulfing the city and crowds of people screaming and fleeing. A true depiction of an apocalyptic scene. Other images and videos echoed similar chaos. It seemed surreal. The apocalypse had arrived overnight. Luo Ji felt an absurdity in it all. Everything had seemed fine just yesterday, and now, everything was changing. What are you looking at? Xuanai, perhaps bored from her meal, noticed Luo Ji's engrossed expression and inquired. Luo Ji took a deep breath, contemplated for a moment, and then handed the phone to Xuanai, saying, "The apocalypse may truly have arrived. Take a look." Xuanai glanced at it and remarked, "Oh, so these are real? I thought the messages from my group were fake." Upon hearing this, Luo Ji realized that since the bespectacled man had received such messages, she could too. He had previously overlooked it because he often kept to himself, lacking groups or friends, and thus had not received such news. It turned out she had known all along, which explained her demeanor. Even upon witnessing Luo Ji kill so many people, she did not show much surprise. She had already accepted the reality of the apocalypse, yet outwardly struggled to reconcile it, adopting a teasing attitude instead. Perhaps her recent actions had finally made her confront this reality. Indeed, Xuanai began to enter a state of detachment, holding her pork chop meal, lost in thought. After a while, she quietly said, "Thank goodness I don't have parents or friends. Otherwise, I would have to worry about many people." Was she also an orphan? Luo Ji felt a pang of sadness, reaching out to comfort her, only to be met with a glare as she lifted her head and said, "Hey, what are you doing? Trying to take advantage of me? What does it matter if it's the apocalypse? We still need to eat and play games. I'm quite strong, you know. Besides, you are my #1 bodyguard from now on. Did you hear me? You must protect me day and night, ensuring I don't come to any harm. The food in your hands is your payment. By eating my food, you become mine. Don't even think about reneging." Luo Ji scratched his nose, realizing he had worried unnecessarily. She was not struggling to accept the reality, but was simply oblivious to its gravity. However, her words lightened the previously somber atmosphere. Protection, yes. Perhaps fate had brought them together. He would protect her. Nevertheless, Luo Ji was acutely aware that his current abilities were insufficient. Dealing with the bespectacled man's group of ordinary people had posed a significant threat, and he would undoubtedly encounter greater perils ahead. He needed to grow stronger. With that thought, he recalled the simple mental techniques that could cultivate his inner strength. There was no time like the present to begin his training. Chapter 26. The Sunset Path of Orange Leaves. As Luo Ji contemplated his training, he suddenly recalled something that had been overlooked by both him and Xuanai. The middle-aged man. That uncle. Where is he? Luo Ji immediately stood up. Although the lecherous uncle was exceedingly weak, should he escape, the consequences could be dire, perhaps leading to him bringing others along. Thus, Luo Ji felt a surge of anxiety. If the uncle truly fled, they would have no choice but to abandon this location. However, the thought of relinquishing this place struck him as regrettable, for a convenience store was a veritable treasure trove of supplies, an excellent stronghold in the apocalypse. Where is that uncle? Shu and I continued to exhibit her carefree demeanor, having completely forgotten about the matter. After finishing her meal, she planned to resume her game of Three Kingdoms. He's still here. Luo Ji turned to glance at the spot where the middle-aged man had been bound, finding him still in place, and he felt a slight sense of relief. Thus, they need not forsake this location just yet. He hurried over, intending to crouch down and rouse the middle-aged man to check his breath, but he soon released a breath of disappointment. The man had died. With the store's light illuminating his face, Luo Ji noted the expression of sheer terror etched upon it. His body exuding the stench of excrement and urine. He had literally been scared to death. Luo Ji was at a loss, uncertain whether the man had succumbed to the fright instilled by the owner's alliance or by Luo Ji's final summon of Qin Wuzheng. He hoisted the body and instructed Shu and I, "Open the door." "What's wrong?" Shu and I seemed still bewildered, observing as Luo Ji carried the middle-aged man. "Are you going to throw him outside to feed the wolves? That hardly seems fair. What if our food supply runs low? We could use him to sustain ourselves." Upon hearing the first half of Shu and I's statement, Luo Ji thought her conscience was still intact. However, at the second half, he nearly stumbled. So, she had designs on the man's flesh. He.'s dead. Scared to death. Leaving him here would only lead to a foul odor. I'm tossing him out to feed the Kuin. Luo Ji rolled his eyes in exasperation, gesturing for Shu and I to hurry up and open the door. She nodded, opening the door while saying, "Then toss him out. I don't fancy dried meat. Besides, if we feed him to the Kuin, it might evolve into a corpse Kuin later, and we could capture it for a great profit. You've calculated this well? My friend, nice." As she spoke, she gave Luo Ji a vigorous thumbs up. Luo Ji refrained from further conversation, realizing that chatting with her often led to an awkward silence. Shu and I's thinking was utterly alien. Upon opening the door, he casually discarded the corpse into the pool of dried blood on the ground. Too lazy to deal with it further. After all, there were no police left. Leaving it there could serve as a deterrent. Any rational individual would likely think twice before approaching such a gruesome scene. Returning to the convenience store, Luo Ji settled down, preparing to cultivate his skills, only to find Shu and I once again approaching him with a pout. "Little Ji, I'm so bored. Come play Three Kingdoms with me." As she said this, she mimicked the gestures of male stars from movies and television, her fingers playfully circling on Luo Ji's arm. However, the moment she touched him, he jumped back as if electrified, gazing at the enchanting Shu and I, every hair on his body standing on end. "Sister, I beg you, please don't call me Little Ji. Then hurry and play Three Kingdoms with me." Shu and I huffed, dropping the pretense of coyness. She was slightly miffed by Luo Ji's reaction. After all, she considered herself sweet and adorable. In her mind, she vowed to take down this ungrateful lord when they played as rebels. Luo Ji had no choice but to acquiesce. Enough chatter. Let us begin. Shu and I skillfully started the game. 3 minutes later. "You scoundrel, Luo Ji. You're supposed to be a loyal minister. Why are you attacking me, your lord? You must be doing it on purpose." Shu and I exclaimed, her hands clawing at him, determined to make him understand why flowers bloom so beautifully. Yet, Luo Ji had already sidestepped and resumed his cultivation. His reasons for attacking the lord were to hasten the end of the game, though he would never admit that he simply wanted to vex Shu and I. Finally, he began his cultivation. Once Luo Ji activated the simple mental method, his entire being swiftly sank into a state of tranquility, shutting out Shu and I's raucousness and all other distractions. Then, what should he do? Luo Ji was uncertain. He had never practiced internal martial arts before. He merely wished to cultivate and, fortuitously, possess this technique. So he began. Everything else remained a mystery to him, as he felt slightly lost. He soon discerned a warm flow in his abdomen, presumably the location of the legendary martial artist's dantian, beginning to circulate along a predetermined path throughout his body. There was no need for Luo Ji to exert control. The warmth traversed his entire being, enveloping him in a comforting glow. It dispelled all fatigue from the day's battles and made the injury on his left arm feel significantly better. This was an extraordinarily miraculous occurrence. Luo Ji mused that since this mental method was called simple, it truly was. He needed only to focus on cultivation, and it would assist him automatically. With that thought, he ceased all other actions, concentrating his mind and allowing the warmth to circulate continuously within his body. Eventually, his consciousness approached a state of ethereality. In a fleeting moment, he appeared to see a scene. The sun setting as a storm of sand swept in from the distance. Beside a narrow, winding path stood a seemingly desiccated orange tree, ravaged by years of wind and sand. Yet under the sunset, it defiantly sprouted a cluster of verdant leaves. Those leaves were not easily cast off by the swirling sand. Instead, they danced in the wind, radiating vitality and brilliance. In that instant, Luo Ji felt an indescribable comfort, as though bathed in the purest sunlight, illuminating every inch of his skin, blood, and bones, cleansing him thoroughly. Chapter 27. Into the night, in the lingering echoes of this experience, Luo Ji sensed he had entered an exceedingly long dream. The dream was so pleasurable that he wished never to awaken. However, he eventually did awaken, and as consciousness flooded back into his mind, a voice rang out. Mind method. Simple has successfully initiated. All physical attributes increase by 1 point. Upon hearing this, Luo Ji felt a surge of joy. Though an increase of 1 point seemed trivial, it had elevated nearly all his physical attributes beyond that of an ordinary person, particularly in intelligence and speed, which had reached an impressive 11 points. Truly a remarkable standard among humanity. He calculated in his mind and found that his mental arithmetic speed had greatly improved. Even a casual swing of his arm now produced afterimages. The most crucial realization was that he felt a subtle yet palpable flow of energy in his abdomen, the dantian, quietly circulating and connecting his entire being, granting him an extraordinary sense of coordination and comfort. He had genuinely cultivated internal energy. With a mere thought, he directed this energy to his arm, and upon swinging it again, actual afterimages appeared, accompanied by a sensation of warmth and solid strength emanating from his arm. The internal energy can significantly enhance one's strength and speed. Although in the past, when he possessed Chen Xiaojun, Luo Ji had experienced a fleeting semblance of this power. It was ultimately an illusion, a force imposed by the system that belonged to another, lacking any true personal experience. However, the sensation he felt now was entirely different. The responsiveness of this internal energy was as deft as an extension of his own limbs. With this newfound force, Luo Ji felt his combat ability had increased by at least 50%. Simultaneously, he noticed that the gunshot wound on his left arm had begun to scab over, and he could distinctly feel the rapid healing process taking place. Unlike the previous abstract experiences quantified by data, the tangible, visible changes he witnessed now were far more real and palpable, providing him with a sense of security. In the impending apocalypse, strength would always be a valuable asset. Just as Luo Ji was about to rise after finishing his training, he sensed someone watching him. Turning around, he found Xuanai gazing at him with wide, expressive eyes. 2 basins of water beside her, poised as if ready to douse him at any moment. Startled, Luo Ji exclaimed, "Sister, let us talk this through. Please don't take any action. How about my master permits you to strike me 3 times instead?" To his surprise, his words did not amuse Xuanai. Instead, she shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "I saw you suddenly enveloped in smoke and thought you were about to catch fire. I kindly fetched 2 basins of water to extinguish you, yet you dare to bite the hand that feeds you. Truly ungrateful." Luo Ji had anticipated that his training would create such a commotion. Feeling somewhat embarrassed for misunderstanding Xuanai's intentions, he was about to apologize when Xuanai, who had just been fuming with indignation, suddenly transformed into a smiling, playful version of herself. "Luo Didi, were you practicing some kind of martial arts? It looked so impressive. You were enveloped in smoke. I want to learn too. Will you teach me?" Luo Ji felt goosebumps rising on his skin, internally lamenting how quickly a woman could change her demeanor. However, he found it impossible to share the secrets of his internal cultivation with Xuanai, as he himself was still unsure how he had achieved it. Nai, I truly can't teach you. It's not that I'm being stingy. It's just that before he could finish, Xuanai had already lost interest, turning away to open her phone. "Cheapskate, enough chatter. Let us get into the game already. Let me take my 30 hits, and we'll call it even." Exasperated, Luo Ji could only comply, shedding tears as he entered the game, enduring her merciless attacks 3 times before finally being spared. Afterward, he consumed a boxed meal. Luo Ji had spent quite a bit of time cultivating his internal energy, and by the time he finished his meal, it was already 7 in the evening. They had been cooped up indoors, unable to discern the situation outside. But he imagined night had fallen. What should we do tonight? After Luo Ji had eaten his fill, Xuanai lay sprawled in a state of lethargy. At that moment, she bore little resemblance to the shy, adorable girl he had first encountered. Her once radiant image had collapsed, leaving behind a combination of a tough girl and a rogue, indifferent to her exposure before Luo Ji, sprawled like a lazy cat. Only the dazzling whiteness of her absolute territory hinted at her remaining semblance of a youthful beauty. "I think I'll step out for a moment," Luo Ji finally said. "Huh? What? You're going out?" Xuanai, maintaining her characteristic slow reaction, sat up abruptly after a 5-second pause, her eyes wide with fear. No, absolutely not. If you leave, what will I do? Who will protect me? Boo-hoo, Luo Ji. How could you leave such a delicate and adorable girl all alone to face the long night? Indeed, men were never to be trusted. Once, when gazing at the moon, she had sweetly called him little sweetheart, but now, it seemed new affection had eclipsed the old. All right, Luo Ji said, genuinely frightened by the increasingly dramatic Xuanai. He rummaged through his ring and produced the gun he had confiscated from the man with the golden-rimmed glasses, handing it to Xuanai. I'll be back shortly. Take this gun for self-defense. It should suffice. But I don't know how to use a gun. Xuanai blinked innocently at him, refusing to take the weapon. Using a gun is simple. Just disengage the safety, place your finger on the trigger, and shoot whoever approaches. I promise I'll be back before 9. Luo Ji negotiated, feeling an odd sensation akin to a married man being grounded by his wife. No, 8 o'clock. No later. Xuanai's expression turned fierce, embodying the spirit of a seasoned hag haggling at the market. 8:30. Not a minute less. Luo Ji countered. 8:20. I won't budge. Xuanai ground her teeth in determination. 8:15. 8:13. 8:10. Deal. Xuanai suddenly ceased her objections, casually taking the gun from Luo Ji's hand. Her face lit with curiosity as if nothing had transpired. She began to play with it, pointing the barrel at Luo Ji. Wow, it's a real gun. I've never seen one before. Is this how it works? As she spoke, her finger lingered on the trigger, poised to shoot. Luo Ji felt a headache coming on as he attempted to instruct her on the proper way to hold the firearm while dodging her aim. Once he deemed her somewhat prepared, he made his way to the back door, as the front was certainly off limits. Fortunately, the convenience store had a rear exit. Hey, Luo Ji, let us make a pinky promise. Just as Luo Ji was about to leave her line of sight, Xuanai called out, extending her pinky finger towards him. Luo Ji hesitated, then reluctantly mirrored her gesture in the air. Remember, you must return by 8:10. Otherwise, you'll be a little puppy, she said earnestly. All right. I'm a little puppy, Luo Ji replied, nodding in resignation. He then opened the back door and stepped into the night. Chapter 28, Mystery. Luo Ji intended to visit a specific location, the police station. Firstly, he was still haunted by the possibility that the police station harbored secrets regarding Feifei's disappearance. Secondly, he wanted to investigate the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of the police officers, questioning whether the gun from the man with the golden-rimmed glasses had been pilfered from the precinct. And he was curious to see if he could scavenge anything else from there. As he wandered through the mist, Luo Ji's senses were fully attuned. Thanks to the initial development of his internal energy, his perception had sharpened considerably. Although visibility was extremely low, no rustle within 3 meters could escape his keen ears. Following the route he had memorized from his previous stakeout, he navigated confidently toward the police station without losing his way. After approximately 10 minutes, Luo Ji arrived at the front entrance of the police station. The door stood ajar, and despite only a day having passed, the area already appeared desolate. Not lingering at the entrance, he proceeded directly to what he remembered to be the police station building. It was dark, nearly impossible to discern anything. Even with his enhanced physical abilities, the darkness enveloped him. Fortunately, he had taken the precaution of bringing along 3 spare flashlights from the convenience store, which he now retrieved for illumination. Upon reaching the building, Luo Ji shone the flashlight toward it. Although the light from the flashlight he had borrowed was quite effective, it could barely reveal the outline of the structure, lacking any substantial brightness. It seemed the police station's power supply was malfunctioning. Luo Ji was uncertain as he ascended several steps. The door to the building stood ajar. He ventured inside, and the ground floor appeared quite desolate, making his footsteps resound with unusual clarity. He quickly stilled his pace and, using his flashlight, scanned the surroundings, eventually locating the light switch in the hall. However, upon activation, no lights illuminated, indicating that the power supply had indeed been compromised. Had someone attacked the police station? Yet everything seemed normal at first glance, devoid of any signs of an assault. Continuing his exploration, he stumbled upon an office with the door slightly ajar. A beam from his flashlight illuminated the interior, revealing clear signs of a search. Papers were strewn across the floor, and drawers had been pulled open, suggesting a thorough investigation had taken place. However, it did not appear to be the result of an attack, for there were no traces of blood or struggle. This knowledge, once foreign to him, had been imparted through his possession by Chen Xiaoju, and he now grasped these insights to a certain extent. He discerned that the individuals who had come here were likely not just a single group. A wave of concern washed over him as he pondered the potential loss of documents related to the case concerning Sunran. Growing impatient with the prospect of searching through each office, he began to navigate his way through the building, inspecting the door numbers until he found a detailed layout of the police station. The room housing the various case files was located on the 6th floor. As the elevator was surely out of commission, Luo Ji opted to ascend the stairs, disregarding the possibility of drawing attention as he hurriedly made his way to the 6th floor. As he raced upward, he summoned the internal energy residing in his dantian, channeling it into his legs. In an instant, he felt a surge of explosive power coursing through him, enabling him to move with remarkable speed. Within moments, he reached the 6th floor. Contemplating the possibility of enhancing his vision by channeling energy to his eyes, he promptly did so. Almost immediately, he felt a gentle warmth in his eyes, and his surroundings became vividly clear. Switching off the flashlight, he continued to observe, though not with perfect clarity. He could discern the general layout. However, this exertion drained his energy significantly. He realized he had depleted more than half of his internal power from merely running and enhancing his sight. Reluctant to squander it further, he ceased his focus and turned the flashlight back on, soon locating the archives. Unfortunately, the door was locked, reinforced with a heavy iron exterior and a fortified inner door. This posed a considerable challenge, yet Luo Ji remained undaunted, for he possessed a weapon capable of slicing through the armor of a main battle tank. Drawing the Zhuang Tai Lu from his ring, he did not even resort to his internal power. With a decisive swing, he cleaved the lock of the iron door, the sound echoing in the stillness. He replicated the effort on the fortified inner door, finally stepping into the archive room he had longed for. The archive was vast, filled with shelves brimming with documents. He took his time, as the intact door suggested no one had entered this space recently, ensuring the safety of the materials within. After nearly half an hour of searching, he discovered the file he sought. Disappearance case of Tianhong community. Dated April 29th, the previous day. This was the case concerning Fei Fei's disappearance, indicating that the files in this row were likely related to Sanran. Excitedly, he began to peruse the other documents, but soon found himself in shock. The first file he opened, another disappearance case, was missing all but the initial page detailing the incident. The subsequent pages had been ripped away. A chill ran down Luo Ji's spine as he sensed a heavy, sinister aura. He hastily opened the second file, only to find the same fate. Only the description remained intact, with the rest absent. Frantically, he rifled through all the files, including Fei Fei's, only to discover nothing remained. It was as if someone had foreseen his arrival and had preemptively disposed of the evidence. What could possibly explain this? The situation became increasingly enigmatic. The door had been untouched, suggesting that this had occurred before he arrived. Could the police have been responsible? Surely, if they wished to remove the files, they could have simply taken them, rather than tearing them apart. Luo Ji felt himself sinking deeper into an unfathomable vortex of intrigue. In the following moments, Luo Ji encountered something even more perplexing. As he inspected various offices, he noted that many appeared as though their occupants had just moments before vacated. Open newspapers, steeped tea, and other signs indicated that the inhabitants had not left in haste nor met with sudden violence. They had vanished in an instant, evaporating into thin air, much like Fei Fei. Was it possible that an asteroid collision could have such a devastating effect, creating a rift in time and space? But why did it seem only the police officers and the world government officials Luo Ji had glimpsed on the glasses-wearing man's phone had disappeared? Such coincidences were uncanny. If a rift existed, surely Luo Ji, being so close to the police station the previous night, would have disappeared as well. Overwhelmed by confusion, Luo Ji felt a wave of despair wash over him. With the disappearance of crucial information regarding Fei Fei and the inexplicable vanishing of the police, he found himself with little to grasp. However, after a moment of despondency, he steadied himself, recognizing that to find Fei Fei, he must first survive the impending chaos. Thus, all resources for his survival became paramount. What did the police station offer? Without a doubt, it was weaponry. The man with the glasses had clearly been there, as evidenced by the gun he possessed. Yet, it remained a mystery why only one gun had been recovered. Reflecting on the floor plan he had seen earlier, Luo Ji realized his cognitive abilities and memory had indeed improved. After merely glancing at the layout, he could now recall every detail with clarity, an extraordinary feat indicative of his enhanced intellect. Soon, he located the armory's position. However, as he approached, he was taken aback, realizing why only one gun had been retrieved. It was not due to others having arrived first, but rather the armory appeared almost impenetrable. The door was thick and robust, likely requiring explosives to breach, far beyond the simple swing of his sword. Upon closer inspection, he noticed signs of fire and water damage, as well as marks from being struck. Clearly, previous attempts had been made to access it. Yet, in the face of insurmountable odds, those ordinary individuals had been compelled to retreat. This turn of events now left a golden opportunity for Luo Ji. What others could not breach, he had the means to open, relying on the sword reputed to slice through the armor of a main battle tank. Certainly, while he may not yet possess the capability to cleave through the armor of a main battle tank with the sword in his hand, breaching the door before him, likely constructed from some formidable alloy, should pose no insurmountable challenge. Surely, one cannot assert that the armory's door is more fortified than the tank's armor. With this thought in mind, Luo Ji refrained from unsheathing his long sword just yet, conserving his energy as he recuperated from the exertion of his prior nocturnal endeavors. Having sprinted and struck at the door, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. His internal energy was not yet replenished, and the reserve within his dantian was scanty. Thus, he resolved to wait until he regained optimal condition before making his move. During this recuperation, he began to extend his perception outward. Although he surmised that the building was currently unoccupied, caution would serve him well. Approximately 15 minutes later, Luo Ji exhaled deeply, his state sufficiently restored. He fixed his gaze upon the door, gripping his long sword firmly, inhaling deeply once more as he channeled his internal energy into his hand. In that fleeting moment, Luo Ji executed the stunning phoenix technique against the armory's door. His choice of this particular maneuver stemmed from his apprehension regarding his current strength. He hoped that the accompanying armor-piercing buff from his successive strikes would lend him additional aid. Indeed, upon delivering the first strike, he did not experience the ease he had felt when severing the archive room door. Instead, his arm trembled, numbness coursing through it, nearly causing him to lose grip on the longsword due to the door's counterforce. Fortunately, he had attained proficiency in basic swordsmanship, allowing him to maintain a steady hold on the weapon. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he unleashed 2 more strikes. Once the acceleration and armor-piercing buffs activated, his 4th strike descended with a blur. At last, a crack echoed as the door yielded to his assault, a breach opening. Albeit at the cost of splitting the skin at the base of his grip, pain radiating through his hand. Enduring the agony, Luo Ji seized the opportunity while the buff still lingered, expanding the opening he had created. When the buff finally waned, he succeeded in carving out a space large enough to insert his hand. The door was an antiquated mechanical lock, easily manipulated from within. While this task might appear straightforward, it was not something everyone could accomplish, given that not all possessed a blade as razor-sharp as his or the martial prowess he wielded. As the door swung open, the entire armory lay exposed before Luo Ji, a veritable treasure trove brimming with firearms, ammunition, and protective gear. He wasted no time, hastily gathering several weapons, bulletproof vests, and ammunition, filling his ring to capacity. With the remaining items, he packed 2 large bags, yet he was only one man and could not carry everything. Reluctant to leave anything behind for others to scavenge, he resorted to a method of destruction for the surplus weaponry. The process was relatively uncomplicated. A single grenade would suffice, and the armory conveniently housed some. Although he had never handled a grenade before, Luo Ji's intuition served him well. After a brief examination, he grasped its operation. Pulling the pin, he tossed it into the armory and, with 2 heavy bags slung over his shoulders, resolutely turned away, refusing to glance back at the impending explosion. The explosion erupted with a resounding boom, igniting the armory. Luo Ji, having slightly underestimated the force of the blast, barely managed to ground himself by channeling the meager internal energy he had just regained throughout his body, preventing a disastrous fall from the shockwave. Once steadied, he wasted no time. Recognizing the explosion's potential to attract attention, he swiftly departed the police station, retracing his steps toward the convenience store. However, as he approached an alley just 5 minutes from his destination, he halted abruptly, not for any other reason than the unmistakable sound of a woman's cries for help mingled with a man's low laughter. He could not help but rub his temples. Was he destined to trigger some sort of heroic fate, encountering damsels in distress at every turn? Why did such incidents seem to follow him so persistently? Shaking his head, Luo Ji tightened his grip on the 2, however. Reflecting on the fact that he had so effortlessly dispatched that man, even he was somewhat astonished. When had he become so decisively ruthless? Moreover, he felt no discomfort. It was as if killing was simply a natural act, devoid of any other implications. Perhaps he had always been this kind of person? With these thoughts, Luo Ji remarked, "If I let go now, Promise you won't scream, all right? Qi Miaozhong quickly nodded, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Luo Ji released her, stood up, and asked, "Can you stand?" Qi Miaozhong let out a soft hum. He couldn't help but notice how melodious her voice was, even in that simple sound. A tingling sensation coursed through him, especially as her clothing, torn by that man, revealed a considerable expanse of her figure, hinting at a glimpse of her modesty. He quickly turned his face away and said, "Hey, your clothes." Qi Miaozhong, who had not realized her state, let out a small shriek upon his mention. Once she seemed to have adjusted her attire, Luo Ji turned to retrieve the 2 bags of military supplies lying on the ground, stating, "Let's go." He picked up the bags and took the lead. Qi Miaozhong hesitated behind him, clearly uncertain about the intentions of this seemingly youthful yet ruthlessly skilled youth. Luo Ji paid her no mind. His disposition was indeed shifting. If, at first, he had been an impassioned youth, the reality of slaughter and the apocalypse had begun to chill his heart. The recent act of heroically saving the damsel had stirred warmth and justice within him, but now, if Qi Miaozhong chose not to follow, that was her own affair. One could not endlessly assist another. After taking 3 steps, he heard footsteps behind him, and ultimately, Qi Miaozhong decided to take a chance. After all, being alone was exceedingly perilous, fraught with the potential for further danger. To survive in this apocalypse, silence enveloped them as Luo Ji moderated his pace slightly, ensuring Qi Miaozhong would not become lost in the fog. What was supposed to be a 5-minute journey extended to 10. Upon reaching the back door of the convenience store, he knocked in a specific pattern. 3 long knocks. 3 short, followed by another 3 long, and finally, 4 short knocks. This was a secret signal he had agreed upon with Shui Nai to prevent impersonation. After waiting for about a minute, the door creaked open, revealing Shui Nai's voice. "Oh, Luo Ji, you're quite obedient, returning before 10. Did you miss your sister? Can't wait for a loving hug." But she abruptly fell silent, for her gaze fell upon Qi Miaozhong, who stood shyly beside Luo Ji, arms crossed and resembling a harmless little rabbit. Shui Nai's smile vanished instantly. Her eyes narrowed, exuding a palpable aura of menace as she demanded, "Who is she?" In that fleeting moment, Luo Ji felt an absurd sensation wash over him. It was as if he had been caught in an illicit affair. What on earth? He shook his head and hastily introduced, "This is Qi Miaozhong, the person I just saved on the way here." He even managed a smile that resembled an attempt to placate her. "Wait, why should I need to placate her? What am I afraid of?" Shui Nai showed no intention of stepping aside. Instead, she crossed her arms, adopting the demeanor of a formidable gang leader. Luo Ji instinctively glanced back at Qi Miaozhong, who had lowered her head even further, too timid to look at either of them. Turning back to Shui Nai, he thought, "Am I reading the wrong script? This narrative should be titled My Adventures with a Beautiful Girl in the Apocalypse, rather than Survival with a Beautiful Girl in the Apocalypse. Please, let me explain. Wait, why am I uttering such terrible lines?" Before he could gather his thoughts, Shui Nai began to pout. "I want to listen, I want to listen. Boo-hoo. Men are all the same." With that, she dashed into the room. Luo Ji face-bombed. "Stop right there. Drama queen." He turned back to Qi Miaozhong. "I apologize. She can be like that, but she means no harm." Feeling the oppressive atmosphere from Qi Miaozhong, he quickly reassured her, "It's okay. If it's too awkward, I can leave." "Go on in," he urged. Knowing she didn't truly wish to depart, but was merely expressing her reservations as a shy girl might, he gently pulled her along, but unexpectedly, Qi Miaozhong stumbled, perhaps lacking strength or balance, and fell into his embrace. Luo Ji instinctively stepped back, but she continued her forward momentum, and given her torn attire, their encounter was rather intimate. His face flushed, he felt a rush of blood and struggled to suppress the surge of emotions. He awkwardly stepped aside, urging her to enter quickly, while internally cursing, "Why is the narrative taking such strange turns?" Inside the convenience store, Shui Nai continued her dramatic performance, sulking in a corner and gazing at Luo Ji with a mournful expression. "Hey, Luo Ji, come play Kill the 3 Kingdoms with me." "Kill what? Come see my new gear instead," Luo Ji retorted, rolling his eyes. He was increasingly reminded of the saying that women and cats are alike. 3 days without discipline, and they tear the roof off. Dealing with someone like Shui Nai, who appeared adorable at first glance yet had a dramatic essence, required a firm hand. He felt he was being particularly stern. As he began to unpack the contents of the bags, Shui Nai's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow! Level 3 helmet. Wow! Level 3 armor. Wow! 98k. Ha ha ha. I'm going to be invincible." She rushed over, eager to inspect his haul. Luo Ji swiftly raised a hand to halt her. Stop. Xuanai looked at him in confusion, glancing between him and the impressive gear, her desires palpable. Aren't you showing this to me? Who said it was for you? I'm just showing it off. Aren't you envious? It's mine, Luo Ji teased, pretending to put everything back in the bag. Xuanai panicked, hastily saying, Hey, don't do that. Luo Ji, dear brother, I promise I'll listen to you from now on. Just let me see and touch these treasures. Her whining was oddly unsettling. Clearing his throat, Luo Ji interrupted, Fine, you can have them, but we must establish 3 rules. First, I am the boss of this convenience store. You shall not call yourself my big sister anymore. Second, you are never to drag me in to kill the 3 kingdoms again. Third, you must not bully Miss Qi Miaojiang. Xuanai was indifferent to the first 2 conditions, but upon hearing the third, she pouted, thinking, Luo Ji, you little rascal. So quick to forget the old for the new, and now trying to suppress me in front of her? Just you wait. Of course, she feigned compliance, I agree. Now, hurry and give me the stuff. Take it, Luo Ji replied, huffing at her antics. He thought to himself, if I don't dampen her spirits, will I ever find peace? As Xuanai gleefully embraced the military bag, Luo Ji turned to the somewhat reserved Qi Miaojiang, saying, Miss Qi Miaojiang, it's just the 2 of us here. There's no need to feel so restrained. Would you like something to eat or drink? Rest assured, this place is quite safe. It seems that Qi Miaoqian is either genuinely frightened or simply a reclusive girl, as she keeps her head down and remains silent. However, her silence is betrayed by the rumbling of her stomach, revealing her hunger. Oh, Miss Qi Miao is hungry. Perhaps she should have some instant noodles? Luo Ji suggested, as he bent down to retrieve the noodles that had fallen on the ground. Thank you. Qi Miao's face flushed crimson, and she fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, softly admitting, Actually, my real name is Xie Qi Miao. You can call me Miao Miao. All right, Miao Miao, Luo Ji responded absent-mindedly, not fully grasping the significance of her name, and Qi Miao's cheeks reddened further in response. Watching this exchange, Xuanai scoffed internally. Little vixen, do you think this will let you cling to Luo Ji's side? Dream on. One day, you'll learn what it means to hold the position of the rightful queen. No, I mean, the authority of the big sister. Subsequently, Luo Ji prepared instant noodles for Qi Miao, during which she explained her presence in the alley. It turned out she had come to the city for an event, and after it concluded, the organizers arranged a gathering. Following the dinner, they went to sing karaoke, and it was during this time that the apocalypse struck. Among her companions was a wealthy heir who boasted of his influence in the area, claiming that even the end of the world would not faze him. With a sense of false security, Qi Miao decided to follow him for a day, but when he made inappropriate advances towards her, she fled in terror, leading to the events that followed. After comforting her, Luo Ji resumed his training. After a while, he suddenly felt a warmth in his chest and, upon opening his eyes, discovered that the book, which he had intended to keep in his ring, had somehow made its way into his embrace. He felt an irresistible urge to open the tome. After flipping through the story of Killer Little Orange, he encountered a new narrative. Story 2, Benevolent Heart. Mike often tells me, once you step into the world, you will inevitably owe a debt. Sim Sha Sui is a place rife with troubles, where life and death intertwine daily. That is why I can amass wealth so swiftly. Before I turned 17, I roamed the streets as a delinquent, struggling to survive and earning hardly anything. Mike urged me to return and continue studying medicine under my father, suggesting I had a reputable background. I retorted, reputable? What a joke. Readers are about to enter the realm of Benevolent Heart, where the following are important considerations. First, since this is a second venture into the story world, you will no longer receive novice protection, and this narrative comprises multiple participants, meaning you will encounter other readers. Secondly, your task this time is to reverse the outcome. Lastly, good luck to you. Chapter 32, Alley Showdown. Luo Ji awoke once more from that daze. He never anticipated things would unfold this way, being irresistibly drawn into the story by the tome. He had believed that simply keeping the book in the ring would ensure nothing would happen until he felt adequately prepared to continue his explorations. However, that notion proved futile. The book refused to grant him any loopholes, forcibly thrusting him into the second story. Moreover, this narrative involved multiple participants, meaning he would encounter others. A solo narrative is vastly different from a collective one. In a personal tale, only Luo Ji comprehends the story's trajectory, whereas in a shared narrative, many understand it, introducing enormous variables. It was impossible for Luo Ji to navigate this new story as he had in Killer Little Orange. If he attempted to replicate his previous strategy, he would surely meet a dead end. either failing the mission or being ambushed along the way. The difficulty had escalated tremendously, as this was no longer a mere adventure but a contest among individuals, which is the most perilous endeavor of all. Coming to this realization, Luo Ji heard a voice echoing ominously in his mind. Attention, you have entered the story scene of Benevolent Heart. You must not disclose any information irrelevant to the narrative, or you will be erased. The mode of unrestricted slaughter is now active. In this tale, killing other readers will yield a portion of their attribute points, a skill, and an item. This time, the reader assumes the role of an unnamed thug, and all abilities have been converted. Task: reverse the outcome, ensuring Huang Renxin survives and escapes Hong Kong. The story begins with a sound reminiscent of a bell tolling. Luo Ji fully awakened. The first voice he heard was, "Jigo, hurry, get out. Don't worry about us." Jigo? Luo Ji instinctively stretched his limbs, realizing he was gripping a bloodied machete. His body smeared with blood and bearing several wounds. Opposite him stood a group of menacing figures, brandishing knives, inching closer. He found himself in a dead-end alley, with 4 severely injured individuals behind him, unable to rise. The current predicament was dire. "You think you can escape today, Aji?" A burly leader amongst the advancing men snarled, a long scar twisting across his face, contorting into a grotesque shape as he laughed viciously. "If you offend me, Scarface, be prepared to meet your end. Don't think that just because you've allied with that lazy bastard, I won't dare to touch you. I, Scarface, thrive on courage and ruthlessness, and I have plenty of brothers. Today, I'll start by taking you down, then go after that lazy one, making it clear who commands Sim Sha Sui." Trouble. Luo Ji had not anticipated awakening to such a predicament. Lacking true combat experience, his only encounter had been with the group led by the man with gold-rimmed glasses, where he had summoned Qin Wujing using Zhang Tai Lu's skill to eliminate them all. Now, facing Scarface and his crew, he felt overwhelmed. Unless he summoned Qin Wujing again, overcoming this challenge seemed daunting. Unfortunately, his deadly skill was currently on cooldown. What to do? Watching Scarface's underlings charge towards him, Luo Ji tightened his grip on the machete and decided to seize the leader first. He shouted, initiating the flying swallow technique, propelling himself forward with blinding speed, swiftly bypassing the 2 thugs at the forefront, aiming his blade at Scarface. In retrospect, Luo Ji had hoped to avoid using such a technique, aware that in a multi-participant narrative, he had no knowledge of the other readers' roles. Acting impulsively with his skills could attract unwanted attention, which was precisely why he refrained from summoning Zhang Tai Lu from the ring. He wanted to keep his exposure minimal. Even if he had to reveal himself, he aimed to conceal as many of his trump cards as possible. As these thoughts raced through his mind, his blade was already poised before Scarface. Scarface, taken aback by Luo Ji's speed, cursed under his breath but made no attempt to evade, swinging his own knife to engage Luo Ji in a deadly clash. Luo Ji was dreadfully concerned about the scar-faced man, and seeing him come directly into his grasp was indeed fortuitous. Thus, he executed the second form of the Jinghong 3 styles, known as Hong Fei, with a swift flick of his knife, sending the descending blade of the scar-faced man flying before it could strike. Concurrently, the accompanying shockwave of the move rendered the scar-faced man's entire arm and body rigid. As he beheld the blade poised at his face, the scar-faced man panicked, exclaiming, "Damn it, kill this bastard." Luo Ji's speed was astonishingly swift, so much so that the henchmen surrounding them only began to react then, attempting to slash at Luo Ji. However, by that moment, Luo Ji had already reached the optimal moment to unleash the third form of the Jinghong 3 styles, Hong Luo. He brought his knife down decisively, first slashing across the scar-faced man's face, then fanning outward in a sweeping arc. A cacophony of clattering sounds ensued as the combat's severing effect took hold. In one fell swoop, Luo Ji had shattered the blades of the henchmen encroaching upon him. Simultaneously, the scar-faced man, having sustained a grievous cut to his face, collapsed to the ground, wailing, "My face! It hurts so much." The original scar on his left cheek was now intersected by Luo Ji's vertical slash, forming a cross that left the scar-faced man writhing in agony. Yet, Luo Ji's momentum did not falter. He unleashed a series of rapid strikes, gaining an acceleration effect once more. In a flash, he hoisted the writhing scar-faced man, pressing the blade against his neck while casting a glare at the surrounding henchmen, declaring, "If you want your leader to live, stand back." Chapter 33. Breaking through the siege. Undeniably, Luo Ji's seamless series of attacks, first incapacitating the scar-faced man, then severing the blades of his henchmen, struck immense terror into the hearts of all present in the alley. With the scar-faced man in Luo Ji's grip, they were momentarily paralyzed with fear, retreating as commanded. Back off, all of you. Luo Ji brandished his blade, continuing to intimidate the onlookers, exerting pressure on the scar-faced man, who, understanding the situation, rasped, "Retreat, retreat." His words carried more weight than Luo Ji's, and a path swiftly cleared. Luo Ji caught sight of his companions deeper in the alley, but refrained from beckoning them closer, insisting instead, "Have them drop their weapons. Throw them down, all of you." The scar-faced man, cornered beneath the eaves, had no choice but to comply, and his henchmen followed suit. "Excellent, come closer." Luo Ji exhaled in relief as he signaled his companions. The four were gravely injured, one in particularly dire condition, with an entire arm hanging by mere flesh, having succumbed to blood loss and fainted, supported by the other three. "What about him?" Luo Ji inquired, unsure of the man's name. "Brother Ji, we need to get Big Fool to a doctor immediately, otherwise it could be fatal," one of the slightly plump, bespectacled men urged. "All right, stay close to me." Luo Ji nodded, but a sudden thought struck him. Big Fool, an arm severed. These details seemed to point to a singular individual. With urgency, he discarded his dulled blade and seized a new one. Although his prior series of strikes had been formidable, the blade he wielded was merely mundane, incomparable to the likes of Zhang Tailu, and was no longer reliable. Grasping a fresh weapon, Luo Ji dragged the scar-faced man toward the alley's exit, his companions trailing closely behind. The henchmen, though still fierce in countenance, had noticeably subdued their movements following the capture of their leader. The alley was not lengthy, and within a minute, they reached the mouth of the alley, where a few more henchmen lingered, though their numbers were dwindling. As Luo Ji turned slowly, intending to let his companions pass first, a familiar sensation washed over him, a feeling of extreme danger akin to the moment he had a gun pointed at him by the bespectacled man. In that instant, his instincts kicked in, prompting him to evade just as a gunshot rang out. As he dodged, he had no choice but to release his grip on the scar-faced man. Holding onto him would slow his movements, making him vulnerable to the bullet. The bullet whizzed past, and the scar-faced man fell to the ground, screaming, "Kill him! Get rid of him! Kill this bastard!" However, Luo Ji had no time to heed the scar-faced man's pleas. He instinctively sought the source of the gunfire. The greatest threat now lay with the shooter. Employing the Jinghong 3 styles once more, Luo Ji, without clearly identifying the shooter as location, followed the sound of the gunfire. By the time he executed the third form, he was already in front of the gunman, who was still preparing to fire. Luo Ji would not grant him that opportunity. Bolstered by acceleration and armor-piercing buffs, he struck down, aiming directly at the gunman's hand. The force of his blow was unstoppable, as if the gunman's hand were made of paper, severing it with a sickening sound. Blood gushed forth as the henchmen scrambled to retrieve the discarded knives from the ground. Go! Luo Ji had no time to collect the fallen weapon. He was already in the midst of another round of the Jinghong 3 styles. He had never before attempted such an unbroken series of forms, and the exertion took its toll. As he launched into the first form, he found himself gasping for breath, akin to the exhaustion felt after a sprint, unable to summon any strength, struggling to inhale. Luo Ji felt on the brink of collapse, but in that critical moment, a wave of warmth surged from his abdomen, revitalizing him and dispelling his fatigue and breathlessness. It was then he recalled that he was a martial arts master endowed with inner strength. In the heat of battle, he had instinctively relied on his physical prowess and forgotten to harness his inner energy. With the aid of his inner power, executing the Jinghong 3 styles became effortless as he unleashed the full sequence, striking several foes before reaching his companions. With renewed speed and armor-piercing enhancements, he felled 2 more adversaries. "Let us move," he commanded. The 3 conscious companions exchanged glances, clearly torn between loyalty and self-preservation. Luo Ji was incensed. "Are you trying to seal our fates here, or big fools?" Upon hearing his words, they finally grasped the urgency. The bespectacled man grit his teeth. "Brother Ji, you must be careful." With that, they began to stagger towards the exit. Luo Ji, however, had no time to spare, as the remaining henchmen surged forward. Previously, he had wielded the scar-faced man as leverage to maintain the peace, but with the henchmen now advancing together, even Luo Ji, endowed with extraordinary stamina and inner strength, found himself struggling against the tide. After dispatching 2 individuals with his machete, Luo Ji noticed someone attempting to retrieve the handgun he had carelessly dropped on the ground. This compelled him to unleash the third form of his astonishing technique once more, propelling himself forward just in time to seize the weapon before anyone else could. The relentless usage of this technique had taken its toll. Despite Luo Ji's mastery over his inner energy, he found himself depleted. His reserves had been exhausted due to the continuous exertion, meaning he could only muster 2 more bursts of power after his initial use of the technique. Panting heavily, Luo Ji feigned attacks with his blade while brandishing the gun, aiming it at the scar-faced henchmen who were beginning to encircle him. He growled defiantly, come on, AG, you won't leave here alive tonight. Kill him. He only has 4 bullets left in that gun, and whoever takes him down will earn a reward of 500,000. Scarface bellowed from behind his lackeys, his face twisted with malice, fueled by the promise of reward. Those who had previously hesitated in the face of Luo Ji's firearm lunged toward him once more. Damn it, Luo Ji cursed under his breath, firing a shot into the air to momentarily distract them. Seizing the opportunity, he slashed at one of the henchmen guarding the exit. The man fell under Luo Ji's blade, allowing him to sprint toward freedom. His speed was extraordinary, enabling him to break free from the encirclement, but only for a fleeting moment, as Scarface's lackeys quickly pursued him. As they chased him down, one of them hurled a machete in his direction. Luo Ji had to dodge, which slowed his pace. 2 machetes swung dangerously close from behind, but he executed a swift maneuver, bending low to evade the strikes. Rising, he retaliated by severing one of his assailant's hands before firing again. This time, the bullet struck true, sending one of the attackers, who had leapt to strike him, tumbling backward. This gunfire instilled a sense of fear among his pursuers, granting Luo Ji a moment to dash forward once more. Eventually, after another shot rang out, he reached the bustling street, though he was utterly spent, with only a single bullet remaining in his handgun. The relentless pursuit continued, and it seemed that more of Scarface's henchmen were closing in from all sides, leaving him feeling utterly besieged. At that critical moment, a speeding red taxi suddenly appeared at the nearest intersection. The door swung open, revealing one of the members from the earlier quartet, a somewhat plump, bespectacled fellow, frantically gesturing for Luo Ji to come closer. Ji go, hurry, get in. With the sounds of pursuit growing ever closer, Luo Ji inhaled deeply, drawing upon the last remnants of his inner strength to propel himself forward. With the third form of his technique unleashed, he transformed into a whirlwind, racing toward the taxi. Just as he leapt inside, the taxi sped off, leaving Scarface's henchmen in a cloud of dust. Chapter 34, King of Tsim Sha Sui. Luo Ji gasped for breath in the back seat of the taxi, feeling as though he were on the brink of collapse. His inner energy had been completely depleted, leaving him utterly fatigued, unable even to lift a finger. He had never anticipated that his entrance into this world would be marked by such a perilous confrontation. The intensity was leagues apart from his previous narrative. Indeed, the earlier world had afforded him a novice protection period, which made things considerably easier. Now, bereft of such safeguards, he found himself amidst a treacherous landscape. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. Due to the reader's commendable performance in the recent skirmish, the long-term quest, King of Tsim Sha Sui has been activated. Long-term quest, King of Tsim Sha Sui current progress, Section 1 breakthrough section description. In this narrative, unleash your full potential and strive to become the leader of a gang. Failure to do so will result in the termination of the entire quest chain. Quest description, a bloodthirsty gene flows through your veins. Combat exhilarates you. You are destined for the shadows. Use your fists, your bullets, and your ferocity to bring the scum of Tsim Sha Sui to heel. Having completed Section 1 of the long-term quest, King of Tsim Sha Sui, the reader is rewarded with 1 skill point, and their reputation in the underground world of Tsim Sha Sui will rise. Luo Ji had not expected that the fierce battle would yield such an unexpected boon. He could now access his skill bar and status, and without hesitation, he allocated the newly acquired skill point to basic proficiency in light firearms. This choice stemmed from the realization that, although he had successfully shot someone amidst the chaos, it was merely luck. Had it not been for his enhanced physical conditioning, he might have struggled to maintain control of the gun during his initial shot. Moreover, he possessed a variety of weapons pilfered from the police arsenal, which he could not afford to squander. He had long intended to enhance this skill, making it a most fortuitous decision. After solidifying his grip on the gun, Luo Ji began to contemplate other matters. Where was Tasha? Given his capabilities, Luo Ji could have easily fought his way out while holding Scarface hostage. However, such an action would have left his 4 companions behind, jeopardizing his opportunity to activate the long-term quest and complicating his identity within this narrative. A thug who abandons his brothers to escape would not fare well, indeed. Ultimately, It was not only the desire to save his companions that drove Luo Ji to devise a plan, but also the lingering fire of youthful passion within him, ignited further by the mention of Dasha's name. Dasha, the one with the severed left arm, was an unmistakable character. In the tale, he was the one who adored Qiyu Shuxing and whose wife had been murdered, an essential figure for triggering pivotal plot developments. Were it not for him, the protagonist Huang Renxin might not have contemplated leaving Hong Kong, leaving the outcome shrouded in uncertainty. In any case, capturing this individual was of paramount importance. Blackskin and his crew had taken Dasha in another vehicle to Dr. Huang, and Luo Ji hoped fervently for his safety. The bespectacled fellow beside him appeared equally shaken, panting as he spoke. Dr. Huang? At that moment, Luo Ji's mind stirred. He recognized that the plot was unfolding. He had a sense of where the narrative stood. In the story, Dasha had lost an arm, and Huang Renxin had compensated him with $1,000, which had forged their bond. Let us go, Luo Ji declared, seizing the opportunity to meet the protagonist, an encounter that could prove pivotal for him. All right, the bespectacled fellow nodded, instructing the taxi driver to head to a location unfamiliar to Luo Ji. However, having never been to Hong Kong, especially not in the context of this story, he had no idea where they were headed. The taxi driver, accustomed to such scenarios, remained calm and collected as he navigated through the winding streets. After approximately 15 minutes, they arrived at a rundown neighborhood that lacked the vibrancy of the city. Let us go, Ji go. Dasha should have arrived by now. I sincerely hope he is all right. The bespectacled fellow's concern was palpable. His loyalty was evident in his willingness to rescue Luo Ji. Rest assured, Dasha will be fine. Luo Ji, aware of the plot, understood that since Dasha had reached Dr. Huang, there was little cause for concern. The bespectacled young man nodded slightly and led Luo Ji deeper into the neighborhood. This area resembled a dilapidated urban village, with particularly aged buildings and various chicken shops adorned with peculiar flashing lights scattered throughout a narrow alley. Following the bespectacled young man, Luo Ji navigated through the alley, evading the incessant harassment of numerous alluring women. After another 5 minutes of walking, they finally arrived at their destination, a worn-down 4-story apartment. Due to its considerable age, it seemed not many people resided there. Only a few rooms were illuminated, perhaps due to the late hour. In any case, Huang Renxin's living conditions were rather dismal. However, Luo Ji soon reflected that as a black market doctor, it was unlikely he would reside in a bustling area. Living in such a place was, in fact, safer, allowing those from the underworld to seek treatment without hesitation. Let us go, Ji gu, 3rd floor, the bespectacled young man said, leading the way with familiarity. From this, it was evident that the character Luo Ji was portraying had never been here before, which was advantageous, as it spared him from appearing overly peculiar. Throughout their journey, the bespectacled young man had repeatedly remarked, Jigo, I know you're formidable. I didn't expect you to be so powerful, able to fend off a group all by yourself. This made Luo Ji somewhat wary, fearing his true identity might be exposed. However, upon engaging the young man in conversation, he learned that the persona he was embodying was a newcomer to the gang from the mainland, with not many aware of his background. Thus, his behavior did not seem too conspicuous or strange. As Luo Ji followed the bespectacled young man to the 3rd floor, they passed a room illuminated by pink lights, presumably that of the character Xiao Feng from the story, before arriving at Huang Renxin's black market clinic. Chapter 35. Raid. The original narrative was written in the first person, which meant there was no direct description of Huang Renxin. Consequently, Luo Ji had initially envisioned Huang Renxin as a figure akin to Da Vinci: sparse hair, a white tank top, flip-flops, wearing glasses, with a lewd expression and a disheveled demeanor, perhaps with a shriveled cigarette dangling from his lips. In essence, he imagined a rather sleazy middle-aged man. However, when Luo Ji finally laid eyes on Huang Renxin, he could hardly recognize him, for Huang Renxin was strikingly handsome. Indeed, he was handsome. His aura fell somewhere between Tony Leung and Leslie Chung, with a profile reminiscent of Takashi Kaneshiro. His hair was thick yet tousled, and while he wore a white tank top and had a shriveled cigarette in his mouth, it did nothing to mar his image. Rather, he resembled a melancholic and disheveled beauty. Had the bespectacled young man not entered and called out Dr. Huang, Luo Ji would have never believed this person was Huang Renxin. Hello, Dr. Huang, Luo Ji greeted, but Huang Renxin paid them no heed, absorbed in haggling with an injured individual on his makeshift operating table. Normally, I charge 30,000 for treating a gunshot wound to the thigh, but since you're a new face, I'll offer you a first-time discount. Let us say 28,000. How does that sound? Sounds like a bargain, doesn't it? You want me to shoot your other leg too? Huang Renqin nonchalantly remarked, completely disregarding the fact that the injured man on the table was writhing in pain. If he treated an injured person in such a manner, one could only imagine how he would treat the newly arrived big fool. The big fool lay to the side, still unconscious, while the two who had escorted him and anxiously watched Huang Renqin haggle, fidgeting like ants on a hot stove. Upon seeing Luo Ji enter, they greeted him before glancing back at Huang Renqin. Hey, Dr. Huang, my brother's hand has been severed. It's critical. Could you please hurry? Luo Ji interjected. What's all the noise about? Huang Renqin replied impatiently, tossing his cigarette, but to the ground without turning around. So what if his hand got chopped off? Last time, a guy had his skull punctured, and he still had to wait. If you come onto my turf, you have to abide by my rules. Raising your hand means you agree, right? Come on, sign here. 28,000, and don't try to back out, or I can fix your leg. But I can also chop it off. As he spoke, the injured man on the operating table raised his hand, indicating agreement to the price. Huang Renqin promptly finished addressing Luo Ji, took a piece of paper, and pressed the man's fingertip onto it before proceeding with the surgery in a manner akin to butchering a pig. Seeing this, Luo Ji shook his head. This guy indeed had a notoriously foul temper, and his medical skills seemed lacking. Nevertheless, since he operated as a black market doctor, he must have some expertise. However, he could not simply watch the big fool lie there. If the big fool were to die, a crucial plot character would be lost, leading to significant changes in the ensuing narrative. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Ji stepped forward to examine the big fool's injuries. Having acquired the skill of basic medical proficiency, he possessed some knowledge of treating wounds. While he could not heal the big fool entirely, he figured he could stabilize his condition. After carefully assessing the big fool for a while, treatment plans began to formulate in Luo Ji's mind. Utilizing the readily available supplies in Huang Renqin's clinic, he set to work. The others were momentarily stunned when Luo Ji suddenly took action. The bespectacled young man said, "Ji Gu this. Don't worry. I learned a bit from a master back on the mainland. While I can't fully heal the big fool, I can't just let him lie here like this." Luo Ji explained briefly before diving into his work. Meanwhile, Huang Renqin, who had previously appeared to be butchering a pig, seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Without turning around, he continued his work while muttering, "Hey, alcohol, gauze, hydrogen peroxide. All cost money, and I'm keeping a tab. And if you kill the patient, it's not my problem. If you go outside and badmouth me, I'll take you out." Luo Ji ignored him, fully immersed in his task. Approximately 5 minutes later, he completed the basic treatment, wrapping the big fool's arm. The big fool, who had previously shown signs of distress even in unconsciousness, now breathed steadily. "Ji Gu, you've got some skills. Your technique seems far superior to that of certain individuals. Why don't you consider opening your own clinic? It would save some people from parading around and scamming others," the bespectacled young man remarked. Impressed by Luo Ji's medical prowess, as he exchanged glances with Huang Renqin, who was still engrossed in surgery. Humph. Huang Renqin, while performing the operation, casually tossed the scalpel onto the table and said, "You can treat or not. I don't have time for your nonsense. Since this little brat is so capable, take him home." He lit a cigarette for himself and was about to lean down to finalize the wound treatment when suddenly, the injured man on the operating table, who had been in excruciating pain, abruptly snatched the scalpel Huang Renqin had discarded and lunged it toward Huang Renqin's temple. The sudden attack was utterly unexpected. The bespectacled young man and the others had no time to react, perhaps not even realizing what was happening. Just then, Luo Ji turned to glance at Huang Renqin, and due to his exceptional physical abilities, he quickly perceived the incoming strike. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled a bottle of hydrogen peroxide at the assailant's elbow, channeling all his inner energy into that singular action. With a sharp crack, the bottle shattered, and the assailant's hand fell limply to the side, having been incapacitated by Luo Ji's strike. With the elbow broken, the threat to Huang Renqin was neutralized, and Huang Renqin, now aware of the danger, swiftly kicked the operating table aside. The leg strength of the Foshan no shadow kick is indeed explosive. The surgical table was directly deformed from a kick, scraping against the ground and emitting a sharp sound as it slid towards the door, ultimately crashing into the doorframe. The assailant, undeterred, rolled off the bed and fled towards the exit without uttering a single word. Chapter 36, Baited. Huang Renqin, witnessing the assailant's escape, moved to pursue him. However, Luo Ji blocked his path and, before Huang Renqin could express his anger, said, "Master Huang, there is no need for gratitude. I merely lent a hand. If you wish to show appreciation, please heal my brother. What gave you the impression that I intended to thank you?" Huang Renqin was nearly amused by the audacity of Luo Ji. Did you not see that scoundrel attempting to evade responsibility? I despise those who shirk their debts, and I shall surely repay him by severing his leg. Master Huang, how about this? I will collect the debt for you, and you shall assist my brother in recovering? Luo Ji persisted, refusing to budge. You, Huang Renqin began, but Luo Ji anticipated he might suggest that he was capable enough to heal himself. However, considering Luo Ji had just saved him, he hesitated, then coldly replied, Very well, go ahead. If you fail to retrieve his left leg, I shall take your brother's other arm in payment. You. Upon hearing this, Luo Ji remained silent, while the others, including the bespectacled man, were incensed. Nevertheless, Luo Ji gestured for them to calm down, nodding in agreement. It is a deal, before darting away. Luo Ji followed the scent of blood to locate his target. His physical abilities significantly enhanced, allowing his senses to surpass those of an ordinary person. The assailant had lost a considerable amount of blood during treatment, leaving behind an unmistakable trail. Why did he pursue this individual? On one hand, it was to establish a connection with Huang Renqin. On the other, he sensed that this assailant was likely another reader. Two reasons supported this deduction. Firstly, the timing of the attack on Huang Renqin coincided almost perfectly with Luo Ji's entrance into the story world. Secondly, the assailant had exhibited unusual resilience, remaining silent even when Luo Ji broke his arm, indicating a possible special ability to endure pain. Given these factors, Luo Ji continued his pursuit. This narrative world encouraged violence among readers, and he would not mind collecting this particular head. Is Luo Ji cold-blooded? Perhaps to some extent. Anyone who suddenly acquires immense power and experiences drastic environmental changes undergoes subtle psychological shifts. Luo Ji was no exception. Undoubtedly, he must complete his mission, and the assailant's objectives directly opposed his own, as the latter aimed to eliminate Huang Renqin. Eliminating a potential threat was undoubtedly advantageous, and moreover, killing this individual would grant him attribute points, gear, and skills, making him stronger. Strength equated to safety, and safety was never excessive. Furthermore, Luo Ji had grown less averse to taking lives. Following the trail of the assailant down the stairs, Luo Ji noted the individual's remarkable speed. Despite utilizing his internal energy to hasten his pace, he struggled to keep up. However, as long as the trail remained intact, he could continue the pursuit. Despite evident injuries, Luo Ji doubted the assailant could escape. After approximately 10 minutes of tracking, he inadvertently found himself in a dark alley, where the trail abruptly ceased. No, it should be said that it simply stopped, right there in the alley. The assailant awaited him, hidden in the shadows, coldly mocking. I didn't expect you to actually chase after me. This moment confirmed their identities, an unspoken acknowledgement. Why not? Luo Ji understood that a life-and-death battle loomed ahead. Unaware of the assailant's precise abilities, he sought to adjust his own state. He had rested well in the taxi, his internal energy nearly restored. However, the recent exertion had drained some of it. The assailant's dialogue played into Luo Ji's strategy. Aren't you afraid I am not alone? The assailant continued. Luo Ji realized the individual was also stalling for time and discreetly stepped forward to position himself for a sudden offensive. You can only be alone. If you had companions, you wouldn't have sent just one person to assassinate Huang Renqin. Your task is to eliminate him, and if Huang Renqin dies, the game concludes. Remember, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a hare. You were so close to completing your mission, how could you not go all out? The assailant remained silent, either conceding or withholding a response. Luo Ji continued, Your abilities likely involve pain immunity and rapid recovery. You are stalling to converse with me, believing I need to recover as well. Alas, I am perfectly fine. As he uttered this declaration, Luo Ji surged forward, unleashing his internal energy in his legs, propelling himself toward the foe in the shadows like a swift arrow. He countered the opponent's verbal bluster, exposing the ruse, and further disrupted him by speculating on the assailant's potential abilities, ultimately launching a confident assault. This was Luo Ji's self-crafted strategy. He was uncertain of its effectiveness, yet it represented his most refined approach at this moment. The adversary was undoubtedly focused on recovering, and while Luo Ji also needed to recuperate, he reasoned that the assailant likely required it more. Thus, even if it meant slightly neglecting his own condition or the possibility of hidden dangers from the opponent, Luo Ji resolved to strike first, intending to seize control of the encounter's tempo. As he advanced rapidly through the air, Luo Ji deftly drew the Zhang Tai Lu from his ring. After numerous practices, he had mastered the art of drawing the sword in critical moments, allowing him to catch opponents off guard. Now, He aimed to maximize his offensive velocity. First, he unleashed his internal energy, then drew his sword midair, executing the first move of the stunning swan technique, elevating his speed as he transitioned from the energy burst to the brief moment of decline, rushing from the alley's entrance to confront the individual before him. Then, with a swift stroke, Luo Ji's sharp blade pierced the assailant's chest. Pierced? Wait. Luo Ji froze, astonished at how effortlessly he had succeeded. The anticipated resistance had failed to materialize. He had achieved his objective. Then, he heard the assailant's low, sinister chuckle. Excellent swordplay, splendid decisiveness, and sheer recklessness. Ha ha ha, you have fallen into my trap. Chapter 37 Shattered. A trap? Luo Ji instinctively attempted to withdraw his blade, only to discover that the sword, capable of cleaving through the armor of main battle tanks in its prime, was ensnared by an inexplicable force emanating from the assailant. Realizing the peril, Luo Ji abandoned thoughts of the sword and sought to escape, but it was too late. The assailant grinned malevolently as an unknown substance erupted from the wound where the sword had penetrated, ensnaring Luo Ji's hand around the blade, instantly immobilizing him. Luo Ji's senses were acute. Although the alley was shrouded in darkness, he quickly discerned what was coiling around his arm, pure flesh and blood, as if it had sprouted directly from the assailant's body, akin to tentacles entangling his arm. As Luo Ji had begun to form conjectures about his opponent's abilities, he never anticipated that they would surpass his most terrifying imaginings. Your guesses are indeed quite close, but alas, you are still a fraction off. My power extends far beyond mere immunity to pain and rapid recovery. My ability is pure flesh and blood. Now, let me relish your corporeal form. The adversary, seemingly certain of his victory over Luo Ji, continued to speak with reckless abandon, while the flesh that coiled around Luo Ji advanced swiftly, now creeping up to his shoulders. The overwhelming stench of blood filled Luo Ji with a sense of revulsion and restlessness. However, he quickly quelled his agitation, employing his basic mental discipline to channel all his inner strength into his ensnared right arm, unleashing it in a powerful shockwave. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the flesh did not yield, and the binding force intensified. Ha ha ha. Futile. The opponent, now acutely aware of Luo Ji's struggles, laughed even more boisterously. I might confess that at a distance, my abilities indeed lack any offensive power, relying solely on pain immunity and swift recovery. But once we are in close quarters and my flesh ensnares you, escape becomes impossible. My flesh possesses the strength of a quagmire. The more you struggle, the deeper you will sink. I was considering how to draw you in, but here you are, foolishly colliding into my grasp. Truly, the heavens favor me. Damn it. Luo Ji cursed inwardly, reflecting on his lack of combat experience. He had believed he was seizing the initiative, only to find himself ensnared in his opponent's trap. Nevertheless, he remained composed, even as the tendrils of flesh approached his chin, pondering how he might extricate himself. His basic mental discipline provided him with invaluable assistance, enabling him to maintain his calm at all times. It was clear that escaping through inner strength was impossible. The opponent's flesh was too peculiar, and employing the skill of Zhang Tailu was not a wise choice. Attacking with his unrestrained body was ill-advised, as his adversary was immune to pain. Thus, what options remained? Rapidly assessing his arsenal of abilities, Luo Ji suddenly recalled a technique he possessed, his right hand, specifically his pinky finger. With a swift motion, he activated the ring on that finger, which, aside from its storage capabilities, also had the function of absorption, capable of drawing in various forms of energy. He pondered whether the power of flesh could be classified as a form of energy. Without certainty, he promptly activated that ability. Otherwise, the flesh would soon cover his face. Absorb, activate. In an instant, the flesh that had been voraciously growing upon him suddenly appeared as though it had been drained of life, rapidly withering and shriveling. The once triumphant figure now shouted in terror, "No! What have you done to me? No!" The abrupt loss of power left him in a state of panic, while Luo Ji maintained his composure. Recognizing the efficacy of this technique and the newfound freedom in his arm, he did not draw his sword immediately. Instead, he grasped it and executed the second form of the swift crane technique, crane ascending. The razor-sharp Zhang Tailu, infused with Luo Ji's inner strength, surged upward with a ferocity akin to a true crane taking flight, slicing through his opponent's spine and tearing apart the upper half of his body. Ultimately, it cleaved through the skull, resembling a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, scattering blood and flesh in its wake. Yet, Luo Ji did not cease. Aware of the horror of his opponent's abilities, he intended to deny him any respite once the opportunity arose. The subsequent form, crane descending, landed, cleaving the dismembered body into two halves without hesitation. This was not the end. Luo Ji, pushing himself to draw on the last remnants of his inner strength, unleashed the swift crane technique once more. The fragmented body was torn apart like paper as Luo Ji relentlessly slashed with his sword, continuously striking until he could no longer muster the energy to continue. His body moved mechanically until the reader Zhang Jie was removed from the storyline, and the reader Luo Ji was awarded 2 points in physical attributes, the skill Rapid Recovery, and the equipment Colt M1911, Unlimited. The rewards are about to be distributed. Please check your receipt. Upon receiving the information of his opponent's demise and the notification of rewards, Luo Ji calmed himself. He was utterly exhausted, barely managing to stand with his sword propped against the ground. Gazing at the pile of mangled flesh before him, he felt a surge of nausea, yet he forced himself to suppress the urge to vomit, compelling himself to confront the gruesome sight. This was his creation, a reality he must accept and grow accustomed to. Such scenes would only multiply in the future. If he was destined to become a demon, the first step was to face the abyss. Once he had grown accustomed to suppressing his nausea, Luo Ji began to rummage through the pile of flesh. After a considerable search, he found a right leg that was, albeit barely, recognizable, hoisting it onto his shoulder as he made his way out of the alley. Upon stepping outside and inhaling the fresh air, he suddenly craved a cigarette. Chapter 38, Contemplation. With a bloody, mangled mass that was nearly indistinguishable from its original form crashing onto the table, even Huang Renxin, who had witnessed countless gruesome scenes, was taken aback. He glanced at Luo Ji, who was drenched in blood and flesh, then at the piece of meat on the table, before poking it with a finger. Finally, he wiped his hand on the stunned glasses wearer's shoulder, saying, "Hey, come on, this is ridiculous. You didn't just rob a fresh pig leg from the meat warehouse, did you?" Luo Ji chuckled, unfazed by Huang Renxin's skepticism. He casually tore off a piece of flesh from himself and tossed it to the ground. "You're a doctor. Can't you tell at first glance whether it's a pig's leg or a human's?" Huang Renxin was momentarily silenced, then examined the piece of meat again before looking up at Luo Ji. "You're ruthless. This looks like a dismembered body. What is your name?" "Ji. I'm with Brother Mike," Luo Ji stated, clarifying his identity. Technically, he was currently aligned with the Lazy faction, and Brother Mike was not someone he could readily meet. But he understood the connection Huang Renxin had with Mike and opted to say it. "Good lad. I'll remember you. You're quite interesting." Huang Renxin nodded, then gestured toward the unconscious figure on the operating table, saying, "You collected the debt for me. I've spared your brother's life. The cost for the amputation surgery, along with the treatment fees, is a total of 10,000. Given your speed, I'll cut you a deal. 5,000 will suffice. Cash only. No credit cards or IOUs accepted," Huang Renxin stated matter-of-factly. Meanwhile, the three glasses-wearing companions had regained their composure, visibly angry at the sight of the dismembered arm. Just as they were about to voice their outrage, Luo Ji raised a hand to silence them. 5,000, huh? That's already quite reasonable. Big Shah's arm was beyond saving. He is fortunate to have retained his life. Here, Huang, here's 6,000. The extra 1,000 is for your trouble. Use it to treat yourself." As he spoke, Luo Ji produced blood-stained money from his pocket, which he had retrieved from the pile of flesh, and handed it directly to Huang Renxin. Huang Renxin was unyielding in his pursuit of wealth, unperturbed by the bloodshed that surrounded him. He accepted the situation with ease, sparking a conversation with the irate group nearby, saying, Your big brother is quite understanding, possessing medical skills and recognizing the necessity of amputating an arm. He appreciates my efforts, so I shall accept this $1,000. By the way, Ji, thank you for treating me to tea. Do visit me sometime to watch some adult films. I have the latest releases, such as Naked Lamb and Dr. Lamb. Just remember to bring some drinks and snacks." "Thank you, Master Huang. I will certainly come to enjoy them when I have the time," replied Luo Ji, secretly pleased to have established some rapport with Huang Renxin. After a brief stay, it seemed pointless to linger further, especially considering that Desha needed rest. Luo Ji led Desha and the remaining 3 members out of Huang Renxin's clandestine clinic. As they walked, Luo Ji indirectly learned the names of his companions. Desha, of course, needed no introduction. The bespectacled one was named Wu Qihua, a name reminiscent of the actor who played the legendary Zhang Wuji, although that actor was still busy with various adult films and comedies, yet to star in The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. The next was a short man named Arong, who bore a fierce countenance. Luo Ji recalled that even when injured, he charged fearlessly into battle. In contrast, Wu Qihua seemed more inclined toward strategy, akin to a clever advisor. The last was a slender fellow known as Shi Luzi, whose name aptly described his timid appearance, yet his eyes sparkled with intelligence. Luo Ji recognized that this group was the foundation for his venture into Tsim Sha Sui and the successful completion of his narrative mission. He believed that the night's violent encounters, coupled with the display of medical prowess, would leave a profound impact on them, establishing a balance of fear and respect. Contemplating this, Luo Ji found himself momentarily astonished at the maturity of his own thoughts. Navigating relationships with eccentric individuals and taming a rebellious crew was something he had only witnessed in stories, now unfolding in reality, leaving him feeling surreal yet compelled to accept this transformation. Perhaps this was the essence of growth under pressure. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ji continued to ponder the myriad complexities before him. His foremost concern was the sudden appearance of an assassin in Huang Renxin's clinic. This served as a signal, indicating that each reader's ultimate objective might differ. Some required Huang Renxin to live, while others sought his demise. And perhaps some desired the deaths of both him and other pivotal characters. The situation was intricate. Luo Ji had fortuitously encountered an assassin targeting Huang Renxin and had acted swiftly to eliminate him. But what if another individual remained hidden, waiting for the opportune moment to strike? Could he possibly monitor Huang Renxin around the clock? Such a task was implausible. Even if he were to stay vigilant, there was no guarantee of success. Moreover, if his sole focus was on safeguarding Huang Renxin, neglecting other responsibilities, he might ultimately be unable to prevent Huang Renxin's death when the climax arrived, resulting in punishment that, while not outright death, would be nearly as severe. He could not afford to remain passive. Action was imperative. Just then, Arong kicked a beer can by the roadside and muttered, "I can't swallow this anger." Luo Ji assumed he was still incensed over Huang Renxin's decision to amputate De Sha's arm and rushed to intervene, saying, "Arong, don't do that. I assure you, De Sha's hand was beyond saving. Preserving his life is what matters." "No, Brother Ji, I'm not blaming Dr. Huang. I'm thinking about Scarface. That bastard caused De Sha to lose an arm. He cannot escape unscathed." Indeed, Luo Ji's mind sparked at this revelation. Scarface was an excellent target. Eliminating him would benefit both Luo Ji's long-term mission and his current task. Strength in numbers could amplify their impact. If Luo Ji succeeded in taking down Scarface, his reputation would undoubtedly soar. However, a concern lingered. If he acted against Scarface, he would likely attract attention, especially since the remaining readers were still lurking in the shadows. It would be a game of cat and mouse, with him exposed and his enemies concealed, rendering him vulnerable. Yet, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If he did not dare to take such risks, he might as well concede defeat and abandon the game altogether. The potential rewards outweighed the risks. Thus Luo Ji resolved to proceed. "Shi Luzi, you're clever. Stay here and keep watch. Take this beeper. If anything unusual occurs, alert me immediately." As he spoke, Luo Ji handed over his beeper to Shi Luzi and asked Wu Qihua if he knew how to operate his beeper. Shi Luzi accepted the beeper with curiosity, fiddling with it as he nodded. "I can use it, but Brother Ji, what exactly constitutes unusual activity?" "It's simple. Notify me if anyone attempts to harm Dr. Huang." Luo Ji replied, offering no further explanation. The others were puzzled, but Luo Ji had already established his authority within the 5-member team, and no one dared to challenge him. Shi Luzi, trusting Luo Ji, nodded in affirmation of his commitment to the task. Having assigned Shi Luzi his role, Luo Ji led the remaining 3 away. Instructing Wu Qihua, "Qihua, take De Sha home first." Wu Qihua was taken aback, shaking his head vehemently. "How can I do that? You're going after Scarface. I can't just run away. You're not abandoning us. De Sha's condition is critical. He needs someone to look after him. Scarface is merely a minor player. Arong and I can handle him." Luo Ji reassured him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Prior to that evening, Wu Qihua would have adamantly refused to accept Luo Ji's words, doubting that 2 individuals could overpower Scarface. However, after witnessing Luo Ji's formidable prowess, particularly when he entered the room carrying a severed leg, drenched in blood, Wu Qihua's perception had dramatically shifted. He instinctively nodded in agreement. With Wu Qihua dispatched, Luo Ji breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, having them along would complicate matters, as he would need to divide his attention among them. Alone, he could operate with greater efficiency. "Brother Ji, what's our next move?" Arong, the last remaining companion, displayed no signs of fear. Rather, he seemed exhilarated. He was a rugged man, clearly one who admired strength, and after witnessing Luo Ji's feats that night, he held an intense admiration for him. That moment, Arong's gaze was fervent, as if he would follow Luo Ji into the governor's mansion to confront the governor without question. Do you know where Scarface usually receives treatment? Luo Ji inquired. Arong nodded, responding, Scarface's wound isn't severe, but he will certainly require care. I know he has a mistress who used to be a nurse. He'll undoubtedly be with her. We won't return empty-handed. Arong, upon hearing this, revealed a bloodthirsty smile, leading the way forward. Luo Ji remained silent, following him into a taxi. Inside the vehicle, Luo Ji closed his eyes to rest while reviewing the rewards he received for eliminating the reader, Zhang Jie. First, he noted 2 points in physical attributes. After a moment's contemplation, he allocated 1 point to strength. Although speed was his primary focus, it was prudent to balance his overall capabilities. A sword that is swift yet lacks power is ultimately futile. The remaining point would undoubtedly enhance his speed. In the realm of martial arts, swiftness is invincible. After making his adjustments, he felt a noticeable increase in the strength of his fists, and his entire being grew lighter. Next, he discovered a newly acquired skill, rapid recovery. Accessing the skill menu, he saw that an additional skill had appeared in his personal repertoire, already activated without requiring further points for mastery. Most impressively, it was a passive skill. Rapid recovery. Recovery ability increased by 400. 400? That seemed rather formidable. No wonder Luo Ji felt invigorated, as if he had scarcely rested. This skill was undoubtedly highly practical, presumably allowing for swift recuperation even after sustaining injuries. Luo Ji opened his eyes to examine his hands, refraining from any self-harm. Indeed, this skill was a significant boon. Lastly, he examined the item that had dropped, the Colt M1911, Unlimited. Item, Colt M1911, Unlimited, Quality. Excellent, green, damage, 5. In the current world context, it can easily penetrate the human body and breach standard bulletproof vests. Special effect, unlimited ammunition. This firearm does not require manual reloading. Once the magazine is empty, it automatically replenishes, taking 30 seconds to do so. Description: this gun comes from the hands of a seasoned demon hunter, its jet black body paying homage to Dante's ebony wood, with the inscription Beloved Alice at the base, resonating with the soul of another weapon. Upon seeing Unlimited, Luo Ji had an inkling that this firearm possessed infinite bullets. Now, having read the detailed description, he found his assumptions were not far from the truth. While the automatic reloading was a tremendous advantage, it also posed a critical flaw. In the heat of battle, no adversary would patiently allow for a 30-second reload. Nonetheless, for Luo Ji, who did not primarily rely on firearms, this weapon served admirably as a secondary armament. Grasping the gun in his hands, he familiarized himself with its feel and handling, contemplating how to deliver a lethal strike to Scarface. Meanwhile, the taxi arrived at their destination, a bustling yet chaotic red light district. Brother Ji, Scarface is surely inside. I spotted his lookout, Arong whispered as they disembarked. Luo Ji immediately glanced in the direction Arong indicated and indeed saw several figures lurking at the street corner. Scanning the area, rather than approaching them directly, he followed Arong into a small bar, where they found a seat. The bar was loud, filled with men and women shouting. They ordered drinks, sitting by the window, affording them a clear view of Scarface's lookout. Brother Ji, what do you think? Shall we just charge in? Although Arong initially refrained from acting impulsively, his innate nature was one of recklessness, yearning for a bold and direct assault. Hold your horses. First tell me where Scarface is located. Luo Ji had already devised a plan in the taxi. He could not afford to bring Arong into the fray. Such an arrangement would only complicate matters. He needed to confront Scarface alone, though Arong's role was still crucial, serving as a guide and a distraction. Yes. I've scouted the area before and have a rough idea of where Scarface's girlfriend is located. Arong nodded, drawing a map on the table with his drink. The location of Scarface's lover was rather convoluted, a testament to Arong's surprising memory despite his brawny appearance. After a lengthy period of sketching, he grew parched and took a sip from his glass. Just as he was about to order another drink, he asked Luo Ji, Brother Ji, should I repeat that? No need. I've memorized it, Luo Ji replied, his intelligence now at an impressive 11 points, making it easy for him to recall the route. All right. Arong nodded, watching Luo Ji, awaiting his instructions. I need to use the restroom, Luo Ji stated as he rose and made his way toward the bar's lavatory, simultaneously assessing the storage situation within his ring, 1 grain. Remarkably, after absorbing Zhang Jie's fleshly power, the energy within 1 grain had increased from 1 to 3, a pleasant surprise. He reflected on the upcoming battle and marveled at the unassuming ring's potency, capable of absorbing such formidable power. Had it not been for this ring, he might have met his end in that alleyway. Anticipation welled within him, curious about what greater power this currently green quality ring would acquire upon upgrading. After some contemplation, Luo Ji returned to cataloging his supplies. Inside the ring, he found 15 firearms, 8 handguns, 5 rifles, and 2 shotguns, along with a substantial stock of ammunition, grenades, smoke bombs, and flashbangs, as well as 10 pieces of police-grade body armor and 7 helmets. His arsenal was impressively equipped. Upon entering the restroom, he instructed Arong to wait outside the stall, guarding the door, while he retrieved 2 pieces of body armor, donned one, and gathered 2 grenades, 2 smoke bombs, 2 flashbangs, a shotgun, and a handgun. To his astonishment, the standard military gear had also been digitized within this narrative world. Item: Kevlar fiber bulletproof vest quality, ordinary, white, defense. 4. In the current world context, it can withstand close-range shots from a 9mm handgun. Description: a standard bulletproof vest. While some claim it can stop an AK-47's frontal assault, if you wish to avoid a swift demise, consider adding an extra steel plate inside. Item: M67 grenade quality, ordinary, white, damage, 7. In the current world context, it can blast through a solid wall. Description: boom. Arong, see if there's anything you like. Do you know how to handle a gun? Luo Ji prepared everything before opening the door for Arong to enter. Arong stood dumbfounded at the sight of the stall filled with weaponry, unable to suppress his astonishment. He glanced at Luo Ji, swallowing hard. Brother Ji, where did you get all this? His voice betrayed his evident excitement, and as he looked at Luo Ji, admiration transformed into reverence. Clearly, Luo Ji's remarkable capabilities had left him in awe as he effortlessly produced an array of formidable weapons within a bar's restroom. Do you like it? Luo Ji merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Take your pick. Arong nodded vigorously, selecting a bulletproof vest, a shotgun, a handgun, as well as a flashbang and a smoke bomb. His choices were measured, wisely avoiding grenades. Setting one off in the street would surely summon a swift police response. Listen, what I need you to do is... Luo Ji outlined his plan to Arong before exiting the bar. The path to Scarface's lover's residence was singular. In Luo Ji's mind, he had already stored the route map drawn by Arong, and akin to a 3D modeling process, he meticulously planned the entire path. Instead of launching a frontal assault, he opted for a nearby alley, following the preordained course in his mind, steadily drawing closer. Upon reaching a dead end, he realized that the adjacent route must be the correct path for his offensive. He immediately harnessed his superhuman physique, channeling his inner strength, and scaled the wall in one breath. In the twilight, he spotted several individuals smoking at the corner, and in the distance stood a quintessentially old and slender building typical of Hong Kong. Luo Ji did not leap down to commence his attack immediately. He was biding his time. He had agreed with Arong that she would attract the firepower from the outside, while he would make a decisive incursion to eliminate the Scarface. Despite his unwavering confidence in his strength, he felt a slight quickening of his heartbeat as he pondered the swiftest way to penetrate. Suddenly, he recalled the reward he had obtained after rescuing Wang Shifeng in the previous narrative world, the saddle of Wang Shifeng. He had not utilized this reward since acquiring it, having been preoccupied with searching for Fei Fei, but now he remembered it and felt it could prove useful, prompting him to rummage through his ring space. Item: Wang Shifeng's saddle quality, rare, blue, skill, summons a fiery red steed, the blood-sweating horse, for the summoner's command, lasting 2 hours. This skill can be used once per day. The summoned blood-sweating horse possesses a speed of 9, in comparison to the current world. Its maximum speed rivals that of a Ferrari. Special effect: the summoned blood-sweating horse is of a ghostly nature, intangible and weightless, capable of defying physical laws, traversing walls and ceilings without regard for physical collision. Description: this saddle belonged to Wang Shifeng's most cherished horse, which he kept after its demise, believing the horse's spirit resided within it. Chapter 41. Eliminating Scarface. As a thunderous bang resonated from the alleyway, Luo Ji understood that Arong had initiated the action. Scarface's subordinates within the alley fell into a state of disarray, bewildered by the sudden commotion. However, one thing was indisputable. The sound they heard was unmistakably a gunshot, and not from a mere light firearm. Damn it, who dares challenge fate? A bald brute, upon hearing the gunfire, cracked his neck with a series of bone-crunching sounds. He glanced at a taciturn man beside him and declared, "You stay here. I'll take some men to investigate." Our boss has already been injured once tonight. We must ensure it doesn't happen again. The silent man nodded in agreement, his demeanor radiating an unmistakable air of authority. Luo Ji discerned that these two were likely the elite henchmen of Scarface. Had they been present earlier, his endeavor to break through would have been considerably more arduous. As the bald man led his men out, Luo Ji sprang into action. He summoned the blood-sweating horse concealed within the saddle, mounted, and with a firm tug on the reins, the horse surged forward like a phantom down the alley. The taciturn man, possessing heightened perception, suddenly lifted his gaze, sensing something amiss. However, this would be his final moment of awareness as a sword, moving at an unprecedented speed, descended upon him. Severing his head, Luo Ji spat out a mouthful of blood, rose to his feet, and approached the scarred face. Removing the sharp zhangtai willow that had embedded itself in the wall, he looked at the scarred face and said, "It hurts, doesn't it?" As he spoke, he pointed to his own left abdomen and rib, both bleeding. Although the bulletproof vest had absorbed a significant amount of damage, the bullet had still penetrated his body, albeit not deeply. Feeling his body rapidly healing, he leaned closer to the scarred face, extending his hand to pat his shoulder while softly chuckling, "Scarface, may I borrow your head for a moment?" Before he could complete his gesture, the scarred face collapsed to the ground, losing control of his bowels. Chapter 42, Plot Twist. The stench was unbearable. Luo Ji recoiled at the smell of excrement and urine, observing the trembling figure of the scarred face on the ground, along with his equally quivering mistress, a woman still possessing a semblance of allure. The repercussions of this night would be inevitable. Luo Ji harbored no sympathy for the scarred face. The man was on the brink of death by his hand. Yet Luo Ji had also nearly met his demise at the scarred face's hands. With a swift motion, the scarred face's head fell. The woman beside him could no longer contain her screams, attempting to rise and flee, but her legs were too weak to move. Luo Ji picked up the severed head, gazing at her with a finger raised to his lips, saying, "Shua, I do not harm women." With that, he mounted his steed, the magnificent blood-red horse, and rode away. This night was destined to be tumultuous. The scarred face, a key figure under the control of the notorious Black Ghost Dong and Sim Sha Sui, had been instrumental in overseeing the nightlife of the area. Now, he had been abruptly slain within the confines of what could be considered his own stronghold, with his head taken as a trophy. Such news alone would undoubtedly incite a storm throughout Sim Sha Sui. Not only would the question of who would take over the scarred face's position arise, but Black Ghost Dong would certainly not let this go unpunished. Otherwise, he could never maintain his authority in Sim Sha Sui again. Thus, upon receiving the news of the scarred face's demise, Black Ghost Dong immediately dispatched his men to uncover the identity of the killer. To his astonishment, the assailant showed no inclination to conceal their identity. Nearly everyone who survived the assassination knew exactly who had killed the scarred face. The perpetrator was identified as Aji, a subordinate of Big Lazy Under Mike. It was said that this individual descended from the heavens on a blood-red horse, wielding an ancient sword to dispatch numerous foes before claiming the scarred face's head and riding off. Black Ghost Dong found the notion of a blood-red horse absurd, suspecting that the survivors were merely traumatized and hallucinating. However, one fact remained irrefutable. The murderer was an unknown named Aji. What infuriated Black Ghost Dong the most was that this individual, all alone, had breached the territory of his top horse, killing him in front of many witnesses and escaping unscathed. Most critically, this person was merely a subordinate of Big Lazy, who served under his rival, Mike. This implied that any random lackey from Mike's crew could eliminate one of his top generals, raising serious concerns about his ability to maintain control over his subordinates. Thus, this individual must die. Black Ghost Dong, currently engaged in an intimate rendezvous with a newly acquired mistress who aspired to be a movie star, received the shocking news and promptly called all his men to arms, declaring his intent to confront Mike that very night. A tempest was brewing in Sim Sha Sui, yet Luo Ji, the very catalyst of this upheaval, remained blissfully unaware of the impending storm. After leaving the scene with the severed head of the scarred face, he arrived at the predetermined meeting place with Arong. Arong, an ordinary man, had sustained injuries while attempting to divert some of the pursuers. He had been shot in the left arm and was bleeding, but fortunately, his bulletproof vest had protected his torso. Upon seeing Luo Ji, Arong's excitement surged, and he stepped forward, inquiring, "Brother Ji, how did it go?" Luo Ji offered no further explanation, merely revealing the head of the scarred face, wrapped in cloth. Initially, Arong had been filled with elation, but upon seeing the lifeless head, he froze, his gaze towards Luo Ji transforming from mere respect to fervent admiration. He nearly fell to his knees, but Luo Ji caught him, and Arong, eyes brimming with zeal, declared, "Brother Ji, I will follow you from now on." Luo Ji understood that he had successfully won over this younger brother through his deeds. He could now rely on him for future endeavors. "All right," Luo Ji nodded. Noticing that Arong had regained some composure, he casually placed the severed head into a ring, unconcerned that it might taint his storage space. As it remained in a state of relative stasis, Arong watched in astonishment as the head vanished with a mere gesture from Luo Ji, accustomed to the man's extraordinary prowess. Together, they made their way to a popular late-night eatery. As Luo Ji settled into the bustling seafood stall, sipping a cold beer while surrounded by conversations in a mix of Cantonese and English, he found it hard to believe that he had just taken a life, yet felt no burden as he prepared to enjoy a sumptuous meal. He recognized that he had indeed changed. Before he could take a bite of the grilled lobster that had just been served, he heard a voice in his mind alerting him, "Attention, as the reader has killed the scarred face, the plot has shifted, resulting in an award of 5 skill points. Attention, due to the death of the scarred face, the original storyline has been altered, and the hidden plot 10 Days of Inability has been activated. 10 Days of Inability, Black Ghost Dong has gone mad. He must find the killer of the scarred face, prompting him to wage war across Tsim Sha Sui. He has forged an alliance with high-ranking police officials who support him. For the next 10 days, the police will overlook any underground conflicts, turning Tsim Sha Sui into a battleground. Note: in the ensuing 10 days, each enemy gang member killed or special event completed will yield a certain amount of points. At midnight on the 10th day, points will be tallied, and the reader with the highest score will receive substantial rewards. Note: due to the sudden nature of these events, readers who have not yet become gang members are urged to change their status promptly. Those who fail to do so by midnight tonight will lose their eligibility. At that moment, Luo Ji's pager buzzed. Chapter 43, Step Forward. Upon hearing the pager's beep, Luo Ji's first instinct was that something had gone awry, fearing that someone had attacked Huang Renxin during his absence. He quickly grabbed the pager, only to find a message that read, "Medical Clinic Late-Night Meal." What could this mean? After a moment of contemplation, he deduced that this message could not have been sent by a mere lackey. If Huang Renxin were indeed at the medical clinic for a late-night meal, he would not have communicated such a trivial matter. There exists but a single possibility. Huang Renxin discovered him and subsequently dispatched this message via pager. However, Huang Renxin is unlikely to summon him for a late-night feast without cause. His nature is not so generous, being rather fixated on monetary gain. Luo Ji, while contemplating the relationship between Huang Renxin and his nominal elder brother Mike, as well as the severed head currently resting in his Ring S storage space, conceived a potential scenario. Could it be so soon? Luo Ji could not help but stroke his chin. Yet he ultimately rose to his feet and addressed Arong beside him, saying, "Hey, let us go." Oh. Naturally, Arong dared not voice any objections, though after standing he cast a glance at the sumptuous seafood spread that had just been arranged on the table, inquiring, "Brother Ji, shall we pack some to take back?" "Sure, that works perfectly." Luo Ji contemplated this, realizing it was indeed fitting. Since he was to meet the boss, it was only proper to bring a gift. Although he already possessed a rather exquisite offering, one cannot be too generous in such matters. Thus, Arong procured several takeout boxes, carefully packing everything up, and together they journeyed towards Huang Renxin's clinic. Upon arriving at the clinic, they entered to find a young man standing in the corner like a child who had misbehaved, while Huang Renxin sat casually on a blood-stained operating table, alongside a long-haired man resembling Zhang Yaoyang, indulging in food and drink amidst laughter and joviality. Upon spotting Luo Ji, Huang Renxin beckoned him over, exclaiming, "Ah, Ji, is it? Come here. We've been waiting for you. Where's the stuff? Let us have a look." "What stuff, Master Huang?" Luo Ji feigned ignorance, fully aware of what he meant. He casually took some of the packed seafood from Arong and placed it on the operating table, saying, "Nothing else. But there's plenty of seafood. Come, eat while it's hot, Brother Mike." He then glanced at the silent Mike, acknowledging him with a gesture of respect. "Enough of the flattery. We all know you stealthily took down Scarface and brought back his head. The entire Tsim Sha Sui is abuzz with tales of a madman under Brother Mike's command, one who acts without regard for rules." Huang Renxin's words implied Luo Ji was reckless, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. He looked at Luo Ji, rubbing his hands together, more exhilarated than when seeking money. "Now, let us see the head." Luo Ji nodded. fulfilling his wish by retrieving the head from the storage space within his ring and tossing it onto the table amid the food and drink. The weight of the severed head caused it to collide with the dishes, splattering blood and juices in a visually striking manner. Yet, Huang Renxin showed no fear. Rather, he leaned closer to inspect the lifeless head, even poking at it. Mike exhibited little reaction, sipping his drink while observing the scene unfold. The young man who had been standing in the corner, upon hearing the commotion, turned around and was immediately horrified by the gruesome sight, quickly averting his gaze and retreating into a huddled position. "What a fierce fellow!" Huang Renxin exclaimed after a thorough examination, suddenly clapping Mike on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Brother Mike, you've struck gold. This lad is incredibly bold, daring to confront Scarface alone. I was similar in my youth, but while I merely eliminated foes, he even brought back their heads. Remarkable. With such a subordinate, dominating Tsim Sha Sui is merely a matter of time. Have you suffered any discomfort? Let Master Huang take a look." Mike finally spoke, casting a pleased glance at Luo Ji. After all, a capable enforcer like Luo Ji, who could eliminate foes with such efficiency, is truly a rare find. A minor injury, nothing to worry about. Luo Ji had sustained several gunshot wounds previously, which had been quite painful. However, thanks to his rapid healing ability, he found his wounds healing at an astonishing rate, a stroke of good fortune indeed. "Sit down. You all should join us for a meal," Mike suggested, nodding at Luo Ji before inviting Arong and the young man to join them. The latter, however, was too intimidated to look at the head, while Arong felt unworthy to sit alongside Luo Ji. Ultimately, the young man urged Arong, "No need, Brother Mike. We'll eat outside." As they departed, Mike regarded Luo Ji and remarked, "Do you realize Scarface was one of Black Ghost Dong's most capable subordinates? Now that Scarface is dead, Black Ghost Dong has gone mad, searching high and low for you." Luo Ji remained silent, pouring beer for Huang Renxin and Mike, as well as filling a glass for himself, awaiting Mike's further words. "Yet, it matters not. Black Ghost Dong is fierce, but I, Mike, am even fiercer. Should he wish to confront you, let him come. You need not fear. By eliminating Scarface, you avenged your brothers and brought honor to our gang. This is a significant achievement. From now on, both you and your brothers shall be under my protection. I assure you, no harm shall befall you." Mike's words struck a chord with Luo Ji, who had been waiting for this affirmation. Although he was nominally Mike's subordinate, he had primarily associated with the lazy crowd, lacking a true connection to Mike. This moment marked his ascension to a position of prominence, and crucially, he had unwittingly completed a segment of a long-term task, positioning himself as a small-time leader within the gang. However, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to the absence of an official appointment, he had yet to receive notification of task completion, though he anticipated it would arrive soon. "Thank you for your trust, Brother Mike. From now on, I and my brothers will rely on your guidance." Luo Ji replied with measured respect, raising his glass in a toast to Mike and Huang Renxin. He was acutely aware that his swift rise from a mere thug to a prominent figure under the boss stemmed not only from his decisive act against Scarface, but also from Huang Renxin's endorsement. As the first night in this narrative world unfolded, he found himself entwined with success and pivotal plot developments, making commendable progress. Luo Ji downed his drink in one gulp. Chapter 44, Deception. As the clock approached midnight, Mike had already received over a dozen calls on his mobile phone, each bearing grim tidings. Black Ghost Dong or his lackeys were wreaking havoc on his territory. This night, Mike's organization suffered severe losses. Nevertheless, true to his stature as a gang leader, Mike remained unflappable, even as he fielded multiple bad news reports. Eventually, he placed a call to Black Ghost Dong in front of Luo Ji, stating, "Black Ghost Dong, I'm currently enjoying a late-night meal with Ji. I hear you've been having quite the time smashing up my territory tonight. No worries, I shall pay your establishment a visit tomorrow night. If you wish to play, I shall indulge you to the fullest." This declaration left the eavesdropping young man and Arong wide-eyed with admiration for the elder's composure and relief that they were safe. Had Mike displayed any hint of weakness or intention to betray them, they would have acted swiftly, particularly Arong, who valued Luo Ji's safety above all else, willing to defend him at all costs. Luo Ji remained composed, fully aware that Mike's call was merely for show, intended to reassure him while also discerning Arong's thoughts. With a subtle glance, he signaled Arong to cease his spying and step back. At this juncture, Mike stood and addressed Luo Ji, "Come, Ji, let us meet a few individuals. It seems we won't be sleeping tonight. Are you ready for that?" "Not a problem, Brother Mike," said Luo Ji, feeling as though he could take down a bull. He rose to his feet, but hesitated to leave. Though he could follow Mike, he couldn't shake his concern for Huang Renxin. After all, Huang Renxin's fate was intricately tied to his own. His anxiety for Huang Renxin now surpassed that for his girlfriend. "What's wrong, Aji?" Mike inquired, noticing Luo Ji's reluctance to depart and glancing at Huang Renxin. "Is Master Huang not curious why I've left the boy to keep watch?" Luo Ji retorted. Since the boy had already been discovered, it was impossible for Huang Renxin and the others not to feel suspicious. However, given the impending conflict, Mike had chosen to overlook this matter. "Oh, why is that?" Huang Renxin nonchalantly sipped the remnants of his drink, appearing indifferent to the situation. Yet, Mike gazed intently at Luo Ji, awaiting an explanation. "Because someone intends to kill you," Luo Ji replied, "and that individual tonight will certainly not be the last." "Are you suggesting that the person who ran off after borrowing money from Aaron is here specifically to kill him?" Mike frowned upon hearing this. It was evident that Huang Renxin had already informed Mike of the events of the night, aided by Luo Ji's decisive action against the reader that had left a profound impression on Huang Renxin. Otherwise, even if he had slain Scarface, he would probably not have garnered Mike's attention. Indeed, that person is no ordinary assailant. He was remarkably calm and professional. Upon failing to strike, he vanished swiftly. This raises considerable suspicion that he may be someone sent by Black Ghost Dong, Luo Ji suggested, guiding Mike's focus to the seriousness of the matter without directly stating the motive behind the assassination attempt on Huang Renxin. Why would Black Ghost Dong want to kill Aaron? Mike seemed perplexed by this notion. I was equally baffled, which is why I kept the boy here as a precaution. Now, I'm beginning to piece it together. Black Ghost Dong has likely been planning this for a long time. Luo Ji skillfully framed Black Ghost Dong's actions as premeditated. "Brother Mike, think about it. Master Huang is your friend. If he were to be killed, you would undoubtedly be enraged. Now I understand why the assassin was from West Star. It's a ploy to frame them. When you investigate, it will inevitably lead to a war with West Star, allowing Black Ghost Dong to profit from the chaos. Furthermore, Master Huang is an exceptionally skilled doctor. Should a conflict arise, many wounded would not receive timely treatment without him, inflicting a significant blow to you. Lastly, Master Huang possesses formidable abilities. Eliminating him would serve multiple purposes." Luo Ji's words were a blend of truth and deception, half of which he began to believe himself. West Star, aside from Mike's Dongyong Society and Black Ghost Dong's HFAG, represented another formidable force in Tsim Sha Sui, often identifiable by a black star tattoo. Luo Ji had gathered this intelligence during casual conversations with Arong. As for whether the reader he killed was indeed affiliated with West Star, that was now unverifiable given the circumstances. Ah. Mike fell into contemplation, evidently unsettled by Luo Ji's assertions. Above all, his deep bond with Huang Renxin heightened his concern for his safety. "Perhaps it is indeed West Star that aims to kill me?" Huang Renxin interjected, unfazed, as if he were not the one nearly assassinated that night. "This is not an impossible scenario," Mike acknowledged, nodding. "Regardless of whether it's West Star or Black Ghost Dong, their intentions are malicious. Aaron, you are in grave danger." "Danger? Nonsense. Those are merely small fry. What can they do to me?" Huang Renxin scoffed dismissively. Luo Ji, however, could not afford to be dismissive. He recognized that the moment had come to act decisively. "Brother Mike, I propose this. I will keep the boy and Arong here to protect Master Huang." "Agreed. Additionally, I will send more men over." I hadn't realized how important Aaron would be to us. Mike accepted Luo Ji's suggestion immediately, complying with his wishes to dispatch more reinforcements. Relieved, Luo Ji felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Relying solely on the boy and Arong felt insufficient. With Mike's reinforcements and Huang Renxin's capabilities, he believed no one would be able to harm him. If the situation escalated, he could always rush over upon receiving a warning from his pager. Through his experience of slaying Scarface, Luo Ji learned that despite readers being elite fighters in this world, they could still fall to heavy firepower or sheer numbers. Once everything was settled, and despite Huang Renxin's apparent indifference, Luo Ji equipped the boy with a bulletproof vest, a handgun, a smoke grenade, and a flashbang before departing with Mike. Chapter 45. Gathering. As Luo Ji followed Mike outside, numerous individuals emerged from the shadows, their fierce demeanor unmistakable, their bloodied pasts evident. They were Mike's men. They had likely remained hidden upstairs, as Huang Renxin preferred not to dine under the watchful eyes of many. With such a skilled ally by his side, Mike felt reassured against any potential mishaps. However, Luo Ji was aware that this was precisely where he would ultimately be betrayed. Among these individuals, some were likely untrustworthy. Luo Ji cast a glance at them, but refrained from voicing his suspicions about potential infiltrators among Mike's ranks. Mike was likely aware of the treacherous nature of gang rivalries. Once inside an older model Mercedes-Benz, Luo Ji silently sat beside Mike. Understanding that Mike was likely taking him to meet the higher-ups of the gang, while also elevating his status within the organization. He felt no particular emotional response to this shift. Being a minor gang leader held little significance for him, especially as an already advanced superhuman. Moreover, he was acutely aware that, despite being in a story world, even ascending to the presidency of the United States would still be a mere fabrication. Yet, he did harbor some anticipation for the rewards from the long-term task ahead. During the car ride, Luo Ji practiced his simple mental techniques. Feeling the surge of internal energy rapidly accumulating within him, he realized that the passive skill for quick recovery also aided his internal energy restoration. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at their destination, a tea restaurant. Upon entering, Luo Ji followed Mike inside, where a table had been cleared in the center of the establishment, leaving only 3 individuals seated, smoking. These men were likely Mike's key subordinates. Behind them stood a group of slightly injured individuals, some still bleeding, presumably their underlings. Upon seeing Mike enter, the 3 men rose, extinguishing their cigarettes. "Boss, you're here," the leader, the stoutest among them, said, his round face and labored breathing betraying his physicality. Luo Ji instinctively recognized him as Big Lazy. Mike acknowledged with a nod, then proceeded to take a seat at the head of the table. Luo Ji stood behind him. "Take a seat, Big Lazy. Why don't you tell us about tonight's losses?" At that moment, Mike finally spoke to the rotund figure before him, confirming that this individual was indeed the notorious Big Lazy. Big Lazy nodded and took a sip of tea before saying, "Yes, boss. May I ask who this is? He seems rather unfamiliar. Is he new to your circle?" He paused, his gaze shifting toward Luo Ji. Their eyes met, and Luo Ji, recognizing the ominous intent behind Big Lazy's look, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. This man harbored ulterior motives. Perhaps he was contemplating a rebellion tonight. That would be quite advantageous. Eliminating him would certainly address a potential threat. Mike had intended to publicly unveil Luo Ji's identity and elevate him, so he saw no reason to withhold it. "This is your man. Do you not recognize him?" "Oh." Big Lazy's expression turned quizzical. "Luo Ji? Could he be the one responsible for all the chaos tonight?" A companion of Mike's, seated beside Big Lazy, chimed in unexpectedly, seemingly as a reminder. This ostensibly casual remark served as a warning to their underlings behind them. In an instant, Luo Ji could feel the hostility emanating from those around him. It was evident they had endured considerable suffering tonight and were now directing their ire toward him. "What a display of power," another added, casting a derisive glance at Big Lazy, as if mocking him. This provocation further incited the crowd, and Luo Ji could hear the escalating tension, sensing that many were on the verge of violence. Big Lazy, taken aback, sprang from his chair. "Luo Ji, you insolent brat. Do you realize the trouble you've caused? Come over and kneel to apologize to the boss and all the brothers." "Yes, kneel," someone shouted. "Damn it. You've caused the deaths of so many of our brothers. You act so grand, yet you're oblivious to the lives lost." In a moment of fervor, they began to disregard Mike's authority as the boss. However, Luo Ji remained unfazed, observing Big Lazy and the 2 others who were evidently putting on a show. He understood they were merely seizing this opportunity to escalate matters, so he calmly replied, "Big Lazy, I fail to comprehend your point. My brother had his hand severed by Scarface, and I avenged him by taking his head. Is that not a natural course of action? In this life we lead, isn't it all about loyalty? Should we simply swallow our indignation when a brother is harmed? If that is the case, we might as well return to the fields." Big Lazy was evidently unprepared for Luo Ji's bold retort. He glanced at him, poised to respond, but was interrupted. "Enough of this bickering." Mike raised his hand. "The enemy has already breached our doorstep, and you still squabble amongst yourselves? Do you intend to kill me, your boss, before you feel satisfied?" Mike's words struck a nerve with Big Lazy, causing his face to flush. The other 2 underlings hesitated to speak. As for those initially riled up, they began to quiet down, remembering that they were all part of the same gang, thus reflecting the strong sense of camaraderie that still existed in Hong Kong's underworld. As the tension from the impending coup dissipated due to Luo Ji's interjection, Big Lazy's eyes turned increasingly hostile toward him. Luo Ji had spoken the truth. If one could tolerate such a slight against a brother, it would indeed be better to return to a simple life of farming. Mike felt a renewed respect for Luo Ji, fully aware of the significance of the earlier confrontation. Thus, he concluded that Luo Ji not only acted correctly, but deserved recognition for his valor. Chapter 46. The Fifth Chair. Luo Ji had not only avenged his brother but had also eliminated Scarface, the leader obstructing their western expansion. He had executed this feat with finesse, elevating the reputation of their entire gang. Mike knew that Black Ghost Dong's fierce demeanor tonight stemmed from fear that they would capitalize on their momentum and strike decisively. Hence, they must outdo him in ferocity. They must extinguish Black Ghost Dong entirely. Mike's words resonated with authority, silencing the CAF. This also thwarted Big Lazy's scheme to see Luo Ji ousted. I previously stated that anyone contributing to the matter concerning Black Ghost Dong would be rewarded with an additional seat at the table. I believe it is time to add that seat, Mike continued, gesturing to the side. Originally, there were only 4 seats in the CAF for Mike, Big Lazy, and 2 of Mike's most trusted aides. Adding another chair would elevate Luo Ji to an equal standing with Big Lazy, placing him among the upper echelons of their organization. A significant leap, especially considering Luo Ji's humble beginnings as a lowly thug. Upon hearing Mike's proclamation, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The magnitude of this advancement was undeniable. However, upon reflection, Luo Ji's actions were indeed commendable. He had single-handedly confronted Scarface, claimed his head, and remained unscathed. Such prowess was rare. Big Lazy furrowed his brow, glancing at the others and then momentarily toward the door, as if awaiting someone. Just as Mike nodded, intending to summon a chair, footsteps echoed from outside. Suddenly, a bloodied man entered, flanked by a group equally drenched in blood, wielding a bloodied machete. The most striking sight was the severed head the leading man held aloft. The previously subdued crowd erupted in gasps, and Big Lazy breathed a sigh of relief. Rising to greet the newcomer. "Ah Fei, you finally returned." "Yes, I did not fail you, Big Lazy. I brought back Little Yellow Hair and the others." The bloodied figure, Ah Fei, grinned, revealing a stark contrast between his bright teeth and the blood that stained his face. He lifted the head, adding, "And I brought back a little gift as well. I hear this fellow is called Crow, and he seems to have quite the reputation, though I can't attest to its authenticity." The crowd, already startled by the sight of the head, became a cacophony of astonishment upon hearing Ah Fei claim it belonged to Crow. "No way. Crow. Is it truly him?" He asked the top warrior under Black Ghost Dong, renowned for single-handedly pursuing 30 individuals down 10 streets. "How could he have been killed? Wait, it looks like it really is Crow. I remember he was missing his left ear, and this head is indeed earless. What a spectacle. And Little Yellow Hair and his crew, didn't they get surrounded? I thought they were doomed, yet this person saved them. If that's the case, it must be true that Crow is dead." Indeed, Xiao Huangmao previously sought our group's assistance, mentioning an encounter with a crow. How reckless! Who would dare to invite death? It is astonishing that he managed to confront such a formidable adversary. Comparatively, he is not much different from this Aji, is he? On the contrary, I believe he exceeds Aji in prowess. Amidst various whispers, Luo Ji could not suppress a raised eyebrow, surprised to find someone mimicking his own methods of gaining notoriety. As he pondered this, he distinctly felt Ah Fei's gaze upon him, both intentional and unintentional. When their eyes met, he no longer needed to speculate. Ah Fei was undoubtedly a reader as well. This was a feeling beyond description, a tacit understanding between kindred spirits, both exuding an aura alien to this world. Mike, who had been poised to elevate Luo Ji's status, was abruptly interrupted, sensing that the situation would not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. "Oh, boss, this is Ah Fei, a fierce warrior from Ah Gui's faction. I was nearly defeated, but he saved me. Later, I learned that Xiao Huangmao and his group were cornered by the crow and were in desperate need of rescue. Remarkably, he volunteered to confront the threat alone and succeeded in saving them, even vanquishing the crow. Truly impressive." Delon immediately extolled Ah Fei's virtues. The group rescued by Ah Fei, including Xiao Huangmao, began to chatter excitedly, as if signaled to do so. Indeed, Brother Fei is incredible. He single-handedly took on a dozen foes. Absolutely, that crow, deemed a war god, was easily defeated by Brother Fei. Thanks to Brother Fei, I can still see my mother. He is truly remarkable. The chorus of praise transformed the previously controlled situation, grasped by Mike, into an ambiguous one. "Boss, not only did Ah Fei save Xiao Huangmao and his companions, but he also killed the crow. That's quite an achievement. Surely, he deserves recognition." Delon seized this opportunity for a comeback, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Everyone turned their attention to Mike. The ball was back in his court. If Mike persisted in promoting Luo Ji to the 5th chair, it was inevitable that Ah Fei would claim the 6th. In such a scenario, DeLon and his group would remain untroubled, yet Mike was reluctant, as this diverged significantly from his original intention, inadvertently benefiting DeLon. Indeed, our society is filled with talent. It brings me great joy, Mike nodded, casting a glance at Ah-Fei before looking at Luo Ji. In that fleeting moment, Luo Ji grasped Mike's intention. He wished for a contest between Luo Ji and Ah-Fei for the coveted chair. As anticipated, within the next breath, Mike declared, "Let us proceed this way. Ah Ji and Ah-Fei both have rendered significant services. I hereby promote you to become the twin flower sticks of our Dongyong faction. Over the next few days, you shall lead the brothers into battle. Whoever first claims the head of He Gue shall take the 5th chair." Chapter 47, Title System. Ah Ji, my apologies. I have no alternative. I hope you can understand my position, and I trust in your abilities, Mike said to Luo Ji on their return journey. Congratulations, reader, for completing the long-term quest King of Tsim Sha Sui Underground. Section 2. Emergence. Reward, 2 skill points, and the title Twin Flower Stick. Note, the title system has been activated. Readers may equip titles they possess to gain additional attributes. Section 3 Explanation. You have become one of the Twin Flower Sticks of Dongyong Society, now an elite figure within the faction. All who encounter you will regard you with heightened respect. However, traditionally, there is only one Twin Flower Stick. You must establish your uniqueness and claim the 5th chair of Dongyong Society. Time. You must fulfill the task conditions before the conclusion of this narrative world, or the entire task chain will be severed. Luo Ji anticipated the acquisition of skill points, yet the activation of the title system caught him off guard. A delightful surprise indeed. He recalled that he still had 5 skill points unallocated, earned after defeating Scarface. The events had unfolded in rapid succession. Had he engaged in combat just now, he might have faced some setbacks. Fortunately, there was still time to rectify this. Navigating to the skills section, Luo Ji first accessed the exclusive skills, investing all 5 skill points into the formidable technique, Great Celestial Web, Pseudo, acquired from Quebec. He immediately mastered this skill. Great Celestial Web, Pseudo, this is an area of effect group attack skill. With a long sword, the user instantly conjures countless sword stars, enveloping a 5-meter radius, akin to creating a miniature starfield, reminiscent of a celestial web. Enemies within this vicinity will suffer from this attack. Those whose intelligence and speed are inferior to the user will fall into a complete hypnotic state, losing their combat efficacy. Those whose attributes are equal to the user will experience a 50 reduction in hit rate and evasion. Those superior in intelligence and speed will also see their hit rate and evasion diminished by 10 to 20. Description: humans are like shooting stars. Swords are akin to shooting stars. This ultimate move was comprehended by Jiangnan Sword King Yi Ke after observing celestial phenomena. This technique is not Yi Ke's original, but was derived from his duel with Wang Yi Quebec. Though Luo Ji has not yet fully grasped the essence of this technique, he can still execute it with 70 effectiveness. Given the opportunity to learn further details, it could be perfected, significantly enhancing its power. Luo Ji concluded that this skill was a semi-invincible technique within a limited range. Given his exceptional intelligence and speed, even among readers, he was a cut above the rest. Thus, against ordinary foes, he would be utterly invincible. Anyone daring to enter his 5-meter radius would succumb to his hypnotic prowess, allowing him to slaughter them at will. As for other readers, even if they could not be completely hypnotized, they would be suppressed, their hit rates and evasion halved, rendering them effectively incapacitated. This skill was indeed divine, and most crucially, it held potential for enhancement. Yet, how to elevate it remained unclear. Nevertheless, Luo Ji was content, suppressing the urge to immediately test this newfound ability. He continued to allocate his remaining 2 skill points. Considering the imminent large-scale melee, he prioritized enhancing his combat effectiveness. After deliberating among the general skills, he ultimately chose Basic Group Combat Mastery and Basic Heavy Weapon Mastery. With his points allocated, only the title system remained unexplored. Luo Ji effortlessly navigated to the newly activated title system. Currently, he possessed but one title, Twin Flower Stick. Upon equipping this title, an immediate prompt appeared. Title: Twin Flower Stick Attributes. Strength 2, Stamina 2, Intelligence 1 Special Effect. When the title holder suffers injury and bleeds, their combat power increases by 30. Specifically, they become swifter, stronger, and more resilient, albeit at the cost of some rationality. Description: among the 108 heroes of Water Margin, Wu Song wields the red stick, thus bestowing this designation upon those in the gang who excel in combat. The most formidable among the red stick wielders is referred to as the Twin Flower Stick. Luo Ji observed the attributes and special effects conferred by the title of Double Flower Red Stick. In truth, this title was ill-suited for him, more fitting for those berserker-type characters who thrived in close combat. As a swordsman who relied on speed, he preferred a style characterized by agility and nimbleness. Engaging in a fierce melee while sustaining injuries clashed entirely with his combat strategy. Nevertheless, the attributes provided were commendable, bolstering his relatively weaker areas such as stamina and strength, despite a slight reduction in intelligence, which was not overly detrimental. Moreover, he possessed a passive skill for rapid recovery. If necessary, he could endure and sacrifice some mobility to engage in close-quarters combat, activating the special effect upon being wounded, which could prove advantageous, especially given his swift recovery. Thus, he mused, this could indeed form a rather effective combination. As he contemplated this, the vehicle arrived at his destination, Dasha's residence. Although Mike's Dongyong Society and Haigi Dong's He were embroiled in fierce conflict, it was evident that they had already fought a demanding battle that night, and everyone needed rest. Consequently, despite Luo Ji being appointed as a Double Flower Red Stick, leading the charge, he was not in a rush for that evening. He accompanied Mike, who kindly offered to drop him off at Dasha's home, as he was eager to check on Dasha's condition. Understanding Mike's motivations for his actions, Luo Ji refrained from further discussion. Upon disembarking, Luo Ji did not immediately enter Dasha's home, but instead used a pager to summon Wu Qihua. While waiting for Wu Qihua, he recalled a character named a Fei. Currently, he was unaware of a Fei's capabilities, but the fact that he could eliminate a raven suggested formidable strength, possibly on par with his own. Defeating this individual would require careful consideration, with the first order of business being to ascertain a Fei's mission. From a Fei's presence beside Dalan and his intervention to save his life, it could be inferred that his mission was decidedly different from Luo Ji's. Otherwise, he would not have saved Dalan. Rather, he would have wished for him to perish. Thus, there were two potential scenarios regarding a Fei's mission. One was to protect Dalan, ensuring his survival while eliminating Huang Renxin. The other was simply to kill Huang Renxin. In either case, a Fei's objective stood in stark opposition to Luo Ji's, leaving no room for collaboration. As he pondered this, Wu Qihua finally descended from the upper floor. Spotting Luo Ji squatting to the side, he hurried over, retrieving a pack of Marlboro cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to Luo Ji. Brother Ji, care for a smoke? Luo Ji had never smoked before nor learned how. Yet after a moment's thought, he accepted the cigarette from Wu Qihua. Wu Qihua promptly lit it for him, and Luo Ji, recalling how others had smoked in the past, took a deep drag, only to cough violently as the smoke filled his lungs. Wu Qihua, half amused yet cautious, patted his back, saying, Brother Ji, not like that. Look at me, take it slow. After coughing for a spell, Luo Ji finally recovered somewhat and mimicked Wu Qihua's method, taking a few more puffs. You go upstairs and prepare. Take Dasha and his wife and children to Dr. Huang, he instructed. Why? Wu Qihua, still unaware of the events unfolding outside, appeared puzzled. I've taken care of Scarface, Luo Ji replied, continuing to smoke as he recounted the night's events to Wu Qihua. Starting with surprise, Wu Qihua's expression shifted to one of utter confusion, his cigarette forgotten as he regarded Luo Ji as if he were a complete stranger. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, looking at Luo Ji and asserting, Brother Ji, just tell me what you need me to do, and I will go to any lengths to accomplish it. No matter how outrageous Luo Ji's actions that night might have been, or how great the trouble he had stirred, his motivations were rooted in avenging Dasha, for the sake of brotherhood. Thus, Wu Qihua remained unwaveringly loyal. Qihua, you are sharp and understand the bigger picture, therefore I must entrust this matter to you. Luo Ji nodded, taking another drag from his cigarette. You will escort Dasha and his family to Dr. Huang. Mike's people will ensure your protection. Your sole responsibility is to ensure that no one dies, especially Dr. Huang. His life is my life. If he perishes, I shall follow suit. Do not question why. I simply implore you that, even if you find yourself in dire straits, you must inform me at the earliest opportunity. Luo Ji's words came from the heart. A gamble of sorts, though the odds of losing seemed minimal. On one hand, he had thoroughly impressed Wu Qihua with the events of that night. On the other, even if Wu Qihua proved unreliable, there was still a Rome, an additional layer of assurance. After sharing these sentiments, Wu Qihua nodded earnestly, refraining from asking why Luo Ji expressed such concerns. Instead, he wore an expression that conveyed, leave everything to me. He then led Dasha and his family to Dr. Huang's clinic. Luo Ji finally encountered the characters of the story. Dasha's son was unexpectedly charming, and although his wife was not particularly beautiful, her kindness was evident. The journey was silent, and by the time they arrived at Dr. Huang's establishment, dawn was nearly upon them. Dr. Huang emerged, visibly irritated at having his peaceful slumber disturbed, and upon seeing Luo Ji with several companions, he grumbled, "Hey, do you really take my place for a lodging? You keep bringing people here. Do you realize this severely disrupts my quality of life? I'm going to charge you. Master Huang, I am about to charge into battle for Brother Mike. Before I do so, I must ensure my brothers and friends are settled. How can I fight with ease otherwise? If you insist on charging me, why not call Brother Mike? I am certain we can negotiate a fair price," Luo Ji replied. Unperturbed, Dr. Huang internally cursed the crafty young man, casting a disgruntled glance at Luo Ji before surveying Desha's family behind him. Perhaps unable to withstand the innocent gaze of Desha's son or feeling reluctant to ask his closest friend for money, he begrudgingly relented, pointing to a vacant room. "Go on, that one. No one is staying there, but I must make it clear. I am not responsible for their safety. If anything happens, do not come looking for me." "Uncle, you needn't worry. We won't cause too much trouble," Desha's son timidly assured him. Dr. Huang's intended retort was abruptly stifled by the boy's innocent remark. He muttered something about the little rascal, waved his hand dismissively, and retreated into the house. Luo Ji smiled at Desha's son and asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Xiao Ming, Brother Ji." "Come on, Xiao Ming, be good and greet Brother Ji," Desha interjected as he regained some color, patting his son's head. "Brother Ji." Desha's son hesitated, struggling to speak. Luo Ji chuckled, saying, "All right, just call me Uncle Ji." "Uncle Ji," Xiao Ming exclaimed joyfully. Luo Ji showed no signs of feeling old, continuing to smile. "What do you like, Xiao Ming? When Uncle Ji has some free time, I'll take you to Central for some fun, all right?" "Sure. Uncle Ji is the best. Daddy never takes me out. I want Transformers and many other things," Xiao Ming replied, brimming with excitement, his previous timidity overshadowed by enthusiasm. After a round of laughter and merriment, once Desha's wife and children were settled, Luo Ji gathered with his 4 brothers, Desha, Wu Qihua, Shi Luzi, and Arong. 4 individuals gazed at Luo Ji, their eyes filled with an inexplicable admiration. Suddenly, Desha revealed a look of guilt, saying, "Brother Ji, I apologize. It's all my fault for being useless, leading to these troubles and causing you distress." "What are you saying? We are all brothers. If I were to face difficulties, I believe you would feel the same. Besides, this is not a misfortune. Rather, it presents a splendid opportunity for us to showcase our abilities." As Luo Ji spoke, he turned his gaze toward the 4. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Attention, host has triggered the hidden task unity among brothers." Chapter 49, Demonstrating Authority. Upon hearing the task notification, Luo Ji was momentarily taken aback, never expecting such a situation to activate a hidden task. Hidden task, Unity among Brothers task description. You have established a preliminary yet profound friendship with Wu Qihua, Desha, Arong, and Shi Luozai. They all hold you in high regard. Desha and Arong have completely pledged their loyalty to you. However, the remaining 2 have yet to fully align with you. You need to deepen your influence over them, ensuring their unwavering allegiance. Task requirements. For individuals' loyalty task progress, Wu Qihua, loyalty level 78. Upon reaching maximum loyalty, he will be completely devoted to you. Desha, loyal. Arong, loyal. Shi Luozai, loyalty level 69. Upon reaching maximum loyalty, he will be completely devoted to you. Task reward. Once all 4 are devoted, you can summon them to your side at any time, and you will also unlock their advanced templates. The implications of this task reward were enticing. Completion would grant Luo Ji 4 loyal allies at his beck and call. However, he had not anticipated Shi Luozai's hesitation, given the latter's youthfulness and the prior incident where Luo Ji had him keep watch, resulting in Shi Luozai's embarrassment at Huang Renxin's hands. It was natural for him to harbor some resentment and not be entirely loyal. Luo Ji was surprised that Wu Qihua had not fully pledged his loyalty. He had assumed he had completely won over the man with the piercing gaze. Clearly, he had misjudged Wu Qihua, who could potentially serve as the strategist of their small team. Determined to bolster their camaraderie, Luo Ji nodded towards the 4 and announced, "At dawn, I shall confront he Fag. Arong, you will oversee the clinic. Stay in touch with me regarding any developments. As for Qihua and Shi Luozai, I need capable individuals by my side. You will accompany me." Wu Qihua, taken aback by this unexpected change of plans, quickly smiled and accepted. However, Shi Luozai appeared reluctant. His smaller stature and timid nature made him hesitant to charge into battle. Frowning, he addressed Luo Ji, "Brother Ji, may I?" "No," Luo Ji firmly interrupted. "A man must not shy away from battle. Rest assured, I will not let a single hair on your head be harmed. Just follow me, and you shall not lack in merit. Despite his inner turmoil, Luo Ji was swayed by the prospect of gaining recognition. He realized that accompanying Luo Ji could provide him an opportunity for advancement. Thus, Luo Ji noted an increase of 2 points in Luo Ji's loyalty, while Wu Qihua remained unchanged. After reassuring Arong, who was determined to fight alongside Luo Ji, they arrived at the designated location before dawn to meet the personnel assigned by Mike. The meeting point was a CAF, and upon entering, they found it nearly filled with over 30 individuals, all appearing formidable and exuding an air of bloodlust. Clearly, they were Mike's elite. Mike had invested heavily in this endeavor, especially since his rival, a Fei, had the backing of Delon and 2 other formidable allies. If Mike did not muster his strength, they would undoubtedly outnumber Luo Ji, and he could risk losing the crucial 5th seat. However, despite the impressive prowess of these 30 or so individuals, they seemed unimpressed by Luo Ji. Even after his dramatic exploits the previous night and being appointed by Mike himself, these seasoned members of Mike's guard remained aloof. Upon Luo Ji's entrance, not a single one stirred. "You are late," one of them boldly remarked. The speaker, seated in the CAF's prime spot, was clearly their leader, a bald man with a dragon tattoo adorning his neck. Qinglong Yao Dong Luo Ji, already timid, shrank further at the sight of this imposing figure. "Brother Ji, this Qinglong Yao Dong is notorious as the god of war in Suanwan. He was once a dual flower red stick in the 3K gang but was betrayed after gaining too much power. Mike saved him, and now he assists us. He is not to be underestimated." Indeed, he was far from ordinary. Wu Qihua had never even dreamed of meeting someone of such caliber. Now, facing this fearsome individual, he felt his breath quicken, overwhelmed by the pressure. He had heard tales of Qinglong Yao Dong's notorious past, having taken countless lives in Suanwan. His hands bore the blood of hundreds, and after joining Dong Yong society, he had forged an exceptionally formidable guard, each member a veteran of numerous battles. Wu Qihua had come prepared to face any situation, but the reality of standing before such ruthless figures left him reeling, doubting Luo Ji's capability to command them. Unbeknownst to Luo Ji, Wu Qihua's mind was racing with thoughts of retreat, contemplating whether to consult Mike or simply withdraw. However, Luo Ji understood the intent behind this gathering. They were testing him. The imposing presence of the bald man with the dragon tattoo indeed exerted pressure, but retreat was not an option. If he could not assert dominance over this group, how could he hope to unify the underground world of Tsim Sha Sui? Thus, he boldly raised his left hand, beckoning to Qinglong Yao Dong, and commanded, "Come here." Chapter 50 Master. Upon witnessing Luo Ji's audacious gesture and words, Wu Qihua gasped in shock. This was Qinglong Yao Dong. Even if Luo Ji possessed some strength, such a brash approach to assert authority over these men seemed reckless. Mike, despite being Yao Dong's nominal superior, would never dare adopt such a tone, always approaching him with deference. After all, a master must not be insulted. Rumor had it that Qinglong Yao Dong was a master of Xing Yi, with every punch and kick embodying the essence of a true master, striking with the force of thunder. Indeed, upon witnessing the actions and words of Luo Ji, the onlookers cast lethal glances in his direction. Even the formidable Qinglong Yao Dong finally regarded Luo Ji, yet this scrutiny bore the weight of one gazing upon a corpse. Wu Qihua, overwhelmed by such a menacing stare, instinctively recoiled, feeling the dread of the master's presence. "Brother Ji." He yearned to counsel Luo Ji to promptly apologize to Qinglong Yao Dong, fearing the dire consequences that might ensue. He genuinely considered Luo Ji a comrade and wished to prevent his untimely demise. However, Yao Dong had no intention of granting Luo Ji any reprieve. With a single word of disdain, he rose from his seat, and in the next instant, he unleashed his fist with the speed of a lightning strike. It descended from above like a cannonball, a manifestation of the explosive power inherent in the cannon punch of Xingyi. The sheer ferocity of this blow exemplified the pinnacle of mastery, a testament to the true essence of a martial artist. Witnessing this formidable strike, Wu Qihua found himself momentarily breathless, as if the very air were consumed by the impending impact. He felt utterly powerless to evade it, resigned to closing his eyes and awaiting oblivion. Luo Ji, on the other hand, observed the oncoming fist with a keen awareness. While he too sensed its immense might, he did not succumb to the despair that paralyzed Wu Qihua. His physical capabilities had long surpassed those of ordinary men, particularly in terms of intellect and speed. Although the punch was undeniably fierce and swift, Luo Ji was not one to be entirely subdued by its force. This was perhaps the advantage of possessing a keen intellect, though he remained unaware of it at that moment. He perceived the punch's velocity and ferocity, yet did not intend to evade it. Previously, he had shied away from direct confrontation due to his lack of strength and stamina. However, having recently acquired the title of Double Flower Red Stick, which augmented his physical prowess, coupled with the unique effect of growing stronger when injured, he now welcomed the prospect of close combat. As the fist descended from above, he resolved to confront it head-on, bolstered by the system's bestowal of basic combat proficiency, which ensured he was no novice in the art of fighting. With a swift movement, Luo Ji propelled his own fist forward like a cannonball. In the next moment, a resounding clash echoed through the air as their fists collided. Luo Ji staggered back a step, casually shaking his right hand, while Qinglong Yaodong was forced to retreat 3 steps, ultimately concealing his striking hand behind his back. Luo Ji was taken aback. He had been confident in his punch, having infused it with internal energy. With his augmented attributes, he had anticipated an undeniable advantage over his opponent. Yet, upon engagement, he discovered that Yaodong's strength was formidable, perhaps even equal to his own. It was noteworthy that Luo Ji possessed such power due to his status as a reader, and if his opponent could match him, it indicated that Yaodong was indeed a true master. In contrast to Luo Ji's surprise, Qinglong Yaodong experienced a tumultuous internal shift. Initially, he had underestimated Luo Ji as an arrogant youth, but the moment their fists met, he felt a surge of overwhelming force akin to a raging torrent, compelling him to retreat thrice to dissipate the impact. Even now, his fist tingled with residual numbness, potentially hindering his subsequent strikes. Pray tell, which master do you serve? How could one so young possess such remarkable strength and an unusual striking technique? You must be a disciple of a martial arts grandmaster, he pondered, perplexed by his inability to discern Luo Ji's true abilities. Having heard the sound of their fists colliding, Wu Qihua could scarcely bear to watch. To his astonishment, Luo Ji had only retreated a single step, while Qinglong Yaodong had been forced back 3, a revelation that left him astounded. Now, as he listened to Yaodong's words, noting the change in address, it became clear that Yaodong held a newfound respect and apprehension for Luo Ji. Could it be they are evenly matched? Wu Qihua mused in disbelief, realizing that his earlier judgment had been flawed. It was evident that Luo Ji held the upper hand. The young man from the continent concealed numerous secrets, and at that moment, the timid figure who had feigned weakness lifted his head, exhilarated by Luo Ji's apparent dominance. His inherent tendency to bully the weak and cower before the strong shifted dramatically as he clenched his fists, radiating encouragement for Luo Ji. Even as the imposing men surrounding them shot him icy glares, he met their stares with newfound boldness. "Humph, what are you looking at? Can't you see our boss is thrashing your boss?" he exclaimed defiantly. "I have no master. This is merely my own practice," Luo Ji retorted, not entirely untruthfully. For his knowledge came solely from the book that guided him. If one were to assert he had a master, it would be that very tome, though he found it inappropriate to disclose. Yet, Yaodong remained oblivious to this secret, perceiving Luo Ji's demeanor as arrogant, believing him unworthy of revealing his master's name. With a stern voice, he declared, "Young man, you exhibit quite the arrogance." With that, he launched another assault, his fists thrusting forward with the ferocity of a spear. This was the drilling punch of Xingyi. Though he had underestimated Luo Ji previously, he now approached with a renewed determination. Having initiated his strike from the ground, he would not allow himself to be at a disadvantage again. Luo Ji felt the shift in Yaodong's approach, but remained undeterred, having successfully repelled an earlier strike. He was confident he could do so once more. The two fists met again in a rapid exchange. In this second strike, Luo Ji instinctively employed the hongqi from his 3 styles of the surging swan. Lacking formal training in martial arts, he relied on the instinctual prowess granted by his basic combat proficiency. Sensing the formidable nature of Yaodong's punch, Luo Ji unleashed his most adept technique, hongqi. To his delight, even without a weapon, this technique's effects manifested, propelling him forward with newfound speed and strength as internal energy surged toward his fist. In an instant, Luo Ji's punch surged ahead of Yaodong's. With a resounding impact, their fists collided, producing a thunderous sound that sent a tremor through the hearts of all present, as if time itself had paused. This time, neither Luo Ji nor Yaodong retreated. Despite both having endured the toll of the previous exchange, they stood firm. Yet, Yaodong felt the greater strain, perplexed by the inexplicable force concealed within Luo Ji's fist that struck at his very core. Had it not been for his extensive combat experience, he might have been felled by that very blow. He endured the internal turmoil and, despite the risk of further injury, swung his fist once more. Though Luo Ji's strikes were fierce, Yao Dong discerned a vulnerability. Luo Ji lacked true martial technique, his punches direct and unrefined. Compared to the profound intricacies of Xingyi, he appeared merely as a brute force, a target waiting to be struck. Unaware that Yao Dong had penetrated his fade, Luo Ji remained focused on the effectiveness of his three styles of the surging swan, which had caused significant trouble for Yao Dong. Thus, he prepared to unleash his second technique, Hong Fei. Since Yao Dong was already aware that Luo Ji lacked martial arts prowess, how could he possibly allow Luo Ji to continue his display so easily? Luo Ji hadn't even moved his fists, merely the twitch of his muscles signaled his intent. A master like Yao Dong had already anticipated Luo Ji's forthcoming strike, waiting for the moment he would attempt the Hong Fei. However, Luo Ji's intended punch faltered, failing to unleash its explosive force, and instead, he found himself entirely off balance from Yao Dong's suppression. The internal energy he had summoned was repelled, causing a disconcerting reverse flow of qi that left him feeling inexplicably unwell. Seizing this fleeting moment of vulnerability, Yao Dong unleashed a powerful strike, akin to a taut bowstring, hurtling towards Luo Ji. The Beng Quan of Xingyi. Luo Ji was compelled to defend himself. Yet the prior disruption of his internal energy rendered him incapable of maintaining a solid stance. Consequently, Yao Dong's subsequent punch sent him staggering back 3 steps, his muscles quaking from the impact, and a surge of blood threatened to erupt from his chest. A master of Xingyi should not be underestimated. Yao Dong's subordinates exhaled a collective sigh of relief, while Wu Qihua and the timid Xiao Luzi felt their anxiety intensify. Initially, Luo Ji had the upper hand against Yao Dong, but in a mere instant, the tide had turned, with Luo Ji now on the defensive against Yao Dong's relentless barrage. "Brother Ji!" Xiao Luzi, timid and easily shaken, cried out as he saw Luo Ji in peril. Despite his cowardice and penchant for leveraging the strength of others, he was fiercely loyal, and at that moment, he felt an instinctive urge to assist Luo Ji, even knowing he stood no chance against Yao Dong. Luo Ji had retreated to a third step, his breath erratic and his stance completely unraveled. Yao Dong, like a ferocious tiger, lunged at him, and in mere seconds, he would surely be struck down by Yao Dong's fist aimed at his open center. In that critical moment, Luo Ji focused his mind, employing a simple mental technique, and swiftly discovered the means to extricate himself from this dire predicament. De Fan Tian Luo Wei. Although Luo Ji wielded no sword, if he could manifest the Jing Hong San Shi through his fists, then the De Fan Tian Luo could certainly be executed as well. While still leaning back, his hands erupted with speed, transforming his 2 fists into a multitude, enveloping him in an intangible sphere. The subordinates closest to Luo Ji were momentarily dazzled by this technique, lost amidst a flurry of phantom punches, perceiving not fists but a constellation of stars. Yet, Yao Dong was not so easily entranced. As a master of Xingyi, his focus was razor-sharp, and his physical abilities formidable. However, due to the effects of Luo Ji's technique, his accuracy and evasion were diminished by 50%. Thus, Yao Dong's ferocious punch grazed past Luo Ji, who seized the opportunity to retaliate, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Yao Dong's abdomen. True to his mastery, Yao Dong reacted with remarkable speed, attempting to defend against Luo Ji's counterstrike. However, still under the influence of the De Fan Tian Luo, his diminished evasion led to Luo Ji's fist connecting squarely with his midsection, igniting the hidden injuries Yao Ji had previously inflicted upon him. Blood spilled from the corners of Yao Dong's mouth, and although Luo Ji also bled, it was a release of the P. Yao Dong indeed suffered internal injuries. However, such injuries are notoriously challenging to treat. His robust constitution and youthful vigor suggest that he should manage in the short term, though one cannot dismiss the potential for lingering complications that might yield unforeseen consequences. "If Yao Dong trusts me, I could offer my assistance," Luo Ji proposed, extending a hand. The onlookers found this scene rather perplexing. Only moments before, they had been locked in a fierce struggle, yet now it seemed as if nothing had transpired, and they were prepared to aid in healing. After a moment's contemplation, Yao Dong did not refuse. Luo Ji had no motive to harm him, especially since he commanded an entire personal guard, which Luo Ji needed to accomplish his objectives. This gesture was also a means for Luo Ji to mend his relationship with Yao Dong. Grasping Yao Dong's hand, he began to channel his internal energy to explore Yao Dong's condition. After approximately half a minute, he sensed the scattered energy within Yao Dong's body. Once he enveloped and absorbed it, Luo Ji withdrew his energy, exhaling deeply as he looked at Yao Dong and inquired, "How do you feel, brother Yao Dong?" Yao Dong exhaled as well, his expression a mix of surprise and curiosity as he asked, "You possess internal energy?" Luo Ji remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the truth. "You truly possess internal energy?" Yao Dong reiterated, his excitement palpable, gazing at Luo Ji with fervent admiration. "I suppose I have some," Luo Ji finally conceded with a nod. "Can you teach me?" Yao Dong's enthusiasm soared. The existence of internal energy was a legendary pursuit among martial artists, and to witness it in a young man was exhilarating. With such power, his own strength could undoubtedly ascend to new heights. "Of course," Luo Ji replied without hesitation, recognizing Yao Dong's significance to him. Furthermore, he could seize the opportunity to learn Yao Dong's boxing techniques. Though Yao Dong had lost to him, Luo Ji had to admit that Yao Dong's boxing was formidable. Had he not employed cunning tactics, he might not have triumphed. Yet, let's discuss this matter at a later time. Our immediate priority is to confront the Black Devil Dong. Yao Dong, discerning the gravity of the situation, no longer harbored any resentment towards Luo Ji and even regarded him as a valuable asset. He instructed Luo Ji, "Speak your mind. How shall we proceed? All of us, including myself, shall heed your commands." Upon hearing this, Wu Qihua and Shi Luzi exhibited expressions of excitement. After all, this was Mike's personal guard, the most elite combat force of the Dongyong Society. With their assistance, they could surely achieve great feats. Especially Shi Luzi, who eagerly rubbed his hands together, relishing the prospect of wielding authority through the might of the personal guard. Luo Ji, however, remained composed, already having devised a strategy to handle the Black Devil Dong. He turned to Wu Qihua and asked, "Qihua, do you have any thoughts?" Wu Qihua was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Luo Ji would seek his input, and he fell into contemplation. Chapter 53. The inception of an escapability. Wu Qihua recognized that this was a test from Luo Ji, so he tentatively suggested, "With your strength, Brother Ji, along with Brother Yao Dong and the support of our brothers, we could directly assault the enemy's strongest forces. I have observed that the territory we lost last night was the nightclub on Minden Road, which is surely now guarded by their top fighters. If we capture that nightclub, it would signify both a victory over a formidable foe and a significant achievement." The individuals present were figures Wu Qihua had never imagined he would encounter, so he spoke with a tinge of apprehension. Yet, he demonstrated some strategic insight, which was why he had previously earned the role of chief strategist among Luo Ji and his companions. Yao Dong nodded in agreement. Although the plan sounded conventional, it was stable and likely to yield results. Just as Yao Dong prepared to suggest they proceed with this plan, Luo Ji slowly shook his head. Wu Qihua looked at him, puzzled, uncertain if Luo Ji had a more ingenious strategy. Luo Ji then whispered a few words. Instantly, Wu Qihua's expression shifted dramatically. The respect in his eyes transformed into sheer astonishment, as if he were encountering a stranger. Yao Dong was initially startled, but soon his eyes sparkled with fervor, filled with admiration as he regarded Luo Ji. At the same moment, within the Dongyong Society's headquarters, in a Cantonese tea house, Mike was sipping tea with several elderly gentlemen in their 60s while simultaneously receiving updates on the ongoing conflict in Tsimsha Sui. It was indisputable that Tsimsha Sui had become a battlefield. Mike had just learned from his great-uncle that, for the next 10 days, the police had tacitly agreed to overlook gang violence, allowing them to engage freely. Thus, he had signaled his subordinates to unleash their full potential. Within these 10 days, a resolution regarding who would dominate Tsimsha Sui was imminent. "Great-uncle, have some tea," Mike said. At that moment, the large figure known as Delon rose to pour tea, first serving Mike's great-uncle, followed by 3 other esteemed elders within the Dongyong Society. Great-uncle nodded at Delon, revealing no discernible emotion. However, the elders beside him appeared quite fond of Delon, smiling warmly in his direction. These individuals were veteran figures within the Dongyong Society. Although they no longer held sway, their opinions still carried weight. Therefore, both Mike and Delon regarded them with utmost respect. As the conflict in Tsimsha Sui escalated, it presented perhaps the most pivotal opportunity, or peril, the Dongyong Society had faced in years. Even the elderly men, who typically occupied themselves with tea and music, could no longer remain passive. "I hear that this situation was instigated by a formidable young man who single-handedly took down the Scarface from Hefag last night," Great-uncle remarked, sipping his tea as he looked at Mike. "Indeed, his name is a G. He is quite remarkable. I intend to promote him to the 5th chair. As you know, our Dongyong Society has struggled to break through in recent years, and we are in dire need of such a valiant warrior." Although Mike had the authority to make such decisions independently, the great-uncle and his peers were not without influence. After all, They had shared both fortune and misfortune with him. That sounds excellent. A talent like this, I must meet him today. It has been years since I encountered someone you hold in such high regard, great-uncle replied, seemingly pleased as he nodded. Just then, another elder beside great-uncle interjected, Mike? I have also heard word of another impressive young man who eliminated the crow from Hefag and saved many brothers, garnering high esteem among his peers. Ah, indeed. Uncle Gio, you've heard of him too? That young man is named Fei and is affiliated with a Gu. He truly possesses remarkable skills, Delon quickly added. If that is the case, wouldn't we need to add another chair? Uncle Gio remarked casually, seemingly unaware of the implications. Our Dongyong society is indeed teeming with talent. In an instant, both Mike and great-uncle turned their gazes toward the speakers. However, Mike's attention was directed at Delon, while great-uncle's focus was on Uncle Gio. Simultaneously, the two individuals standing behind Uncle Gio also looked toward Mike and Uncle Gio. The once quiet tea house fell into a heavy silence, an unusual atmosphere settling over the room. A discerning observer would immediately grasp the underlying significance of the exchange. The distinction between individuals was starkly clear. After a while, Mike suddenly burst into laughter and said, Indeed, Uncle Gio, they are all talented individuals. However, there is only one chair. So this shall serve as a test for both of them. Whoever excels in this endeavor, perhaps even defeating Haigi Dong, shall claim the fifth chair. What is the current situation? Uncle Gio inquired. At this moment, dawn had just broken, and many had yet to rise. Even though the Dongyong society had begun to assemble early, it was unlikely that anyone had commenced their conquest yet. Uncle Gio, why the rush? The refreshments haven't even arrived, Mike remarked. Just then, the phone of the indolent big brother rang loudly, prompting him to answer. After listening for a moment, he smiled and told Uncle Gio, Good news? Uncle Gio, the initial battle was victorious. That rascal Fei has just reclaimed the nightclub that was stolen by Hefag last night. Remarkably, he has also dispatched Sango, Hefag's second-best warrior after Wuya. This truly boosts the morale of our brothers. Indeed, Fei proved to be quite capable. Uncle Ju nodded in agreement. This victory is substantial enough to warrant a celebration. As it is morning, let us forego the spirits and instead toast with tea. This tea and snacks are both fresh and delightful. Uncle Ju raised his cup, and the others followed suit. After sipping the tea, a figure behind Uncle Gio, Uncle Sure, suddenly interjected, What about that fellow Ju? How is he faring? Fei has already claimed a victory. I hope he does not lag too far behind. His words seemed to treat this as an entertaining competition, yet from his seat, it came across as a blatant provocation directed at Mike and San Shugong. Mike felt a twinge of anxiety. He had entrusted his personal guard to Luo Ji to offer him the utmost support. Yet the obstinate Yao Dong now left him concerned about whether Luo Ji could tame this formidable adversary. As for Uncle Sure, I have heard that a Jew is still in the ice room enjoying morning tea with Yao Dong. Perhaps he is biding his time, poised to strike. Delon chimed in. His words elicited laughter from Uncle Gio and the others, all well aware of the formidable reputation of Qinglong Yao Dong. Mike's decision to entrust Yao Dong to a Jew was not as shrewd as it appeared. Chapter 54, Anxiety, Sim Sha Sui, Nathan Road, by Fei Bar. This was the second venue reclaimed by a Fei from Hefag. He smiled as he watched a man before him transition from pleading to despair, ultimately bleeding out and succumbing to death. Surrounding him, members of the Dongyong society gazed with a mix of awe and fear, wanting to approach yet frozen in place as if under a spell. A Fei relished this sensation, this aura of intimidation laced with a hint of brutality, empowering him with a godlike perspective. In truth, a Fei was not inherently cruel. He possessed a timid kindness, excelled academically, was handsome, and polite. He was the quintessential charming boy adored in school. However, after experiencing the previous narrative world, he underwent a profound transformation. No one knew what he had endured. He himself could not bear to recall those memories. Only the result remained. The transformation into the current version of himself, a sadistic and slightly twisted individual. Nervously toying with his fingers, he kicked the lifeless body of the self-proclaimed wolf and softly muttered a number, 23. This number represented the score provided by the deceased man. As within this unique task known as the 10 days of inescapability, each individual possessed their own score. Common henchmen could yield 1 to 10 points, while some stronger subordinates could offer higher scores. The previously dispatched Sango, who a Fei had pierced through the heart, was deemed a formidable warrior in Hefag, granting him 30 points. It seemed this so-called wolf was also a notable figure, albeit significantly weaker, as Sango could at least trade a few blows. while this wolf had capitulated and begged for mercy. Thus, a Fey impatiently slit his throat, watching his blood flow out as he succumbed to utter despair. There was no trace of mercy within him. Rather, he felt a sense of delight. He loathed the weak. They had no place in this world. And the begging weak were even more detestable. They deserved punishment. What is transpiring over there? A Fey continued to savor the godlike control he held before turning to glance at those behind him. Instantly, a figure who had been cautiously averting his gaze trembled and stepped forward, whispering, "Brother Fey, there has been no movement from that side. It is said they are still stuck in the ice room." Haha, the boss thought that by assigning the personal guard to that kid, he could secure victory. But it seems he has shot himself in the foot. We are certain to prevail. At this, he could not suppress a sycophantic grin, akin to a dog trying to please its master. The so-called that side referred to a Jew, the only competitor for the coveted 5th chair. A Fey had already conquered his 2nd territory, while a Jew had yet to make a move, a stark contrast. Brother Fey, your prowess is unparalleled. You are akin to a celestial being descended to earth. That a Jew is no match for you. I, the wasted dog, hereby preemptively toast to your ascension to the 5th chair. When a Fey remained silent, the sycophant unleashed a torrent of flattery, urging those nearby to join in the praise. He was originally the leader of this group, but had been intimidated into submission by a Fey's formidable presence. Listening to the surrounding cheers and feeling their fear, a Fey remained unfazed. The reverence of the weak held no significance to him. He gazed at the displayed score, 125 points, a tally resulting from his series of violent conquests. Just as Luo Ji was aware of his identity as a reader, a Fey too understood that he shared this kinship with Luo Ji. He sensed that his counterpart was likely facing difficulties and might struggle to prevail. Yet he felt that this adversary possessed a strength comparable to his own. Just how formidable is Qinglong Yaodong? He inquired. The sycophant, upon witnessing the fervor in a Fey's gaze, collapsed to the ground in sheer awe. Meanwhile, at a Cantonese tea house, the tea gathering continued. Following a Fey's conquest of the first venue, the atmosphere grew icy. Subsequently, various reports of victories and defeats trickled in, yet there remained no word from Luo Ji. Not even news of his departure. It seemed he remained ensconced within the ice room. This stalemate began to unsettle even Mike, who had previously held unwavering confidence in Luo Ji. Several times he contemplated rising to call Yao Dong for an update, but ultimately restrained himself. If the initial battle could not be completed, relying on him to establish authority would render Luo Ji's value non-existent. Just as Luo Ji still had not provided any news. Delan's phone rang once more. Beaming with excitement, Delan answered the call, then burst into laughter. What? Bai Fei has been taken as well? A Fei, you rascal. When you return, I shall toast with my 1989 law fight in your honor. What news? Uncle Joe asked, feigning ignorance, as he was already aware of the details from Delan's conversation. Yet, he sought to embarrass Mike and San Shugong. He had spent a lifetime competing with San Shugong, and never had he felt such exhilaration as he did in this moment. Uncle San's originally indifferent expression had subtly darkened. He cast a sidelong glance at Mike, his dissatisfaction palpable. Mike rarely disappointed him. Otherwise, he would not have elevated him to a position of authority within the organization. Yet, this time, Mike had seemingly made a grave miscalculation, selecting an utterly unreliable individual. If this reckless fellow were to assume power, the future of the organization would become exceedingly precarious, leaving one to ponder who truly held the reins. Unable to remain passive any longer, Mike resolved to abandon Luo Ji. Just as he stood up, his mobile phone began to ring. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the device resting on the table, creating an atmosphere that was almost suffocating. The crowd stared at the phone for an extended period, and just as Delan was about to utter a mocking remark, Mike inhaled deeply, grasped the phone, pressed the answer button, and said, "Hello?" On the other end, Luo Ji's voice resonated, light-hearted and even tinged with amusement. Hearing that mirth ignited a surge of anger within Mike, nearly prompting him to unleash a torrent of curses. Chapter 55, Madness. Though Mike yearned to confront Luo Ji about his whereabouts, he ultimately restrained himself, addressing Luo Ji with a grave tone. "Ah Ji, it's time to stretch your legs. The tea has been consumed. While I understand your desire to maintain harmony within the organization, this is not the moment for humility. It's time to take action. That 5th chair is still meant for you. Go ahead and seize the opportunity." Delan and Uncle Joe paid little heed to Mike's formalities, as the situation clearly favored them. They watched Mike intently, anticipating his next move, only to witness his expression stiffen in an instant. Luo Ji had posed another question. "Brother Mike, can you guess where I am right now?" "Ah Ji, this is not the time for jokes. Be serious. Is Yao Dong with you? Mike felt he had misjudged Luo Ji and could only place his hopes on Yao Dong. Dalan and Uncle Gio chuckled internally upon hearing this. They believed Luo Ji was hopelessly inept. While Qinglong Yao Dong was indeed formidable, his previous status limited him to a mere enforcer. He could never occupy that fifth seat. Things seemed to worsen when Mike's expression turned oddly perplexed, as if he were at a loss. What's wrong, boss? Did something happen with Aji? Should I go check? Dalan feigned concern. Yet his intentions were far from benign. Mike, however, remained silent, gazing at Dalan as if awaiting something. Then, just as everyone felt a sense of unease, Dalan's phone began to ring, shifting the attention to him. An ominous feeling washed over Dalan. He hesitated to answer, torn between dread and curiosity. The phone rang persistently until Uncle Gio, unable to endure the suspense any longer, urged, "Answer it." Oh. Dalan swallowed hard and finally picked up the phone, nearly exclaiming, "What did you say?" "What?" Uncle Gio grew anxious, tapping his cane against the ground in agitation. Yet, Mike remained composed, observing the unfolding drama with a knowing demeanor. Uncle San, perceptive as ever, recognized from Mike's reaction that the matter likely pertained to Luo Ji, and favorably so, otherwise. Dalan would not have been so flustered. Thus, he remained unperturbed, even smiling. Aji seems to be at Black Ghost Dong's casino right now, and he has sent word that he intends to take on the entire He-Fag alone. As Dalan relayed this information, he regained his composure. Initially shocked, he reflected on Luo Ji's erratic behavior. Having previously taken on Dalan single-handedly, he now found himself in the lion's den, provoking a confrontation with He-Fag's stronghold. This reckless audacity was alarming. However, upon further reflection, it became clear that Luo Ji was courting disaster. His previous victory over Dalan had relied heavily on Mike's support and a cache of heavy weaponry, alongside some aides who distracted most of their adversaries. He was merely a jester seeking attention. It appeared that he had become addicted to such reckless endeavors, naively believing that with the assistance of Mike's elite guards, he was invincible enough to wage war at the enemy's lair. While the likes of Scarface were indeed mediocre, underestimating He-Fag was sheer folly. He-Fag was a renowned faction in Hong Kong's underworld, seemingly weak but formidable during confrontations. Rumors indicated that Black Ghost Dong had drawn blood and borrowed a cadre of ruthless enforcers from He-Fag's leading faction, He Liansheng. Dalan could already envision how Luo Ji would meet his demise. He quickly regained his composure and sighed. "Boss, this young man is far too impulsive. If he perishes alone, it's one thing, but if he endangers the entire elite guard, that would be a significant loss." While he feigned lamentation over Luo Ji's actions, inwardly he was elated. Not only would their faction's enforcer rise to prominence, enhancing their power, but Mike's most formidable elite guard risked annihilation. In this ebb and flow, his ambitions might soon materialize. Uncle Gio and the others quickly grasped the situation, their expressions mirroring Dalan's. Yet, Mike remained unchanged. The last words he heard from Luo Ji involved summoning reinforcements from He-Fag, accompanied by the proclamation, "Brother Mike, Sim Sha Sui is yours." Strangely, Mike felt an immense sense of reassurance, as if he were convinced that Luo Ji would not falter. It was an odd sensation. Just moments ago, he had questioned Luo Ji's capabilities, but now he was entirely confident in him. "Just wait and see. The one I have chosen will not disappoint." A surge of boldness filled Mike. In reality, however, the situation was far graver than Mike and the others had anticipated. They believed Luo Ji had arrived at Black Ghost Dong's casino with the elite guard to provoke a confrontation, but in truth, only two individuals had ventured there, Luo Ji and Yao Dong. When Wu Qihua outlined his strategy, Luo Ji's evaluation was succinct, too slow. If he merely relied on the elite guard's strength to methodically push through and compete with the enforcers for time, even if he maintained pressure, it would still be insufficient. The crux of the matter was that Luo Ji faced competition not only from the enforcers, but from all those involved in this chaotic struggle. To emerge victorious in this endeavor, he could not rely on a piecemeal approach. He required a sufficiently shocking act. At present, the most shocking and advantageous approach was to leverage his own presence. The entirety of He-Fag sought his demise. So what would happen if he suddenly appeared at their stronghold? How many points could he accumulate? Thus, when he expressed his intention to invade He-Fag's lair, Wu Qihua nearly lost his mind, unable to fathom the implications. The others were equally stunned, except for Qinglong Yao Dong, whose expression radiated fervor. "Are you daring enough?" Luo Ji inquired, fixing his gaze on Yao Dong. Yao Dong met his gaze. "Lead the way," he replied. Consequently, the two men found themselves amidst a nest filled with adversaries. Chapter 56. The First Head. How many people did you call? Is it enough? Luo Ji inquired, hanging up the phone with Mike, staring at the bewildered Xiong Fei, who had been frantically dialing. Xiong Fei, occupying the fourth seat in the Heat FAG, despite being over 40 and noticeably past his prime, still ranked among the top 10 within the organization. His cunning and meticulous nature led the notorious Dong to entrust him with managing one of the core enterprises, the gambling house. Yet, at this moment, he found himself in a state of disarray, despite being surrounded by members of He FAG, with only two individuals actually challenging him. These two, however, instilled in him a profound unease. In truth, Luo Ji and Yao Dong had not claimed many lives. They had merely dealt with a few individuals upon entry, with Luo Ji seizing an opportunity to score 10 points. It was only upon seeing this paltry score that Luo Ji recalled he was engaged in a long-term game. Gazing at the meager 10 points hanging before him, he remained undaunted, choosing not to continue his violent spree but instead to stride boldly into the rival casino alongside Yao Dong. He was acutely aware that while he indulged in these actions, the other participants in this deadly competition were undoubtedly fervently slaughtering one another for points, for the top prize promised substantial rewards. In this bizarre world where death lurked at every corner, the only assurance of safety lay in continuous empowerment. Thus, that lucrative reward became an irresistibly tempting goal. Luo Ji undoubtedly desired it, yet he was not inclined to pursue such a crude method of killing one by one. It was far too laborious and slow. Instead, he conjured a more efficient plan, one that would yield significant returns with minimal effort. He envisioned himself as bait, willingly casting himself into the enemy's den. After all, who would let slip the opportunity to eliminate a person marked for death, one who could ascend to great heights upon their demise? The potential rewards were high, and the risks were relatively low. Surely, all members of He FAG would rush towards him like madmen? At that point, Luo Ji could slay at will. Madman, Yao Dong remarked to Luo Ji as they made their way to the casino. In the past, many considered me reckless, but having met you, I believe they were mistaken. Compared to you, I seem almost tame. Such behavior was indeed suicidal. No matter how strong one might be, could they truly contend against so many? Yet Yao Dong had chosen to come, for he too was a madman. Xiong Fei regarded the two before him as lunatics, willingly courting death. Yet he could not quell his inner turmoil, primarily due to the man named Yao Dong. Though unfamiliar with Luo Ji, he harbored a certain wariness from the previous night's incident involving Scarface. Yao Dong, however, was different. His notorious reputation was well established, not just in Tsim Shui but throughout Hong Kong's underbelly. He was a quintessential madman. Xiong Fei feared that this lunatic might suddenly decide to take his life. And in such a scenario, even with his brothers surrounding him, he felt certain he would meet his end. When Luo Ji issued a taunt, Xiong Fei refrained from responding. He was older now, his position secure, and his ambitions had diminished, rendering him even more cautious. Thus, even with such a grand opportunity presented by Luo Ji, he dared not act. No temptation, no reckless moves. Let the younger ones take their chances. Ultimately, who would be the one to slay these two was of no concern to him. He merely wished for the situation to be resolved, as long as he remained unscathed. Suddenly, footsteps echoed ominously. As a foot crossed the threshold of the casino's gambling hall, Xiong Fei understood that the first contender in this life-or-death gamble had arrived. Where the hell is that bastard? He recognized the irate voice of the fishmonger, a figure known as Fish Strong, who had rushed from the nearby fish stall. He had anticipated that the closest competitor, Flower Shirt Fei, might arrive sooner. Fish Strong, a burly man known for his reckless tenacity, had monopolized the local fish trade through sheer audacity. He harbored grand ambitions, having charged in the previous night only to encounter formidable opposition from the Dong Yong Society, leaving him empty-handed and beaten. Xiong Fei deduced that Fish Strong had arrived first because Flower Shirt Fei likely spent the night consolidating his gains, hence his delay despite being nearer. "Brother Xiong, is this the kid?" Fish Strong declared, lacking any respect as he brandished a fish knife. Stepping forward to charge at Luo Ji, seated behind the gambling table, Yao Dong, standing behind Luo Ji, showed no intention of intervening, merely observing Fish Strong's approach with cold indifference. Luo Ji, however, required no assistance from Yao Dong. He was eager to utilize the Xing Yi Quan he had just pilfered from him, having not employed it during his earlier assault. He now saw an opportunity to practice on some lesser foes. Fish Strong's imposing figure and knife-wielding advance seemed formidable, yet to Luo Ji, he appeared merely as a target. His speed was lacking, and his movements bore no lethal intent, relying solely on his size for intimidation. As Fish Strong closed in, barely half a meter away, the force of his charge was palpable. Yet Luo Ji remained calm, his mind tranquil, effortlessly controlling his emotions even without the aid of basic mental techniques. Having weathered enough storms to achieve such mastery, in the blink of an eye, Luo Ji observed the glistening, greasy face of Fish Strong, his eyes filled with fury. Finally, he struck, his foot accurately connecting with Fish Strong's leg, disrupting the latter's balance as he charged forward. Before Fish Strong could fully collapse, Luo Ji remained seated, delivering a powerful blow with his fist, employing the cannon fist technique of Xing Yi Quan. A dull thud resonated as Fish Strong was sent flying like a ragged sack. As Luo Ji felt his internal energy surge forth with the punch, a voice echoed in his mind. Kill Fish Strong, minor leader. Reward, 15 points. Death arrived with such simplicity and directness. Chapter 57. Arrogance. The acquisition of 15 points from killing Fish Strong was inconsequential. The act of murder itself held little significance for Luo Ji. What truly mattered was that punch, his first instance of infusing internal energy into Xing Yi Quan. This technique, acquired from Yao Dong, was not a unique skill but rather a universal one, which had only manifested in his skill set upon acquisition, requiring 2 skill points for activation. Luo Ji had precisely utilized the 2 points he obtained from Yao Dong. Universal skill, Xing Yi Quan level 1, max upgrade to level 3. Active effect, grants the learner immediate comprehension of basic Xing Yi Quan techniques, achieving the standard of an average practitioner. Passive effect, long-term practice may enhance the learner's various attributes. Description, a martial art learned from the master Yao Dong, possessing several imperfections. Should an opportunity arise to consult with Yao Dong, comprehension of this art will undoubtedly reach new heights. At present, Luo Ji had no time to discuss this technique with Yao Dong, but he could certainly familiarize himself with it through practical application. Due to his internal energy, he instinctively infused it into his punch, yielding unexpectedly impressive results. Even at the level of an ordinary practitioner, his power could rival that of a master like Yao Dong. Yao Dong was indeed taken aback by the force of the punch, witnessing the man who was sent flying and subsequently fell lifeless to the ground. In his mind, he pondered whether he could deliver such a lethal blow himself, or if it was simply the result of remaining seated without rising. However, Xiong Fei's astonishment was even greater. He had always harbored a deep-seated fear of Yao Dong, whose notorious reputation preceded him. Thus, when he observed Yao Dong standing while Luo Ji remained seated, he was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why Yao Dong seemed to hold a measure of respect for the seemingly unremarkable young man. Now, it began to dawn on him. Remaining seated and casually delivering a punch had effortlessly extinguished the life of the formidable, burly Wei Yuqiang, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect. As Wei Yuqiang collapsed, Xiong Fei trembled, pondering the nature of this monster. Had he entertained even a flicker of hope to seize the vividly enticing, seemingly ripe fruit before him, he might have met with a fate swifter than that of Wei Yuqiang. The surrounding minions of He Fag, who had initially thought their numbers would suffice to handle Luo Ji, now felt a chill run down their spines. Despite their numerical advantage, they felt as though they had been thrust into a snow-laden landscape, their hairs standing on end. The once menacing followers of Wei Yuqiang, who had charged in with ferocity, now fell silent, their eyes fixed on the young man seated before them, idly toying with his chips, as if he were a fearsome beast of unimaginable terror. In the vast expanse of the casino, the atmosphere was so heavily charged with Luo Ji's presence that one could hear a pin drop. Xiong Fei, why are your men so tardy? Do you look down upon me? After waiting so long, you bring me such a pathetic wretch. Why not join me for a game? Luo Ji remarked, fiddling with his chips before suddenly addressing Xiong Fei. Under normal circumstances, such a statement would elicit laughter from those present. However, in this moment, Xiong Fei was genuinely afraid, terrified at the prospect of ending up like Wei Yuqiang. JG, Brother Ji, why the urgency? People will inevitably arrive. Perhaps we could play a few hands of cards in the meantime? Xiong Fei attempted to steady his fraying composure, his voice trembling in response to the overwhelming aura exuding from Luo Ji. Whether it was the audacity of charging in alone or the casual manner in which he had dispatched Wei Yuqiang, Xiong Fei found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. This led him to propose what he believed to be a clever suggestion. Luo Ji nodded. Sure, but let us wager something a bit different. If you win, I shall spare one of your fingers. If you lose, you will divulge to me the password to your casino's vault. Once you have revealed all the passwords, I shall have Yao Dong open the vault. Should he fail, you will forfeit your head. This. Xiong Fei had not anticipated such an outcome. He had merely intended to divert the topic and stabilize Luo Ji's mood, preventing him from harboring murderous intentions toward himself. Instead, Luo Ji had retaliated with an even crueler proposition. The prospect of losing a finger or divulging the vault's password were both outcomes Xiong Fei dreaded. However, with the stakes set, he could not afford to refuse. It was a no-win, no-lose deadlock, and in that moment, he wished desperately for his followers to rise, and in a moment of impulsive bravado, Luo Ji declared, all in. Xiong Fei's complexion turned ashen, and after a prolonged hesitation, he stammered, can I opt out? Of course, Luo Ji replied nonchalantly. Yao Dong, sever his pinky. Make it swift, so he doesn't feign death to evade the wager. With a generous nod from Luo Ji, Yao Dong approached, and Xiong Fei immediately raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, all right, I'll play. Is that satisfactory? Excellent. Let us resume dealing, Luo Ji said, snapping his fingers and grinning at the dealer. At that moment, he felt a peculiar affinity with the legendary Chow Yun Fat, almost compelled to indulge in a piece of chocolate. The dealer, acquiescing, continued to deal the cards. As the game progressed, Luo Ji's smile widened. Though his hand was dismal, 2 aces paired with a 3, a 4, and a 6, truly a pitiful combination. Conversely, Xiong Fei's hand was nothing short of extraordinary. A flush, boasting high cards, and if the community cards revealed a straight, he would achieve a royal flush, an unbeatable hand in this realm. Yet, Xiong Fei felt akin to one who had ingested excrement. He would have preferred to possess Luo Ji's lackluster hand, for his own was a royal flush, guaranteeing his victory over Luo Ji. In that eventuality, however, he would lose a finger. He genuinely wished to forfeit. In this moment of peril, self-preservation eclipsed all else. He would rather lose than triumph, even if it meant divulging a few vault codes, for it was evident that Luo Ji would not escape this predicament. Let us reveal the cards, Luo Ji urged, unveiling his dismal hand. Xiong Fei was poised to win merely by revealing his cards, yet he hesitated. Come on, reveal them. With that expression, I presume you possess a royal flush? Feel free to win it all. What are you contemplating? Luo Ji continued to prod, eager to escalate Xiong Fei's trepidation. Moments before the game commenced, Luo Ji had received fresh news. The reader successfully incited the entire He-Fag, becoming their nemesis and earning 100 points. The reader had also successfully intimidated the crowd, earning an additional 50 points. Initially, Luo Ji viewed his gamble against Xiong Fei and his display of authority in the casino as mere diversions to attract attention. However, upon realizing that instilling fear could yield points, he was more than willing to intensify his efforts. The more Xiong Fei wrestled with his inner turmoil and dread, the greater Luo Ji's delight, for each moment of Xiong Fei's conflict translated into points for Luo Ji. As Xiong Fei remained paralyzed by indecision, Luo Ji accumulated points from the palpable tension enveloping both Xiong Fei and the entire casino. The reader's intimidation deepened, earning 10 points, followed by another 10 as the atmosphere grew more oppressive, ultimately leading to 30 points as most attendees developed psychological scars. Xiong Fei was on the brink of a mental breakdown, yielding an additional 10 points. During this period of Xiong Fei's hesitation, Luo Ji continued to reap points. Suddenly, in a moment of desperation, Xiong Fei seized his cards and thrust them toward his mouth. Luo Ji, observing the absurdity, chuckled. Xiong Fei had indeed drawn a royal flush. While Luo Ji lamented his own misfortune, he acted swiftly, flicking a card toward Xiong Fei's wrist. Though the card wouldn't pierce his skin, it was enough to incapacitate his hand, causing the card he nearly ingested to drop to the floor, revealing the ace of hearts. A royal flush, Xiong Fei. Why would you attempt to eat the cards? Luo Ji feigned ignorance. Surely my 2 aces do not surpass your flush? Yes. Xiong Fei screeched, clutching his bleeding wrist, his eyes aflame. 2 aces are indeed greater than a royal flush. I concede. I shall divulge the vault codes immediately. Listen closely. Just as Xiong Fei's proclamation concluded, a mocking voice echoed from the doorway. Xiong Fei, you wretch, bowing to such a person? 2 aces cannot possibly rival a royal flush unless his father is a rabbit. Chapter 59. Unyielding intimidation. Luo Ji turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a bald man striding in, flanked by a cadre of imposing henchmen, exuding a far more intimidating presence than the previous fish seller. State your name. I, Luo Ji. Do not slay nameless foes. Unfazed by the taunt, Luo Ji maintained his composure, casually toying with his pile of chips. I am your grandfather, the intruder retorted, advancing with a cleaver aimed at Luo Ji's neck. The blade sliced through the air with a menacing swiftness. This individual, evidently more adept than the fish seller, wielded his weapon with precision, the angle maximizing its lethality while making it nearly impossible for Luo Ji to evade unless he vacated his seat, an act that would invite a relentless onslaught, ensnaring him in a trap meticulously laid. From the moment the blade was drawn, the assailant had calculated Luo Ji's every move. Had Luo Ji been an ordinary person, that strike would have sealed his fate. However, Luo Ji was anything but ordinary and had no intention of acquiescing to the adversary's anticipated tactics. As the blade approached, Luo Ji unleashed a powerful punch at the precise moment the weapon was about to make contact. His strike was not only timely but ingeniously executed. He had instinctively integrated a technique from the 3 styles of the Swift Swan, amplifying his punch's speed by 30. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. If it weren't for such a brazen approach, methodically eliminating one after another, who knows how long it would take to accumulate these 356 points. Damn it. Let us eliminate this guy. Although Xiong Fei and his companions were rendered speechless, this did not mean that Baldier Biao's underlings were equally intimidated. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, they were shocked by Luo Ji's terrifying prowess but had yet to reach the pinnacle of fear. They still possessed the courage to confront him. However, close combat was out of the question. As subordinates of Baldier Biao, they were armed. After one of Baldier Biao's men shouted, they swiftly drew their handguns. Xiong Fei observed this scene with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. In terms of physical prowess, the man before him was a veritable monster, yet no one had ever aimed a gun at him. He yearned for the moment when this formidable figure would be felled by gunfire, for even the mightiest are but flesh and blood, susceptible to injury and death from a bullet. Yet, he was simultaneously engulfed by an overwhelming fear. What if Luo Ji were not killed by the gunfire? Luo Ji was far from intimidated by the adversaries drawing their weapons. He had anticipated this move and was prepared for it. As they brandished their guns, he drew his own, a Colt M1911 with infinite ammunition, acquired from that unfortunate Zhang Jia. The Colt M1911, with a capacity of 8 rounds and a muzzle velocity of 253 meters per second, was swifter than the wind itself. As Baldier Biao's men reached for their firearms, the sound of Luo Ji's weapon echoed through the air. Bang! 8 consecutive shots rang out. As the acrid scent of gunpowder filled the gambling hall, Baldier Biao's underlings lay scattered, none of the bullets wasted. Each of the 8 shots found its mark. Although Luo Ji had only recently attained a basic proficiency in light weaponry and was not considered an exceptional marksman, his extraordinary personal attributes rendered his shooting remarkably accurate. A skilled gunman must be swift and precise, and in this regard, Luo Ji's heightened reflexes and speed seemed tailor-made for the profession. Eliminating Fat Dragon earned him 10 points. The demise of 8 of Baldier Biao's underlings netted Luo Ji a total of 80 points, indicating that these henchmen were indeed formidable, for each offered the maximum points available for underlings. Frankly, as Baldier Biao's men drew their weapons, the surrounding members of He Fag instinctively considered doing the same, overwhelmed by fear of Luo Ji. If they could eliminate him with gunfire, it would be a monumental advantage. Yet, in an instant, all 8 assailants fell, extinguished without exception. At that moment, the remaining onlookers were dissuaded from even contemplating a counterattack. The man, Luo Ji, was a true demon, utterly formidable. The reader has successfully subdued the thin monkey, earning 1 point. The reader has successfully subdued the rascals, earning 1 point. The reader has successfully. Chapter 60, Leading the Way. Luo Ji welcomed the influx of points, albeit modest at 1 point each, but derived from such diverse sources. He did not holster his weapon, but instead blew on the barrel, setting it aside as he picked up the walkie-talkie to announce, "Did you hear the gunfire? I just dispatched a bald man with a single punch, and his underlings attempted to retaliate with gunfire, which I swiftly countered. You at He Fag cannot compete with mere fists, nor can you with firearms. You are truly the most inept of the inept. Therefore, I suggest you dissolve He Fag and join our Dongyong society as my underlings. I might even impart some martial and shooting skills to you." Surprisingly, there was no hysterical retort from He Guidong this time. Silence. An eerie silence. Luo Ji instinctively sensed something was amiss. He quickly centered himself, employing his simple mental techniques to calm his thoughts, devoid of personal emotion, contemplating the current situation. Why had He Guidong suddenly ceased his outbursts? The walkie-talkie was functional. He was undoubtedly aware of Luo Ji's prior remarks. Given He Guidong's temperament, a rebuttal was inevitable unless, in that moment, Luo Ji felt the hairs on his body stand on end, a sign of impending danger. Without needing to prompt him, Yao Dong, who had clawed his way out of hell, reacted even more swiftly, urging Luo Ji, "Get under the table." Before his words had fully escaped, the gambling hall's windows shattered violently, and figures armed with submachine guns surged through, unleashing a relentless barrage. Luo Ji rolled beneath the gaming table the instant the gunfire erupted. In contrast, Xiong Fei was not so fortunate. Caught off guard, he was struck down by the indiscriminate gunfire, his body resembling a ruptured blood bag, blood splattering everywhere. Both Luo Ji and Yao Dong reacted swiftly, evading the gunfire. However, their assailants were no mere amateurs. Upon realizing their first volley had missed, they quickly redirected their aim toward the concealed Luo Ji and Yao Dong. At that critical juncture, Luo Ji's reaction was lightning fast. He understood the perilous nature of their situation. Even though one was a reader and the other a master-level fighter, they were mere mortals when faced with such lethal weaponry. Should they be subjected to a concentrated assault, even Luo Ji's rapid recovery ability would prove insufficient for survival. Thus, he opted to toss out 2 smoke grenades. Fortunately, he had a few in his ring. Otherwise, they would truly be at the mercy of fate. As the smoke grenades were deployed before the assailants could fire again, a dense fog enveloped the gambling hall, momentarily obscuring everyone's vision. Luo Ji, however, found himself relatively unscathed. His physical condition was extraordinary, bolstered by inner strength, granting him superior sensory perception compared to an average person. Yao Dong, with his remarkable agility and experience in life-and-death situations, was similarly unaffected. The two swiftly emerged from beneath the table, charging headlong into the obscurity. This fog served as their natural shield. Once it dissipated, they would become easy targets for the gunmen. Luo Ji and Yao Dong moved with near-silent grace, like phantoms, as they lunged toward the gunmen, initiating a terrifying slaughter. Luo Ji's perception was marginally sharper than Yao Dong's, and he employed a wider array of lethal techniques, gripping his Colt M1911, now reloaded, and firing at the silhouettes he sensed within the mist. Confirming several kills and drawing the attention of the remaining assailants, Luo Ji's sword finally emerged. With a swift sound, the blade glided through the air like a gentle rain in the fog, aimed at those still alive. Luo Ji did not even resort to his signature technique, instead relying on his foundational swordsmanship to execute rapid, lethal strikes. The blade swiftly severed the throats of several adversaries, and the notifications of successful kills echoed in his mind. These gunmen were indeed formidable, yielding slightly more points than Baldier Biao's underlings. When the smoke finally cleared, Luo Ji sheathed his sword and turned to find Yao Dong had also eradicated the remaining threats. It was undoubtedly a wise decision to bring this man along. His individual combat prowess was not significantly inferior to Luo Ji's. Had he not previously been caught off guard by Luo Ji's grand stratagem, the outcome would have been uncertain. Luo Ji smiled, poised to speak, when suddenly, he heard the clinking of objects striking the ground nearby, prompting his instincts to propel him forward. As he rolled behind an overturned gambling table, a violent explosion erupted behind him. The intense shockwave sent Luo Ji tumbling forward several times, disrupting the flow of his internal energy and leaving him with some internal injuries. Damn it, a grenade. Luo Ji never anticipated that the equipment of this black scoundrel Dong would be so advanced. Previously, all the minor bosses seemed to be equipped with walkie-talkies, then submachine guns, and now grenades, far superior to the equipment on their side. After catching his breath and suppressing the surging blood within, Luo Ji glanced towards the other side. Yao Dong, the once formidable warrior of Tsuan, appeared relatively unscathed. However, at that moment, the sound of objects crashing to the ground returned, incessantly. The grenade assault. Luo Ji sensed that the enemy was trying to force him out, yet he felt powerless, for if the enemy continued to throw grenades, both he and Yao Dong, no matter how strong, would be blown to pieces. At this juncture, they had no choice but to break through, or rather, they were compelled to do so. Looking at the only exit before them, Luo Ji exchanged a glance with Yao Dong. Just before the second round of explosions, they charged towards the door. At the moment of the second explosion, Luo Ji and Yao Dong took advantage of the blast momentum and rolled out of the gambling hall. When they stood up again, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of people, densely packed, with no end in sight. They were completely encircled. The onlookers gazed at Luo Ji and Yao Dong, brandishing machetes, their eyes glinting with malice. Luo Ji and Yao Dong straightened their postures. This was a battle of two against countless foes. Were they afraid? Luo Ji spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged spittle. Lead the way, Yao Dong uttered softly. In the midst of the dense crowd, a man with dark skin and a bushy beard glared at Luo Ji and Yao Dong with a sinister gaze, making a gesture across his throat. This man must be the black scoundrel Dong, Luo Ji surmised. At his command, the crowd surged towards Luo Ji and Yao Dong. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ji lowered his eyelids and glanced at the distant black scoundrel Dong, saying, "How about we wager on who can behead black scoundrel Dong first? What do we bet?" Yao Dong also took a deep breath. A feast, Luo Ji tightened his grip on his weapon. "Deal." Yao Dong agreed. In the next moment, he charged forward like a tiger descending from the mountain. Luo Ji followed closely behind. The two faced countless adversaries, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, like an egg striking a stone. Yet, their spirits soared. Has black scoundrel Dong cleaned his neck? With a swift strike, Luo Ji aimed at an approaching thug wielding a knife. Death was imminent. Black scoundrel Dong wore a satisfied smile, as Luo Ji had kept him on edge since the previous night. He had been contemplating how to eliminate Luo Ji to establish his authority. After all, Luo Ji was a living testament to Dongyong society's triumph over FAG. As long as Luo Ji lived, FAG would remain under Dongyong society's shadow, and black scoundrel Dong would bear an invisible pressure. Who could have imagined that this kid, oblivious to danger, would charge in with just one companion, practically inviting death? Black scoundrel Dong had already formulated a plan to capture Luo Ji alive, intending to torture him and record the process to send to Dongyong society, demonstrating the true meaning of fear. However, at that moment, a blinding flash of light suddenly filled the air, so dazzling that black scoundrel Dong could barely open his eyes. A flashbang. Luo Ji had taken it from the police arsenal, and it had yet to be used. Upon seeing the multitude outside, he had already included the flashbang in his arsenal. Luo Ji realized that black scoundrel Dong would not kill him, at least not immediately. He intended to capture him alive. Thus, he knew how he and Yao Dong could escape, by charging into the chaos. The flashbang activated at a crucial moment. Black scoundrel Dong could never have anticipated that Luo Ji might carry such a device, and neither could the rushing thugs. Blinded by the intense light, the thugs lost their combat effectiveness, while Luo Ji and Yao Dong ruthlessly cut them down. Empowered by his internal energy and the swallowing phoenix technique, Luo Ji moved through the throng like a swimmer navigating a turbulent sea. With each forward stroke, adversaries fell, blood splattered, and heads rolled. Though black scoundrel Dong was momentarily blinded, his quick reflexes allowed him to retreat and call for his nearby subordinates for protection. However, Luo Ji's speed was too swift. Bolstered by the swallowing phoenix technique and the fully charged Colt M1911, he advanced with ease, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. Even in the blinding light, Luo Ji's instincts surpassed even those of Yao Dong, allowing him to navigate the chaos with uncanny precision. Black scoundrel Dong, having sensed Luo Ji's presence before the flashbang was deployed, was like a bright flame, drawing the fierce moth that was Luo Ji towards him. Amidst the panic and clamor, the crowd was thrown into disarray, creating a clear path for Luo Ji's charge. Just as the brilliance of the flashbang began to fade, Luo Ji unleashed the swallowing phoenix technique once more, his sword poised to reach black scoundrel Dong. Recovering some of his vision, black scoundrel Dong gaped at Luo Ji's strike, but his subordinates seemed unable to catch up to its speed. Luo Ji was on the verge of claiming black scoundrel Dong's head on the very first day. Meanwhile, how were things faring on the other side? A Fei, shaking the blood from his hands, casually inquired of his thoroughly intimidated subordinate trailing behind him. This was his fourth territory conquered. Within Dongyong society, his speed of conquest was unmatched, and he had secured substantial establishments. Moreover, due to Luo Ji attracting so much fire, many territories had become virtually undefended, allowing a Fei to sweep through with ease. Yet, he couldn't help but ask about Luo Ji's situation. "Brother Fei, it's all over for a Ji. I just heard that black scoundrel Dong has truly invested heavily. Submachine guns, grenades, everything, cornering a Ji in his casino with over 100 men. It's impossible for him to escape." The young man smiled obsequiously, not forgetting to flatter off Fei once more. "Brother Fei, with your wisdom and prowess, the East Courage Society will undoubtedly fall under your dominion. I beseech you to extend your guidance to us in the future." Ah Fei paid him no heed, preoccupied with meticulously wiping the blood from his hands. Just moments ago, he felt an unsettling sense that he had overlooked something significant. Chapter 62. Life and death on the line. Ah Ji was doomed. In the somewhat somber atmosphere of the tea house, Jushu suddenly uttered a truth that all present were already aware of. Moments prior, Dalan had received the latest news. He Guidong had personally led a group to besiege Luo Ji, employing submachine guns and grenades, reducing his own casino to ruins. Moreover, he had brought along over 100 men, effectively sealing off any escape routes for Luo Ji. It was an inescapable predicament. In fact, the outcome had been all but foretold when Luo Ji had initially provoked He Guidong in his casino. Most of those present had anticipated this conclusion long ago, save for Mike, who, for reasons unknown, harbored an inexplicable confidence in Luo Ji. However, even Mike's faith had waned. He could no longer reach Luo Ji on the phone. In that dire circumstance, it was unlikely that even Huang Renqin would have survived unscathed. The youth exhibited such arrogance. Mike was compelled to contemplate how he would handle Ah Fei in the wake of the latest developments, for Ah Fei had already acquired his fourth venue. Such achievements were formidable. Who could possibly rival that? Had Luo Ji adhered to a more prudent approach, with his personal guards and Yao Dong at his side, he would have surely fared better against Ah Fei. Yet this Luo Ji had not perished. In fact, he was on the verge of eliminating He Guidong. Just as everyone believed Luo Ji was doomed, had others been privy to his condition at that moment, their jaws would have surely dropped in astonishment. It was utterly remarkable. This was the essence of seeking fortune in peril, the highest risks yielding the greatest rewards. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. With a mere sword's breadth separating him from He Guidong's throat, Luo Ji was poised to create chaos alongside FAG, propelling the East Courage Society to unprecedented heights. Luo Ji was destined to ascend to the fifth seat of the East Courage Society. Yet, in that fleeting instant, he was wholly immersed in the act of striking down He Guidong. 3 menacing presences erupted around Luo Ji, each one targeting his vital points. They were intent on eliminating Luo Ji. It must be noted that these 3 individuals exhibited an extraordinary precision in their timing, launching their assault simultaneously. They had seized the moment when Luo Ji was entirely focused on the kill, a moment in which he could neither retreat nor evade. In that instant, Luo Ji's strength was nearly expended. Even if he reacted, it would be challenging to defend against a sudden ambush from the side, particularly as his mind was largely preoccupied. This was a lethal trifecta, a strike from 3 peers, readers. There could be no doubt that those capable of executing such precise attacks at that moment, each presenting a grave threat to Luo Ji, were indeed readers. It was exceedingly difficult for Luo Ji to evade these 3 strikes. In that critical juncture, he first centered his thoughts. If Luo Ji had evolved into a true master in any aspect, it was in his composure, his absolute calmness in battle. As he activated a simple mental technique, time seemed to slow to an almost surreal pace. Luo Ji began to contemplate how he might extricate himself from this dire predicament. First and foremost, enduring the attacks was out of the question. He faced 3 opponents, and their ambush would undoubtedly be a thunderous blow. Should he attempt to withstand their assault, the only outcome awaiting him would be death. It would be unwise for these 3 to simply eliminate He Guidong. Even if they succeeded, they would not perish simply because of his demise. Since He Guidong was not a character from the original story, the possibility of him becoming a final target was virtually non-existent. It appeared to be an inextricable deadlock. The moment Luo Ji intended to strike at He Guidong, he had unwittingly stepped into a death trap. Had Luo Ji not been so greedy, he could have easily escaped using a flashbang, but it was too late for regrets. Was death truly imminent? The reality of mortality bore down on Luo Ji, causing even his simple technique to show signs of fracture. Yet he did not abandon his search for a breakthrough. There must be a way. 3 directions, 3 individuals, although they launched their attacks simultaneously. It was highly probable they were concealed from one another, not realizing each other's identities beforehand. In this world of storytelling, where killing was permitted even within the same organization, divergent ultimate missions could lead to different targets. Ultimately, their simultaneous strikes were coincidental. The likelihood of their collaboration was exceedingly low. Thus, the point of rupture might lie here. Each sought to slay him, undoubtedly. Not a single one wished to cede the kill to another. Let it not be forgotten that Luo Ji was not only a reader, but also a thorn in FAG's side. A formidable adversary whom He Guidong desired to eliminate. Should one of them succeed in killing Luo Ji, that individual would swiftly ascend to prominence within FAG. Such a resource would be magnified infinitely within this narrative realm. In a certain sense, Luo Ji had but one enemy. When a person sought his death, the other 2 would undoubtedly prevent that individual from achieving it. At present, Luo Ji resembled a radiant treasure chest. Whoever struck would reap the spoils. Why would they willingly relinquish that opportunity to another? Time resumed its flow in the next moment, and Luo Ji unraveled the singular solution. He disregarded the direction and arbitrarily selected one of his assailants, forcefully reversing the grip on his sword, lunging desperately towards that individual. In doing so, he effectively exposed his back to the other two, a strategy tantamount to courting death. For even if Luo Ji managed to contend with the assailant before him, he would surely fall to the blades of the other two. But was it truly so? Luo Ji was wagering his life. At times, the most perilous of situations may unexpectedly transform into a path of survival. In the next instant, his sword clashed with that of his frontal adversary. Luo Ji felt a violent shock reverberate through his hand. The opposing force was immense, causing his grip to weaken. If he were to withstand this, he might lack the strength for subsequent maneuvers. Thus, he activated the absorption ability of his ring. Simultaneously, the answer behind him was finally unveiled. Luo Ji sensed the two dangerous presences closing in rapidly upon his back. At their closest, the fabric of his clothes was already torn by their overwhelming force. Yet, in the end, nothing transpired. The two forces collided with one another. He had won the gamble. Luo Ji affirmed to himself. Then, without pause, he unleashed that particular technique. Chapter 63. Chase and Escape. Due to the ring, one sand, absorbing the majority of the force from the individual confronting Luo Ji. When he realized he had won the gamble, he found himself with ample time and strength to execute the grand proliferation technique. As Luo Ji's sword sliced through the air with great speed, a breath as brilliant as the starry sky permeated the atmosphere, entrancing those surrounding him, including the three ambushers, who succumbed to its influence. Fortuitously, the individual Luo Ji faced was not merely subdued. Their intellect and speed appeared alarmingly deficient, leading them to fall prey to the hypnosis as well. Luo Ji would certainly not let this opportunity pass by. He forcefully circulated the last vestige of his internal energy, and with a swift motion reminiscent of the third form of the stunning swordplay, he lunged forward, piercing the adversary's throat. Meanwhile, the two individuals behind him were still ensnared by the overwhelming pressure of the large formation. Their chances of hitting or evading diminished. In that moment, Luo Ji's sword penetrated the neck of his opponent. The Zhangtai Willow was a lethal weapon capable of slicing through the armor of a main battle tank. Thus, even though the assailant was a reader with an extraordinary physique, facing Luo Ji's blade meant there was no chance of survival. A sharp sound echoed as blood gushed forth, and Luo Ji's mind began to register the kill notification. Kill achieved on Fei Zimu, a minor leader. Reward 20 points. Due to the special identity of Fei Zimu, an additional reward of 80 points is granted. Reader Li Mao has been removed from the storyline. Reader Luo Ji will receive the following rewards. Luo Ji barely had time to glimpse the rewards he had earned. Even if his strike had failed, there was no turning back. He had to flee. This opportunity was fleeting, and his ability to seize it was akin to a flashbang. He had employed all his cunning, and any delay would result in dire consequences, with even the ordinary henchmen of He Guidong poised to eliminate him. Having successfully slain Li Mao was an unexpected boon. Luo Ji sprinted away, unmindful of the commotion surrounding Yao Dong. His own survival was paramount. However, he surmised that all attention would be focused on him, thus reducing the number of pursuers targeting Yao Dong. It was only after he had dashed 20 meters that his pursuers seemed to awaken from their stupor, shouting in fury, "Where did that kid go? Cut him down." Their anger stemmed from the fact that, despite their initial intent to corner Luo Ji, he had not only escaped but also claimed a life in the process. If Luo Ji managed to evade capture today, it would render the He Fag a laughingstock in Sim Sha Sui. Disregarding the initial plan, He Guidong withdrew his pistol and fired 3 shots at Luo Ji's retreating figure, growling, "Forget about his fate. Everyone, go all out to kill him. I only want his corpse." The henchmen of He Fag echoed his sentiment with shouts of agreement. Previously restricted from using firearms, they had suffered losses. But now liberated from such constraints, they were determined to ensure that no single individual could escape their carefully laid trap. Luo Ji dared not pause. His internal energy was depleted, and his dantian was dry, leaving him unable to muster even a fraction of energy to enhance his speed. Fortunately, he possessed a passive ability for rapid recovery, and his physical constitution was robust, preventing any signs of fatigue. He sensed 2 dangerous presences relentlessly pursuing him. Those 2 readers who had nearly claimed his life, but ended up turning on each other due to the complexities of human nature. With one of them now dead, the situation shifted from a 3-way standoff to a duel between 2 formidable forces. There was a possibility they might join forces against him. As he ran, Luo Ji relied on his instincts to evade the bullets that whizzed past him. He understood this was a signal that his adversaries would show no mercy from here on out. Turning a corner, He took a deep breath and resumed his simple mental techniques. Though the peril was not as acute as before, he was still not out of danger. The two pursuers were too close for comfort, and he remained exposed to the watchful eyes of Hefag. It was conceivable that He Guodong might summon reinforcements from other directions to corner him. Yet, if it came down to escape, Luo Ji had options. He still possessed the saddle that could summon the ghostly steed, the blood-sweating horse. If he chose to flee on that mount, he could traverse walls as if they were mere ground. However, he refrained from doing so. He was uncertain whether Yao Dong had escaped danger, and he needed to draw as many of Hefag's forces as possible onto himself. Additionally, he awaited a message. As Luo Ji pondered these matters, a towering building, seemingly aged yet grand, came into view. Without time to ascertain its significance, he felt it was an ideal place for hiding and guerrilla tactics, and he dashed inside. Just as he crossed the threshold, he caught a glimpse of the building's sign. Chongqing Mansion. Chongqing Mansion? Luo Ji, a former artistic soul and admirer of the films of the Sunglasses King, had a particular fondness for the critically acclaimed film Chungking Express. Little did he know that upon his first entry into this legendary edifice, he was embroiled in events of even greater legend. Navigating through the throng, he noticed a multitude of individuals armed with knives and firearms in pursuit behind him, their screams echoing. Luo Ji paid no heed to the chaos and ascended to the second floor of the mansion, racing up the staircase. Utilizing the complex and constricted layout of Chongqing Mansion, the oppressive aura from the two relentless readers who pursued him subsided slightly, allowing him a moment to catch his breath. He also seized the opportunity to review the rewards he had obtained after slaying Li Mao. Upon examining the spoils, Luo Ji's resolve shifted. He no longer merely wished to stall his pursuers. He aimed for something grander. He intended to eliminate them all. With this thought in mind, he halted and turned to the two still trailing behind him, grinning as he shouted, "Hey, you two! If you want to kill me, feel free to come after me. I'll be waiting for you on the rooftop. When the time comes, I'll gladly accept your lives and the rewards that come with them." Chapter 64. Who wishes to die first? After delivering his taunting words, Luo Ji resumed his sprint toward the rooftop. The reason for his provocation stemmed from the valuable treasures he had acquired from the reader he had just dispatched. The subsequent notification from the kill was as follows. Reader Luo Ji will receive the following rewards. 1 point in physical attributes. Skill Great Luo Golden Body. Incomplete. Equipment Forgetful Silk. The single point in physical attributes was self-evident. Luo Ji directly allocated it to enhance his speed, making his strides even swifter. As for the skill Great Luo Golden Body, incomplete, a cursory glance revealed it required cultivation and held little immediate utility in this combat scenario. Thus, his interest lay primarily in the equipment Forgetful Silk. Item, Forgetful Silk Quality, excellent, green, durability, 10, in the context of the current world. It can only be severed with extremely high temperature flames. Special effect, transparency. Before activation, the Forgetful Silk remains in a transparent state, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Special effect, constriction. Once activated, anything touched by the Forgetful Silk will be ensnared, with a duration of 30 minutes. During this time, mobility is reduced by 75. Usable times, 5, 3 used, 2 remaining. Description, once, there was a female cultivator who, enamored with a male cultivator's beauty, concocted a thread capable of completely binding him to her side. She succeeded in using this thread on the male cultivator. However, he, possessing a stubborn temperament, despite his inferior cultivation, resolutely refused to yield. After 10 years of confinement, he perished from exhaustion, leaving the female cultivator with white hair overnight. Forsaking all emotions for the world, later generations attempted to replicate this thread according to ancient methods, yet none could match its potency. At best, they could merely restrict the movements of the captured individual. Regardless, they named it Forgetful Silk, which ironically became a silk of entrapment. Such is the complexity of matters in the world, ineffable and mysterious. It was precisely upon witnessing the effects of the emotionless silk that Luo Ji conceived the desire for a counterattack. As he charged toward the rooftop, he discreetly laid down the invisible, odorless, emotionless silk along the way. Uncertain of how to unleash its full potential, he simply led his pursuers to the top floor. As the silk lengthened in his grasp, Luo Ji discerned that, within a certain range, its length appeared limitless. Even as he approached the rooftop, he had yet to feel it nearing depletion. Upon reaching the rooftop, he realized that the silk must have entwined the two pursuers, for shortly after laying it down, he sensed a weight in his hand, indicating that they had taken the bait. However, he refrained from hastily concluding the encounter. opting instead to ensnare them further. Concurrently, he used this opportunity to increase the distance between them and the individuals from Luo Ji behind him. Although those ordinary subordinates were not particularly formidable, there is a saying, a multitude of ants can fell an elephant. Thus, an extra measure of safety was always welcome. Bursting through the rooftop door, Luo Ji began to decelerate. Throughout his rapid dash, he had not relied on internal energy but purely on his physical prowess, particularly enhanced by a slight acceleration. His internal energy, therefore, had been steadily recovering. With the passive skill rapid recovery, his physical stamina remained stable during high-speed running, and at the moment he reached the rooftop, his internal energy had replenished to 80%. This was one of his motives for ascending to the rooftop. Gradually regulating his breathing, Luo Ji felt the heat radiating from his muscles due to prolonged vigorous activity. Grasping his blue parasol-shaped sword, he suddenly yearned to draw it. This was the optimal state for battle. Thus, he ceased fleeing and, sword at his back, walked slowly to the edge of the rooftop. Observing the bustling street below, he noted that despite their recent tumultuous chase, the world beneath seemed unaffected, with people going about their business, driving, and no police sirens blaring. Indeed, unless someone brazenly attacked law enforcement or bombed the police station, the authorities would likely remain uninvolved, maintaining a tacit understanding among the factions. It was as if two worlds existed, the perilous darkness above and the mundane reality below, completely unrelated and without intersection. The pedestrians below would never suspect that mere hundreds of meters above their heads, a life-and-death struggle was on the verge of commencing. Luo Ji cast his gaze upward to the glaring sun, which compelled him to avert his eyes after a brief moment. Yet, he felt an exhilarating sense of elevation. Surveying the world, sword in hand, poised for combat, a feeling truly befitting a master. Previously, Luo Ji had only grasped the art of swordsmanship and the skill of killing. Even while embodying Chen Shaojun, he had engaged with true masters from a position of disadvantage, perpetually scheming and vigilant to avoid demise. At that time, he had been the prey, a creature resisting fate. Now, however, he no longer fled. He began to transition from prey to hunter, genuinely sensing the exhilarating power of control. In that moment, he even comprehended the essence of that night when Qin Wujing, under the azure umbrella, stood at the Yi family gate, observing him. It was a gaze of dominance and self-assurance. He recognized that a transformation was occurring within him, evolving from a novice endowed with extraordinary abilities into a formidable force capable of dictating the fates of others. He could not deny his fondness for this newfound sensation. As he fully harnessed his momentum, he sensed the two relentless presences pursuing him had arrived. They no longer concealed their footsteps, instead deliberately amplifying the sound, perhaps to draw Luo Ji's attention or to apply pressure upon him. While Luo Ji exerted pressure, they reciprocated. The battle had already commenced. Even before blades were unsheathed or fists thrown, a psychological duel unfolded invisibly, igniting sparks in the air. As Luo Ji turned slowly to face the approaching footsteps, he regarded the two figures and softly inquired, "Which of you wishes to die first?" Chapter 65. Exquisite Slaughter. At this moment, the two relentless pursuers finally revealed their true selves. One was a short, portly man, resembling an oversized winter melon, yet his eyes were vicious and his countenance repugnant, instantly signaling his menace. The other was a tall, lean individual, akin to a slender bamboo pole, sharing a similarly fierce gaze and ugly visage. Physically, the two seemed a natural pair, an exceptional duo. "Death? I believe it is you who shall meet your end, having nowhere to escape while still boasting," the portly man retorted, his temperament evidently worse than that of the lanky one. Luo Ji merely chuckled softly and proposed, "How about we join forces to eliminate this rotund fellow? He appears somewhat apprehensive. After all, it is said that barking dogs seldom bite." No sooner had Luo Ji uttered these words than the portly man's expression shifted dramatically. His alliance with the slender man was already tenuous. Should the latter perceive himself as weaker and consider joining forces with Luo Ji, the portly man's position would become exceedingly precarious. Thus, he wasted no time and lunged at Luo Ji, shouting, "Let's fight." As the confrontation commenced, it became evident that the portly man possessed genuine skill. Despite his hefty physique, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward Luo Ji, his hands displaying the rapid movements of a martial arts master. Luo Ji began to understand why. Despite his superior speed, he had been unable to shake off his pursuers. It appeared the portly man had mastered some form of agile technique. This suggested that the lanky man likely possessed similar abilities. The realization ignited a fervor within Luo Ji. As someone who relied on speed, if he could eliminate these two and uncover their speed-enhancing equipment or abilities, his strength would experience a significant boost, an opportunity he could not overlook. However, first, he had to defeat them both. Facing the charging portly man, Luo Ji refrained from immediate action, waiting for the lanky man to strike. The latter indeed made his move, albeit slightly delayed, indicating Luo Ji's words had shaken him. Yet, his hesitation was fleeting. He seemed to conclude that Luo Ji posed a greater threat and followed closely behind the portly man. As Luo Ji had anticipated, the lanky man's capabilities were indeed speed-related. Without any visible action, he suddenly accelerated, his speed rivaling that of the agile, portly man, perhaps even surpassing it. The two closed in from either side, effectively cornering Luo Ji, while behind him loomed the fatal drop from 17 stories, over 60 meters high. Even a reader would surely perish from such a fall. Thus, Luo Ji had no choice but to advance. And indeed, he moved forward. In the instant the tall, slender figure made his move, he too acted, his green umbrella quivering as he grasped his sword. With a swift execution of the first form of the stunning swan technique, he propelled himself forward, ready to confront the stout man head-on. At that very moment, the stout man wore a fierce expression, his hands swirling with dark energy, as he lunged toward Luo Ji. Suddenly, he froze mid-air, immobilized. This abrupt stillness sent the stout man into a panic. He was utterly bewildered, his confidence shattered, and the momentum of his earlier attack dissipated. In that fleeting moment, Luo Ji's sword struck out toward the stout man, while he called out to the tall figure behind him, "Now, strike." The tall figure hesitated, confronted with two choices: to join Luo Ji in ambushing the unexpectedly vulnerable stout man, or to assist the stout man in thwarting Luo Ji's advance. The decision was made in a heartbeat. He chose to unleash a powerful palm strike toward the stout man's back, the sudden acceleration generating a fierce gust of wind around his hand. As Luo Ji uttered his command, the stout man succumbed to utter disarray, caught between the need to defend against Luo Ji's sword and the impending threat from behind. In the end, he failed to counter either assault. Both Luo Ji's sword and the tall figure's palm struck simultaneously, both seeking the stout man's heart, for whoever pierced it first would claim the reward for his demise. Though both acted swiftly, it was the tall figure who, mere moments before reaching the stout man's heart, emitted a muffled groan, and like the stout man before him, became suddenly paralyzed. A veil of white threads flickered around him. This brief moment of stillness led to the stout man's unceremonious demise, caught between enemies and erstwhile allies. Luo Ji, upon receiving the news of the stout man's death, drew his sword with fervor, blood spraying forth as he seamlessly transitioned into the great expansive net technique, followed by another swift stroke aimed at the still-stunned tall figure. Despair flickered in the tall figure's eyes as he struggled futilely against an invisible restraint, helplessly witnessing Luo Ji's sword lunge towards him. "No," he bellowed, erupting in a final surge of energy, a wave of wind propelling him a short distance away. Yet, Luo Ji's technique, which mitigated damage by 50%, still took effect. He could not evade the sword strike fully, and was pierced through the hands he raised to defend himself. Luo Ji's follow-up attack severed the tall figure's hand cleanly, and with a final flourish, he executed the falling swan technique, decapitating the tall figure in one swift motion. Thus, a meticulously orchestrated yet fleeting battle came to a perfect conclusion. Chapter 66. Burning the camps. Indeed, it could be deemed flawless. From the very beginning, Luo Ji had masterfully controlled the situation. He first sowed discord between the stout man and the tall figure, shattering the fragile trust that had just begun to form between them. This strategic maneuver set the stage for his subsequent actions. Rather than immediately binding both adversaries, he cleverly ensnared the stout man, who was unable to restrain himself from attacking. He then urged the tall figure to join him, and in that moment of fractured trust, the tall figure unhesitatingly chose to strike the stout man, hoping to claim the kill for himself before turning on Luo Ji. Alas, all was according to Luo Ji's design. At the last moment, he ensnared the tall figure as well, claiming the kill and subsequently unleashing a tempest of rapid strikes to finish him off. Though this confrontation was brief and not overly intense, it showcased Luo Ji's burgeoning prowess in the art of combat. He had evolved from a brute relying solely on strength to a tactician skilled in psychological warfare. This method of engagement was undoubtedly superior to confronting both opponents simultaneously with raw swordplay, as it would have forced him to contend with their combined might and undisclosed techniques. Luo Ji preferred this effortless victory, which was largely attributable to the pivotal role of the binding silk. Regrettably, after this use, only one application remained, to be utilized only in dire circumstances. Contemplating these thoughts, Luo Ji began to assess his rewards while awaiting the arrival of his companions. Glancing downwards, he noted that the Chongqing mansion, while not towering amidst Hong Kong's skyline, still offered a decent view of the surroundings. They should be arriving soon. As he mused, his keen ears detected the sound of hurried footsteps ascending the staircase. He disregarded them, focusing instead on his enhancements. The rewards for vanquishing the stout man and the tall figure were as follows. Reader Shou Tuatu has been removed from the narrative, and Reader Luo Ji shall receive 1 point in physical attributes, the skill Cloud Leaping, and 10 units of gold healing ointment. Reader Pang Tu Tua has also been removed, granting Reader Luo Ji 1 point in physical attributes, the skill Speed, and 10 units of Clown's Hamburger. Without hesitation, as his physical attributes had already surpassed the ordinary, Luo Ji allocated the newly acquired 2 points to his speed. His current physical attributes stood as follows. Name, Luo Ji lineage, ordinary human physical attributes, strength, 1192, average male, 9 intelligence, 10, 111, average male, 9, stamina, 1192, average male, 9, reflexes, 10, average male, 9, speed, 15, average male, 9. In that fleeting moment when his speed reached 15, Luo Ji experienced an illusion as if the very air around him had momentarily slowed. Although it quickly returned to normal, he felt he was on the brink of grasping something profound. Just as he intended to inspect the newly acquired skills and gear, the cacophony of footsteps reached the rooftop. That damn loser! A furious shout echoed as a young man with dyed yellow hair burst onto the rooftop, brandishing a machete and charging toward Luo Ji, only to halt abruptly upon seeing the two fallen figures. More individuals surged onto the rooftop, emboldened by their numbers. The sight of the two corpses no longer intimidated them. Armed with machetes, handguns, and even submachine guns, they aimed squarely at Luo Ji, while a sense of pressure loomed over Luo Ji. After experiencing that fleeting sensation of slowed time, he found himself feeling significantly more confident, almost believing he could evade the onslaught of bullets, a peculiar sort of self-assurance. As the thought crossed his mind, Luo Ji was suddenly filled with fervor. Dodging bullets, how quintessentially the fantasy of a youthful dreamer, now seemed within his grasp. Wow. So many guns aimed at me. I'm feeling a bit anxious, he remarked, retreating while raising his hands, a smile adorning his face as he addressed the crowd. Hey, kid, run. You're so good at running. Why not leap off this ledge? At that moment, Black Ghost Dong finally caught up, panting as he surveyed Luo Ji, who appeared to be at a dead end, and a triumphant smile spread across his face. Despite the considerable losses incurred, capturing this individual meant victory, unless, of course, he possessed the ability to fly. All he needed was to torment this man into submission, and the earlier losses would be rendered inconsequential. With this thought in mind, Black Ghost Dong gestured, and instantly, a cameraman approached from behind, ready to film Luo Ji. Make sure to capture everything. I want everyone to witness this guy's last moments. Let us see who dares to oppose me. Black Ghost Dong. After this, yes, film well. Make me look good, and remember to send me a copy afterward. Today's performance should surely qualify me for a debut, right? What do you think about my chances for Best Actor at this year's Golden Statue Awards? As Luo Ji spoke, he found himself retreating to the edge of the rooftop, with a staggering drop of over 60 meters behind him. Even in the face of death, he maintained his defiance. Black Ghost Dong smirked coldly, signaling for a shotgun to be handed to him. Clenching a freshly lit cigar between his teeth, he pointed the weapon at Luo Ji. Hey, Luo Ji, I've changed my mind. Kneel down and bow to me 10 times, and I might let you go. What do you say? Not a chance, Luo Ji replied, shaking his head. Have you ever seen a film where the protagonist kneels to the antagonist? It's simply impossible. Oh, by the way, do you know the title of the film we're in today? Black Ghost Dong raised his cigar, exhaling a plume of smoke. I'll count to 3, he warned. At that moment, a beeping sound emanated from Luo Ji's waist, prompting him to chuckle. Black Ghost Dong. The name of the film we're shooting today is... Boom. Suddenly, from below the Chongqing building, explosions erupted from all directions, flames soaring skyward. Black Ghost Dong and his associates were momentarily startled by the blasts, left in a state of confusion. Boss, it seems. It's all our turf? A perceptive underling trembled as he spoke. Black Ghost Dong's cigar slipped from his grasp, realizing that as the leader of the Heat FA organization, He was all too aware of his own territory. Meanwhile, Luo Ji laughed from the other side. A fiery conflagration to greet you all. Kill him. Black Ghost Dong roared, his voice hoarse with fury. He had abandoned any thoughts of toying with Luo Ji. All he wanted was to obliterate him. However, Luo Ji had no intention of granting them that satisfaction. I'm afraid this might disappoint you. Farewell. He executed a mock bow, and before the gunfire erupted, he leapt from the rooftop. As bullets whizzed through the air, he calmly summoned his phantom steed, galloping along the exterior of the Chongqing building, making his escape into the alleyway. Chapter 67. Shock Underground. Time rewound to 1 minute before the explosion. In a tea house in Tsimsha Sui, chaos reigned. A Fei sat on a chair, reveling in the sight of a man whose throat he had just severed, blood draining from him as he reached out in a desperate plea for life. A Fei chuckled with glee. This marked his 5th conquest. Surely no one could surpass him now. Moreover, the only individual who could was already on the verge of death. What is the status? A Fei turned to a nearby underling, keenly interested in Luo Ji's fate. Even with the knowledge that Luo Ji was cornered, he couldn't afford to underestimate him. Only upon witnessing Luo Ji's corpse would he be able to confirm his victory. That kid has incredible luck. The latest news reports he has broken through the Hefei encirclement, but is now trapped on the rooftop of the Chongqing building, with no escape. Black Ghost Dong has personally brought heavy artillery to confront him. He has no choice but to jump. The underling responsible for gathering intelligence on Luo Ji began reporting the latest updates. Upon hearing that Luo Ji was cornered, a Fei nodded, contemplating what he would do if he were in Luo Ji's position, backed against the rooftop with a perilous drop behind him and numerous guns trained on him. It seemed there would be no options left. After all, they were all mere mortals. Perhaps one day, one among them could ascend to a godlike status, but it certainly wouldn't be someone named Luo Ji. What a pity, a Fei remarked, tinged with a hint of regret for not being able to confront Luo Ji directly, yet relieved at the prospect of not having to engage with such a formidable foe. Frankly, Luo Ji was a powerful adversary. His demise would be a blessing. Congratulations, Brother Fei. The underlings, thoroughly intimidated, began to cheer. A Fei found himself contemplating future plans when suddenly, a series of violent explosions erupted. As the blasts echoed, a Fei's expression shifted dramatically, his heart sinking. Though unaware of what had transpired, an instinctual sense alerted him that it must involve the man named Luo Ji. Simultaneously, in another tea house packed with high-ranking members of the Dongyong Society, Mike wore an impassive expression. He had already heard about Luo Ji being cornered on the rooftop of the Chongqing building. Though he had considered sending aid, he had secretly dispatched someone to assist Luo Ji. When he learned that Luo Ji had broken through the encirclement, he felt a fleeting moment of joy, as his man was not far behind. However, news of Luo Ji being trapped soon followed. On the top floor of the Chongqing building, with dozens of guns from Hefei aimed at him, no one could save him now, Mike thought, lifting his teacup to feign nonchalance, concealing his unease. Meanwhile, Delon and the others were celebrating, toasting as if a joyous occasion had taken place. Naturally, a Fei's 5th conquest warranted celebration. Then the explosions occurred, fierce, relentless blasts that startled Delon and his companions, spilling their tea as they exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. However, within a minute, a piece of news would inevitably shock all of Tsimsha Sui. The 7 most crucial establishments of the Hefei organization had been detonated simultaneously. Meanwhile, Black Ghost Dong, on the rooftop of the Chongqing building, stared at the ground where Luo Ji's body should have fallen, only to find it eerily empty. A minute later, the identity of the individual behind such an audacious act was revealed. He himself spoke over the Hefei communication channel. Ladies and gentlemen, wasn't this a spectacular inferno? I must express my gratitude for your cooperation. Oh, and Dong, I recall you brought a cameraman, right? Don't forget to send me a copy of the footage. I'd love to submit it for this year's Golden Statue Awards. Upon hearing that sound, Haigi Dong became so enraged that he hurled the walkie-talkie in his hand to the ground, crushing it underfoot. He then seized a handgun from a subordinate and relentlessly fired at the cameraman, who was still desperately pleading for mercy while holding the camera. He continued shooting until the gun jammed, leaving the photographer a bloody mess. Yet, his fury unabated, he picked up another gun and aimed at the camera, firing until it was utterly destroyed. Through gritted teeth, he growled a name. Aji. Aji. Luo Ji. Indeed, it was Luo Ji. For those who had already resigned themselves to Luo Ji's inevitable demise, the revelation that he was the architect behind everything following the explosion and that this mastermind had managed to escape from the besiegement atop the Chongqing mansion left everyone astounded, jaws agape, in disbelief. How could this be possible? The first thought in everyone's mind was how Luo Ji could have accomplished all of this. Whether it was simultaneously blowing up 7 venues of He-Fag or vanishing from the top of Chongqing mansion under Haigi Dong's heavy siege, it seemed unfathomable. Upon receiving the news, Ah Fei's expression darkened like water, yet he soon smiled, as if finding the situation amusing. However, judging by the head he had just crushed underfoot and the subdued demeanor of his subordinates surrounding him, it was evident that he was far from pleased. He had lost. Despite having taken down 5 venues today with great fanfare and intimidation, it paled in comparison to Luo Ji's singular triumph over He-Fag, which included the destruction of 7 key establishments. Luo Ji had undoubtedly become the most dazzling star of the dark underworld today. From this point forward, the series of explosions heralded the name of Dong Yong'aji, destined to resonate throughout Sim Sha Sui. Within the tea house, upon learning that Aji was behind all these events, Uncle Jiu gripped his cup so tightly that it slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. The others were disheartened, while Mike appeared elated, marveling at Aji's remarkable ability to transform decay into brilliance. Meanwhile, Luo Ji, the very person responsible for it all, strolled through a narrow alley, nonchalantly savoring fish balls he had just purchased from a roadside vendor. As he munched on the snack, his mind was flooded with information, a smile creeping onto his lips. Chapter 68. A bountiful harvest. The destruction of He-Fag's industries, including the Felicity Bar, earned him 100 points. The obliteration of the Supreme Club garnered an additional 120 points. The cascading explosions sent He-Fag into a state of absolute chaos, rewarding him another 100 points. A series of detonations, coupled with the points earned from his previous killings, had brought Luo Ji's total to a staggering 1573 points within this 10-day period. Even if Luo Ji lacked confidence, he felt assured of his position at the top. Such a score was unlikely to be matched by anyone else until they executed similarly shocking feats. As for how Luo Ji had accomplished all this, it was quite simple. He had gone to Haigi Dong's casino accompanied solely by Yao Dong, with no one else in tow. The others, his loyal guards, the street thugs, and Wu Qihua, were responsible for the fiery mayhem that ensued. Of course, had they been commanded to storm in and undertake such actions, it would have been impossible. Even if the guards prided themselves on their prowess, facing He-Fag's main forces would have led to their downfall. The true reason they succeeded lay solely with Luo Ji. Utilizing his nearly perfect taunting score, he made a single move that captured all of He-Fag's attention, allowing Wu Qihua and the others to execute their parts freely. If they had failed to accomplish Luo Ji's directives under such circumstances, they would have truly been worthless. Fortunately, they were not inept. They successfully carried out all of Luo Ji's orders. As for the explosives, Luo Ji had provided all the necessary tools, and after this operation, his inventory was completely depleted. He had no grenades left. However, the points earned were more than worth it. Luo Ji had initially worried about not taking direct action himself and whether Wu Qihua and the others would receive points, but to his relief, it seemed that regardless of whether they had used his grenades or not, the success of the plan was entirely attributed to him, earning him a substantial reward. As the explosions echoed, he noted that Wu Qihua and the street thugs had reached a loyalty score of 100 points towards him. The task of brotherhood was thus completed. Congratulations to the reader for completing the task Brotherhood, and the summoning system has been activated. Summoning system. The reader may summon characters from the story world. Conditions. The summoned character must have a loyalty score of 85 points or higher towards the reader. Number of summonable characters. For currently available summonable characters, none. Description. Summoned characters will receive a boost in power, and all summoned characters can be summoned to the reader's side immediately, limited to once per day. The summoning system's abilities can continue to upgrade and strengthen. Upon discovering this summoning system, Luo Ji was filled with immense delight. Initially, he had approached the Brotherhood task with a nonchalant attitude, merely going through the motions, yet the outcome exceeded all expectations. The summoning system could be described as a miraculous ability, effectively granting him 4 additional allies. Whether for strategic surprise or other uses, they could prove invaluable. Moreover, potential candidates for summoning were already at hand. His 4 current brothers, though slightly less capable than he would prefer. He immediately thought of Qinglong Yaodong, who should have escaped Haigi Dong's clutches. Given Yaodong's abilities, he likely managed to slip away while Luo Ji drew most of Haigi Dong's attention. In a sense, Luo Ji had saved him, but given Yaodong's pride, despite having demonstrated sufficient power in front of him, it was uncertain whether that would inspire loyalty. Nevertheless, he remained the most promising target for persuasion. Thinking of the term persuasion struck Luo Ji as odd. Typically, it involved charming, beautiful women, yet here he was, contemplating how to win over a muscular man. Dismissing this peculiar thought, Luo Ji continued to examine his rewards. Besides the summoning system, he was particularly interested in the skills and equipment he had acquired from the two readers. Previously preoccupied with confronting Haigi Dong, he now had the opportunity to delve into the details. First, he checked the skill obtained from Shouted Tuo, Cloud Ladder. This skill had automatically been added to his exclusive skill panel, requiring 2 skill points to unlock. The description read, Lightness skill, Cloud Ladder level, 3 levels in total passive. Upon learning, it increases base speed by 5. Active. After activation, it allows for an 8-meter teleportation, boosting movement speed by 50, evasion by 35, and significantly enhancing jumping and leaping abilities for 10 seconds. Description, a supreme skill of the Wudong sect, with Cloud Ladder signifying the ability to ascend, as if climbing a ladder, soaring into the heavens. The mere mention of these 2 characters reveals the exceptional nature of this martial art. Without further ado, the ability to teleport 8 meters is truly terrifying. The earlier instance where the short, stout man suddenly vanished into thin air, only to reappear before Luo Ji, was precisely this technique at work. Luo Ji, already possessing remarkable speed, found that this technique, known as ascending clouds, was like wings on a tiger. Furthermore, it boasts 3 levels. If mastered to a profound extent, it could potentially become a lethal weapon, striking unseen. Luo Ji excitedly turned his attention to the next skill, one he had acquired from Pang Tu Tuo, aptly named Speed. This skill is straightforward yet powerful. Encapsulated in 2 words, speed. It suits Luo Ji's preferences perfectly and is now nestled within his exclusive skill set. The description reads, Skill, Speed passive, increases your speed attribute by 10 active, allows for instantaneous acceleration of a specific part of your body. Description, you are swifter than the wind. This skill is simplistic yet incredibly practical. The passive percentage boost signifies that it can grow infinitely. As Luo Ji's speed attribute increases, so too will the benefits from this skill. Additionally, the active ability to accelerate a specific part of his body is tailor-made for him. Imagine a swordsman whose primary offensive method relies on rapid strikes. If his hand can accelerate instantly, Luo Ji believes he is not far from mastering the legendary Shadowless Sword. However, he faced a vexing dilemma. He lacked sufficient skill points to enhance either of these abilities. Currently, he had no skill points at all, and could only salivate at the prospect of these 2 skills. After examining the main skills, he understood the remaining equipment at face value. Healing ointment and clown burgers, presumably for physical recovery, akin to red potions in online games. While not necessarily exceptional, they could prove life-saving in critical moments. He took a moment to glance at them. Item, healing ointment quantity, 10 quality, white, common, effect, when applied to a wound. It can instantly stop bleeding, form scabs, and provide minor healing. Description, a common healing remedy, essential for traversing the martial world, available at any apothecary for just 10 coins. Item, clown burger quantity, 10 quality, green, fine, effect. Consuming it instantly restores 40 energy, referring to internal power, magic, etc., and continues to restore energy for 1 minute thereafter. Description, a burger crafted by a lonely clown in a former circus site, made with love as he thinks of a girl on the other side of the city during rainy nights. Luo Ji was somewhat surprised. While the healing ointment was rather ordinary, the clown burger proved to be quite valuable, restoring 40 energy instantly, a miraculous boon in crucial battles. Chapter 69, Stumbling Block. As Luo Ji finished tallying his gains for the day, he suddenly realized he had overlooked something. He recalled the skill acquired after defeating a reader named Li Mao. It was through the equipment dropped by the opponent that he managed to deal with the subsequent duo of stout and lean adversaries with ease. He had neglected the skill known as Incomplete Great Luo Golden Body, which Li Mao had dropped. Upon this realization, he hastily reopened the skill menu and discovered this skill nestled in the corner beneath his exclusive abilities. No wonder he had missed it earlier. Skill, Incomplete Great Luo Golden Body Level, 2 passive. Upon learning, increases base defense by 5, enhancing skin and bones, allowing the skin to resist damage from common blades. Active. When activated, it enables one to endure small caliber gunfire and reduces damage from falls. Description. This is a body refining method derived from a fragmented ancient text. Due to the lack of essential incantations, it can only unleash less than 30% of its potential. If the complete cultivation method can be located, a remarkable transformation will occur. another skill that directly boosts base attributes. Its active use is quite effective. However, for Luo Ji, whose prowess relies solely on speed, this skill appears somewhat redundant. It may be worth considering later, especially since it requires 3 skill points to learn, which seems rather steep. After reviewing everything, Luo Ji had nearly finished his fish balls. At that moment, his pager beeped. It was a message from Wu Qihua inquiring about his whereabouts, mentioning that Mike was searching for him. Luo Ji suddenly remembered he had placed his mobile phone in the storage space of his ring. Thus, even if someone called, they would not be able to reach him. He quickly retrieved his phone and dialed Mike's number. After a single ring, it connected, and Mike's voice came through. Hello? Luo Ji? Where are you? I couldn't get through to you. I thought something might have happened. Boss, I'm fine. The signal was probably just poor. What's up? Throwing me a celebration feast? Luo Ji responded with a smile. At that moment, Mike should have been the happiest person. Luo Ji had brought him considerable prestige today. No one could overshadow him now that his capable subordinate had achieved such feats. Indeed, you little rascal, you truly performed splendidly today. Come to Fuguwei building later for shark fin soup, and let us show off in front of Delon and the others. Ha ha. Mike genuinely regarded Luo Ji as one of his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so candid about his conflicts with Delon. Got it. Remember to prepare a few extra seats. I have many brothers with me. Signing off now. Luo Ji did not stand on ceremony with Mike, having accomplished a great feat. He deserved a reward, and it was also an opportunity to assert his dominance in front of everyone. After hanging up, Luo Ji contacted Wu Qihua through his pager to inform him about heading to Fuguwei building for shark fin soup. He also received news that Yao Dong was indeed alive and had already reunited with them. Not responding to Wu Qihua further, Luo Ji exited the alley and hailed a taxi towards Fuguwei building. During the ride, he also checked in with Arome, who was guarding the clinic, confirming that all was well there before closing his eyes to rest. Upon arriving at Fuguwei building, it was already afternoon. From the outside, it was evident that the establishment had been taken over by the Dongyong Society, filled with their underlings. As Luo Ji stepped out of the taxi, a few of their lackeys approached to shoo him away. Upon seeing Luo Ji, they froze in place. Judging by their reactions, they were likely Delan's men. Under normal circumstances, they should have treated Luo Ji poorly. However, given his recent astounding achievements, they felt a certain admiration, leaving them momentarily speechless. What's wrong? Don't recognize me? Luo Ji noticed their predicament and chuckled. And no, not at all. Brother Ji, hello. You guys haven't met Brother Ji yet. One of the slightly quicker-witted subordinates hurriedly reprimanded his companions to greet Luo Ji. Luo Ji paid little mind to this encounter, but to his surprise, as soon as they called out, those nearby recognized Luo Ji's presence and began greeting him in a chain reaction, bowing respectfully as he passed through. In an instant, the entire venue was filled with reverence, causing even the seemingly resolute Luo Ji to feel a sense of elation. After all, he was merely a young man of 18 or 19, and the sensation of being idolized by a multitude, whether one was a youth or an elderly individual in their 70s or 80s, was inescapable. It was a feeling of conquest and the nascent form of power. Hastily, he employed a simple mental technique to calm his spirit and proceeded towards the luxurious building without casting glances around. Meanwhile, the younger followers continued to observe him, whether out of pretense or genuine admiration. In this era, the underworld valued strength and tenacity. Consider a person who challenges the entirety of a rival gang, demolishing 7 of their major establishments and emerging unscathed. Such feats would ignite the fervor in any man. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Ji had begun to quietly win the hearts of the Dongyong Society. Upon entering the opulent establishment, he was naturally guided forward, accompanied by one of the younger members. He arrived at the entrance of a vast private room. As the door swung open, he beheld a large round table where Mike, Delon, and several elderly gentlemen were seated. The table was lavishly adorned with delicacies such as shark fin, abalone, and various seafood, exuding an enticing aroma. Yet, no one had touched their chopsticks, clearly waiting for Luo Ji. "Ah Ji, you have arrived," Mike exclaimed, rising from his seat to greet him. Luo Ji quickly waved his hand in a gesture of modesty, replying, "Oh, boss, please don't do this. You'll embarrass me. I can't dare touch this shark fin." "What embarrassment? Today, you are the great hero of our Dongyong Society. I would kneel before you if necessary. Come, Ah Ji. This bottle of wine has been reserved for 5 years, and I've been reluctant to open it until now, but today, I shall uncork it to celebrate your victory," Mike declared, smiling as he reached for a bottle. At that moment, an elderly gentleman seated at the table suddenly intervened, saying, "Mike, why the haste? Not everyone is here yet." Instantly, Luo Ji understood that this individual was a potential stumbling block. And who might this elder be? Luo Ji inquired with a composed smile. Feigning ignorance. Who is he? This is Uncle Jiao, a senior member of Danyo. Have you no sense of decorum? Just because you accomplished something impressive today, doesn't tea mean you can disregard the hierarchy? Shouldn't you hurry over and offer tea to apologize while Uncle Jiao is still calm? At this, Dalan, who had been seated, suddenly took offense. It must be said that while Dalan lacked in many areas, he excelled in the art of verbal confrontation. With just a few light words, he sought to diminish Luo Ji's accomplishments, silence Mike, and compel Luo Ji to submit, a trifecta of cunning. Although Dalan might be a despicable person, he was adept at winning hearts. His words stirred the crowd, shifting the atmosphere from reverence to one of agitation, revealing that many had been incited by his rhetoric. If Luo Ji were to refuse to apologize, it would certainly come across as arrogance. It seemed he had no choice but to lower his head in contrition. Yet, doing so would render his efforts today, and the opportunity Mike had painstakingly secured, utterly futile. Luo Ji pressed his lips together, gazing at Uncle Jiao. Before Mike could interject, he spoke. So Uncle Jiao, is it? My apologies, but today I've slain too many foes. My hands have grown numb, and I fear I cannot serve tea. Next time, I shall personally visit your residence. What did you say? Dalan, upon hearing this, became even more agitated, while Uncle Jiao's expression darkened. Luo Ji had indeed visited the Black Ghost's residence today, resulting in significant losses for them. His words were rather too blunt, nearly implying he would return to kill again. This bluntness was so pronounced that even Uncle Jiao, despite his extensive experience, felt a momentary weakness upon hearing such a statement from someone who had just decimated foes in their own stronghold. The two elders beside him also exhibited pale expressions, while another elder at the table retained a calm demeanor, even appearing slightly amused. Luo Ji instantly discerned friend from foe. What? What did you say? Uncle Jiao exclaimed, his finger trembling as he pointed at Luo Ji. Yet, deep down, he and Dalan, along with the other two elders, were secretly amused. This bold youth had unwittingly walked into a trap. Luo Ji, however, smiled, unperturbed by Uncle Jiao's ire, and reiterated, Dalan, Uncle Jiao, was my statement unclear? I said, I will visit personally next time. Each word was pronounced with deliberate emphasis, exuding an air of audacity. It was evident to all that he was merely being courteous, yet it was an implicit threat towards Uncle Jiao. He exhibited pride in his achievements. And why should he be modest? Youth ought to be bold. Impudent. Uncle Jiao feigned fury, but inwardly he was amused. To his surprise, however, his cry of impudence elicited no reaction from those around. Instead, the younger members who had initially been agitated now displayed expressions of admiration. Luo Ji's audacity was so unabashed that it seemed entirely justified. Moreover, Uncle Jiao and his cohorts, despite their nominal withdrawal from Dangyong's management, frequently intervened, causing discontent among the ranks. Now that they were being confronted by Luo Ji, many of the younger members found a peculiar sense of comfort in the situation. By the end, their gazes toward Luo Ji were imbued with genuine respect. This sudden shift in sentiment was unexpected, even to Luo Ji himself, who had initially sought to leverage his victory to assert dominance. Mike, however, quickly seized upon this transformation. Originally intending to facilitate Luo Ji's rise, he now found himself benefiting unexpectedly from the turn of events. Enough of the quarrel. Aji is the grand hero of today. I shall uncork this bottle of wine, and everyone shall raise a glass to Aji, Mike declared, seizing control of the situation to solidify Luo Ji's status. Yet, in that moment, Uncle Jiao interjected once more. Mike, the society values merit and reward. Indeed, Aji's actions today have been impressive, allowing us to decisively surpass FAG. However, let us not forget that Afei also contributed significantly, reclaiming 5 establishments. Our brothers will need to eat, and we cannot rely solely on intimidation. Uncle Jiao, ever the shrewd tactician, quickly regained his composure, as if nothing had transpired. He deftly shifted the conversation, downplaying Luo Ji's achievements while inflating the contributions of the yet-to-arrive Afei. Ultimately, he added thus, I believe we should wait for Afei to join us in the celebration. This bottle of wine should be shared with him as well. Uncle Jiao was determined to prevent Luo Ji from ascending today, for his seniority and reasoning were irrefutable. Even though the assembly held some grievances against him, they could not help but nod in agreement. Luo Ji gazed at Uncle Jiao, unable to suppress a knowing smile. This old fellow was destined to meet his end. Uncle Jiao felt a shiver of unease under Luo Ji's scrutiny and instinctively turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. At that moment, Mike seemed resolute, determined to make a significant decision. Today was indeed a fortuitous opportunity, and with the future shrouded in uncertainty, he was willing to risk the disapproval of his subordinates to elevate Luo Ji to the 5th chair. He was confident he could quell any dissent. Thus, he merely shook his head at Uncle Jio and declared, "Uncle Jio, I believe that today, Luo Ji deserves the greatest honor. This bottle of wine is solely for him." The atmosphere abruptly fell silent, dividing the grand hall into two factions, one supporting Uncle Jio and the other rallying behind Mike, with Luo Ji at the center of attention. Many were watching Luo Ji closely, while others, like Wu Qihua, were assisting him and keeping an eye on the rest, just as tension seemed poised to erupt. Footsteps echoed from downstairs, and then, Ah Fei, bloodied and flanked by a group of followers, appeared, saying, "Apologies for my tardiness." Sensing the peculiar atmosphere in the hall, Ah Fei genuinely inquired, "Am I interrupting?" "Ah Fei, your timing is perfect. We've all been waiting for you." "Come, sit down," Big Lazy exclaimed, as if he had discovered a lifeline. However, Mike interjected, "Wait a moment. I've already stated that this bottle of wine is meant to celebrate Luo Ji's achievements. Others have no claim to it." Yet Mike was unyielding, resolute in his mission. "Boss, this doesn't seem right. Look at Ah Fei. Everyone here has shed blood today." Big Lazy skillfully wielded his words, and that last remark jolted many of the subordinates, who had been swayed by the joint efforts of Luo Ji and Mike. Back to reality, they glanced at Mike, their unspoken discontent evident in their expressions. For a society to thrive and expand, fairness is paramount. Without it, survival becomes increasingly daunting. At this juncture, Mike had little choice but to relent, yet Luo Ji's thoughts diverged. Since Mike had come this far, he could not disregard his good intentions. Furthermore, Ah Fei posed a significant threat to him. Finding an opportunity to eliminate him would be challenging in the future. Thus, seizing this moment to confront him directly was an opportunity not to be missed. He interjected, breaking the silence, "It's quite simple. Since everyone wishes to partake in this bottle of wine, let us settle it with a contest. Whoever possesses the mightiest fist shall earn the right to drink." Given previous events, Luo Ji's audacious declaration did not incite resentment among the gathered crowd. Instead, the subordinates displayed fervor and excitement. Both Luo Ji and Ah Fei had recently emerged as formidable figures within the Dongyong society, their meteoric rise sparking private discussions about who might be the stronger of the two. While Luo Ji currently held the edge in achievements, the absence of direct confrontation left the outcome uncertain. Thus, anticipation for an actual duel brewed among all present. This encapsulates the philosophy of their society. Regardless of one's arrogance or shortcomings, strength commands respect. "Hey, Luo Ji, what are you trying to prove? Have you become addicted to fighting? Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Do you not regard us elders at all? Today, you merely vanquished a few of the Black Gang's subordinates, yet you act so disdainfully. If you were to actually kill the Black Gang's leader, would we be expected to kneel before you in reverence?" Big Lazy, anxious over the situation's escalation, sought to rein it in. Yet the atmosphere had already been ignited by Luo Ji's words, and at this moment, the usually silent Uncle Sen finally spoke up. "I see nothing wrong with this. Young people should have some spirit. Our journey through Dongyong has always relied on courage and tenacity, not merely eloquence. Therefore, demonstrating one's prowess is entirely appropriate. Wouldn't you agree, old Jio?" Uncle Jio paused, glancing at Ah Fei, then remarked, "Ah Fei, what are your thoughts? If you're too weary, we can always postpone. I can even bring out a treasured bottle of wine for you another time." "Thank you, Uncle Jio. I'm not fatigued. Since Luo Ji has proposed a contest, I must oblige. As for the wine, regardless of the outcome, it is only right that Luo Ji drinks first, for he is the most esteemed today, and I cannot hope to match him." Ah Fei's response was notably more gracious and humble than Luo Ji's. Instantly, the crowd of subordinates, already swayed by Ah Fei, erupted in cheers. "Ah Fei is magnanimous. Ah Fei is the mightiest. Ah Fei is truly the strongest." Their expressions revealed genuine admiration and respect, not mere flattery. Luo Ji was acutely aware of the implications of this challenge. In just a couple of days, Ah Fei had amassed significant influence within the society, and if given more time, Luo Ji might have found himself outmatched. With the duel now confirmed, the hall quickly cleared, tables being moved aside to create a spacious arena for Luo Ji and Ah Fei. As per tradition, the two competitors bowed to one another before the fight commenced. In that fleeting moment, Luo Ji heard Ah Fei whisper, intended only for his ears, "Thank you for granting me the chance to kill you. I shall savor the pleasure of slowly slicing your throat, allowing you to bleed out before your demise." Luo Ji remained unfazed by Ah Fei's words. Though he exhibited arrogance and dominance, his inner calm prevailed. His bravado was merely a tactic to secure the fifth chair within the Dongyong society and to eliminate Ah Fei. With his objective in sight, he dismissed all other thoughts, focusing solely on the task of extinguishing Ah Fei's life. It was undeniable that Luo Ji had rapidly evolved into a lethal and efficient harbinger of death, a strategist for whom violence and performance were but means to an end. It was difficult to reconcile that not long ago, he had been a somewhat naive and passionate university student. One could only conclude that he was remarkably suited for this perilous and deadly existence. After exchanging bows, the two retreated slowly as the members of the Dongyong society encircled them, their hearts racing with anticipation for the impending clash. Some hoped for Luo Ji's victory, others for Ah Fei's, while many simply yearned for an exhilarating duel. Luo Ji, invincible. At that moment, a bystander suddenly shouted, igniting the enthusiasm of Luo Ji's supporters, who echoed the call. Luo Ji, defeat him. Luo Ji, show this punk what you're made of. The air buzzed with a cacophony of chants, and Luo Ji, astonished, realized he had garnered a considerable following. On the opposing side, Ah Fei's supporters responded in kind, and the atmosphere transformed into a fervent exchange of taunts. And it was precisely at this moment that the battle between Luo Ji and Ah Fei commenced. The first to strike was Luo Ji. After enduring a day of relentless battles, he found himself not fatigued, but rather invigorated by the heat of combat, leaving him with no reason to refrain from taking the initiative. In Chapter 72, titled A Corpse, Luo Ji refrained from drawing his sword. While it is true that a lion employs all its strength to catch a rabbit, he was equally unaware of his opponent's true capabilities. To avoid becoming vulnerable, he opted to employ Xingyi Quan to gauge Ah Fei's strength. Having attained a preliminary mastery of Xingyi Quan and honed his skills against lesser opponents in the gambling den, Luo Ji developed a formidable technique that infused his strikes with internal energy. Thus, even without a sword, he launched a powerful punch, his form shadowing that of a fierce tiger. His blow, akin to a cannonball, hurtled toward Ah Fei with a force that seemed to shake the very ground. Luo Ji's speed had reached an extraordinary level, his strikes delivering a wind akin to a sudden gust. Those in close proximity felt the rush of air, some even wincing from the impact. Witnesses standing with Ah Fei faced the full brunt of Luo Ji's punch, sensing an overwhelming pressure that left them feeling trapped, as if a mountain bore down upon them. One could only imagine the immense burden weighing upon Ah Fei as he prepared to confront Luo Ji's strike. The true master of Xingyi Quan, Yao Dong, observed the situation with flickering eyes, recognizing that Luo Ji's punch carried the air of a grandmaster. Prior to this, he had understood that Luo Ji lacked any formal training in Xingyi Quan, leading him to solidify his earlier suspicions that this individual was indeed a martial arts prodigy. In an instant, Luo Ji's fist was upon Ah Fei. Ah Fei remained still, seemingly unperturbed. He chose to meet Luo Ji's mountainous blow head-on. As their fists collided, the sound echoed like stones crashing together, causing many to momentarily lose their breath in astonishment. Neither Luo Ji nor Ah Fei retreated. They were locked in a battle for honor, dignity, and status. At the moment their fists met, Luo Ji unleashed the latent internal energy he had conserved. Employing a technique he referred to as hidden strength, he propelled his form forward with a measure of internal power, only to release the remaining energy in a sudden burst, amplifying the force of his strike. This technique created a cascading effect, each wave of force building upon the last, establishing an all-encompassing dominance. It must be said that Luo Ji possessed an exceptional talent for martial arts. This self-taught maneuver was nothing short of brilliant. However, he was taken aback by Ah Fei's peculiar response to his unexpected attack. It felt as though his power had vanished into an abyss, as if he were striking against an unfathomable force. For a fleeting moment, Luo Ji felt a pang of panic, but he quickly calmed himself, realizing that Ah Fei could not possibly be overpowering him. If that were the case, Ah Fei would have easily crushed him without further ado. Luo Ji surmised that Ah Fei must be employing some form of clever technique or skill unknown to him. With that thought, Luo Ji launched another punch, but Ah Fei met his strike with equal resolve. Once again, the outcome was baffling. Luo Ji's fist seemed to sink into nothingness, as if he were striking a lifeless body. A corpse? A dead man? The sensation was absurd. He was clearly fighting a living opponent, yet there was an inexplicable feeling that Ah Fei had already passed beyond the realm of life. In the next moment, Ah Fei's eyes glinted with a sudden blood-red light, and an overwhelming aura of malevolence erupted from him, enveloping Luo Ji. It felt as if he had plunged into a frigid, viscous mire, his blood chilling and his internal energy becoming sluggish. More critically, he sensed his vitality ebbing away, wilting as if a Fae had unleashed a deathly aura that entwined itself around his very essence. What was this? Luo Ji felt as if he were ensnared by a venomous serpent, immediately attempting to distance himself from a Fae. However, the suffocating aura hindered his movements, rendering his once superhuman speed virtually impotent, allowing a Fae to easily keep pace. Seizing the opportunity, a Fae transformed his fists into claws, lunging toward Luo Ji's chest with a ferocious grip, his fingers suddenly sprouting razor-sharp, ebony talons, seemingly intent on extracting Luo Ji's heart. In that critical moment, Luo Fei spoke eloquently, yet his actions betrayed a different narrative. He had just seized Luo Ji's flesh with one hand and, almost absent-mindedly, brought it to his lips, licking it as if savoring the essence of Luo Ji's blood and meat, a blatant provocation. Luo Ji remained silent, calmly wiping the torn flesh on his chest, mimicking a gesture of tasting his own blood, then stretched his limbs, declaring, "The warm-up period is officially over." Indeed, the warm-up had concluded. He had discerned his opponent's abilities, an eerie aura capable of dissipating the enemy's strength while eroding their body. Luo Ji would not afford his adversary another opportunity, for he was poised to draw his sword. As he felt his internal energy steadily replenishing, Luo Ji seized the moment to escape his opponent's onslaught, a stroke of instinct that allowed him to expunge his adversary's power in a manner akin to burning through his own energy. His internal force became alarmingly thin, barely sustaining him in battle. To remedy this, he feigned tasting his own blood and retrieved a jester's hamburger from his storage ring, consuming it to instantly restore 40 points of internal energy, with recovery still in progress. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned his sword from the air. This seemingly miraculous act astonished the crowd, eliciting gasps from onlookers. Even a Fae, who had maintained an air of composure and confidence, squinted, sensing an undeniable shift in the aura of the man before him, an aura that radiated an uncontainable sharpness and sword energy. Next, I hope you can comprehend the essence of my sword. At the moment these words left Luo Ji's lips, he transformed into a mere shadow. His first sword move, Hongqi, augmented his speed by 30%. Simultaneously, the injuries inflicted by a Fae had activated the dual flower red stick effect, drastically enhancing his physical attributes. Coupled with his already formidable speed, his strike approached the realm of invisibility. As Luo Ji felt the wind rush past him, he experienced an exhilarating illusion of soaring like a flying swan. He had long pursued the pinnacle of speed, and at that moment, he began to yield tangible results. His sword was now as swift as the wind, and he seemed to grasp a new understanding of the 3 styles of the surprised swan sword technique, an insight attainable only at such breakneck speeds. For Luo Ji, his sword was as fast as the wind. For others, it was swifter still. Where observers had previously discerned the power of his fists, likening them to a fierce tiger, now no one could truly perceive his sword. All they saw was Luo Ji flash into position, a beam of sword light descending upon a Fae. It was astonishingly rapid, bordering on the unbelievable. Perhaps only Qinglong Yaodong could vaguely trace the trajectory of Luo Ji's sword, yet even he was taken aback. While he had witnessed Luo Ji wield a sword before, obscured by smoke and flashes, he had never grasped the full scope of his prowess. A Fae's expression grew grave. He understood that Luo Ji's sword was exceptional, yet the sheer velocity exceeded his expectations, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Relying on his innate sensitivity to life, he attempted to sense Luo Ji's presence and, at the instant he anticipated an attack, unleashed his claws. His hands transformed, exuding a metallic sheen as he attempted to counter the impending force of Luo Ji's sword. A Fae's strategy was commendable. Had Luo Ji not previously suffered at his hands, he might have fallen for it. However, Luo Ji, aware of his opponent's peculiar abilities, had no intention of relying on internal energy for offense. His singular focus was to shatter a Fae utterly with his sword. The Zhang Tai Lu, sharp enough to penetrate the armor of a main battle tank, rendered a Fae's claws inadequate. And with Luo Ji's speed, the outcome was inevitable. In a blinding flash, Luo Ji's sword cleaved through the air, and a Fae's outstretched hand was severed at the fingers. Blood sprang forth. A Fae remained in a defensive posture, stunned, until Luo Ji appeared behind him, prompting a primal roar of realization. Too slow. So, is this all you can muster? Luo Ji flicked the blood from his sword's edge and, with another Hongqi, lunged at a Fae once more. Even though a Fae had just lost 5 fingers, he suppressed the agony and retaliated, striking in the direction he anticipated. The clash of metal rang out beautifully. But the next moment, Ah Fei's remaining fingers met the same fate. Slow. Luo Ji shouted again. Slow. Slow. You are far too slow. With each utterance of slow, Ah Fei lost something else, ultimately collapsing to his knees, utterly powerless, resembling a condemned man awaiting execution. By the time Luo Ji delivered his final decree, you are too slow, his speed had reached an almost frenzied peak, augmented by the 3 styles of the surprised swan. In his concluding strike, Madness Sword, Luo Ji ended with Hong Luo, executing a horizontal slash that sent Ah Fei's head soaring. As blood gushed forth, the crowd collectively gasped, overwhelmed by the terror of such a sword technique and the man wielding it. Luo Ji sheathed his sword and extended his other hand to catch Ah Fei's severed head. Walking deliberately to the round table where Jiu Shugang sat, he placed Ah Fei's still open eyes before Jiu Shugang, then poured himself a drink from Mike's bottle, raising it high. Addressing the assembly with calm authority, I have partaken of this wine. Who agrees and who opposes? Silence enveloped the room. A foul stench emanated from Jiu Shugang's seat. Chapter 74. Confusion and the Continuation of Tasks. Ha! Did you see that? Jiu Shugang was so frightened, he practically urinated himself. Not just that, he soiled himself. Did you not smell it? It reeks. Now that you mention it, it truly does. Ha 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 ha. The celebratory banquet concluded with a severed head and an explosion of excrement. Luo Ji, having consumed the wine, faced no opposition thereafter. As the night deepened, at a bustling late-night food stall, Wu Qihua and Shi Luzi relished the details of the earlier celebration, particularly the moment Luo Ji presented Ah Fei's head to Jiu Shugang, leaving the onlookers breathless and spellbound. A memory they would savor endlessly. Once, they had never witnessed such a scene. Though they were nominally part of the Dongyong society, they had always occupied the lowest tier. In the past, they would not even have been deemed worthy to stand guard at the entrance. However, now, following Luo Ji, they found themselves on the second floor of the Fortune building, witnessing those who would have once disregarded them, now rendered utterly terrified. While it was Luo Ji who instilled fear in those individuals, they had already acknowledged him as their leader. Thus, his glory became theirs. Consequently, Wu Qihua and Shi Luzi were elated, especially Shi Luzi, who indulged in drink, and even the composed Wu Qihua partook more than usual. Yet it was Luo Ji, the true protagonist of this event, who remained unfazed, his brow furrowed, as if lost in contemplation. Have a drink, said Yao Dong, who had been quietly observing, suddenly breaking the silence by pouring a glass for Luo Ji and presenting it to him. Perhaps he had been shaken by the terrifying swordsmanship displayed by Luo Ji when he effortlessly dispatched Ah Fei. After the gathering at Fortune Building concluded, instead of returning home, Yao Dong chose to accompany Luo Ji and the others. Thank you, Luo Ji replied, momentarily distracted from his thoughts as he clinked glasses with Yao Dong, then with Wu Qihua and Shi Luzi. He had been pondering a singular question. Had Ah Fei truly perished? Although he had severed Ah Fei's head, a lingering doubt gnawed at him. Something about the aftermath of Ah Fei's death felt peculiar. The feedback he received was as follows. Reader Yu Fei has been removed from the storyline, and Reader Luo Ji will receive the following rewards. 1 point in physical attributes, and the item Voodoo Doll 1. The absence of skills accompanying this reward struck Luo Ji as profoundly odd. Logically, the demise of a reader should yield a skill, yet Ah Fei's case was an anomaly. Thus, Luo Ji speculated, perhaps Ah Fei was not dead? But if he were alive, how had he survived? To dispel this unsettling notion, Luo Ji personally dealt with Ah Fei's remains, which had now turned to ashes, irrevocably deceased. However, the absence of a skill drop remained a baffling enigma. Your sword, your speed, your agility, how can it be so swift? This moment, the reticent Yao Dong finally voiced the question that had been on his mind throughout. Luo Ji was compelled to set aside his contemplation of Ah Fei. Since the system had declared Ah Fei dead, it should be accepted as such. Perhaps the lack of a skill drop was merely a stroke of misfortune. Are you interested? Luo Ji inquired knowingly, gazing at Yao Dong. Very much so, Yao Dong replied, his breath quickening. The martial prowess exhibited by Luo Ji had exceeded his comprehension, causing him to lose his composure. Yao Dong, a near-obsessive martial artist, was captivated by exceptional skills. Luo Ji's earlier display of what seemed to be inner strength had already piqued his interest, and the rapidity with which he dispatched Ah Fei ignited a desire within Yao Dong to humbly seek apprenticeship. I can teach you, but I have one condition, Luo Ji stated generously. Speak, Yao Dong responded without hesitation. Luo Ji observed the displayed loyalty of 76 above Yao Dong's head, with just a bit more, he could fully incorporate him into his ranks. I will impart my inner strength and agility to you, provided you share the essence of Xingyi Iquan with me without reservation. What do you say? This arrangement served Luo Ji's dual purpose, to further secure Yao Dong's loyalty through increased interaction and to elevate his own mastery of Xingyi Iquan. Agreed. You likely had no prior knowledge of Xingyi Iquan before our encounter, correct? Your innate talent is simply astounding. I am more than willing to exchange martial techniques with a genius such as yourself, Yao Dong replied without a moment's pause. Luo Ji nodded. Prior to killing Ah Fei, he might have only been able to teach Yao Dong inner strength, but now he was also capable of instructing him in agility, having acquired the skills of Tiyun Zong and speed. The 4 skill points he had obtained were a reward for ascending to the 5th seat of the Dongyong Society after completing a long-term quest. The quest reward consisted of 5 skill points and a choice between 2 pieces of equipment. Setting aside the equipment for now, those 5 skill points were a fortuitous windfall. Upon mastering the 2 skills, Luo Ji's long-term quest king of the underground Sim Sha Sui was updated. The 4th section stated, "You have become an indispensable figure within the society. All regard you with awe. Even the head cannot overlook your presence. You have successfully opened the door to the pinnacle of darkness. Keep striving, for the throne beckons you." Requirements: become the spokesperson of the society. Time: no limit. This time, the quest was free from time constraints, bringing a sigh of relief from Luo Ji. Had he been required to become the spokesperson within this narrative world, it would have posed quite a dilemma, as ascending to power in the Dongyong Society was undoubtedly the quickest and simplest path. However, dealing with Mike would have been particularly troublesome. Killing him could lead to a confrontation with Huang Renxin, which was altogether unfeasible. Thankfully, the task had become more humane, allowing him to continue next time, suggesting to Luo Ji that he would return to this narrative world, or that this world was interconnected with others. Chapter 75. Golden Magazine and Voodoo Doll. With the acquisition of skill points to enhance his abilities, Luo Ji felt a sense of comfort. For the skills dropped by the portly duo were immensely beneficial. Not only did Tiyun Zong grant him an almost instantaneous mobility, but the passive benefits of the speed skill significantly elevated his attributes once more. That sensation of time and space seemingly pausing became clearer, and he now felt an irresistible urge to find a place to experiment with his newfound capabilities, eager to ascertain just how swift he could become under full throttle. However, Yao Dong, consumed by his passion for martial arts, could hardly contain himself and insisted on accompanying Luo Ji back to the clinic to begin his training immediately. Luo Ji found himself unable to refuse, as he still harbored intentions of recruiting Yao Dong as a member of his team. Hence, he packed a substantial amount of late-night snacks, and the group made their way to the clinic. Along the way, Luo Ji, feeling rather bored, began to contemplate the final reward from the long-term quest, the equipment choice. The 2 options were as follows. Item: Dragon Tooth Dagger quality, excellent, green, sharpness, 8. In terms of current world comparison, it can sever most ordinary metals and, when wielded to its utmost potential, can even breach alloy weapons. Skill: Bloodthirsty Strike. Upon activation, speed increases by 20, penetration increases by 20, and damage inflicted can slightly heal oneself. Cooldown: 3 hours. Description: This is a finely crafted dagger. Its extremely sharp design speaks of its terrifying power. Handle it with care, lest it turn against you. Item: Golden Magazine quality, excellent, green, status, unloaded ammo capacity, 8 damage, 8. In comparison to the current world standards, it can effortlessly penetrate any bulletproof vest and breach a riot shield. Standard defensive tools are rendered ineffective against it, unless faced with a tank charging at it. Special effect: Infinite bullets. This firearm requires no manual reloading. Once the magazine is depleted, it automatically replenishes itself within 30 seconds. Special effect: If the firearm loaded with this magazine remains and used for 1 hour, the bullets within will charge, subsequently increasing each bullet's damage by 1 point and granting them explosive properties. Skill: Energy Absorption. Infusing energy, such as inner strength or magical power, into the magazine will enhance the bullets, with each bullet attaining a certain damage level based on the energy's intensity, establishing a mental link with the energy's wielder. Description: This magazine embodies advanced technological prowess. Although it appears mundane and unremarkable on the surface, once it finds a suitable companion, its roar will shatter the heads of all who dare to underestimate it. As for the 2 pieces of equipment, Luo Ji hesitated slightly. Although the golden magazine appeared superior, he already possessed a Colt M1911 capable of infinite firing. However, he was not a skilled marksman, and his combat style did not primarily rely on firearms, making its acquisition seem somewhat wasteful. The dragon-tooth dagger lacked the impressive effects of the golden magazine, yet its active skill, bloodthirsty strike, complemented Luo Ji's combat style perfectly. Nevertheless, he already had the superior Zhantai Willow and preferred not to engage in close combat. After much contemplation, Luo Ji ultimately chose the golden magazine. His swordsmanship was indeed improving, yet one must prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Should he find himself unable to wield a sword, or even lose the ability to fight physically, then a firearm would serve as his lifeline. Particularly, the energy absorption skill possessed a somewhat overpowered capability by infusing internal energy. He could gain a degree of control over the bullets, allowing them to curve mid-flight, a feat he had only witnessed in films. The thought of a bullet bending around a pillar to strike its target solidified Luo Ji's final decision. Upon acquiring the golden magazine, Luo Ji retrieved his Colt M1911, attempting to assemble the two. However, to his dismay, the assembly was unsuccessful. A message echoed in his mind. The reader lacks the ability to assemble the equipment before them. You require the assistance of a master proficient in such matters. This revelation caught Luo Ji off guard. No wonder the attributes of the golden magazine surpassed those of the dragon-tooth dagger. A hidden trap lay within. This magazine could not be utilized immediately, posing a greater dilemma for those lacking a decent firearm, as they would not even reach the assembly stage without a suitable gun. Feeling slightly disheartened, Luo Ji set aside the issue of the golden magazine and turned his attention to the equipment A Fei had given him, the voodoo doll. Item, voodoo doll quality, excellent, green, attribute, intelligence 1 special effect. When you carry this item, the perception of creatures within a 3-meter radius is reduced by 20, and a degree of illusion is cast based on the affected creature's intelligence. Description: this small object was crafted by a sorcerer from the port of The Hague, imbued with a reverence for darkness. Should you choose to keep it close, remain vigilant against the entities lurking in the shadows. Upon reading this, Luo Ji experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder he felt as though a Fei was akin to a lifeless being during their close-quarters combat. He must have been under the influence of the voodoo doll. However, a Fei's intelligence remained relatively high, preventing any severe hallucinations. Storing the voodoo doll in his ring, Luo Ji realized his intelligence remained elevated, indicating that it did not require actual wear to be effective. This enhanced the item's value, effectively granting him a beneficial aura without needing to equip it. After organizing his recent acquisitions, Luo Ji exhaled deeply. The clinic had yet to be reached, and he glanced at Wu Qihua and Zaluzhi nearby, while Yaodong sat in the front of the taxi. Although Luo Ji had ascended to the 5th seat within the Dongyong Society, they were still engaged in conflict with He Fag, and thus, their vehicle remained unallocated. Observing the full loyalty levels above Wu Qihua and Zaluzhi, he contemplated testing the summoning system. Qihua, Luo Ji called out to Wu Qihua, contemplating further words but refraining from continuing, as the taxi was crowded, and more importantly, he noticed Yaodong's loyalty, suddenly feeling reluctant to include Zaluzhi in his summoning range. Zaluzhi lacked distinct characteristics, and with better options available, it seemed unnecessary to waste a slot on him. It was best not to let him know, lest he harbor any thoughts about it. Thus, when Wu Qihua looked at him with confusion, he merely shook his head, signaling that it was nothing. After a while, they finally arrived at the clinic's exterior. Luo Ji led the other 3 into the narrow alley, and upon reaching the clinic, he found it unusually bustling. The air was filled with cries of pain, undoubtedly from the injured brothers of the Dongyong Society after today's skirmishes. It was impractical to transport them to a conventional hospital, so they sought refuge with Huang Renxin. Usually carefree, Huang Renxin now exhibited the compassionate demeanor of a true healer, attentively examining each patient, inquiring after their conditions, clearly fatigued from a day's relentless labor. Upon spotting Luo Ji, his eyes lit up, and he waved eagerly, saying, "You finally arrived. Hurry, lend me a hand. Damn, I haven't sat down since breakfast. I'm exhausted." Having witnessed Luo Ji's medical skills, Huang Renxin naturally anticipated some assistance. Luo Ji did not decline. Having recently ascended to the 5th seat of the Dongyong Society, he had already intimidated everyone with his decisive defeat of a Fei. However, mere intimidation would not suffice. The balance of benevolence and severity was essential. By healing a batch of society members, he could solidify his position and pave the way for future leadership. "Sure, but Huang, you owe me a favor," Luo Ji said. Though eager to assist, he playfully negotiated. Huang Renxin, being somewhat shrewd, would likely find such banter amusing rather than off-putting. Additionally, Luo Ji genuinely wished to learn something from him, perhaps the legendary Foshan Shadowless Kick, which was faster than a bullet in the original narrative. With a wealth of skills at his disposal, he was determined to absorb knowledge wherever possible. The journey of self-improvement was endless. You brat, I've heard. Within just a few days, you've ascended to the 5th chair of Dongyong, and you still come to me with this? You ought to treat everyone here to shark fin soup. Huang Renxin, as expected, swiftly rejected Luo Ji's proposition. However, it must be said that Huang Renxin is indeed a remarkably astute individual. With just a single utterance, he revealed Luo Ji's current identity, making it known to all the members of the Dongyong society present that the one who would soon administer their treatment was their newly appointed 5th pillar. This revelation certainly carried significant weight, and the gazes directed at Luo Ji transformed instantly. Luo Ji quickly comprehended Huang Renxin's good intentions and gratefully nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "The shark fin has already been procured. If it proves insufficient, I shall acquire more. However, Master Huang, I shall remember this favor and will certainly seek your assistance in the future." Yet, he remained taciturn. "You little rascal," Huang Renxin laughed and scolded, already beginning to remove his physician-esque garb. Luo Ji, not one to stand on ceremony, changed into a clean set of attire and promptly joined the fray. Yet, Yaodong found himself somewhat disheartened. He had initially intended to learn martial arts from Luo Ji immediately, but upon seeing the multitude of injured, he could do nothing but sit aside and wait. Fortunately, the nimble Zaluzai quickly stepped forward to assist Luo Ji. Observing Zaluzai's eagerness, Luo Ji felt a twinge of guilt, having already abandoned hope for him. It seemed that if more recruitment opportunities arose in the future, he ought to consider including him. With this thought, Luo Ji ceased his wandering thoughts and dedicated himself fully to the task of treatment. Though Huang Renxin had been busy throughout the day, numerous patients still awaited care, and many were in dire conditions. While Luo Ji possessed a modicum of medical knowledge to address most injuries, he found himself at a loss with some of the more severe cases. At that moment, Huang Renxin, who was indulging in shark fin soup nearby, interjected. "His injury isn't in that area, it's above. Are you capable? We wouldn't want to end up harming him further." Huang Renxin's words, though blunt, were indeed a pointed critique aimed at Luo Ji, hitting the nail on the head. Instantly, Luo Ji recognized what he had overlooked and gained clarity. Whenever Luo Ji encountered a challenge thereafter, Huang Renxin would sit nearby, savoring his meal while offering commentary, creating an oddly humorous atmosphere that transformed the modest clinic into a clinical classroom, with Luo Ji as the student and Huang Renxin as the instructor. Though Luo Ji initially lacked experience and sufficient medical knowledge, with Huang Renxin's guidance and his own extraordinary physical prowess, he adeptly executed each of Huang Renxin's directives. They toiled until the early hours of the morning, and only when Huang Renxin rejoined the treatment efforts did they finally conclude their work. Exhausted, Zaluzai and Wu Qihua collapsed onto the ground, unwilling to rise. Luo Ji and Huang Renxin each lit a cigarette and strolled towards the balcony. It was then that Luo Ji noticed Yaodong still present, seemingly having not altered his position since the beginning. "Come over for a smoke," Luo Ji beckoned. After a moment's contemplation, Yaodong approached, accepting the cigarette from Luo Ji and lighting it. The three men, not particularly well acquainted, stood in the darkness of the balcony, smoking and gazing at the distant nightscape of Hong Kong. Below, occasional sparks flickered, indicating that Mike's men were also smoking, while Arong remained vigilant, monitoring every movement during Luo Ji's treatment. "Can you teach me now?" Yaodong suddenly inquired, his thoughts still preoccupied with the martial prowess that had captivated him. "Certainly." Luo Ji nodded. At that moment, he heard a voice echo in his mind. Due to prolonged collaboration with Huang Renxin and acceptance of his guidance, a skill acquisition task has been triggered. Task, Renxin. Requirement: learn the essence of Baozilan medical techniques from Huang Renxin. Progress: 1-5. Upon completion of progress, the task will be fulfilled. Reward: Baozilan medical techniques. Luo Ji had not anticipated that his unintentional efforts to win hearts would lead to such an outcome. Initially, he merely sought to cultivate goodwill and request a favor from Huang Renxin. Yet unexpectedly, this opportunity arose. Although he was uncertain about the specifics of Baozilan medical techniques, based on the formidable tales he had heard and Huang Renxin's own capabilities, it was reasonable to assume that this medical knowledge was indeed invaluable. The method to complete this task was straightforward. Continue treating patients alongside Huang Renxin and allow him to instruct him, thus fostering rapport, a true trifecta of benefits. Teach. Teach what? Huang Renxin, oblivious to the preceding context of Luo Ji and Yaodong's conversation, squinted as he took a deep drag from his cigarette, releasing a puff of smoke towards Luo Ji. What good fortune is this? Luo Ji, having recently begun to smoke, had become accustomed to the taste and was not choked by Huang Renxin's exhalation. He merely smiled and replied, I possess some exceptional martial techniques to impart to him. I believe Master Huang is exceptionally talented, with remarkable potential. Though perhaps not as rare as myself, he certainly qualifies as a noteworthy individual. If interested, why not learn together? Just you? A once-in-a-millennium martial prodigy? You teaching martial arts? Huang Renxin scoffed incredulously, firing off 3 rhetorical questions while flicking ash from his cigarette. He turned to Yao Dong and asked, Hey, Yao Dong, is this kid serious? You really want to learn from him? What could he possibly teach you? Yao Dong merely acknowledged with a grunt, offering no further explanation. Naturally, being a taciturn individual, he would not divulge the secrets of inner strength unless Luo Ji chose to share. Thus, Yao Dong remained a man of principles. What are you two up to? Huang Renxin interjected with a dismissive click of his tongue. If you want me to learn, I shan't. It would vex you to no end. With a final puff, Huang Renxin flicked the remnants of his cigarette over the balcony, stretched lazily, and declared, I'm off to bed. You two enjoy yourselves. Luo Ji nodded, not pressing him further, chuckling softly before turning to Yao Dong. Let us find a quieter spot. With that, they descended to the lower level. Just as they left, Huang Renxin returned, observing their departure with a contemplative stroke of his chin, muttering to himself, Sneaky, are we? I must see what scheme you are concocting. Luo Ji led Yao Dong to a secluded area on the ground floor, illuminated just enough by the external lights. He paused and said to Yao Dong, I know you are most intrigued by inner strength, so I shall first share with you the methods to cultivate it. Good. Yao Dong inhaled deeply, a stoic individual who remained unflappable even in the face of calamity, yet in this moment, confronted with the enigmatic allure of legendary inner strength. His breath quickened. Sitting cross-legged, Luo Ji took the initiative, and Yao Dong mirrored his position across from him. Luo Ji had devised a plan to impart the knowledge of inner strength. Relying solely on instinct would yield little result. Perhaps even a decade of practice would prove fruitless. The simplest approach was for Luo Ji to channel his own inner strength into Yao Dong's body and guide him through the uncomplicated mental pathways, demonstrating the flow within his own being. Without hesitation, Luo Ji instructed, focus your energy in the dantian, close your eyes, and calm your mind. Attune yourself to the changes that will soon unfold within you. As he spoke, he placed his hand upon Yao Dong's shoulder, subsequently channeling his inner strength into Yao Dong's body. Before this, Luo Ji had never experienced anything like it. However, as he began the task, he discovered that it was not exceedingly difficult. Although Yao Dong's meridians were somewhat blocked due to age, they could still be traversed, albeit with difficulty, under Luo Ji's internal force. After approximately half an hour, Luo Ji had circulated his internal energy throughout Yao Dong's body, ultimately leaving it in his dantian. It must be said that this task of guiding another was 100 times more arduous and painful than his own cultivation. He felt more exhausted after one complete cycle than after 10 on his own. Yet, he pressed on, fearing that Yao Dong might forget the lengthy energy circulation route. So he resolved to repeat the cycle once more. This predicament was particularly taxing for Huang Renxin, who had been observing Luo Ji and Yao Dong from the shadows. He exhibited remarkable patience, watching Luo Ji assist Yao Dong for half an hour without fully comprehending their activities. These two fellows, could they possibly be involved in something inappropriate? A sudden chill ran through Huang Renxin as he entertained this thought, but his curiosity compelled him to continue watching. I must uncover what you are engaged in, he resolved. Another 30 minutes passed. After completing the second cycle, Luo Ji felt somewhat drained as he released Yao Dong's shoulder and asked, Do you feel it? Yao Dong nodded, his eyes brimming with astonishment and wonder. Indeed, there truly existed an internal force in this world, now surging and active within him. Make sure to remember the route I just guided you through. I hope you can gain something from it. Luo Ji was uncertain whether this somewhat unorthodox method of imparting internal energy would prove effective. If, in a few days, Yao Dong's internal force dissipated, he would be powerless to assist. All right, now let me show you why I can move so swiftly. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ji prepared to use the skill Tian Zong, which he had yet to employ himself. Instantaneous movement. How remarkable that would be. Rising from his position, he selected the skill, tensed his entire body, and in the next moment, he vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already 8 meters away. The sudden change took even Luo Ji by surprise as he desperately attempted to recall every detail of that fleeting moment, including how he executed the move, exerted force, and the route of his internal energy. On a broader level, Tiyun Zone could be likened to a skill in a game. Once unleashed, it simply worked and produced results. Yet, it was crucial to remember that Luo Ji inhabited a tangible world. The manifestation of this skill could not lack intricate details, and these details were the very essence of the skill's existence. Chapter 78. No Shadow. How could it be so fast? Huang Renxin, who had been secretly observing, exclaimed upon witnessing Luo Ji's instantaneous 8-meter movement. His shock was so profound that he involuntarily raised his voice, realizing too late the volume of his outburst. Awkwardly, he stepped out from his hiding place and, with a smile, addressed Luo Ji and Yaodong, saying, "Oh, I just stepped out for a moment. I happened to pass by. If you're busy, I'll take my leave. Continue without me." He turned to walk away, and neither Luo Ji nor Yaodong attempted to stop him. However, after taking several steps, he suddenly turned back and remarked, "Why didn't you keep me here? We are all martial artists. How can we not exchange ideas? As practitioners, where's your sense of camaraderie? How did your master teach you?" Huang Renxin's frustration was palpable. Yet, Luo Ji and Yaodong remained impassive, with Luo Ji shaking his head and replying, "I apologize, Master Huang, but our sect has strict rules. Martial arts cannot be shared outside. I must ask you to refrain." "How dare you?" Huang Renxin erupted. "I've explicitly stated my interest in your martial arts. If you refuse to let me observe, I'll call your superior and have him send you to the front lines as a lackey tomorrow." Huang Renxin was becoming quite brazen. In truth, Luo Ji welcomed this turn of events. He eagerly hoped Huang Renxin would approach him to learn martial arts, as this would enable him to extract the secrets of the Buddha Mountain No Shadow Kick and other skills, such as the medical techniques of Baozilan. Above all, Luo Ji aimed to strengthen his relationship with Huang Renxin, a character of significance in the narrative, who could indeed be summoned. However, compared to Yaodong, the difficulty in summoning Huang Renxin was significantly greater. Despite all his efforts, Huang Renxin's loyalty remained a mere 30, an astonishingly low figure that indicated he was nearly impossible to summon. Yet, it was understandable. Huang Renxin was a protagonist in the story, and protagonists naturally held greater value and presented more challenges than minor characters who might never even appear. Luo Ji was not overly anxious. He believed that patience would yield results. With a smile, he said, "Very well. Since Master Huang has sincerely requested it, I shall reluctantly make an exception. However, the knowledge I impart to Yaodong in this art comes from the essence of Xingyi Quan. I wonder what you can offer in exchange?" Huang Renxin faltered at Luo Ji's inquiry, muttering under his breath, "Who wants to learn from you?" Yet, ultimately, he could not let pride prevent him from seizing an opportunity. Clearing his throat, he said, "I'll observe first. If it truly is impressive, we can discuss it further. Should it turn out to be merely flashy, I will have no interest." Luo Ji inwardly chuckled. With the marvel of Tiyun Zong, he was confident Huang Renxin would not resist. At that moment, he ceased speaking, focused his mind, took a deep breath, and addressed Yaodong and Huang Renxin. "Gentlemen, I shall demonstrate that move once more. Watch closely and do not blink." In an instant, Luo Ji vanished from his original position, reappearing before Huang Renxin. The suddenness of his movement caught Huang Renxin off guard, eliciting an immediate defensive response. Had Luo Ji not tempered his force, Huang Renxin might have reacted with aggression, for Luo Ji's abrupt appearance had reached a threshold of danger. The realization that Luo Ji could manifest right before him also implied he could just as easily appear behind him, a terrifying ability for assassination. As Luo Ji withdrew, Huang Renxin exhaled in relief, then scolded, "You little rascal, that was intentional, wasn't it? Quite interesting. Tell me, how did you accomplish that? If it sounds good, I might just trade the Buddha Mountain No Shadow Kick with you. You've heard of it, right? Huang Feihong, strike." Ironically, while he mentioned Huang Feihong, he mimicked a kick reminiscent of Bruce Lee. Luo Ji was unfazed by Huang Renxin's antics, smiling as he replied, "All right, this time, I'll take it slow and break it down for you step by step." Having executed the move twice, Luo Ji began to grasp its intricacies. Tiyun Zong was a technique that instantaneously channeled internal energy to the legs, activated through a unique force application method. He had begun to understand this technique and felt prepared to instruct both Yaodong and Huang Renxin. However, Huang Renxin, lacking any training in internal force, found himself stumped at the first step. "Wait, what are you talking about? Internal force? Does such a thing truly exist in this world?" Huang Renxin's astonishment deepened as he recalled the peculiar behavior of Luo Ji and Yaodong earlier. "You two weren't. Didn't Master Huang just step out for a moment? Yet it seems you've been observing for quite some time. For over an hour. One wouldn't be continuously spying, would they?" At this moment, Luo Ji, unreservedly, began to tease him. Ahem. Despite Huang Renxin's thick skin, it was undeniably tedious to secretly observe others for such a prolonged period. He promptly shifted the topic, stating, "Let us not digress. Let us discuss internal energy." Indeed, internal energy exists, but if Master Huang wishes to learn, he should present something of substance. Luo Ji regarded Huang Renxin with a playful glint in his eyes. Realizing he could no longer evade the matter, Huang Renxin took a deep breath and declared, "Watch closely." A thunderous crack resonated through the air as Huang Renxin vanished from sight, and a gust of wind swirled around, creating a myriad of leg shadows that blossomed like flowers in bloom. Luo Ji, witnessing this spectacle, felt an immense pressure. He could not discern which of Huang Renxin's legs was real and which was an illusion. It was astonishingly swift and ferocious, a perfect amalgamation of power and speed. Just as Luo Ji intended to observe further, Huang Renxin concluded his demonstration. "How is that? Is it sufficient?" Luo Ji nodded, compelled to admit that Huang Renxin's current prowess likely surpassed his own, for he could hardly fathom catching that last kick. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Luo Ji's mind. Having observed Huang Renxin execute the foot of no shadow from Foshan, the skill acquisition task has been triggered. Task: No Shadow. Requirements: Learn the foot of no shadow from Huang Renxin. Progress: 1-3. Upon completion of the progress, the task will be fulfilled. Reward: Foot of no shadow. Chapter 79. Summoning. Alright, I agree, Master Huang. However, let us postpone discussing internal energy for now. Today, I shall trouble you to first learn this set of lightness skills. Luo Ji thought to himself that he had finally managed to acquire the foot of no shadow. Huang Renxin, unable to request instruction on internal energy from Luo Ji, especially with Yao Dong waiting nearby, proceeded with Luo Ji as he began to dissect the entire composition of the rising cloud technique. Once Yao Dong and Huang Renxin grasped the basics, Yao Dong pointed out Luo Ji's deficiencies in Xingyi Quan. Thus, as they exchanged insights, dawn unexpectedly broke. By the time daylight arrived, Luo Ji had elevated his Xingyi Quan to level 2, exuding an aura reminiscent of a master in every movement. Whether executing the cannon fist, drilling fist, or cross fist, an imposing presence emanated from him. The most straightforward illustration of this transformation was that while Luo Ji's previous strikes were merely forceful, now each punch unleashed a whirlwind, suggesting an ability to inflict harm from a distance even before the punch reached its target. If he were to advance to level 3, it was conceivable he could indeed harm others from afar merely through the force of his strikes. After a night of exertion, Luo Ji sat in meditation to cultivate his internal energy for an hour, regaining much of his vitality before returning to the battlefield. After all, the 10-day ordeal was far from over, even though Luo Ji had caused a significant upheaval yesterday, leading to the heavy loss of Hefag. They had not suffered substantial manpower losses. Moreover, given the embarrassment of the previous day, it was improbable that He Guidong would refrain from seeking to reclaim his dignity. Thus, Luo Ji spent the entire day engaged in combat. However, without a Fei as competition, he did not perform any extraordinary feats, instead adhering to the routine of eliminating enemies and seizing territories. With his current score, he was virtually assured of first place. Strangely, perhaps due to Luo Ji's overwhelming presence the previous day, no readers appeared before him on the second day, resulting in a lack of substantial gains. As night fell, Luo Ji returned to the medical clinic to assist, treating the wounded while simultaneously learning medical skills from Huang Renxin. By the end of the evening, his progress in the Baozilan medical arts had increased by 1 point. After concluding his treatments, Luo Ji energetically engaged in discussions about martial arts with Yao Dong and Huang Renxin, initially instructing Huang Renxin in the methods of cultivating internal energy. According to Yao Dong, he could sense the internal seed that Luo Ji had implanted within him had begun to transform into something uniquely his own, indicating the method's efficacy. After imparting the knowledge of internal energy to Huang Renxin, Luo Ji continued to teach the rising cloud technique, and at last, Huang Renxin was ready for practical application. Correspondingly, he finally unveiled the foot of no shadow. However, Yao Dong had to excuse himself, for the foot of no shadow was a true secret art, and he had nothing to offer Huang Renxin in exchange. Adhering to his principles, Yao Dong departed without a word. "Kid, observe closely. I shall only demonstrate this technique once. You have one chance to ask me a question," Huang Renxin proclaimed before springing into action. This time, Luo Ji was prepared, his eyes wide open, scrutinizing Huang Renxin's every move. Owing to his enhanced physical attributes, not only had his speed increased, but his dynamic vision also improved. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to perceive his own velocity, which would be quite amusing. From the moment Huang Renxin initiated his strike, a thunderous sound erupted in the air, followed by a flurry of leg shadows. Luo Ji meticulously analyzed each movement inch by inch, but Huang Renxin was simply too swift. And ultimately, he could not capture the entirety of the demonstration, prompting him to request Huang Renxin to repeat it. Although Huang Renxin had claimed there was only one opportunity, his penchant for showmanship and genuine curiosity compelled him to impatiently exclaim, "Honestly, how can you be so clueless?" Nevertheless, he obliged Luo Ji with another display. As night transitioned into dawn, Luo Ji finally elevated the completion level of the Foot of No Shadow to 2, still a fraction away from full mastery. Huang Renxin, of course, succumbed to slumber, while Luo Ji remained engrossed in his studies. His awareness of danger reached an unprecedented height, for both in the narrative world and the real world, his circumstances were fraught with peril. Moreover, in the real world, he had to protect 2 defenseless young women, which necessitated his becoming even stronger. After pondering various nuances of the Foot of No Shadow, Luo Ji was about to meditate in lieu of rest to recuperate his energy when Wu Qihua unexpectedly approached him. "Jigu, you've toiled all day. Have some food." Wu Qihua had risen early to procure breakfast. Luo Ji, feeling famished, indulged in freshly made rice rolls and shrimp dumplings. As he ate, he recalled that there was yet another task left unfinished. He had not experimented with the summoning system. With Wu Qihua conveniently present, he decided to use him as his first subject. "Qihua, I need to discuss something with you." After finishing the last bite of rice roll, Luo Ji contemplated how to summon Wu Qihua. Given Wu Qihua's current loyalty and Luo Ji's standing in his eyes, a simple statement from Luo Ji would likely suffice to secure his agreement. However, the existence of this system must remain undisclosed to Wu Qihua. Just as Luo Ji found himself in a quandary, the voice in his mind provided an unsolicited prompt. The loyalty of the story character Wu Qihua has reached 100, fully meeting the summoning criteria. Would you like to proceed with the summoning? "Jigu, what is it?" Wu Qihua appeared ready to go to any lengths for Luo Ji. "Well, I want to say that no matter how I change, you will always be my good brother," Luo Ji stated, patting Wu Qihua on the shoulder. "We will share fortune and adversity together." Indeed, Wu Qihua had been waiting for this affirmation from Luo Ji. Although he did not believe Luo Ji would forget him upon achieving success, hearing it directly brought him comfort. "Jigu, I, Wu Qihua, swear to the heavens that no matter what happens in the future, you will always be my elder brother, and I shall never betray you." Congratulations, reader. Summoning Wu Qihua was successful. Before Wu Qihua uttered those words, Luo Ji had already chosen to agree to the summoning. Wu Qihua's statement seamlessly completed this process. At that moment, all information about Wu Qihua had appeared in Luo Ji's summoning system. He sensed that Wu Qihua before him was beginning to undergo some changes. Chapter 80. The Unrest, Summon Character. Wu Qihua Bloodline. Ordinary human gender. Male age. 27 Physical attributes. Strength. 9. 81. Normal male human. 9. Intelligence. 10. 91. Normal male human. 9. Stamina. 9. 81. Normal male human. 9. Reflexes. 8. 71. Normal male human. 9. Speed. 7. 61. Normal male human. 9. Due to the summoning, all attributes of the summon character have been enhanced, with the increase determined by the summoner's physical attributes. Skill 1. Rapid Thinking. Enables the individual to enhance their thought speed within a short period, achieving superhuman levels of cognition. Skill 2. Calm Insight. Allows the user to perceive the attributes of other beings, with success rates dependent on the comparative attributes of both parties. As the summoning relationship has been established, the reader can borrow the skills of the summon character, with each skill available for use only once within a 24-hour period. Luo Ji gazed at these descriptions, nodding to himself. Although Wu Qihua was not a combat-oriented character, his abilities were commendable. For instance, the skill of Calm Insight could prove to be exceedingly vital in critical moments. On Wu Qihua's end, due to the establishment of the summoning relationship, he noticeably sensed a shift within himself, as his attributes had received a comprehensive enhancement, along with the acquisition of skills. For a brief moment, he felt disoriented, then turned to Luo Ji and asked, "Brother Ji, what just happened?" "Try to concentrate and think for yourself," Luo Ji advised. He pondered for a moment, refraining from providing a direct answer, as he was uncertain whether he could divulge the entirety of the story world to Wu Qihua now that he had summoned him. Additionally, he was curious to observe the results after Wu Qihua activated his rapid thinking skill. Wu Qihua furrowed his brow and, following Luo Ji's guidance, began to focus his thoughts. Initially, he felt somewhat lost, but soon, his expression settled into calmness as words began to flow from his lips. I should have realized this sooner. Brother Ji, you suddenly seem different. The entire Tsim Sha Sui feels inexplicably altered. And Ah Fei, all these strange individuals. They emerged as if from the ground overnight, radiating an aura so brilliant it feels utterly surreal. It's as though you are not of this world, especially your strength, the ability of one to contend with dozens, akin to a deity descending upon the earth. Perhaps you are not of this realm, and just now, Brother Ji, you must have done something to me, granting me powers I never possessed before. I feel significantly stronger, particularly in my cognition, as if my thoughts are racing far beyond the usual pace. Is this power from beyond the stars? At this point, Wu Qihua could not continue, as he instinctively cradled his head and squatted down, evidently overwhelmed and experiencing a severe headache from his first encounter with these newfound abilities. Luo Ji stood by, waiting for him to recover while reflecting on Wu Qihua's recent demeanor. Indeed, in that fleeting moment, it was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person, remarkably composed, swift, and devoid of any personal emotion, analyzing everything he could discern. Though there were still imperfections, the performance was astonishing. Rapid thinking appeared to be a most valuable ability. As Wu Qihua gradually emerged from his discomfort, he rose slowly, appearing as if awakening from a profound dream, and looked at Luo Ji, inquiring, Brother Ji, what just happened to me? Did you not analyze it for yourself? Luo Ji nodded. You have acquired something extraordinary, but rest assured, this is not because I have enslaved you or anything of the sort. We share an equal relationship, and you will soon witness even more miraculous aspects, but I can only divulge so much. The rest you must discover on your own. Understood. Wu Qihua was an astute individual, and upon hearing Luo Ji's words, he refrained from further questioning. This was also the reason Luo Ji had chosen Wu Qihua. He was intelligent and composed enough to accept these changes and novelties. Subsequently, Luo Ji left him to his thoughts, as dawn had broken and he had to depart. War was still ongoing. Days passed in this manner. Each day, Luo Ji spent his time battling with He Fag during the day, and at night, he worked alongside Huang Renxin in the medical clinic, treating patients while also discussing martial arts with Huang Renxin and Yao Dong. After 6 days, there had been little progress with He Fag, as the looming presence of Shi Xing kept them cautious. In the initial 2 days, the two factions fought fiercely, but thereafter, their approach became more prudent. Despite He Guidong's deep-seated animosity towards Luo Ji, he refrained from impulsive actions, leading to a rather tepid state between the two factions. Luo Ji had initially contemplated eliminating He Guidong. However, having secured his position on the 5th chair and established some influence within the Dongyong society, along with a decent rapport with Huang Renxin, he was no longer fearful of a sudden upheaval from Dalan. Thus, in terms of his ultimate mission, there was little significant impact. Moreover, he had already amassed a considerable score for the task of 10 days and was virtually assured of first place, diminishing his need to compete aggressively. Consequently, he became less proactive, focusing instead on honing his martial and medical skills. One night, after concluding a long evening of medical work, Luo Ji, having received guidance from Huang Renxin over several days, finally achieved mastery in the medical arts. Congratulations, reader, on completing the skill acquisition task. You have obtained the skill Bao Ji Lin Medical Arts, which has been automatically activated. Even with his internal energy shielding him, these days had been exhausting. And as he leaned against the wall, smoking, he opened the skill panel to find the newly activated Bao Ji Lin Medical Arts. Skill: Bao Ji Lin Medical Arts Passive. You will inherit the medical legacy of Bao Ji Lin. All medical knowledge will be imprinted in your mind, never to be forgotten. Your practical skills will also witness a complete enhancement, as if you were truly a disciple of Bao Ji Lin. In the next moment, a torrent of knowledge surged into Luo Ji's mind. He focused intently and felt as though he had been enlightened, suddenly grasping many concepts previously unknown to him, fully aware of how to execute them. Just as he was about to formally test this skill, Wu Qihua approached with a solemn expression. What's the matter? Luo Ji inquired. Brother Ji, Dalan is in trouble, Wu Qihua said, furrowing his brows. Chapter 81. A lone venture, Dalan is in trouble? Upon hearing this news, Luo Ji felt a surge of joy. If Dalan were to perish, it would not only eliminate one rival within the society, but would also secure a measure of safety concerning his ultimate mission, which was to ensure Huang Renxin's survival. This is marvelous. What happened? Though he felt a flicker of excitement within, Luo Ji maintained a serious demeanor as he asked. Dalan was ambushed in Temple Street. And now the brothers in the society are rushing there, Wu Qihua replied, his face betraying anxiety. Clarify this. How was he ambushed in Temple Street? The more Luo Ji listened, the more perplexed he became. Temple Street lay outside Sim Sha Sui. How could Dalan have been caught there? Wait a moment. Was it the people from Xixing? Luo Ji suddenly recalled that a significant portion of Xixing's territory actually extended into Kowloon, meaning they weren't technically part of the Sim Sha Sui faction. However, recent years had seen intense conflicts with the FAG and Dongyong society, affording Xixing the opportunity to extend their reach. This time, Dalan unexpectedly encountered trouble on Miao Street, leading to the suspicion that Xixing was behind it. However, questions arose. Why would Dalan venture to Miao Street in the first place? There was a rumor that Dalan had received news that He Guidong had been lying low recently, actually negotiating terms with Xixing. Today marked the final meeting between them, as they planned to join forces to eliminate Dongyong. Upon receiving this intelligence, Dalan mobilized his men to the scene, only to fall into an ambush. Wu Qihua promptly relayed the entire sequence of events to Luo Ji. Listening intently, Luo Ji furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. While he could not grasp the intricacies at that moment, one thing was certain: a deadly threat loomed. Conversely, a significant opportunity also presented itself. With Dalan, He Guidong, and even Xixing's leader all gathered at Miao Street. Eliminating them in one fell swoop would alleviate Luo Ji's worries and allow him to reap another substantial reward in points. It was evident that other factions would be keenly aware of this opportunity as well. With less than 2 days remaining before the 10-day period ended, Luo Ji felt compelled to devise a plan to swiftly acquire a considerable amount of points. Although others might be oblivious to Luo Ji's score, they could infer the outcome from his actions. Perhaps there were even those plotting against him. Luo Ji realized he had not encountered a single reader in the past few days, as if they had all vanished. It was not difficult to imagine that they were consciously hiding, possibly even forming alliances. What an intriguing night it would be, Luo Ji mused. He felt an undeniable urge to go to Miao Street. Disregarding He Guidong, the mere presence of Dalan was enough to warrant his attention. Yet, he had to remain cautious to avoid drawing attention away from his true target, Huang Renxin. Fortunately, Yao Dong had come to the medical clinic to discuss martial arts with Luo Ji. Moreover, he had recently summoned another individual, Arong, who had also experienced significant enhancement. Summon Character 2, Lu Tianrong Bloodline. Ordinary human gender. Male age. 25 physical qualities. Strength 11, 101. Normal male. 9. Intelligence 8, 71. Normal male. 9. Stamina 11, 101. Normal male. 9. Reflexes 9, 81. Normal male. 9. Speed 9, 81. Normal male. 9. Due to the summoning, all attributes of the summoned character were enhanced, with the values determined by the summoner's own physical qualities. Skill 1. Street Fury. Passive. Activates when facing more than 3 enemies, enhancing strength, speed, and explosiveness by 30. Skill 2. Beast Instinct. Passive. Increases sensitivity to danger by 30, significantly enhancing resilience and survival ability. Unless facing immediate death, one can maintain basic awareness despite severe injuries. Compared to Wu Qihua's skills, Arong's 2 passive abilities were more practical, especially the Beast Instinct, which provided substantial support for Luo Ji. With these 2 skills, he felt as if he were emboldened to face the night ahead. Having decided to venture to Miao Street, Luo Ji informed Yao Dong and Arong of his plan. Yao Dong initially intended to accompany him, as he had made considerable progress in cultivating his inner strength and had begun to master the art of cloud stepping. However, his loyalty level had stagnated at 83, preventing Luo Ji from summoning him. Although bringing Yao Dong along could effectively increase his loyalty, perhaps surpassing 85, after careful consideration, he decided it best for Yao Dong to remain behind. With Yao Dong and Huang Renxin together, they would be formidable enough, especially with Arong's presence. Arong had fervently requested to accompany Luo Ji, but Luo Ji insisted he stay back. Ultimately, Luo Ji could directly summon him should he encounter overwhelming danger. Once everything was arranged, Luo Ji contemplated for a moment before calling Mike. Assuming Luo Ji merely wanted to discuss his trip to Miao Street, Mike offered a few words of caution before attempting to hang up. Luo Ji, however, interjected, "Brother Mike, in these chaotic times, if Dalan has intentions to target our leader, we must be vigilant. I believe it would be wise for you to come to the clinic so we can look out for one another. Ji, I appreciate your concern, but as the leader of the faction, I must remain at the most critical position. You wouldn't think less of me for being a coward, would you? Rest assured, while Dalan may be a wretched scoundrel, he is still one of our own. If anyone is to take him down, it shall be us, not outsiders. Bring Dalan back, and I shall celebrate with champagne." Upon hearing Luo Ji's words, Mike let out a hearty laugh, seemingly unperturbed, as if he had already considered this possibility. "Enough of this fussing, hurry along. I've come this far not just by talking. Anyone who seeks my head will find theirs taken first." With that, he hung up decisively. Luo Ji felt a sense of helplessness, but had no choice but to accept it. With Mike's personal guard nearby, while not entirely foolproof, it was still relatively secure. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Ji set out, venturing into the unknown alone once more, though he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Chapter 82, Miao Street. Rainy Night, Part 1. Upon arriving at Miao Street, the night was already deep. Yet, the street was at the height of its bustling activity. However, this commotion differed from the usual lively atmosphere. It was not the chatter of vendors or throngs of tourists, but rather a cacophony of iron and blood. Clashes, slashes, struggles, death, and madness intertwined, transforming the night of Miao Street into a scene painted in crimson. As Luo Ji entered through the main gate, before he could fully step inside, a machete hurtled toward him. He instinctively caught the blade, only to find himself facing a blood-soaked visage twisted in a grotesque snarl. Upon recognizing Luo Ji, the man let out a roar, calling to his comrades behind him. "Another one! Kill him!" Before his shout had faded, the man lunged at Luo Ji, accompanied by 3 or 4 bloodied assailants. Luo Ji's mind was as calm as still water, having fought and practiced relentlessly in recent days. His mental state had grown increasingly serene. Surveying the desperate figures before him, he quickly devised the simplest and swiftest method to dispatch them. With a swift motion, the sound of a sword drawing echoed through the air, followed by a series of swift clashes. In a mere second, Luo Ji sheathed his sword, now holding only a green umbrella, having merely shifted his position. Yet, the 5 men who had charged at him lay clutching their throats, collapsed on the ground, instantaneously slain. Luo Ji had not even employed any techniques from the stunning swan swordplay. He relied solely on his own speed, enhanced by his skills and the passive support of cloud stepping, to execute that rapid sequence of actions. It was so swift that it would be impossible for an ordinary person to perceive. Thus, the 5 assailants perished. Luo Ji stood still, observing the chaotic scene of Miao Street, where blood pooled, corpses lay scattered, and various organs and intestines were strewn about, resembling a hellish landscape. Compared to the gunfight scenes often depicted in films, the reality of such violent confrontations was 100 times more grotesque and terrifying. However, Luo Ji had grown accustomed to the chaos. He glanced at the bloodied figure lying at his feet, a man who had narrowly escaped death, and crouched down to assist him. "How are you?" he inquired. The man, still somewhat conscious, managed to open his eyes and, with great effort, exclaimed, "Ji, Brother Ji, you're here. Dalan is still inside. Hurry, save him." As the man coughed up blood and continued to speak, it was evident that he was one of Dalan's companions. Luo Ji nodded and asked, "Can you hold on?" I'm fine," the man replied, but in the next moment, he breathed his last. Luo Ji shook his head and gently laid him back on the ground. When he stood up, he found himself surrounded by a throng of enraged assailants, all charging at him with ferocity. Unfazed, Luo Ji unsheathed his long sword once more, unleashing a series of graceful strikes that resembled a tiger pouncing on its prey. None could withstand his blade, and soon many lay defeated upon the ground, while others, gripped by fear, huddled together. The members of the Dongyong Society, who had previously found themselves at a disadvantage, were suddenly revitalized, their spirits soaring as they shouted in excitement. "Brother Ji is here! Brother Ji is here! Everyone, come quickly!" Soon, members from all directions of the Dongyong Society turned their attention to Luo Ji, discarding their opponents to rally beside him. The aura of power emanating from Luo Ji instilled trepidation in the ranks of the opposing factions, causing them to hesitate and retreat, allowing the previously fragmented members of the Dongyong Society to regroup once more. Without uttering a word, Luo Ji led the growing number of Dongyong members forward, crushing their enemies in his wake. Initially, he engaged in battle, but soon he took on a supportive role, empowering the Dongyong members to advance as if bolstered by divine intervention. Observing that the situation had stabilized, Luo Ji resolved to move ahead on his own. It was crucial to act before the opportunity slipped away. His ulterior motive lingered in the shadows. He intended to eliminate Dalan before the Dongyong members could reach him. If Dalan were to meet his end before Luo Ji intervened, that would be even better. Nevertheless, taking action himself felt more prudent. At this juncture, Luo Ji spotted a particularly fierce fighter amidst the chaos and swiftly approached him, grasping his arm. "What is your name?" he asked. The man, initially blinded by rage, nearly retaliated with a strike but, overwhelmed by Luo Ji's strength, calmed down and fervently replied, "Brother Ji, my name is Yin. I greatly admire and respect you." Luo Ji nodded. "Do you know where Lan is?" "Yes, he is trapped on the third floor of the Qingfeng building," Yin informed him promptly. "Excellent. I am going to rescue Lan. You are responsible for leading the brothers in the charge," Luo Ji commanded. He then addressed everyone. "From now on, follow Yan's orders. If anyone dares to defy me, I shall return to claim their head." Everyone paused, turning their gazes toward Yin. Just then, the disarrayed forces of Shishing and Hafaji began to scatter. In the next moment, a group armed with submachine guns emerged, unleashing a barrage of indiscriminate gunfire upon the Dongyong Society members. Luo Ji reacted swiftly. Almost as soon as the enemy dispersed, he moved. As the gunfire erupted, he wielded his sword with remarkable speed and strength, slicing through the bullets that hurtled towards him. However, the other Dongyong members were not as fortunate. Many were caught off guard and fell to the ground, while some, quick to react, sought cover but still sustained injuries. The tide of battle seemed to shift dramatically. Under the relentless suppression of firepower, even Luo Ji found it difficult to maintain his composure. After all, he was still flesh and blood, and a bullet would surely spell his demise. In that moment, he recalled the skill he had once disregarded, the great Luo golden body. If he could harness that ability now, he could withstand the hail of bullets and fight back. Just as Luo Ji pondered how to navigate this predicament, the world suddenly plunged into darkness. Chapter 83, The Rainy Night on Temple Street, Part 2. Darkness enveloped him. The implication of darkness was clear. The entire world had lost its light. In an instant, every lamp and source of illumination vanished. A blackout had occurred. Strangely, at this intensely tense moment, the lights on Temple Street went out completely. It was a moonless night, rendering the world a pitch-black void. It was as if the vibrant city of Hong Kong had transformed into an expansive wasteland in the blink of an eye. Everyone became disoriented in this newfound desolation. With the loss of light, the previous overwhelming gunfire from Hafaji and Shishing ceased, as they too lost their focal point. In that moment, no one knew how to react. The once bustling Temple Street, filled with desperate souls, now lay eerily silent. Luo Ji's mind raced, for he possessed a simple mental discipline that allowed him to enter a state of tranquility. He immediately recognized this as the perfect opportunity to break through the encirclement. Previously, the fierce firepower had deterred him from advancing, but with visibility now obscured, he could maneuver freely. His speed was remarkable, and he possessed night vision, enabling him to discern every movement and expression in the darkness. Rather than fleeing immediately, he approached Yin, saying, "Yin, hold the line with the brothers here. I must go ahead. I fear for Delan's safety." "Understood, Brother Ji. Rest assured, unless I perish, I will not allow these people to pass," Yin responded, his voice filled with determination. With no further ado, Luo Ji sprang into action, propelling himself into the air with a powerful leap. In that moment, he activated the cloud leaping technique. Rather than merely teleporting 8 meters, this technique also encompassed a sophisticated form of lightness skill, which he had meticulously studied while analyzing it with Huang Renqin and Yao Dong. Thus, even without instantaneous movement, he could still employ it effectively. As the sound of rustling garments echoed through the darkness, many instinctively looked up, catching only a fleeting glimpse of a shadow soaring through the obsidian sky. Unable to restrain themselves, some fired their weapons into the air, resulting in a cacophony of gunfire. Had Luo Ji not been swift enough, he could have easily been struck down from above. With a surge of inner strength, he navigated through the hail of bullets. Upon landing, he felt a depletion of energy in his dantian. The prolonged exertion had drained him significantly. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he acknowledged that his current martial skills were limited, and his inner strength was beginning to fall short. He needed to accelerate his training to a level that would sustain him through such trials. With this thought in mind, Luo Ji sought to borrow skills from Arong. Surrounded by darkness, even with his night vision, he was at a disadvantage compared to when visibility was clear. The abrupt blackout undoubtedly bore significance, perhaps signaling the onset of a hunt against him. Thus, it was imperative for Luo Ji to promptly utilize all he had at his disposal to avoid an unforeseen downfall. After borrowing Arong's beast instinct, Luo Ji felt his perception of the darkness sharpen, as if the fog obscuring his vision had been lifted. The limitations of borrowed skills resurfaced at this moment. besides the restriction of not being able to borrow this skill again within 24 hours. Luo Ji discovered he could only utilize it for 1 hour. Nevertheless, that should suffice. Taking a deep breath, he noticed the gunfire behind him had ceased. After all, bullets come at a cost. Some individuals had begun attempting to create light using lighters and similar items. However, this no longer concerned Luo Ji. He gripped his sword and strode into the darkness ahead. Though Ai Yin had indicated a specific location, Luo Ji had never visited Temple Street before, so he could only rely on his instincts to venture further. Since the Qingfeng building was at the innermost part, he thought that proceeding deeper would surely lead him there. The path ahead was relatively unobstructed, as the majority of the forces from FAG and Xixing were likely outside, engaging in a standoff against the Dongyong Society. In the rear areas, he encountered hardly anyone. Even if he did see someone, the power outage rendered the surroundings pitch black, allowing Luo Ji to completely disregard them. Just then, he suddenly heard a faint sound, a sound reminiscent of someone weeping, which was somewhat chilling. Judging by the pitch, it seemed to be a girl's voice. Could it be that my inherent tendency to rescue those in distress has been activated? Luo Ji mused, yet he felt compelled to follow the sound. Despite having become a ruthless killer, with life fading before him, he found himself in a contradictory state, like a youth encased in a thick armor, strong enough to withstand most harm, yet his heart remained tender. When confronted with matters that tugged at his heartstrings, he would still feel compassion. For instance, he could not abide the oppression of the weak or injustice. With a sigh of resignation, Luo Ji understood that his priority was to reach the Qingfeng building as swiftly as possible and eliminate Dalan. Yet, he felt unable to resist the pull of the girl's voice. Is it fortunate or unfortunate for one to retain childlike innocence amidst brutality? Luo Ji was unsure. Although he did not deliberately quicken his pace, he found himself moving at an astonishing speed due to various passive enhancements. As he drew closer, the sound of weeping became increasingly distinct. Indeed, it was a girl, her voice youthful, perhaps only 5 or 6 years of age. What could have happened? Frowning, Luo Ji entered a rather cramped establishment, observing the decor on the walls, which suggested it was a dining venue. On this night of bloodshed in Temple Street, most shopkeepers had either closed their businesses and sought refuge at home or left beforehand. Yet, this particular shop stood with its doors wide open. Luo Ji spotted a petite figure, a girl, sitting in the corner beside an unconscious person. The air was thick with the stench of blood. The person lying on the ground appeared deceased, a middle-aged woman, likely the girl's mother. Luo Ji approached cautiously, crouching beside the girl, and gently asked, "Are you all right? Little sister? Brother?" the girl whispered, beginning to turn her head. At that moment, Luo Ji sensed a significant increase in humidity in the air, as if it were about to rain. "Have you seen my mother?" As the girl fully turned her face towards him, Luo Ji beheld a visage devoid of color, as pale as that of a corpse, wearing a smile imbued with the innocence unique to children. Yet, the most horrifying aspect was that her head had turned completely while her body remained motionless. In such oppressive darkness, beside a corpse, anyone would be terrified by such a sight. However, Luo Ji was not frightened. In fact, he had already recoiled instinctively the instant the girl turned her head. Nonetheless, he was still affected. Upon seeing the girl's face, an overwhelming sense of malevolence surged towards his psyche. Despite his speed being remarkable, he could not evade the impact. Distance did not diminish the mental assault. It felt as if merely being seen by that girl would invoke a curse. Luo Ji's head erupted in pain, a torment so intense that it dulled his previously keen senses. His hearing, vision, smell, and balance seemed to vanish in that instant, akin to a terrifying deprivation of his senses. The next moment, his body reacted autonomously, raising the sword in his hand to block an unseen attack. The block was not ineffective. A violent force struck him, and though he managed to parry the blow, the lack of preparation left him reeling. Fortunately, this impact propelled him out of the cramped eatery and into the more spacious street. Yet, the sensation of sensory deprivation persisted. Struggling to regain his footing, he managed to stabilize himself in a half-crouched position, using his sword to support his weight. Despite the overwhelming void of sensation, he could hear a distant, eerie laughter, faint yet familiar, belonging to the girl. Her laughter, though sweet and melodious, now sent shivers down his spine. It seemed to exacerbate his sensory loss. While danger lurked nearby, threatening to strike again, Luo Ji's thoughts surged like a tide, yet he quelled them with his simple mental discipline. Since he could not see, he closed his eyes, delving deep within himself. Although his senses were severely dulled, He was grateful that the primal instincts borrowed from a roam still functioned, allowing him to sense impending danger. As he sank into a meditative state, he noticed that the intensity of the sensory deprivation began to wane slightly, granting him a flicker of awareness. In the following moment, his grip on the sword tightened, and he drew it swiftly. Although his senses were compromised, his strength remained intact, and he thrust the blade toward the unknown, guided by his intuition. He felt the sword shudder as it met resistance. His strike had repelled an assailant. Instinctively, he followed up with another sweeping attack, forcing back another would-be attacker. But just then, a tremendous force struck him from the side, propelling him through the air. He realized it was a fist, a powerful one. The blow struck him squarely, penetrating deeply and causing internal injuries. Luo Ji felt a surge of pain in his chest, blood threatening to spill from his lips, while the internal energy within him began to swirl chaotically. The assailant was a martial arts master, and that punch aimed directly at his vital points sought to incapacitate him entirely. As he tumbled through the air, the sudden pain allowed him to reclaim a fragment of perception. Drawing upon his remaining strength, he executed a swift maneuver, dissipating the force of the blow, and managed to land on his feet, albeit unsteadily. With his sword held horizontally at his side, Luo Ji inhaled deeply, forcing the blood back down. He continued to maintain his mental discipline, realizing that in such dire circumstances, chaos must be avoided. Rather than succumbing to anxiety, he immersed himself further in his simple mental practice. As he pondered, he realized that the primal instincts he borrowed from a roam for sensing danger could harmoniously align with his rudimentary mental techniques. This revelation ignited within him a determination to delve deeper into exploration. Although his five senses were currently rendered useless, if he could utilize the combination of animal instincts and simple mental techniques to perceive threats at any moment, then even if he were to be blinded, he would still possess the means to confront peril. Contemplating this, he began to envision the deepest realm of his rudimentary mental techniques, the image of a lone orange tree standing against the backdrop of a vast wasteland at sunset. With a fierce wind howling from the northwest, instinctively, without a trace of hesitation, Luo Ji had already directed his sword towards the northwest. In the next moment, a heavy impact resonated from the sword in his hand. Indeed, this method bore no flaws. After being struck by that sword, Luo Ji's conviction in his judgment only intensified. In an instant, he moved again, sensing the wind's approach from the southeast. Another wave of impact followed, and at this moment Luo Ji felt increasingly adept, as the chaotic internal energy within him began to gradually settle through these familiar encounters. This sensation was remarkably wondrous. Had Luo Ji not experienced the deprivation of his five senses, he might have required far more time to uncover such a method of confrontation. This state of being was a gift of his sensory deprivation, allowing him to immerse himself fully and contemplate with his heart. If one were to name this ability, it could be called the mind's eye, transforming the heart into a vision. With another thrust, Luo Ji aimed his sword westward, and then, in quick succession, he unleashed 3 strikes, each precise and unwavering, repelling attacks from all directions. The sensation of everything converging into his heart brought him immense comfort. In the next moment, he felt a slight weight on his sword. A raindrop had fallen upon the blade. Finally, the rain began to pour. With the second raindrop's descent, Luo Ji sprang into action. The rain was substantial, already showing signs of escalating into a tempest. A torrential downpour, the rain blurred the world around him. Logically, Luo Ji, already diminished in perception, should have found movement increasingly difficult amidst the rain. Yet, paradoxically, his perceptions, sharpened by the animal instincts and the visualization of his mental techniques, grew clearer. Each drop of rain, its angle, force, velocity, and descent, along with the direction of the wind, became increasingly distinct, as if Luo Ji had become one with the wind and rain. This sensation evoked memories of a renowned blind figure, Illidan Stormrage, who, despite his blindness, could sense all energies around him, growing stronger as a result. While Luo Ji had not yet reached the level of perceiving all energies, his current state rendered him more sensitive than when he could see or hear. He felt an intoxicating desire to remain in this realm forever, for it was so direct and miraculous. For instance, he sensed an impending attack from his left side, and before the assailant could close in, his sword was already in motion, poised for the encounter. The result was that the attacker seemed to be charging directly into his blade. A chuckle escaped Luo Ji's lips, not quite a cold laugh, nor an expression of pride, but rather a sense of exhilaration, a delightful surprise akin to finding a path through a dark forest. After fending off the assault from his left, Luo Ji swiftly pivoted and thrust his sword backward, not merely to block, but to counterattack. He sensed the adversary's intent to strike and preemptively launched his attack, aiming to disrupt their lethal move before it could materialize, thereby forcing his way through the encirclement. This strike was nothing short of precise, breathtaking, and utterly unexpected. Although Luo Ji was currently devoid of sight and sound, he could feel the opponent's trepidation and confusion in response to his strike, as their defense faltered and became chaotic. Employing the technique of Hong Qi from the three styles of the surging swallow, Luo Ji executed his attack with the agility of ascending clouds, activating the speed enhancement. Propelling his sword to its utmost limit, he could sense the surrounding rain quivering around him, the result of his rapid movements slicing through the downpour. In the next moment, his sword struck its target, and he suddenly found himself able to hear again. The sound of rain grew louder in his ears, accompanied by the anguished groans of the injured adversary he had just struck. With his sight returning, however, the profound premonition he had gained through sensory deprivation began to fade. Luo Ji opened his eyes to the rain-drenched night, exhaling deeply, a hint of regret lingering within him. That ephemeral sensation was a rare encounter, and he wondered if he would ever attain it again. If he could maintain such a state, his strength would experience a tremendous augmentation. Setting aside those thoughts, he glanced up at the curtain of rain, and at that moment, he could clearly see the individuals who had previously attacked him. The illusion that had nearly deprived him of perception had dissipated, allowing him to discern the figures within the rain. To his left stood a towering figure, a muscular giant, bare-chested, his sinewy muscles swelling with arrogance amidst the downpour. His clenched fists exuded an aura of formidable might, the very assailant who had struck Luo Ji earlier. On his right stood a young man wielding a knife, possessing a balanced physique that, while not as imposing as the giant's, exuded a quiet, concealed strength reminiscent of a blade, hidden within its sheath. Casting a glance behind him, Luo Ji noted the source of the anguished cries, a woman, adorned in peculiar attire. Her face bore strange paint, and her body contorted in an unsettling manner, resembling a reptile as she crouched low, hands pressed to the ground, fixated on Luo Ji with eyes filled with rage, exhaling softly, as if intent on tearing him apart. Yet, her bleeding form and the slight recoil she exhibited upon Luo Ji's gaze betrayed her fear and vulnerability. "Be cautious. He has completely broken free from my illusion," she warned the others, unable to suppress her alarm. "Never mind," the giant responded with a chilling smile, his already formidable features appearing even more menacing under the relentless rain. "I had intended to take him down alone. Now that he has regained consciousness, I shall take him down with my bare hands. Do not interfere. Let me deal with him today," he declared, stepping forward, tilting his neck as he addressed Luo Ji. "Hey, kid, your name is Ji, right? Today, I shall end your life. Before you perish, remember my name, so you know who brought you to your end. This is a great honor. Listen closely. My name is..." "Enough of your rambling." Before the giant could finish, Luo Ji surged forward, thrusting his sword at the giant with the technique of Hong Qi. Combined with the agility of ascending clouds and the acceleration of speed, the sword seemed to descend from the heavens, arriving before the giant in an instant. The giant was still speaking when he suddenly faced a sword that seemed to part the very fabric of the void. His expression changed instantly. He had great confidence in his own strength and, although he had just witnessed the opponent's stunning strike against the voodoo woman, he felt that he could handle it. After all, the speed displayed in that previous thrust by Luo Ji was explosive, suggesting he wouldn't be able to unleash another attack in quick succession. Yet he was gravely mistaken. The rain curtain was cleaved open as if it were mere paper, and his entire body tensed up under the impact of that sword, forcing him to throw a punch in defense. At that moment, absolute speed translated into absolute power. Luo Ji's sword was imbued with terrifying explosive force, a consequence of countless speeds converging. When the giant beheld Luo Ji's strike, he believed he could withstand it. However, the instant he met that sword, it was too late for regrets. A tremendous force surged through his arm like a tsunami. The flesh of his receiving hand rolled back, and the subsequent power crashed into his bones, shaking his insides and sending him sprawling. With a deafening roar, the rain curtain was torn apart, and a colossal figure pierced through, crashing heavily into the downpour, a good 7 or 8 meters away. The might of that single strike was fearsome indeed. The voodoo woman and the knife-wielding man, who had been watching the battle, were both inwardly astonished. They knew just how formidable the giant's fist could be, yet here he was, sent flying by Luo Ji's sword. Previously, They had harbored a tinge of disdain for the renowned Luo Ji, believing his fame stemmed merely from his brashness. They thought that if they acted similarly, they too could achieve such notoriety. They refrained from doing so out of intelligence and restraint, viewing Luo Ji as rather foolish for attracting attention. However, this singular strike revealed why Luo Ji was so celebrated. He was genuinely powerful, unlike others who had perished in their flamboyance. Although Luo Ji had sent the giant flying, he too was taken aback. He had anticipated a certain level of power from his sword, but had not expected such terrifying results when absolute speed morphed into absolute force. Seeing the giant crumple onto the rain-soaked ground, Luo Ji chose to capitalize on his momentum, seizing the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. He was no fool, nor had he grown arrogant enough to believe himself invincible. He would not wait for his opponents to challenge him one by one, or allow them to band together. The giant's unexpected defeat was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. In that instant, every observer's thoughts ignited like lightning. By the time those thoughts materialized, Luo Ji had already darted toward the giant like a gust of wind. Despite having exhausted his inner strength with consecutive strikes, he was still fast enough due to his physical prowess and inherent attributes. In the rain, he appeared as a flash of lightning. Stop him. At that moment, the voodoo woman cried out, realizing the precariousness of the situation. Luo Ji's strength exceeded their expectations. If they allowed him to kill the giant, she and the remaining knife wielder would inevitably fall to Luo Ji one by one. She had to intervene. After her shout, a deep, eerie chant emanated from her throat, a sound that seemed to resonate without her mouth moving. This low murmur, though profoundly deep, echoed throughout the rain-soaked night, creating an unsettling atmosphere in the pitch darkness. Luo Ji heard that murmur, and it instantly blurred his vision. Even with his impressive speed, he could not evade its effects. His sight began to fade, his hearing dulled, and other senses distorted. Here it came again, the elusive illusion that stripped away his five senses. Yet, rather than feeling alarmed, Luo Ji felt a surge of excitement. He had previously lamented the loss of his heightened perception of danger cultivated in the absence of his senses. Now, he was given a chance to further familiarize himself with this method, perhaps even mastering it. He swiftly closed his eyes, allowing a simple mental exercise to guide him as he envisioned the ancient path at sunset. This time, he slipped effortlessly into that realm of absolute silence and sensitivity. His adaptation was instantaneous. The very next moment, the rain struck his face, yet his sword continued its relentless thrust toward the giant. At that moment, the giant was just managing to rise from the rain. His strength was purely physical. Though Luo Ji's sword had sent him flying and injured his inner strength and even his organs, given a moment, he could recover. Upon hearing the strange chant, a flicker of joy crossed his mind. Though startled by Luo Ji's attack, the timing of Luo Ji's attempt to finish him off was rash, allowing for a counterattack opportunity. Luo Ji, now suspended in midair, was akin to an arrow released from its bow. The voodoo woman's incantation was perfectly timed, coinciding with Luo Ji's inescapable advance. She understood the potency of her chant, especially within the enveloping darkness, the rain, and the array she had laid around them, compounded by the curse Luo Ji had previously endured. This was sufficient to draw him into a realm devoid of senses, while they, protected by her prior spells, remained unaffected. It was akin to a contest between a fully capable fighter and one who was blind and deaf. Though the means by which Luo Ji had previously fended off their assaults remained unclear, this time, he was doomed. In midair, suddenly besieged and flanked, he was marked for death. The giant felt invigorated, watching as Luo Ji charged toward him with his sword drawn. A glimmer of malice flashed in his eyes as he let out a fierce roar. His muscles surged violently, as if animated, veins bulging, his presence amplifying exponentially. He was prepared to sustain his internal injuries to deliver a fatal blow to Luo Ji. Meanwhile, in the rain to Luo Ji's left, the knife-wielding figure silently emerged, mirroring Luo Ji's pace, seeking the perfect moment to strike. Behind Luo Ji, the voodoo woman surged forward like an arrow, her dagger glowing with a ghostly green light aimed directly at his back. Everything was in place, awaiting that climactic moment of encirclement. The rain fell furiously. In midair, Luo Ji sensed three powerful forces converging upon him from all sides. In that instant, he could distinctly discern the strength, speed, and angles of each force, as well as the timing of their potential strikes. He realized he could not withstand the onslaught of three opponents of comparable strength. The conclusion was unequivocal. Even without his heightened perception of danger, he knew he could not face such a fierce assault head-on. Moreover, defense was not his forte. Thus, from every conceivable angle, it seemed Luo Ji was doomed. At least, that was what the trio believed. However, Luo Ji held a different perspective. He had many hidden cards yet to play, such as the Jester's hamburger that could swiftly replenish his inner power. Previously, after an intense clash, his internal energy had been significantly depleted. The adversary must have sensed this weakness. Luo Ji had deliberately refrained from using a particular item, creating the impression that his internal energy was exhausted and that he lacked the ability to replenish it. Yet, while the opponent was setting a trap, he too was devising a strategy. Since the battle atop the Chongqing mansion, his understanding of tactics and layout had greatly evolved, and he was eager to apply them. At that moment, as the enemy prepared to ensnare him, he too was ready to counter. Time slipped by, second by second. The encounter between Luo Ji and the three assailants would last no more than 3 seconds. Within those fleeting moments, Luo Ji executed a series of actions that were seamless and devoid of hesitation. He swiftly retrieved 2 clown hamburgers from his ring and consumed them, instantly restoring 80 of his internal energy. With a slight adjustment to his sword angle, he struck first before the fastest assailant, a swordsman approaching him in parallel. His strike, the Grand Celestial Net, had an impact neither too large nor too small, yet it was perfectly timed. Originally, it would have been exceedingly challenging for Luo Ji to ensnare all 3 adversaries with this move. However, the sheer terror emanating from Luo Ji as he repelled the giant compelled the trio to muster their full strength in an attempt to overwhelm him. In doing so, they unwittingly offered him an opportunity. In an instant, it was as if starlight descended upon the earth. The razor-sharp blade transformed into a myriad of stars, piercing through the rain and forming a dazzling river of light. Additionally, due to the presence of the voodoo doll, the realism and illusion of this stellar display intensified. The swordsman closest to Luo Ji was on the verge of striking when the dual effects of the Grand Celestial Net and the voodoo doll overwhelmed him with hallucinations. He perceived a sudden explosion of stars before him, rendering him disoriented and unsure of how to attack Luo Ji, as if the latter had vanished into thin air. Sensing this shift, Luo Ji focused on this swordsman as his primary target. Be cautious. His sword bears a strange aura. At that moment, the voodoo woman, adept in mental assaults, recognized the peculiarity in Luo Ji's swordplay and emitted a low, piercing scream. Her cry seemed to carry a power capable of dispelling illusions, jolting the swordsman back to reality, as well as awakening the giant who had also fallen into confusion. Just then, Luo Ji's blade had already reached the swordsman's vicinity. In that moment, Luo Ji employed the technique of Hongqi, a sudden acceleration that, combined with the illusion of the Grand Celestial Net, caught the swordsman off guard despite his awakening. However, it was evident that the swordsman was no novice. Even amidst the unexpected developments, he remained calm and composed. Facing Luo Ji's oncoming strike, he chose not to draw his sword but instead positioned the blade's sheath to intercept Luo Ji's thrust. Simultaneously, he began to retreat in an uncharacteristically agile manner, clearly utilizing one of his skills. This maneuver was executed with remarkable finesse. Not only did it evade Luo Ji's strike, but it also lured him into pursuing further. Should Luo Ji chase, he would be met with an ambush from the 2 others behind him. The swordsman could then engage Luo Ji directly, shifting the situation unfavorably for him. Even if Luo Ji managed to withstand the ensuing assault, he remained but a solitary fighter against 3, with time inexorably favoring the latter. The giant and the voodoo woman observed this strategy with admiration. Though the swordsman was usually reticent, he consistently demonstrated remarkable ingenuity in critical moments. However, Luo Ji's perspective diverged sharply. He would not fall into the trap they assumed he would. From the outset, his true target was not the swordsman but rather the voodoo woman. In an instant, the sword that had been aimed at the swordsman, along with Luo Ji himself, vanished from the air. The swordsman, who had been intently observing Luo Ji, was momentarily taken aback as his pupils dilated in realization. "I must save her," he roared, his voice hoarse and deep. Yet, it was almost too late. Luo Ji's blade had already found its mark. With a swift motion, Luo Ji's sword sliced through the downpour and appeared before the swiftly advancing voodoo woman. Utilizing the technique of ladder cloud ascension and the speed of the Hongqi, his strike was as sudden as a meteor. With a resounding thud, the voodoo woman clumsily raised her dagger to block Luo Ji's attack, but his sword pierced through her defenses, continuing its trajectory. With eyes closed and an expression cold as ice, Luo Ji maintained a clear mind throughout the ordeal. Every movement, every twist, was meticulously orchestrated in his mind. Amid the torrential rain, where he had seemingly lost all sense, he remained composed, exuding an air of confidence that unnerved the voodoo woman, who should have been in control. Why, she thought, should he show no fear? It was impossible. The voodoo woman let out a primal scream. You cannot kill me. You are the one destined to perish. The sword was now mere inches from her brow, and her desperate screams echoed as she faced imminent doom. However, a crimson barrier suddenly illuminated around her forehead and body, resembling a protective armor. Luo Ji's sword, poised to strike, met this barrier and faltered as if ensnared in a quagmire, all his strength dissipating into nothingness. Witnessing the failure of his lethal blow, the voodoo woman erupted into wild laughter. I told you, you cannot kill me. You are the one who will die. Time pressed on relentlessly. Although Luo Ji's sword was indeed swift, surpassing most reactions, the instant it was obstructed by that crimson shield, the giant's fist, which had been relentlessly pursuing him, was now perilously close to his back. In that moment, Luo Ji faced an agonizing choice: abandon his assault on the voodoo woman to evade the giant's punch, or risk being struck squarely in the back, potentially facing fatal consequences. This was the unified thought among the trio surrounding Luo Ji. If he chose to retreat, he would fall prey to the swordsman's pursuit, sealing his fate. Indeed, the moment Luo Ji opted to eliminate the voodoo woman, his defeat was sealed. He had not anticipated the existence of such a trump card capable of thwarting his deadly strike. You are doomed. The voodoo woman's expression twisted in triumph. As just a moment prior, she had been on the brink of death, Luo Ji's sword grazing her forehead. No one relished the sensation of death's scythe looming so closely. As the blade approached her throat, she was uncertain whether her crimson shield would withstand the onslaught. Now that it had held, the tides had turned. She had gambled and won, while Luo Ji had lost, allowing her to unleash her fury upon the vanquished. The giant, poised to strike a lethal blow to Luo Ji's back, exhibited a glint of bloodthirsty excitement in his eyes. Although he was aware that his punch would likely be evaded, the inevitability of Luo Ji's demise filled him with malicious glee. Memories of being relentlessly beaten down by Luo Ji fueled his rage, and the thought of Luo Ji's impending death brought him immense satisfaction. He yearned for Luo Ji's end. In the next moment, the sound of a fist colliding with flesh echoed through the torrential rain, reverberating far and wide. The giant stood stunned, as did the voodoo woman, and even the typically composed swordsman was taken aback. It was utterly unfathomable. How could he have landed a hit? The giant had anticipated Luo Ji's evasion and was prepared to pursue. Yet when his fist made contact, disbelief washed over him. How could this be? Was this man foolish enough not to dodge? A flurry of thoughts raced through the minds of the three, but only Luo Ji remained unperturbed. His mind was clear. He was not unable to evade the punch. He simply chose not to, opting instead to absorb the blow and then eliminate the voodoo woman. The majority of the giant's punch was absorbed by Luo Ji's ring, leaving only a residual force that propelled him to augment the power of his sword. Luo Ji resolved to withstand the giant's assault and, before the swordsman, to deliver a fatal blow to the voodoo woman. In the instant the giant and his companions were momentarily stunned, Luo Ji's sword moved. He unleashed the stunning 3 styles of the flying swan, and, aided by his speed, his sword erupted with renewed vigor. Indeed, the crimson aura surrounding the voodoo woman was formidable, capable of withstanding his most ferocious strike. However, while it could withstand the first, it could not withstand the second. Everything has its limits. Just as his ring could be used only once a day, so too must the voodoo woman's defense have its constraints. If not, it would defy all reason. Thus, you are doomed. Witnessing the voodoo woman's confusion turn to panic, Luo Ji maintained his impassive demeanor, yet his sword surged forth, aimed at her life. As her heart raced with fear, the voodoo woman realized that her defenses had reached their zenith, and she could not withstand another blow. Save me, she cried in desperation. However, the giant, still reeling from his previous attack, was unprepared to launch a second, menacing punch. The swordsman was too far away. Even with strength, he could not intervene in time. The voodoo woman was doomed. No. In a last-ditch effort, she summoned every ounce of strength, her scream piercing the air, echoing from the depths of her being. A sound so shrill it threatened to rupture eardrums and hinder movement. The giant and the swordsman were momentarily affected, their brows furrowing, the giant clutching his head. Yet Luo Ji remained unaffected, ensconced in a state where his senses were dulled, oblivious to her desperate cry. Thus, his sword continued its relentless course toward the voodoo woman's forehead. In that moment, the voodoo woman seemed to comprehend her fate, her eyes reflecting a profound despair. No. It felt as though she had unwittingly aided her enemy in her own demise, a feeling more desperate than despair itself. In the next heartbeat, Luo Ji's sword pierced through the crimson barrier, shattering it like fragile glass. A crimson bloom erupted from her forehead as Luo Ji's strike found its mark. Having successfully slain the voodoo woman, Luo Ji withdrew his sword, sprinkling a mixture of red and white liquid into the rain-soaked night. He swiftly moved again, leveraging the lingering effects of the three styles of the flying swan to evade the looming threat posed by the giant and the swordsman. As he moved with haste, he extracted 2 clown hamburgers from his ring, devouring them before turning to confront the giant and the swordsman, who were just beginning to recover from the shock of the voodoo woman's scream. Who is next? The game of hunter and prey had subtly shifted. The giant and the swordsman were thrown into disarray, unable to fathom the outcome. The giant, particularly, grappled with confusion, unable to understand how his full-force punch had failed to inflict harm on Luo Ji, instead facilitating the death of the voodoo woman. This realization instilled a deep sense of dread within him. It seemed that this man, Luo Ji, could not be killed. Don't panic. He must have employed some secret technique that he cannot use again for a while. Although he has slain the voodoo woman, he must be at his limit. If we strike now, he cannot possibly withstand both of us. The swordsman asserted, his composure returning. Indeed, the swordsman proved to be remarkably level-headed. Despite his initial shock, he quickly extricated himself from panic, analyzing Luo Ji's current state with remarkable accuracy. Luo Ji had indeed expended much of his trump cards, particularly the ring, which could no longer absorb an enemy's attack. Most of his techniques were now visible to the giant and the swordsman, making it increasingly challenging to surprise them. Yet he was not utterly spent, especially after just killing the voodoo woman. The reward for her defeat had fortified him. He received the following rewards: 1 point in physical attributes, the skill Banshee's hearing, and the equipment Bloody Necklace. Without hesitation, he allocated that point to speed, elevating it to an impressive 16 points, rendering him almost ethereal. He drove his sword into the ground, adorned himself with the blood-red necklace, and consumed 2 more hamburgers before applying a healing ointment in a unique manner on his back. The entire process took no more than 5 seconds. Thanks to the medical expertise of Baoshilan, he possessed a special healing technique that, combined with the ointment capable of rapidly mending external injuries, alleviated the lingering pain from the giant's punch. At that moment, the swordsman surged forth, shouting to the giant, "Did you see that? Don't give him another chance. Kill him." Finally resolved, the giant lunged at Luo Ji. Yet it was too late. Luo Ji, with a cold gaze upon the approaching duo, withdrew his sword from the ground and advanced. His speed had increased significantly, surpassing his previous pace. Like a meteor, Luo Ji effortlessly glided past the swordsman, heading straight for the giant. His enhanced speed, bolstered by the recent increase in physical attributes and the effects of his recent injuries, rendered him utterly overwhelming to both the swordsman and the giant. The swordsman was left powerless to respond, while the giant, despite his fury, felt a creeping sense of fear. For he could barely perceive Luo Ji's figure amidst the chaos. It was all too fast. The only sound that reached him was the roaring rain. Or perhaps, is it the sound of rain, or the sound of a sword? With a swift thrust, a blade pierced the skin of the giant. Though the giant possessed formidable martial prowess and rugged flesh, no matter how tough his skin, it could not withstand the might of a main battle tank. Amidst the speed akin to a galloping steed, he could only endure one strike after another from Luo Ji, blood continually erupting from his fresh wounds. His eyes darted around, desperately trying to catch hold of the wind like Luo Ji, but it was all in vain. Too fast. I can't see him at all. Help me. Despair began to creep into the giant's heart, akin to wielding a divine weapon capable of slicing through gold and jade, yet being utterly unable to strike the intangible wind. On the other side, the swordsman remained silent, having turned back towards the giant after Luo Ji darted past him. However, Luo Ji was too swift. Before he could approach the giant, countless scars had already marred the giant's body. It was time to employ that technique. At that moment, a fierce glint flashed in the giant's eyes, and he let out a deep breath, his muscles suddenly bulging as if they were balloons overinflated, and then, in an instant, those protruding muscles exploded. Blood and flesh splattered like a torrential rain of gore. Despite Luo Ji's speed, he was still splattered with some, and then an unusual occurrence transpired. His speed abruptly slowed, his form finally laid bare before the giant's gaze. Got you. The giant's arms coiled around Luo Ji's body like iron clamps, and he bellowed at the swordsman, now arrived, now. A voice resonated in Luo Ji's ears from behind. He discerned it was the sound of a blade slicing through the air, imbued with terrifying power. This strike was undoubtedly formidable enough to cleave Luo Ji in two. The giant and Luo Ji locked eyes. The giant's arms held Luo Ji fast, while Luo Ji's sword hung in the air, unable to exert force, mere inches away yet incapable of inflicting harm. Meanwhile, Luo Ji faced imminent death at the hands of the swordsman. A flicker of triumph and scorn crossed the giant's eyes as he gritted his teeth and declared, "The one who dies will be you." The blade cleaved through the air, momentarily making the rain forget to fall. In the next instant, "Is that so?" Luo Ji inquired softly, gazing at the giant. A crimson glow erupted from the necklace around his neck, enveloping his entire being in an instant. The swordsman's blade struck fiercely against this crimson barrier, ultimately meeting its end without inflicting any damage. The giant wore a look of shock. He hadn't anticipated Luo Ji's luck in activating the ultimate defensive gear from the voodoo witch. However, he quickly remembered that Luo Ji's arms were still within his grasp, rendering it impossible for Luo Ji to slay him. Just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, a chilling sensation enveloped him inch by inch. He felt the presence of death looming. "Goodbye," Luo Ji whispered softly. Chapter 90, Temple Street Rainy Night 9. In the next moment, the sound of gunfire erupted like a series of muffled thunderclaps amidst the downpour, resonating like a mournful dirge. The giant's once tenacious grip on Luo Ji's arm had completely waned, for the owner of those hands had become nothing but a gruesome mass of flesh and blood, indistinguishable from its original form under the relentless barrage of bullets. Luo Ji lightly blew on the still smoking barrel of his gun before slowly turning to face the swordsman behind him. After the crucial strike was thwarted by the crimson barrier, the swordsman stood frozen, caught off guard. Luo Ji surpassed all his expectations. He was powerful to an unbelievable degree. The swiftness, reaction, and decisiveness of Luo Ji left him both in awe and trepidation, prompting him to retreat. After taking a step back, then three, he began to flee in earnest, nearly vanishing into the curtain of rain. Luo Ji did not pursue immediately. He glanced at the fleeing swordsman, reloading his gun before retrieving Zhang Tai Lu, holding it in hand while recalling a humorous meme from earlier online. "I allow you to run 30 meters. Luo Ji suddenly chuckled. In the next instant, he vanished from his position. When Luo Ji reappeared, the swordsman had become rigid with fear, having expended every ounce of his strength to flee. He thought he had escaped, even feeling a twinge of regret for not engaging Luo Ji when he had the chance, pondering whether he had made a grave mistake. Perhaps if he had not fled, he could have claimed victory. Yet he had run, and ultimately, he was alive. Surviving was what mattered most, wasn't it? The swordsman consoled himself, but in that moment, he froze in shock, for he beheld Luo Ji, like an unyielding specter, approaching him with an unfathomable speed. "Do you believe you can kill me?" At this juncture, the swordsman had abandoned any thought of escape. In their fateful encounter, it was a matter of whose blade was sharper. "You must pay for your retreat," Luo Ji declared. And with that, he struck. His sword was swift, yet the swordsman's blade was equally rapid. The swordsman had resolved himself. He understood that failure to defeat Luo Ji meant death, so he unleashed his most formidable skills, wielding his sword with a ferocity akin to a tempest, fast enough that even Luo Ji could only manage to parry. Is that all there is to it? In the ongoing clash of blades, the swordsman sensed he had grasped the limits of Luo Ji's swordsmanship, and he could not help but laugh maniacally. If it were merely this, then today, it would be you who perishes. After yet another round of tempestuous strikes, the swordsman abruptly retracted his blade with a swift motion, displaying his exquisite mastery of the sword. And in the next moment, Luo Ji had just emerged from the storm of steel, surprised by the swordsman's poised stance. "Consider yourself fortunate. Before your demise, you shall witness such swordsmanship," the swordsman murmured, as if chanting an incantation. This was a stroke as magnificent as a shooting star. He whispered, drawing his blade from its sheath at his waist, "This strike, indeed, swift as a meteor." The speed was such that its trajectory became indiscernible, far quicker than any of his previous strikes. However, what awaited him was, "So is that all there is to it?" Luo Ji's voice gently fell into his ear, accompanied by the glow of a full moon. Yet, on this torrential night, why would there be a bright moon overhead? It was not the moon, but a flashing sword. When a blade is fast enough, reaching the pinnacle of swiftness, it can radiate a light akin to that of the moon, even amidst the dark, dreary, rain-soaked night. The swordsman's blade halted midair, and he managed to squeeze out a word from his throat, followed by a second sword. As the sword fell to the ground, he sank to his knees. The blade thrust heavily into the earth, yet ultimately unable to withstand the weight of his entire being. It collapsed completely, melding into the rainwater. At that moment, a fine line of crimson seeped from his throat, staining the ground beneath him. Luo Ji sheathed his sword and slowly unfurled his azure umbrella, gazing down at the fallen swordsman with an expression devoid of emotion. A scar silently blossomed on his right arm, blood trickling down, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. In that instant, he recalled a figure, Qin Wuzheng. He felt, for a fleeting moment, an uncanny resemblance to Qin Wuzheng. Strolling over to the swordsman's side, Luo Ji noticed that the swordsman's weapon had vanished without a trace. Indeed, if there were rewards for killing, then no remnants would be left for the victor to claim. He took out some healing ointment and applied it to his right arm, employing a unique technique to massage and bandage the wound, which soon became a negligible concern. Finally, he had the opportunity to assess the rewards he had garnered from the recent battle. In addition to the rewards bestowed upon him by the voodoo woman, the giant and the swordsman had offered the following. Reader Go Tianling has been removed from the narrative, and Reader Luo Ji will receive the following rewards. 1 point in physical attributes. Skill Blood Fiend Disintegration Technique, and Equipment Might Wrist Guards. Reader Feng Ci has been removed from the narrative, and Reader Luo Ji will receive 1 point in physical attributes. Skill Sword Drawing Technique, and Equipment Cultivating Essence Pill. With 2 points in physical attributes, Luo Ji unhesitatingly allocated them all to speed, for it was his exceptional swiftness that had allowed him to outpace the swordsman. He realized that once his physical attributes reached 15 points, each additional point represented a significant leap. At that moment, he heard a notification echo in his mind. Congratulations, reader. You have comprehended the special skill Mind's Eye. Chapter 91 Temple Street Rainy Night 10. Upon receiving the notification of his newfound skill, Luo Ji felt a surge of joy. He had previously feared that after losing the experience of his 5 senses, he would be unable to grasp the state of profound clarity, where the mind perceives all. Yet, after a series of fierce battles, this skill had come to him effortlessly. Skill, Mind's Eye Type, Passive Description. When you close your eyes and visualize the ancient sunset path, your heart will enable you to see the world clearly. This skill was remarkably useful. Even in the face of dire circumstances, Luo Ji felt no trepidation. It could be said that the greatest boon he garnered from this battle was the Mind's Eye skill. As for the other rewards, the auditory enhancement offered by the voodoo woman, or the blood fiend disintegration technique and sword drawing technique from the giant and the swordsman, he had no immediate use for them, as he lacked the skill points to learn them. Thus he set them aside for the time being. The remaining items that could enhance his combat prowess in the short term were a few pieces of equipment, starting with the bloody necklace dropped by the voodoo woman. Item: Bloody necklace quality. Excellent green skill. Blood red veil. Activates a blood red shield that helps the wearer withstand any type of damage. The shield dissipates once the energy is exhausted. Charging status: 0-100. Can only use the skill when fully charged. Description: A witchcraft artifact crafted by a sorcerer from the port of Haya, typically a sorcerer's personal protection, serving as a last line of defense. If this necklace loses its potency, the sorcerer faces dire consequences. Its creation requires an extensive amount of human blood and souls. Although this item from the voodoo woman was merely of green quality, its utility was not to be underestimated. It could be deemed a low-tier artifact. The ability to absorb damage upon full charge had indeed aided Luo Ji in decapitating the giant and the swordsman, while he likely could have slain them without it. This equipment undeniably made the task far more manageable. Most critically, it required minimal energy to charge. Luo Ji could replenish it in one go using his internal energy, making it an indispensable asset for both combat and travel, an excellent addition to his arsenal alongside his sand, forming his 2 final lines of defense, and could even serve as an unexpected offensive maneuver. Next, there were 2 additional pieces of equipment. One was the might wrist guards obtained from the giant, and the other, not precisely equipment but rather an item, was the cultivating essence pill acquired from the swordsman. The might wrist guards were straightforward. Luo Ji donned them immediately, as their properties were simple and direct. Item: Might wrist guards quality. Excellent green attributes. Strength 2 effect. When attacking with the hands, it increases lethality by 10. Description: A pair of wrist guards forged in an ordinary iron shop, suitable for those with formidable martial prowess, significantly boosting combat ability. Though their appearance is rather plain due to their mass-produced nature. Although Luo Ji did not prioritize strength, wearing the wrist guards balanced his attributes, preventing an overemphasis on speed at the expense of lethality. As for the final item, the cultivating essence pill from the swordsman, Luo Ji was uncertain how to proceed, or rather, he was momentarily unclear about its value. Item: cultivating essence pill quality, rare blue effect. Consuming this pill rapidly enhances strength and activates latent instincts within the body. Description: a pill concocted from over 30 exceedingly rare herbs, a luxury reserved for the elite disciples of prestigious sections. However, due to its potent effects, individuals are cautious about when to consume it. At first glance, the pill seemed straightforward in its purpose, to enhance strength. Yet, if that were all, the swordsman would not have kept it on his person. The description hinted at a specific timing and significance for its use, suggesting it should not be taken lightly. Thus, Luo Ji pondered and decided against immediate consumption, setting it aside instead. Given his current strength, he felt no urgency. This pill might very well be key to some future endeavor. After tidying everything up, Luo Ji took a deep breath. Discovering that his arm had nearly healed and his overall condition had returned to normal. Most importantly, his internal energy had been replenished. He was ready to venture deeper. Although he had lingered here for a while, the entire process, though it sounded lengthy, was but a fleeting moment in the realm of battle. Even after consecutively defeating 3 foes, only a few minutes had elapsed in the timeline. With his azure umbrella held aloft, Luo Ji pressed on. The electricity had yet to return, and as he ventured further, the vibrant atmosphere of Temple Street had long since faded, leaving the rain-soaked street shrouded in darkness, resembling a ghostly realm. Yet, at this moment, Luo Ji's resolve was unwavering. Even with his senses stripped away, having endured that experience, he felt confident that, should a horde of phantoms emerge, he would simply wield his sword and dispatch them all. As he continued forward, Luo Ji did not rush. His speed already surpassed that of an ordinary runner, yet he moved leisurely, step by step, evoking the sensation of traversing great distances akin to the legendary feats of myth. After walking for a while longer without encountering any enemies, a tall building emerged from the cluster of somewhat low Temple Street structures, catching Luo Ji's gaze. The words Qingfeng Building loomed in the darkness, casting shadows, yet Luo Ji, possessing night vision, could discern it clearly. He had finally arrived at Qingfeng Building. Here, he could finally hear the sounds of battle. Evidently, the fighting was still ongoing within the building. The sudden power outage and torrential rain must have intensified the already fervent conflict, rendering it even more chaotic and oppressive. Luo Ji did not exhibit any urgency. After all, he was not genuinely there to rescue Dalan. His true intention was to eliminate Dalan. Thus, having arrived, Dalan's demise was inevitable. Regardless of whether it occurred by his hand or another's, he leisurely approached the entrance of Qingfeng Building and closed his umbrella. The sounds of combat were not emanating from the entrance. Despite Luo Ji's exceptional hearing, which could easily capture those sounds, they were evidently coming from higher up, likely starting around the 15th floor. This floor, in fact, marked the true height of the Qingfeng Building, which, though appearing tall amidst the low structures of Temple Street, was indeed quite prominent. In 1992 Hong Kong, this height was commendable, thus the building boasted a well-functioning elevator. Perhaps due to the presence of a backup power supply, even with the entire building plunged into darkness, the elevator continued to operate. Coincidentally, as Luo Ji approached, the elevator doors opened, sparing him the ordeal of climbing the stairs. It seemed an auspicious beginning. After dragging out the 2 corpses of those who had perished in a mutual slaughter within the elevator, Luo Ji pressed the button for the 15th floor and began to meditate. As the elevator ascended, the cable emitted a grating noise, the digital display of the elevator steadily climbing. Finally, they reached the 15th floor. Hell had descended. As the elevator doors cracked open, Luo Ji was immediately assailed by the acrid scent of blood, an odor that could only arise from a significant number of casualties and copious bloodshed. Frowning, he unsheathed his sword. The moment the doors fully opened, the whistling of bullets filled the air. Naturally, those above could not have missed the elevator's arrival and had been waiting for him. Luo Ji was prepared. Thus, his sword danced with calm precision. In that instant, he once again entered the realm of hard eye, a skill he had been diligently honing, for he recognized its extraordinary effectiveness, far superior to his ordinary vision and intuition. Within this heightened state, he could accurately track the trajectory of each incoming bullet, deftly deflecting them with his sword, moving at a speed that surpassed normal human capabilities. The almost supernatural ability to perceive the bullets' paths and slice them down one by one reminded him of Neo from the Matrix, who had opened his hands to let all the bullets fall to the ground. He had become extraordinary. With a firm step onto the floor, he executed a swift leap, arriving at the nearest shooter. The Jinghong 3 styles unfolded, and the first gunman fell without uttering a sound, swiftly followed by the next. Yet, was he a savior or a demon? Perhaps even Luo Ji himself did not know. He had grown accustomed to killing and conflict, to bloodshed, driven by instinct. His desire was merely to survive. Beyond that, he had not yet contemplated. 13 seconds later, Luo Ji opened his eyes to find only one person still breathing before him. He regarded this individual and inquired, "Where is Dalon? I can spare your life." "East." Brother Dong just led the chase. "To the rooftop. Please. Don't kill me." The last surviving individual trembled in fear, paralyzed by the terror of Luo Ji's swift and ruthless capability. Indeed, Black Ghost Dong was present. Luo Ji nodded inwardly. He could capture them all tonight. He struck the man before him unconscious, having promised not to kill him. There was no need to break that vow. Though he had yet to decide whether to embrace the role of a demon or a savior, he at least did not favor being untrustworthy. Surveying his surroundings, he found no living souls remaining, or if there were, they were on the brink of death. Judging by the recent gunfire, it was evident that the main battlefield had seen Black Ghost Dong emerge victorious, with most of Dong Yong's men felled. Luo Ji had no desire to inspect each individual for potential rescue. He pressed onward. Just a few steps later, a knife swung at him from the rooftop stairs. The gunfire had indeed alerted the HeFAG members who had ascended to the rooftop. However, Luo Ji's current prowess was formidable. How could he be hindered by such a strike? With a swift motion, he severed the hand of the knife wielder and continued forward, methodically dispatching another HeFAG lackey who clung to a severed arm, screaming in agony. Next, he confronted another HeFAG lackey who dared to challenge him. The remaining HeFAG members had grown wiser. They no longer dared to engage him directly, but instead fired erratically in his direction, while shouting towards the rooftop, "Boss, that bastard is coming." Utterly terrified, they referred to him as that bastard. Upon hearing this moniker, Luo Ji chuckled. It was at least more amusing than being labeled a demon. He leaped again, soaring over the panicked HeFAG members. Although he had amassed a considerable body count, he did not consider himself a murderer, nor did he desire to become one. He had no craving for killing, despite the potential points these lackeys could provide. His current score was already sufficiently high, rendering their demise unnecessary. With a single leap, Luo Ji finally emerged into the torrential rain once more. On the rooftop, Dalon remained alive, albeit in a disheveled state, with only 5 lackeys left to shield him, while Black Ghost Dong encircled him with over 20 men. Hearing his lackeys' cries, both Black Ghost Dong and Dalon turned to the rooftop entrance, where they spotted Luo Ji. "Ah Ji, you have finally arrived," Dalon exclaimed with genuine excitement, seemingly forgetting their previous grievances, believing Luo Ji had come to save him. Luo Ji maintained a serene smile, while Black Ghost Dong regarded him with a grin as well. "You have finally come. It seems you were indeed waiting for me." Luo Ji was not particularly surprised at this statement. Given his rapid ascent within the Dong Yong society and his antagonistic relationship with Dalon, combined with his penchant for solitary endeavors, it was quite simple to predict his arrival. "Indeed, I have spared Dalon for your arrival to court death," Black Ghost Dong stated candidly. "If you desire Dalon's life, it depends on whether you can take it." "Oh, I wonder what delightful offerings you have prepared for me today?" Luo Ji remained unfazed. "If it is still the same old rotten fish, then I shall claim your head tonight as well." Chapter 93, Temple Street Rainy Night, 12. The rain continued to pour. The once tumultuous rooftop fell silent, leaving only the sound of raindrops. While the rain drenched the majority, Luo Ji stood apart, unfazed beneath his azure umbrella, watching the distinctly divided groups on the rooftop with a tranquil heart. He is now able to adjust his state of mind at will. Having gained insight into the heart's eye from their previous battle, his understanding of the simple heart technique has reached a new level, or rather, his simple heart technique has ascended to a higher tier. Indeed, as he contemplated this, a voice resounded in his mind. "Notice, due to long-term accumulation and combat experience, the heart technique simple has been upgraded from level 1 to level 2. The content of the heart technique has changed, and both cultivation speed and meditation speed will increase." To this, Luo Ji was not particularly surprised. It felt like a natural outcome. Before receiving this confirmation, he had already sensed his elevation in the realm of heart techniques. That sensation was akin to witnessing the first orange blossom on the orange tree he often visualized by the ancient path. Luo Ji felt a profound sense of peace and joy, remaining unperturbed even amidst the stormy chaos of the outside world, where many gazed at him with malice. This was the true realm of tranquility, not merely suppressing the inner turmoil with heart techniques, but perceiving the clamor of the world as inconsequential, akin to standing beside the ancient path at sunset. This night proved to be immensely beneficial for Luo Ji. In fact, his demeanor began to influence Haigi Dong and his companions. Haigi Dong, initially brimming with harsh words, inexplicably felt a wave of calm wash over him, causing many of his malevolent thoughts to dissipate. However, he quickly snapped back to reality, scolding himself for his moment of weakness, and glared fiercely at Luo Ji, saying, "I have prepared a splendid gift just for you tonight, Third Master. I hope you will be satisfied." As soon as he uttered the title Third Master, the previously tumultuous rooftop, alive with the sound of rain, was suddenly pierced by a rapid, buzzing noise, akin to a swarm of mosquitoes. In the next moment, after Haigi Dong finished speaking, more than half of those standing collapsed, including Haigi Dong's subordinates and those brought by Dalan. In an instant, the rooftop was left with only Luo Ji, Haigi Dong, Dalan, and the so-called Third Master. "I've been waiting for you, Aji." The Third Master waved a hand towards the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the curtain of rain shifted, revealing a glimmer of silver that soon materialized in his grasp. He firmly held that glimmer, which transformed into a small silver knife. The noise that had earlier sounded like a swarm of mosquitoes was indeed caused by that very knife, which had dispatched the fallen individuals. Interesting. Luo Ji narrowed his eyes, maintaining his composure, as his perception allowed him to sense the moment those individuals were slain, catching a glimpse of the knife's trajectory. However, he could only discern a fragment of its path, unable to fully comprehend it. Soon, astonishingly quickly, the knife was somewhat beyond his ability to perceive with his current strength. This individual was indeed a formidable adversary. What intrigued him further was that this person had first eliminated his own allies. What are you doing?" Haigi Dong panicked, both at the sudden loss of his subordinates and at the dread inspired by this stranger's prowess. He had merely heard tales of this individual's strength, having borrowed him from Shishing, but he had not anticipated such overwhelming power. The ability to annihilate dozens in an instant was nothing short of inhuman. Haigi Dong froze, realizing the situation was spiraling beyond his control. The man referred to as the Third Master paid no heed to Haigi Dong's distress. Instead, he gazed at Luo Ji, casually toying with the silver knife, and stated, "Let us have a match. The rules are simple. The victor kills Haigi Dong and Dalan. What do you say? A generous reward. Isn't it? Not bad." Luo Ji nodded, his expression calm. However, from the moment the knife was thrown, all his attention had been focused on the man known as the Third Master. He was a man of about 30, with stubble that did not lend itself to dishevelment, but rather conveyed a certain melancholic charm reminiscent of a Japanese fashion icon. His melancholic visage harmonized with the silver knife in his hand, creating a striking juxtaposition. Beyond that, Luo Ji felt nothing else. This was truly terrifying. The most frightening aspect was that beyond the moment the knife was unleashed, Luo Ji could sense an overwhelming speed. But now, as the adversary paused, he felt utterly void of any sensation. No aura, no hint of danger emanated from him. This prompted Luo Ji to utilize his newly upgraded Simple Heart technique to enter a state of deep observation, yet he could discern nothing. This indicated that the opponent had expertly concealed his presence, to the extent that not a trace leaked through. The most formidable blade always resides within its sheath. Luo Ji recalled this adage as he perceived the man before him as a blade yet to be drawn. Thus, he anticipated a fierce battle ahead. "Speak. What are you doing? What do you mean? Are you going to kill me? Is this your leader's intention? Don't you know what I possess? If you provoke me, your leader will eliminate you." Haigi Dong's fury escalated, incensed by the Third Master's dismissive attitude, especially the implication that he was inconsequential, igniting the wrath of the usually arrogant Haigi Dong. Enough. The Third Master's response was a punch that sent the still chattering Haigi Dong flying. In contrast, Dalan displayed greater wisdom. He remained silent, merely observing the unfolding events. However, the deep-seated fear in his eyes did not escape Luo Ji's notice. Yet, Luo Ji's focus remained solely on the Third Master. It happened. At the precise moment the Third Master swung his fist, Luo Ji finally caught a fleeting glimpse of the opponent's aura. He struck with his own fist. Although the energy remained well contained, he had finally detected a vulnerability. Luo Ji had made his move. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade-like strike. The sound was similarly intricate. However, unlike the Third Master's knife-like buzz, Luo Ji's strike resembled the whisper of the wind. The umbrella danced in the air, gracefully spinning against the torrential rain, descending like a blossoming flower.